From Righteous to Villain by Corti. Chapter 1. Auriel. I never believed in second chances, or rather, I never believed I deserved one, or needed one. If you'd asked me 10 years ago whether I was happy with the life I led, I might have smiled, certain that doing everything by the book and putting others first was the right way to live, expecting that they would think the same way and help me just the same when I was in a bad spot. But looking back with the benefit of, well, hindsight is complicated when you're on death's doorstep. I see now just how deeply my own kindness set me up for disaster, how blind I was. That last day, I woke up before the sun even thought about peeking over the horizon. I did so to the same battered alarm clock that had been one of my bitter enemies for years. I was nothing but a creature of habit. I followed the same routine: shower first, toast second, wash it down with coffee, and then I was straight out the door. My modest apartment was left behind as I walked briskly, catching the bus to work. It was a chilly November morning, and I remember the faint twinge in my chest I felt as I climbed onto the bus. Nothing major, just a flutter of discomfort. It was troubling me for months, but who has time to go and visit a doctor when you work until late? I brushed it aside. It never hurt or made me lose my breath. My workplace was in a drab, featureless office cubicle in a mid-tier company. I was never the star performer, but I always believed in working with the team and playing by the rules. Do your job, get recognized with the group, and move up the ranks eventually. My manager, a man named Osborne, was always nice to my face, praising me for dedicated service and my reliability. That day, while standing in his office, filled with the musty smell of burnt coffee, I discovered just how hollow those compliments really were. His speech went like this, bringing the tinge in my chest a level higher. "Auriel, you've been a real asset, but we're tightening up. Budget cuts. This is a tough decision. I'm sure you understand." Then he gave me a remorseful smile, the sort you might provide a stray dog before shooing it out of your yard. At that moment, I felt actually lightheaded. The job was my only real anchor in a life that, in retrospect, was shaky at best. I'd been promised a raise the month before, right after finally becoming brave enough to start asking for it. So once again, to finally be acknowledged, I asked Osborne about it again. He just shook his head, muttering about reallocations and unforeseen circumstances. I wanted to fight back, to stand up for myself, but the way he looked at me, with that apologetic, gently dismissive gaze, made me shrink into my old patterns of acceptance. My heart pounded. That squeezing feeling was now stronger. I chalked it up to being furious at being humiliated this way, but I just nodded and collected my final paycheck. Walking out of that building felt like stepping off a ledge. I'd lost my job just like that. I don't think I processed it that time. My savings were almost non-existent, mainly because I'd lent a good chunk of it to a supposed friend who had never repaid me. He just skipped town after being my friend for 10 years. That was me, a stand-up guy, the soft touch with a big heart, which kept hurting even more. Then my phone buzzed just as I reached the sidewalk. It was another friend, Beck, calling in a panic. She'd missed rent, again, and needed my help. I stared at the phone, the anxiety mounting. Even then, I considered it. Even then, I thought that maybe I should help her. She needs me. I tried to answer, but my chest twinged again, making me fumble the device. It clattered to the ground, the screen shattering on impact, as if mirroring my own imminent breakdown. "Sorry, Beck. I won't lend you anything now." I ended up wandering for hours, avoiding going back to my apartment. The place was a reminder of every obligation and debt I'd accumulated, and the fact I could not pay them off. Not after today. Kindness had always been my guiding principle, but it felt like the world had found a way to punish me for it. Rain started to fall in cold sheets, and I couldn't afford a taxi or even an umbrella. I clutched my last paycheck, knowing that I had to live off it until I found a new job. But how? It was barely enough to pay 1 month of rent. What about food? I had to do something. So I trudged on, soaking wet, until I finally made it to my building. What happened next is a blur of shouting and regret. My landlord was waiting by the door, arms folded, lips pressed tight. He launched into a tirade about my previous late payment and about the noise complaints from my neighbors, which I suspected they exaggerated or deflected onto me, the bastards. Now he was going on about how he was done giving me any leeway. When did he ever do that? The tension in my chest coiled tighter with each word as I listened. I could barely breathe by now, but I tried to reason with him, to promise I'd pay as soon as I sorted things out. My manager had only just let me go that morning after all. He wasn't having any of it. I felt trapped. Why is everyone turning on me? Why now, I wondered in desperation, even though a small voice inside my skull whispered it was my own fault for trusting people too much and never looking after myself first. Seeing me zoning out, I watched as he stormed off, muttering threats of eviction, leaving me trembling in the lobby. That was when my phone, half broken but still functioning enough to receive texts, buzzed again. Another message from Beck asked me, no, she was demanding, that I help her pay rent immediately. I wanted to scream at her, to throw the phone against the wall. My ears started to ring, my chest pounded really loud, and black spots floated in my vision. Then came another text. Help me, Auriel, you promised you wouldn't let me down, she wrote. This time a genuine wave of rage and despair crashed through me, so overwhelming it nearly caused me to black out. Then the final blow, a text from a co-worker, someone I'd thought was a trusted colleague, gloating about a promotion he got using my research and suggestions. He was thanking me for paving the way. I don't know if he was genuinely thanking me, or he was doing it sarcastically. Whichever it was, something inside me broke. Maybe it was my heart, literally, or perhaps it was a final thread of sanity snapping. I recall the phone slipping from my fingers and the world tilting sideways. My knees hit the tile floor, my breath wouldn't come properly. The searing pain in my chest felt like being set on fire. I collapsed, feeling my pulse hammer at the edges of my consciousness, threatening my skull to explode. They say your life flashes before your eyes in the moment of death. In that haze, I saw a movie about betrayals and humiliations. My father told me to be a good person. My mother's hand was on my cheek when she said to always be kind. While right behind them, Beck took cash from my wallet and told me a sob story. My landlord was looking over their shoulders, sneering that I dare die on his turf because of how much it would cost him. Osborne was somewhere close by because I heard him repeat the word unfortunately. It was a parade of heartbreak threaded with a single poisonous truth. None of this would have happened if I'd been selfish enough to put myself before others a little more. My entire body vibrated with panic. I saw flickers of white light and then everything faded. I remember thinking, the last thought in my consciousness, never again. That was the last coherent idea I had in that world. Suddenly, I was awake, but somewhere else. My eyes snapped open, and for a moment I thought my vision was still spotted with black splotches. Only these weren't illusions. They were silhouettes of thick, ancient trees, dozens of meters tall, leaning over me like curious aliens. My body felt stiff and heavy, lying on something damp and cold. Then it hit me, the smell of smoke, blood, and wet earth rushing into my nostrils. My head pounded just the same, but my chest wasn't squeezing as before. I exhaled, coughed hard, and propped myself up on an elbow. That's when I noticed them. Bodies were thrown across a clearing, human bodies, not animals. Some of them were wearing battered leather armor, others were clothed in what looked like merchant's attire from a movie. There were a few wagons, ransacked, half smashed, wheels shattered, and crates overturned, thrown about around them. The metallic stench of blood made my stomach twist. The entire scene looked like a war zone or the site of a brutal robbery. My heart raced again, a wild panic rising in my throat. Where was I? Instinctively, my hand went to my pocket for my phone, but of course it wasn't there. Instead, my fingers grazed over something foreign, a bracelet with a small metal plate attached to it. Squinting in the dim light, I made out letters etched in it. Auriel. Well, that was my name, but it was crafted in an old-fashioned script. Wait, this wasn't the alphabet I was used to. Huh? Looking closer, beneath it, a smaller engraving was readable. Bronze tier adventurer. Adventurer? Tier? I felt a twinge of confusion while I gathered my strength and stood up, my legs still shaking. My clothes were strange too, a coarse tunic stained with what might have been blood and mud. Was it My blood? As I ran a hand through my hair, trying to steady my breathing, a wave of unfamiliar memories crashed into me. Images of sword drills, a wooden training yard, the muffled ring of steel on steel. Faces I couldn't place, gruff men, stern trainers, a tattered sign reading, "A guild hall." They fluttered through my mind like half-forgotten dreams. At that moment, I wondered if I was still dying on the cold tiles of my apartment building's lobby, hallucinating a bizarre fantasy from the last show I watched or what. Or if I had truly passed on and this was some twisted afterlife. Was I sent to hell? Weird. I expected more fire. Whichever it was, the smell and touch of the place felt very real. The breeze going past my cheeks, the ground clinging to my boots, and the dull ache radiating through every muscle of my body were all happening. So I had to be here. I took a step toward the nearest wagon and almost tripped on a corpse. I froze, staring into the vacant eyes of a man around my age, about 40. There was a crossbow bolt deep in his chest. Blood, looking black in the moonlight, had soaked into his tunic. My insides churned. I almost vomited when another wave of memories rushed in. A group of bandits in the darkness, screams, the clashing screams of weapons, a frantic battle in the midst of a forest trail. I remembered. One of them lunged at me, lunged at the Auriel I seemed to have become. The recollection vanished as quickly as it had arrived, leaving me trembling and queasy. I needed to make sense of this, or I will go crazy. Maybe I already had. I tried focusing on it, but my thoughts were a disjointed scramble. One thing was clear, though: whoever I was in the last moment of my life, timid, overworked, and exploited, I was no longer that man. I won't be. I can't be. Not in the same sense. This body, these fragmented memories, this place. If it was real, then I somehow had obtained a second chance. And as horrifying as the thought of it was, something about it thrilled me. I could sense a raw potential in my clenched fists. In that instant, I remembered the final resolution that had blazed in my mind just as everything went black. Never again. Yes, I whispered to myself, focusing on that feeling, never again. I knelt by one of the overturned crates, rummaging through the scattered belongings for anything useful. My hands found a chipped short sword, a quiver with only 2 bolts left, and a small pouch containing a handful of copper and silver coins. My breath was still ragged, probably from how my adrenaline spiked as I surveyed the carnage and how I was surrounded by death. The bandits who had done this might return, or maybe they'd moved on to some other unlucky travelers. Either way, I couldn't stay here. Staring at that short sword, I felt an odd familiarity. Gripping its hilt, I realized I knew its weight and how it should move in my hand. Memories from that other version of Auriel, who had met his end here, swirling in my mind. I don't know what happened. But thanks, other me, I muttered, looking at the weapon. My old life had ended in heartbreak. My new one began in blood. Ironic. I stepped away from the bodies after I collected all the scraps from the broken wagons, from the ghosts of my past companions, and from both of my past selves, in a way. There was no time for tears or reflection. If I wanted to survive in this, wherever this place was, be it the afterlife or not, I couldn't hesitate. While leaving, heading in a random direction, I was telling myself the same thing over and over. I couldn't let pity or indecision slow me down. I'd wasted enough years living by other people's rules. The moon glinted through the thick canopy as I took one last look at the ravaged caravan. Then I started walking into the forest, sword in hand, heart beating like a war drum. I felt alive, more alive, strangely, than I ever had before. This time, no one would exploit me without consequences. Chapter 2. Reflection. The night was darker than anything I had ever experienced. I had to realize that I was used to city life, where street lamps always provided enough light, no matter the hour. Here, it was pitch black, and I was in a forest. All those noises, the unknown, the predators lurking in the shadow. As I pressed on, sword in hand, I was trembling. It was terrifying. Worse, I didn't know where I was or where I was going, and I couldn't find my way back, even if I wanted to. I was lost. Alone. It was a horrible idea to just leave like this, I should have waited until the sun came up. While I thought about it, looking up when the trees somewhat cleared away around me, I noticed that the massive reddish moon was dipping beneath the horizon, leaving an uncertain greyness behind. It was hard to tell if dawn was approaching or if the darkness was just shifting shapes around me. Either way, my body ached from cutting through the forest and its dense undershrub, though not with the same punishing tightness I'd felt in my old life whenever I overexerted myself. Maybe this body really was stronger. Or I was weak. Probably both. For a time, the only sounds I could hear were the crunch of dead leaves under my boots and my uneven breathing after I continued my trek. I tried not to think about possible animals lurking close by. But then, my mind wandered to the carnage I'd left behind. The scattered corpses, the broken wagons, that lifeless gaze of the man with the crossbow bolt in his chest. Shit. There was no sense in mourning strangers I never knew, but I couldn't help but feel off. My chest still panged when my mind flicked back to it, but I forced myself to let it go. I had to keep moving. Focus on that, Auriel. Eventually, the distant trickle of water reached my ears. Feeling relieved, I followed it through the undergrowth, brushing aside branches that caught on my tunic, making me hiss as they cut into my body. The bandits who caused the slaughter might still be out there, but a chance to wash off the blood and confirm more about this bizarre situation I found myself in felt worth the risk. I tried not to rush, creeping toward the sound and spotting a narrow stream winding through thick tree roots. The water reflected the light of moonlight, creating a wavering, surprisingly beautiful path. Waiting a little, listening to the sounds of the forest, I heard nothing that would indicate danger, so I stepped out of my hiding place, heading to the water. I knelt by the stream, keeping my short sword close at hand because I didn't trust my assessment. The cold water numbed my fingers as I splashed my face and tried to rub away the blood staining my arms. When I cupped my hands and brought a handful of water near my mouth, I paused, looking down at my feet. A face stared back at me from the rippling surface. My face, but not the way I remembered it. I mean, not as I remembered how I looked yesterday. I was young. 17, maybe. The lines and creases that had been there from the years of stress were all gone, replaced by sharper cheekbones and smoother features. My hair was darker, the strands falling just a bit longer around my ears than I'd ever worn them since becoming a respected member of society, giving up on my long hair from my youth. Even my eyes seemed brighter, though they held an unsettling wariness thanks to my current predicament. For a moment, I just stared at my reflection. The realization was hard to swallow, and I tried not to think about it. I guessed that I was, indeed, in a different body. It had already crossed my mind back at the caravan site, but seeing it so clearly in the water made my heart flutter. But this was more than that. This was me when I was young. It was my face, not a foreign look at all. It was me, just younger. I hesitated, half expecting my reflection to flicker and reveal my 40-year-old self. But no, this younger face looked back with a firm, steady glare, even after I slapped at the water, watching my reflection gradually return. "Well, I'm not complaining," I muttered, shaking my head with a slight smile. After my initial surprise, I scrubbed the last of the dried blood off my forearms, cringing at a few cuts I hadn't noticed or picked up on the way. One was deeper than I'd thought, but it had already clotted, leaving just a faint sting. This body must heal faster than my old one. Either that or adrenaline was doing all the work. As I washed, my mind drifted to different fragments of memory bubbling up in me. I knew it wasn't mine at once. It was like watching someone else's dreams. A nighttime caravan rolling through dense woods, lanterns swinging on wagons, inaudible conversations. There was a sense of purpose suddenly in my mind. This other Auriel had been proud to be assigned to guard duty. He was new but determined to prove himself. He was doing things by the book, trusting his teammates and believing that if everyone pitched in, they'd all succeed and defeat any enemy. A soft sigh escaped my mouth as a tinge of empathy shot through me. Naive in both lives, aren't we? Then the memories shifted to the attack, men in dark hoods rushing out of the undergrowth, steel clashing, panicked shouts everywhere. The caravanners scrambled to fight, but they were disorganized. Then someone shouted, "They're here for the cargo." But then, betrayal. One of the merchants, a scrawny man with a crooked nose and an even more crooked grin, signaled to the bandits. He must have made some deal because the attackers spared him at first. The caravanner's confusion was enough for the bandits to overwhelm everyone else, going for the cart the man had signaled for. They were clearly here for whatever it was carrying. Watching, feeling, and living through these memories, I felt sick. Again, my breath was caught in my throat and my heart rate increased. I saw flashes of the traitor taking over the cart and cutting down the old man, who was its original owner, before climbing up to it. Then, the bandits, having what they wanted, cut the traitor down without hesitation, claiming it for themselves. The memory ended with a burst of pain and darkness, how this younger, alternate self of mine took a blade to the gut or a blow to the head. I wasn't sure. It came from behind. I touched the back of my head. It did hurt, but there was no injury or blood. A double cross after a double cross. Everyone died. I felt my jaw clench, but also felt somewhat happy that the bastard orchestrating this didn't get to live. Fitting, I guess. That's what happens when people use each other. I wasn't in the mood to keep ruminating on what-ifs or deal with my alternate variants past. It was done in the past, no longer my problem. Sorry, kid. So I splashed water on my face again, as if that could wash away the bitterness. But the thought remained. 2 Auriels, both of us so certain that if they just played nice, we would be treated fairly. Instead, one of us was exploited by so-called friends and co-workers, while an ally betrayed the other. Both of us had died without ever really fighting back. But not anymore. Never again. That mantra pulsed through me like a heartbeat as I stood back up, as if my alternate self agreed with me. Maybe I was no longer one Auriel. Just stop thinking, I told myself, shaking my head vigorously. I felt unsteady, but it was more from anger than exhaustion. I dried my hands on a scrap of cloth I'd salvaged from one of the wagons and took a moment to examine my gear. It didn't magically change. I still only had the same things that I took. Hardly a fortune, but enough to get me by for a little while, assuming I made it to civilization safely. I hoped that I could make use of my bracelet and the fact that I was an adventurer and part of some organization. My eyes tracked upstream, noticing a faint glow in the sky. Dawn was coming. I decided to follow the water's flow, reasoning that it might lead me to a main road or an inhabited area. Cities were usually established close to a water source after all. As I walked, the forest around me gradually changed from dense, ominous woods to more open terrain. Sunlight began to filter through the treetops, warming the back of my neck and illuminating the wildflowers underfoot. I never was a botanist or a gardener, but I was pretty sure these types of flowers were not anything like on Earth. Eventually, I found a rough trail that paralleled the stream. Boot prints marred the dirt, suggesting travelers used it. I paused, crouching low to inspect the impressions. Some were fresh, but there was no telling if they belonged to friendly adventurers or cutthroats. Still, a road was a road, and if there is any kind of security in these parts, bandits should avoid it. I hope. Steeling myself, I continued along the path. My ears pricked for any sign of danger, and my grip tightened on the short sword, the weight comforting in a strange way. Every so often, a stray memory from this body's past flickered up. An image of that guild hall, the day the other Auriel was awarded bronze tier status. I could feel his pride. How thrilled he was to be recognized as a real adventurer. It was almost heartbreakingly innocent, reminding me of my younger self, who believed in promotions and fair raises if you just did your job well. A shame, I muttered grimly, that the world doesn't care about it. The forest began to thin out, and the trail widened. I spotted a slope up ahead, and something told me that a better vantage might be just what I needed. With confident steps, I followed a switchback that zigzagged up the small rise. My legs burned after being on the trail since night. It turns out even a younger body can feel fatigued after enough stress. Reaching the top, I paused to catch my breath. The early morning sun cascaded over a vast expanse of farmland and scattered woodland, where the two gradually met. Stretching across a gentle valley before me was a fortified city. Stone walls stood tall in the morning sun, multiple guard towers rising here and there along them. Smoke trails curled from chimneys beyond the city walls, and tiny figures were coming and going at the main gate. Even from this distance, I could sense the bustle of life within those walls. It wasn't a small city, but it also wasn't anything like a city in my time. For a few heartbeats, I just stood there, staring down at the city like a lost traveler, trying to remember how a map works. This was the first real sign of civilization I'd seen in this world, and although I expected it, it was still weird. I couldn't help but notice a slight grin tugging at the corner of my lips. My old self would probably worry about signing up for a permit or filling out the proper forms. But that Auriel died in a drab office lobby, and the other Auriel died bleeding in a forest. I was neither, yet both, and I intended to live on my own terms this time. I will manage and think on my feet. It couldn't be that hard now, could it? Putting it on and touching the adventurer's bracelet on my wrist, I reminded myself that no matter what lay ahead, I wouldn't let anyone else pull my strings. Let's see what this city has to offer for a new start. Chapter 3, Recognized. I reached the city gates early enough in the morning to catch most of the traffic going inside. Listening to the people speaking around me, I also learned its name, Korvar. They were mostly local farmers herding livestock or peddlers of this particular region, dragging their carts into the city. And of course, the mixture of mercenaries and adventurers. I tried not to look too much, only scanning them, seeing some of them wearing light armor, but not one with bulky plates or a knight-like setup. However, what I did notice was that all of them were loaded with pouches and potions on bandoliers or belts, all of them filing toward the entrance of the city. Above the gate I noticed the large banner stamped with a black raven, wings spread in a stark silhouette, most likely either the kingdom's crest or the city's. Not that it mattered, but it matched the emblem on the guards' tabards, marking them as the city's guard force. I caught a few curious glances as I fell into line, but most people were too busy to pay attention to a youngster. Good for me, the last thing I wanted was attention, so I waited for my turn. When I stopped before the guards, I was a bit unsure what to do, but thankfully I didn't need to stand there like a suspicious idiot, waiting for something to happen. One of them, a stern-faced man with tanned skin, gave me a quick once-over. "State your name and business," he ordered, his eyes flicking to the battered short sword at my side. My heartbeat fluttered, but I caught myself as my voice cracked. "I'm an adventurer, right?" That should count to something, so slowly I held up my left wrist, revealing the small metal plate on my bronze-colored bracelet. "Auriel," I said, forcing confidence into my voice. "Bronze tier. I'm EPIB, returning from a job." "Welcome back, Bronze tier," the guard said in a practiced monotone voice, looking at the bracelet, confirming my name on it, though I didn't miss the slight eyebrow twitch at my ragged attire. "Guild membership covers your toll. Don't cause trouble in the city." "Sure," I murmured, stepping past. No other questions were asked. They were even ushering me out of the way. The tension in my shoulders eased a little, but a new wave of uncertainty replaced it. Now what? Inside the walls, Korvar teemed with life, more than I expected. Men and women jostled around market stalls, some of them hawking vegetables or bread, others offering brews or handmade tools. As I walked the streets, I noticed how smoke rose from a blacksmith's forge in the artisan quarter. The apprentices already at work, forging swords from the looks of it. After taking a few turns, I ended up at the main square. At least, I guess it was the main square. It was already full. Street vendors sold skewers of spicy meat, reminding me how little I'd eaten, causing my stomach to growl at me the moment their smell reached my nose. But rather than slow down to sample the local fare, I wandered toward the main square, trying to get my bearings. I had way too little funds on me. I had to be thoughtful about how to spend it. Hell, I don't even know the prices yet, what is expensive and what isn't. Still, even though I'd never been here, unless I counted the faint half-memories belonging to the other Auriel, I felt an odd sense of familiarity, probably because of the other cities my previous self did visit. The city's stone-paved streets and squat, thick-walled buildings were of a familiar style. But for me, when I shook out my other self's feelings, it was nothing like the modern world I'd left behind. It looked alien. The juxtaposition between these two feelings made me absent-minded, and probably that is why I failed to pick up on the fact that I was noticed. I'd barely made it 5 steps when a voice called my name. "Auriel, hey!" Hearing my name called, I turned to see a tall, lightly armored man with cropped brown hair approaching, his stride quickly closing the distance between us. He wore a light leather jerkin decorated with a small raven crest, and a short sword clattered beside him, strapped to his belt. From the way his gaze flicked across me, I guessed he was assessing injuries or danger. Standard adventurer reflexes. Can I help you?" I asked, a bit guarded, knowing that it was the stupidest thing to say, but it had already left my lips. Damn it. My nerves were getting the better of me. ... The man's eyes narrowed at once, looking over me once again, now even taking in more details, especially of my face. "Damn, you look rough. You are Auriel. Are you not? I still remember your face. From the caravan that was due yesterday, the one carrying special cargo. ... I felt a chill run down my spine. This had to be the contact the other Auriel's group was supposed to meet. Damn! I managed to find the place we were heading to. Great. Just my luck. There was an attack, I said slowly. Bandits hit us in the forest. Everyone else. Dead? He demanded, his face hardening, one hand resting on his sword. Yes. I nodded, noticing the change instantly. I'm the only one who got out, and I'm not even sure how. Fuck, the man cursed under his breath. They were supposed to check in here, safe and sound. Now you show up alone, no wagons, no cargo, no others. I was lucky. I answered while my body tensed, wondering if he was about to accuse me of deserting or theft. Instead, he let out a frustrated sigh. Come on, he said, grabbing me by the arm. We need to take this to the guild. You realize the local branch was responsible for coordinating that caravan's defense. I guessed, I managed to mumble, stumbling as he pulled me along. His grip was painful and strong. Without further discussion, he led me, or in this case, dragged me down a side street to a sturdy 2-story building. A wooden sign carved with a simplified raven's head and a crossed sword marked it as the city's Adventurers Guild. Despite my own misgivings, some part of me relaxed seeing the symbol. A real guild outpost, a half-familiar memory told me. There should be a job board, a clerk, maybe a lounge for adventurers upstairs. The question was, would I be able to use them? As we stepped inside, I noticed the interior was all polished wood floors and stone columns. A warm hearth glowed in one corner, and multiple large boards on the left side of it were pinned with stacks of parchment, ongoing quests, bounties, and city announcements. The guild hall was filled with commotion and with people in mismatched armor. Some looked like rangers in cloaks, and I managed to spot a pair of dwarves conferring over some mechanical blueprint. So, are there more than humans in this world? Or are they midgets? It's best not to ask, or I may get a few teeth knocked out, especially with how thick their arms were. A few paused to glance at me, but quickly returned to their own chatter. My escort guided me to a side chamber behind a heavy, dark wooden door. A broad table stood in the center, ringed with chairs, while various maps, lists, and scrolls littered its surface. Against one wall, a tall man with grey-streaked hair leaned forward, examining a parchment with the official Raven seal, probably coming from someone important. This is Guildmaster Reagan, my new acquaintance explained. Then he added to the Guildmaster, I found him wandering the market. The descriptions of him fit the list we received when we took up the request to guard Zoltan's caravan. He is one of us from the border town of Laszlo's Retreat, assigned to the mission master. I see. Reagan looked up sharply, and his gaze pinned me like a hawk. So you're Auriel, the bronze tier assigned to guard that caravan, he said, stealing one look at my bracelet. I nodded, unsure if I should say more. Report, he snapped, getting angry that he needed to repeat himself. I swallowed at once. Well, here goes nothing. I told them about the ambush, the hooded bandits, the chaotic fight, the double cross by a caravan insider, and how everything ended in blood and death. I kept my personal shock and confusion to a minimum, focusing on the bare facts. Everyone else was slain, the cargo taken, and I survived through some fluke, probably knocked out, and they didn't bother to check if I was still alive or not. When I finished, silence hung in the room for a little longer than I found comfortable. The man who'd brought me in kept his arms folded, eyes darting over me like he expected me to spontaneously confess, standing precisely in the door's way like I would try to run. Finally, this guildmaster Reagan let out a low exhale, collecting his thoughts. "Quite the story," he said. "You claim not a single other survivor?" "No," I dipped my head. "Not that I saw." "You didn't even check, did you, brave little adventurer?" His eyes flicked to the side of my tunic. "You sure don't look injured for someone who survived a massacre." "I got knocked out." I forced myself not to flinch, but I know, it's complicated. I blacked out during the fight. Came to some time later, alone. There was not much fighting I did. Reagan exchanged a meaningful look with the man, speaking without words before he turned back to me. "Auriel, let's be clear. You're not under direct suspicion, but this situation is problematic. A full caravan was wiped out, cargo evaporated, and only one man walked away unscathed, without even coming to me instead, wandering the city like a lost puppy. Doesn't look great." I wanted to argue, but a part of me realized it was fair. If I were in their position, I'd be suspicious too. "Ha!" The guildmaster's tone was calmer when he continued after a deep and long breath. "We have to investigate this. In the meantime, you'll stay in Corvar, only in Corvar, until we figure out the truth." "Understood?" I dot. My stomach twisted, hearing him. "So, I'm stuck here?" "Of course you are," he nodded. "You can move about the city freely, for now, but if you try to skip town, the guards will know. We'll put you up in the guild's tavern, a safe place to keep tabs on you. You won't be locked away or anything, but consider this a probationary measure." I swallowed back a retort. A younger me might have pleaded or tried to talk his way out. But I'd learned the hard way that the world doesn't sympathize with excuses. They don't trust me, and they're probably right to be wary. At least this guildmaster looks honest on the surface, telling it as is without munching his words. That's something. "All right," I said quietly, trying to project calmness, but I didn't know how well I succeeded. "I understand." Smart. The man at my back finally relaxed his shoulders, stepping away from the door. "Good. Now come on, I'll show you to your room." He led me to an attached tavern next door, connected to the guild hall by a short corridor. The tavern itself was a cozy place. Broad tables, a well-worn bar, and a handful of patrons already nursing their morning ales. Alcoholism is everywhere, huh? In the back, a sturdy wooden staircase led to an upper floor of small lodgings for adventurers passing through. I climbed the stairs behind my escort, ignoring the curious stares from a few people below until we disappeared, and my guide shoved open a door at the end of the hall. Inside was a Spartan space with a single bed, a rickety chair, and a narrow table. At least it was free accommodation, so I can't complain much, and it wasn't a medieval prison cell either. "You're not a prisoner, Auriel, but don't go thinking we won't keep track of you. The second you try to slip away, we'll know. Best if you cooperate with the guild's investigation." "Sure." I managed a stiff nod. "I get it. ... He hesitated, thinking what to say, then sighed, shaking his head. "Look, if you truly had nothing to do with the ambush, that'll blow over once the facts surface. Let's hope that we find evidence soon. You are young. I wouldn't blame you if you escaped, fearing for your life." With that, he stepped out, pulling the door shut behind him. I heard no click, so I wasn't locked in from the outside. "Well?" I shrugged. "Alone again." I dropped onto the small bed, tension radiating through every muscle I had. So much for quietly exploring the city. Now I was under a kind of house arrest, stuck in this corvar until the guild decided my fate. My instincts screamed for me to run, but I wasn't sure if that was even possible. Could I sneak away, or would that just confirm their suspicions? Pressing my eyes shut, I rubbed the bracelet on my wrist. "Great job, Auriel. 2 lives, and in both, you're knee-deep in complications from the get-go. Tomorrow, I'd figure out which way I wanted to play this, clear my name or vanish into the city's underbelly." Today, though, all I wanted to do was rest and eat, then wait for whatever came next. Chapter 4, Dreams. I don't know where really I was. What I knew was that I was wielding a wooden training sword in a dusty courtyard. Around me, the sharp noise of steel hitting steel echoed as a dozen others practiced their drills under the critical eye of an instructor with an aging face and a handful of scars. The tang of sweat and sawdust filled my lungs, making me wrinkle my nose and feel queasy. My arms burned from repeating the same overhead strike again and again. But some unrelenting part of me refused to quit even when I wanted to stop and look around. I wanted to ask what was happening and where I was, but I couldn't. I wasn't in control. As soon as the drill ended, the scene shifted, dissolving into a mixture of colors and shapes. Thinking back, it was clear it was a dream. But at that moment, it seemed so real that I had never noticed it. Suddenly, I was at a different spot, crouched in the middle of a dense forest, heart pounding while I pressed myself up against a thick, rough tree trunk. A grizzled adventurer, someone I recognized as an older mentor, nudged me forward, whispering about stalking our prey quietly, about how my life depended on reading the wind and listening for the slightest crack of twig or brush of leaves. He lectured me to always look for the direction of the wind and not let my scent carry me toward my target, only always away from it. My breath was caught in my throat as we crept toward our target. It was just a wild boar rummaging in the undergrowth, but at that moment it felt like the greatest enemy I could face in the world. Then that image too faded away right when I was about to make my move. Bullshit. I heard myself cursing that I was being swirled up in my dream again, whisked away to a different memory. A blur of cityscapes followed right after. I tried naming them as they flashed by, but I was unable to do so. I saw stone streets appearing under me, blacksmith shops and potion stalls, and a row of notice boards with pinned job requests. Slipping through this dreamscape, I caught glimpses of words in a script I only half understood. My dream self knew them as bounties or escort missions, but their meaning blurred as if I was trying to look through two sets of eyes at once. My old and new lives colliding in my subconscious. My heart raced, overwhelmed by the swirl of sudden memories and emotions, including sword forms, campsite cooking tips, and the protocol for haggling in a marketplace for an optimal price without offending the seller. Then, from far away, voices thundered in my head, some of which I had vague recollections of. Teachers, friends, maybe even the screams of the people I'd lost in the caravan ambush. It was I who lost them? No, I did not. Then the swirl halted abruptly, snapping into a final, abrupt memory. An older, experienced adventurer awarding me a bronze tier bracelet. His pride and happiness were both evident as he clasped it onto my wrist, warning that the path ahead would be dangerous, but he said I could do it. He said that I earned this. Auriel, he'd said, his voice tinged with hope, was an excellent student. He said that I shouldn't waste the chance to be something great and grab it by the ankles. Well, good luck with that now, I thought before wincing. A lance of pain shot through me, and the dreamscape collapsed into an all-consuming darkness. I bolted upright, drenched in sweat. The dim lamplight of my tavern room revealed the same old rickety furniture, my scant belongings by the bedside, including my damaged sword, just at an arm's reach. Pressing a shaky hand to my forehead, I tried to sort out the dreams, realizing that they were not dreams. This time, I knew at once that they were the memories of this other Auriel, even if they were rapidly disappearing in a post-dream clarity. The images that were sharp and vivid only a second ago were turning faded and into something I struggled to recall. They weren't mine, I whispered hoarsely, but that wasn't entirely true. All of the images, all of the noises, the voices, the faces, everything that flashed past me felt more personal, as if all of it belonged to me. It was confusing, but I'll deal with it later. Hungry, I cursed, feeling weak. My stomach growled fiercely, cutting through my tangled thoughts, agreeing with me and telling me that I finally had a proper thought for myself. Well, I could understand why, because I remembered that I hadn't eaten since I munched the ration from the wrecked caravan, traveling to the city. It was not much. Right then, hunger was the loudest thing in my world. With a resigned sigh, I climbed out of bed, stretched, collected my belongings, and quietly opened the door, intending to find something to eat. Outside, the narrow hall was lit by one rickety lantern, the smell of roasted meat and stale ale drifting up from below. Even at this early hour, the tavern must be serving breakfast for travelers or returning adventurers. It seemed life wasn't pausing even for a moment in a place like this. To make the least amount of noise for those who were still asleep, I carefully descended the staircase, hoping not to draw too much attention. I didn't want to get into a conflict right away. The main room of the tavern was relatively calm. A few bleary-eyed adventurers sat at the tables, hugging mugs of something hot, likely spiced tea or weak beer, judging by the smell. The barkeep, a stout woman with braided hair, working the night shift, I assumed, lifted her head in silent acknowledgement as I approached the counter. "Morning," she said bluntly, voice rough from years of shouting over rowdy patrons. Or smoking, I guess. "Adventurer, right? You lodging with the guild, if I'm not mistaken?" "Yes." I gave a short nod, taking an empty seat at the bar. "I'd like something to eat, if possible." Glancing around, I noticed what looked like a basic breakfast. Bread, a thin stew, maybe some dried fruit. Simple, but right now everything looked like a perfect match for my rumbling stomach. "That'll be 5 coppers," she said, ladling stew into a wooden bowl. 3 if you're on the guild's discount." She nodded at the bronze tier bracelet on my wrist. My stomach twisted as I pulled out the small pouch I had. Coins from the caravan. I counted them. A mix of coppers and silvers, far fewer than I'd realized. Probably enough for a day or two of meals. If that. I should be grateful to find even that much, because I was sure most of the wealth was taken away by the bandits. After paying for the stew, I'd barely have anything left, but my stomach was not taking no for an answer. "Mm-hmm." I forced a smile I didn't feel when the woman put the meal before me. "Thanks," I mumbled, and plunged the coins onto the counter. With a slight raise of her brow, the barkeep checked the total and pocketed them, only paying as much attention to me as necessary, as if she thought anything of my grimace, realizing that my net worth was now near 0. No matter, at least I had something warm to fill my belly with. Shaking away my thoughts, I dug into the stew. The salty broth was not something I would find appetizing, but at that moment it was a gourmet-level culinary experience. Every spoonful reminded me of how precarious my position was, giving it an extra spice. I was stuck in this city of Corvar, short on cash and effectively under house arrest. If I tried to flee, I'd probably get pegged as guilty of something. Then I would be pegged differently in the prisons. If anything, I think the local cells would be at the minimum level of medieval rat-infested death traps, while a cold, lightless hole at best. If I stayed, I needed money to survive. And to get out, I added, barely audible. Thinking ahead, I stared at the bowl. Maybe I could pick up a small job from the guild's quest board, assuming they'd even let me, given I was under suspicion. For sure, I could only do jobs restricted to the city. Or perhaps there were other ways to earn coin in a city this large, though that might mean stepping into shady territory and raising suspicion towards me. Still, I should keep the option open, especially if they decide I am indeed suspicious. I am not going to take the blame for something I shouldn't even involve myself in the first place. I am not Auriel after all. I muttered to myself, catching my thoughts slipping out and glancing up, but nobody was there to listen to my tired rambling. I may have slept a little, but with that weird dream, I didn't feel that rested yet. Deciding to refocus my thoughts, I finished the last bit of stew, my mind already racing about my next step. One thing was certain, I'm not going to starve here like an idiot. The real question was whether I'd do it by playing nice with the guild or by slipping into the underbelly of Corvar to find some desperate, well-paying gig or someone who would be willing to smuggle me out of here. My best idea was to skip the country, if possible, and get to somewhere where nobody would know this face of mine. For now, at least, I had one advantage: a body that felt young and healthy and some scattered knowledge from its training. I was pretty sure I could wield a sword. As for how well, I couldn't tell, but I was confident enough that I could survive. If not, why bother? No, so I had to believe the feeling. Both could become assets if I used them right. After finishing, I pushed the empty bowl aside. The future might bring answers about the caravan attack, or it might bring more scrutiny from the guild. Either way, I refused to sit idle. Whatever they stole was not my problem. Whatever they will learn by going there was in the past, and I no longer had anything to do with it. If I wanted to survive, I needed to earn enough to keep a roof over my head and hopefully find a path away from constant suspicion and then this abysmal starting region. Heh, like in a game, huh? I looked at my bracelet. Maybe I should act as if it is one. Then I wouldn't feel this nervous. No more letting life push me around. No matter what it took, I'd carve out a place for myself in this city, or vanish with enough coin to start somewhere else entirely. I heard somewhere that life is a gamble anyway, and I was ready to play. Chapter 5, Crowfoot. I caught a glimpse of my own reflection in one of the polished windows by the guild's lobby as I passed through it. In it, the same youthful face looked back at me, but my eyes looked a bit tired, reminding me of how I always looked. Trying to shake off the feeling, not wanting to return to that life, I made my way to the quest board. The broad wooden structure bore overlapping sheets of parchment of all types of kinds and from different origins, not only from this city. There were job postings, bounty notices, and even some missing pet flyers or guard-for-hire ads. Some pages were crisp and newly written, while others hung askew or curled at the edges, yellow from age. Standing there, I skimmed them, searching for something that required minimal risk, yet had a decent payoff. Well, decent in my eyes. With my precarious finances, it wasn't time for heroics. Rat extermination in the old town sewers. 5 coppers per tail. Maybe escort Varge merchants' goods to next town, negotiable. But that would mean leaving Corvar, and I wasn't sure the guild would approve my departure yet. Lost cat, grey tabby, answers to Mookie. 10 coppers if returned alive. I suppressed a groan. These wouldn't get me anywhere near the coin I needed. Some bigger contracts involved subduing wild beasts near farmland or investigating rumored bandit sightings. No thanks, I just walked away from a bandit ambush. Besides, I was still under watch and couldn't leave the city. Not to mention, I had a guess that the guild might step in if I took on any larger job or deny me altogether of participating in it. Well, this sucks, I murmured while scribbling a few notes to keep in mind. I'll figure out something eventually, I mumbled to myself, but first I am going to need to learn my way around the city. After leaving the guild hall, I moved through the bustling streets of Corvar, this time without anyone recognizing and stopping me. Each district felt like a different world, and I got lost in the feeling of this different yet familiar landscape. The market square teemed with color and chatter, while the artisan quarter was noisy from the multiple blacksmiths' constant hammerings. As I walked the cobblestone roads every so often, I caught the swirl of foreign spices or heard the whistle of someone hawking wares, trying to catch the attention of people passing by. I tried to fix the city layout in my head, but it was proving to be hard to do so. It was bigger than I'd imagined from the vantage point of that hill. With each turn, I mentally noted landmarks: a half-collapsed tower by an old gate, a fountain carved with another batch of raven motifs, and a cluster of rickety stalls selling cheap-looking gear. It might be worth remembering where not to buy things. Still, after hours of walking, it was hard to determine the layout of Corvar. It was chaotic. Eventually, I strayed beyond the more polished streets into narrow back alleys, the kind of places that city officials pretend don't exist. There were parts of my old city, too, where people only went when there was no other choice. The cobblestones here were cracked and grimy. The air stank of garbage thrown into the side alleys and from spilled stale ale. If there were a place to find the city's underbelly, this was it. Rounding a corner, I managed to stumble onto a shady transaction taking place under a flickering lantern. Just my luck. I knew at once that I had taken a wrong turn, and this wasn't the best space to be. 2 figures stood close to each other, speaking in hushed tones. I also noticed multiple small glass vials trading hands. Those had to be potions or something like that, the same thing I saw on some adventurers' belts. At least I guessed by the faint glimmer of colored liquid within. It could have been energy drinks. As I stood there, the first figure, slender and twitchy like a drug addict, extended a trembling hand to grab the vials, while the second, a broader silhouette in a sharp coat, watched like a hawk. As soon as the goods changed hands, the twitchy man jerked back and spun on his heel, making a run for it. Idiot! He clutched the potions tightly to his chest, ignoring the bigger man's outstretched palm, waiting for payment. Oi! The big man lunged, but the runner twisted free like a cat and dashed down the alley, straight toward me. I reacted on instinct, stepping sideways and hooking a foot out, a reflex from years of half-remembered training. The instant he got caught in my comical move, the thief's momentum sent him stumbling forward like a sack of dirt. He crashed hard, potions clattering across the cobblestones with a muted rattle, and to my surprise, they proved to be really sturdy as none of them shattered. Before he could regain his balance, I pinned him in place with a knee to the shoulder. If I decide to involve myself, let's do it thoroughly, I said to myself. The bigger man in the coat arrived a moment later, breathing heavily. A couple more tough-looking types emerged from the shadows, all eyes on me and the squirming thief. By their attire, long coats, crisp collars, some wearing hats with wide brims, they gave off a typical gangster vibe, but with a fantasy spin to it. I almost caught myself smiling at the thought before realizing I was in a fantasy world right now. Each wore a small raven brooch or pin, not quite the same as the city's official emblem, but whatever. It seems this city is obsessed with birds. As I looked, I noticed that one of them had a short sword strapped under his coat, like a concealed firearm. Kid, the broad-shouldered man rumbled, eyes flicking to my bronze bracelet. Thanks for stopping our rat. He nudged the thief with a boot, scooping up the potions the guy had tried to steal. What's your angle? Angle? I asked as I rose carefully, letting the whimpering thief slump against the alley wall. No angle, I answered warily. He was about to run me over, so I stopped him. That's all. Huh. He smirked as he gave me a once-over. Well, you did us a favor. Come on, let's talk. Part of me wanted to decline and vanish. Another part, though, recognized this might be an opportunity, especially if these folks had connections that could help a broke adventurer. So I hesitated only for a second, then nodded at the man. Lead the way. They guided me through a maze of another set of back alleys until we arrived at a dimly lit cellar entrance beneath a rundown warehouse. The inside was surprisingly clean. Ornate lanterns revealed crates stacked along the walls, a few tables scattered with documents, and overhead beams from which hung various dried herbs. Turning my head to take in all, I saw that one corner boasted shelves crammed with small glass vials. Several men and women, wearing that same mix of old-fashioned suits and leathers, stood guard or idly polished weapons, while another group filled the vials with differently colored liquids. Come, boy. My name is Kravik, by the way. My escort introduced himself while leading me forward. Auriel, I answered simply. Boss ain't here, but I can answer your questions. Or at least, we'll figure out if we can do business together. Business? I asked as I was still studying the potions being arranged on a nearby table. Each bottle glimmered with different colors, reds, blues, greens, some with flecks of gold mixed into them. You guys deal in drinks? You could say that. A wiry older woman in a pinstriped vest smirked, hearing me calling it that. In these parts, we're the biggest potion dealers you'll find, at least if you want the good stuff. She tapped a vial of watery orange fluid. Name's Risa. Looks like you're new to the city. Hello, I'm Auriel, and… Yes. I shrugged, not sure how much to reveal. New enough, I admitted. I've heard of potions, I lied, playing a kind of country bumpkin role, but not how they work exactly. My pa always called them drinks. At that, a few gangsters exchanged amused glances, some even laughing like it was a good joke. Kravik gestured for me to come closer to the table, even pushing some of the vials into my hand to have a good look. These are more than drinks, kiddo. I guess your trainers didn't let you try them out, right? Stingy bastards. He elbowed me, acting as if we were old friends. You see, kid, humans ain't got magic in their bones like them damn elves. They rely on potions to get a taste of it. And that's where we come in. I see. Now it makes sense why my masters were faster than I ever could be. I added with another lie, while my mind was racing and my heart was beating like crazy. Magic. Now we are talking. He picked up a pale blue vial while I was registering all he was saying. Ha! Yeah, exactly. This one here is for frost grip. You drink it, you can freeze small amounts of water or ice up your blade for a short time. Good for catching folks off guard if they think you've got no magic up your sleeve. He set it down, grabbing a deep purple concoction next. This is Shadow Step. It helps you move quietly in the dark. Actually, muffles your footsteps if you're careful. Don't wear heavy armor though, or it will still make ample noise. And, Risa stepped in, ours are not some amateur shit that only lasts a minute or so. Some of our stuff, the good ones, can go for hours. I started to feel as if they were trying to sell me drugs. Maybe they were. But overuse them, and your body's the one that pays. Headaches, muscle damage. If you push it, you'll kill yourself. So don't mix these drinks, boy. Yeah, Kravik tapped my chest with a finger. Ain't wise to down more than 2 or 3 in a row, or you'll burn out. Some folks don't care, or they don't realize how big the risk is. He shot a glance toward the unconscious thief by the door. That's how we end up with desperate idiots trying to run off without paying. It fries your brain and makes you an idiot. I nodded slowly, absorbing their words. My mind flashed to the earlier dream about haggling at potion stalls. Perhaps the other Auriel had known all this. Me? This was the first time I'd heard it laid out so frankly, and it was already worth it to stop that addict. This was invaluable for me. So, you guys are an organization that sells these under the table, I ventured, smiling. Hehehe, you hear the guy? A short laugh ran through the group. We prefer to say we provide a premium service, special potions that might not pass the various guilds' official stamp, Risa explained, or sometimes regular potions for folks with questionable means. You see, there are people who are banned from getting their hands on it. Criminals who were wrongly accused, of course, can't buy them. But not all potions are contraband. We do legit sales too. We ain't the city guard, obviously, but we got a code. Kravik continued after he crossed his arms. You helped us out, so we appreciate that. If you ever need potions on short notice, or you're looking to make some coin without going through the guilds, come find us. He nodded toward a crate filled with sealed vials. There's always a demand for certain ingredients. If you're the adventuring type, that might interest you, yeah? I considered it. They were criminals, or close enough, but they were also a potential lifeline. They could be someone who might pay me under the table and let me skip dealing with official channels. My gaze lingered on the swirling colors within the glass in my hands before putting it back down. Good to know, I said, trying to keep my tone nonchalant. I'll keep it in mind. I may need to take up on your offer in the near future. We'll get along fine, kid. A wry grin spread across Kravik's face. By the way, you can call us the Crowfoot Gang. We're a family business. He lifted a black leather glove, displaying an emblem with a stylized raven's foot. And you can let us know if you want to chat again. Our turf's not that hard to find once you know where to look. He said, whispering an address into my ears. Maybe then the boss will also be back, so we can introduce you. After a few more minutes of polite small talk and curious stares from a couple of rough-looking enforcers, I excused myself. They let me leave unimpeded, apparently satisfied with the day's outcome. Outside, the sunlight had begun its slow retreat, the angles of the shadows growing sharp. I took a deep breath after I was back on a street that I remembered, knowing where to go to head back to the guild. Well, that happened. My heart was still pounding from confronting the would-be thief, from meeting these, well, fantasy gangsters, and from hearing how potions truly worked. And if I wanted an alternative path to money, I might have found it. The question was whether I dared stray from the relative rules of the guild to dabble in the Crowfoot Gang's under-the-table dealings. Or maybe I can play both sides until I figure out which suits me best. My lips tightened at the thought. Perhaps I'll do the exploiting in this life if I have to. No, I told myself. It was a horrible feeling, and I would only do it to those who try to take advantage of me first. Yes, I don't want to inflict the same suffering on regular people, but those who try to fuck with me? Well, that suddenly feels as if it would be a perfectly valid response. Chapter 6, Fledgling. A whole week had limped by since I got myself into Corvar, the days successfully blending into a dull routine, just like my old life. Pathetic. I spent most of the days wandering the city's streets, continuing to map outside alleys and shortcuts in my head, and occasionally checking the guild's notice board for jobs that wouldn't require leaving Corvar. A few times I thought about picking up a quest, like the Lost Cat or the Vermin Extermination gig, but each time I hesitated. What if they try to pin something else on me if I fail or even succeed too quickly? Or I was just afraid. That could have been too. The guild had me under watch, but they weren't hovering over my shoulder every minute of the day. I could sense it, though. A few too many guards seemed to be aware of where I was at all times, or a guild scout would be loitering near a corner whenever I appeared. It wasn't a direct threat, more like a constant reminder that I was a suspect, and I hated it. Finally, after that long week, they came to find me again. Two adventurers wearing the guild's emblem on their cloaks intercepted me as I left a small eatery in the artisan quarter. "Auriel," one of them said briskly, "Guildmaster Reagan wants to see you." Nothing in their tone suggested I had a choice, so I followed them back to the guild hall. We took a side corridor into the same meeting room where I'd first been questioned, a broad wooden table at its center. Waiting for me, the guildmaster himself once again was there, hands folded on the table, flanked by a couple of other senior-looking adventurers. Grim. "Take a seat," Reagan said, his voice authoritative, like that of a judge's. I complied without speaking, taking a spot opposite him. My heart was already in overdrive. I was annoyed that I still felt intimidated around these people, so I told myself I shouldn't be. At least, I was determined not to show it. "We've done part of our investigation. It is still ongoing, including a scouting party sent to where the caravan was supposed to pass and to other routes you could have taken. But we have a preliminary idea of what happened." He paused, glancing at a stack of notes. "We also found what's left of the wagons that were not at the initial spot. Of course, they were also looted, torched in part, and more bodies, enough to confirm the fate of the caravan." A pang hit my chest, but I kept my face neutral. So they really are gone. I guess the feeling came from my second self. We're piecing together signs that point toward two bandit groups who operate in that area, said one of the other senior adventurers, a middle-aged woman with a scar across her cheek. Hard to say which one hit the caravan. Both have been unusually active recently. The one is more direct, hitting any traveler for goods and ransom. The other is rumored to be led by an ex-mercenary, pulling off more precise strikes, going for valuable items. And, Reagan held my gaze, drawing my attention, at first, we considered the possibility that you were simply lucky to survive. Now we're re-evaluating that. "Excuse me?" I finally spoke up, but the man continued, ignoring me. "Some evidence suggests the ambush was orchestrated, possibly with an informant who fed details about the caravan's route and timing." "Hold on," I said, bracing my hands on the table. "I told you everything I know. That insider was part of the caravan, not me." He turned on us. "We've heard your account, yes," Reagan continued, "but the entire scenario is suspicious. Your lack of injuries, your uncertain timeline, your convenient reappearance in Corvar. We can't ignore the possibility that you served as the mole, guiding bandits from the inside." "What? And I came to this city after? Because I'm retarded?" Anger flared in my chest. "You think I orchestrated the caravan's slaughter? For what? A handful of coins, then waltzed into your arms? Where is my money then?" "Pipe down, kid." The woman with the scar pursed her lips, sneering at me. "No one's accusing you formally. Not yet. But the rumor stands. If you had a stake in that cargo, then vanished once things turned bloody, it might explain why you alone survived." I forced down a retort, only heaving like a furnace ready to blow. "No formal accusation, but you're sure treating me like a criminal." My nails bit into my palms, the memory of that fight flickering behind my eyelids as if watching a movie scene. Caravanners screaming, bandits closing in. I was as much a victim as anyone. Well, Auriel was. "Listen," Reagan sighed, sliding a thin folder across the table. "For now, we're not arresting you. We don't have concrete proof linking you to the ambush. But you remain confined to Corvar. The City Watch and the Guild's scouts will be keeping an eye out for you. If there's any sign you try to skip town before we close this case, we'll bring you in and hold you for questioning. ... My stomach twisted into knots, looking at the folder, not even reaching for it. So, I'm stuck here indefinitely. Yes, he gave a tight nod. Until we learn more. That was that. They dismissed me and I marched out, rage simmering under my skin. I'd been hoping that after a week they'd accept I had nothing to do with the ambush. Instead, they doubled down. Now I was trapped, handled as a suspicious individual, also broke as a nail. The combination of my new fate resembling my old one gnawed at me. By the time I left the guild hall, my blood still boiled just the same. A few passers-by glanced my way, probably wondering about the murderous scowl on my face, while I felt the corners of my mouth twitch in frustration. There's no way I'm just waiting around for them to eventually pin some nonsense on me. My feet carried me to the shabbier part of town without conscious thought, down winding back streets and crooked roads. I remembered the path from last time, weaving through narrow alleys until I found a battered door leading into a dimly lit cellar. Part of me was tense. Would they even welcome me? I stepped inside, and it was empty. Nothing remained there. I remembered the place. This was it. But they were gone. Thinking about it, it was logical. They brought someone in. Someone who could be another mole. I couldn't blame them for it. Only myself for my stupidity. Well, my excuse was that I was too angry to remember they also told me where to find them. With a quick turn, I left, heading to the given address that wasn't so far away, in a 2-story building with boarded windows. I stood nervously before its rusty metal door before knocking. There was no answer, but I could hear that someone was on the other side, so I spoke up. It's me, Auriel. I was told by Kravik where to come for help. When I finished, the door opened and I was let in. The hushed murmur of voices inside the room died down the moment they shut the door behind me, while lanterns revealed the same old crates, the tables with scattered notes and vials of potions stacked in them, ready to be transported. Risa and Kravik were both present, deep in conversation with a few other gang members, probably discussing how they were going to smuggle them to their destination. They all paused to glance my way when I was finally in. "Kid," Kravik greeted, raising an eyebrow, "I had a feeling we'd see you again." "I told you." I inclined my head. "If you're still open to business, I want to talk." "We are," Risa smirked, stepping forward. "Trouble with the guild, I take it? Or maybe you just realized there's more coin to be made outside official channels?" "Both," I muttered, then exhaled. "They're locking me down, treating me like a suspect. I can't leave Korvar, and I can't make decent money. Not legally, anyway." "Ah, I see. Well, as I said that day, we help wrongfully accused individuals." Kravik chuckled, exchanging a knowing look with Risa. "Well, that's how the guild usually does it. They lock you in a cage, watch you starve, and see if you squeal." "I'm not squealing," I said flatly. "I need a way forward, I need coin, and I need freedom. I figured you might have something that fits." Hmm. Risa studied me for a moment, then gestured to a corner table. "Sit, Auriel. Let's see what we can do for each other." Nodding my head, I sank into a creaky chair, noticing how my heart still pounded, but this time it was doing it out of anticipation. "Fine," I said, meeting her gaze. "I'm listening." The others, curious about our discussion, gathered around like it was the finest show they had a chance to watch. Over the next few minutes, the conversation laid out options for me. Jobs that wouldn't require leaving the city could skirt around the guild's oversight. A bit of smuggling here, discreet guard work there, maybe roughing up a few troublemakers who owed the Crowfoot gang debts. Risky, yes, but it beat rotting in a tavern room with no future and out of coin. Waiting for someone to put me into cuffs and throw me into jail. If it happened after I joined them, at least they would have a valid reason to do so. "We're not asking you to kill innocents or anything." Kravik's voice was patient but firm. "That is bad for business. But you'll need to keep your mouth shut about any arrangement between us. If the guild sniffs out we're working together, we'll all be in hot water. We are not about that. We would drop you just so you know." "I understand." "Good. Risa smiled as she nudged a small crate of potions. And if you need a boost on a job, well, we've got the product. Not all of it's contraband, but enough of it would raise eyebrows among the guards. You keep that on the down low and we'll keep you afloat. I nodded slowly, the knot in my gut easing a little. It wasn't the path I'd have chosen in my old life, but that life was gone anyway. If the guild wants to see me as a suspect, I might as well find new allies where I can. Ha! Great. Kravik held out a gloved hand, his grin returning. Welcome to a bigger world, Auriel. Don't worry, there's actual honor among us crows, so long as you remember where your loyalty lies. The hush in the cellar pressed in on me. I felt that I may have done something out of spite of my old life by joining a criminal ring. But I had also run out of good alternatives. Steeling my nerves, I reached out and clasped Kravik's hand, smiling at him. Guess I'm in, I said, voice steady, at least until the guild decides to get me, because then I'll need to disappear. Don't worry about that. The gangsters exchanged approving nods, and Risa let out a satisfied chuckle. When you prove to be a good fledgling, we will do that for you. They won't even know you existed. A wry smile tugged at my lips, hearing her words. So be it. If the crows gave me a place to spread my wings, that might be worth the risk. It's better than being a chicken waiting to be made into soup. Chapter 7. Fitting in. The following day, the gang wasted no time putting me to work. Stick with me, kid, Kravik said, patting me on the shoulder as he led me through the twisting streets of Korvar's southern district, the main operating area of the gang. Every fledgling needs a proper start. Fledgling, that's what they called me. Not that I had an issue with it. I was new blood and untested. It was fitting, I supposed. The gang's full name was the Crowfoot Syndicate, and everything about them revolved around birds. When I asked about why, I was simply met with laughs, telling me that it was because of the kingdom I found myself in. The royal banner had a black crow, the saint animal of the ruling bloodline, so they also used it for themselves. They also told me how many times that simple, unsaid connection got them out of the sticky situation with some gullible guards in the region. I wanted to ask if it wasn't a risky idea, masquerading as someone who has a connection to the royal bloodline, but who was I to ask? They have been at it for much longer than I have arrived in this world. After I finally stopped questioning everything, I just listened to Kravik's continuing explanation. Their ranks reflected the image of the crow too. Kravik, for example, was a Talon, one of the enforcers who kept people in line. He was one of the muscles of their operation. On the other hand, Risa had casually mentioned her own title, a wing, making her part of their scouts and smugglers responsible for getting the goods from A to B, or finding new deals. As for the top of the chain, the one everyone told me about, but never named directly, he was the Crown, the head of this entire operation, the big boss, the Don. Whenever I asked, they said I might see him soon, but that was it. Not that it mattered. I wasn't concerned with the Crown, not yet. I was still being tested anyway. For now, I had to prove I wasn't a waste of space, and then think about how to go about my life from there. My first task was simple enough on paper. Deliver a small crate to a tailor's shop in the merchant's quarter. Kravik handed me the crate, and Risa was assigned to shadow me, keeping an eye on my every move. Of course, I did not know it when I was given the task. "What's in it?" I asked, testing its weight. It wasn't particularly heavy, but it was sealed tight. If anyone tried to peek into it, the seals would be broken, a telling sign that it had been tampered with. "Don't ask questions you don't want answers to," Kravik said with a grin. "Just get it there without opening it, and don't be late." Understood. I nodded, pushing down my curiosity. He was right. Sometimes it is just best to remain silent. I just hoped I wasn't going to be made into some kind of drug mule and get busted the first time I did something of my own will, so they could push something even better elsewhere. But it was too late to think about the possibilities, and it wasn't going to help. The walk to the shop was uneventful enough. At first, about halfway there, a pair of city guards appeared, blocking my path and making my worst thoughts manifest into reality. My heart sank as one of them pointed at me out of the blue. "You there. What's in the crate?" the guard demanded, stepping forward. His partner stayed back, watching for trouble, making me twitch my eyelids. Fucking hell. Good job, Auriel. You are going to medieval prison, you idiot. Flour, I stammered, trying to keep my voice steady. For the bakery on Oak Street. Really? The guard asked while he raised an eyebrow, his suspicion evident on his face. Let's take a look. Ah! Before I could respond, Risa swooped in from nowhere, flashing a disarming smile at the guards. Good morning, officers, she said, her tone as sweet as honey, laced with a hint of flirtiness. This one's new to the city and a little nervous around authority. Isn't that right, my little birdie? I nodded quickly, gripping the crate tighter, surprised that she showed up from nowhere, but at least it told me I wasn't being set up by them. Flour, you said? The guard seemed unconvinced, looking past Risa. Why is he taking it all the way to Oak Street when there's a bakery 2 blocks over from where we are? Oh, please, Risa laughed, her voice light and airy sounding. Because the baker's his cousin, of course. Family helps family, don't they? A bit of extra work is never a bad thing when it concerns family. Now, unless you want to be the reason someone doesn't get their bread on time. The guard hesitated, seeing Risa's insistence, and in reality, I guess they didn't have any reason to push further. Not when they realized there could be trouble brewing. So, with one last glance, the man pierced into my eyes and then waved us on with a grunt. Once we were out of earshot, Risa turned to me, her smile fading. Next time, keep your story straight, she hissed. You're lucky they were lazy enough. Yeah, ... I nodded, feeling my heart beating in my throat. Finally, we reached the tailor's shop without further incident, as Risa's presence helped deter any other guards who may look to shake some people down for extra money. After seeing us, the man behind the counter took the crate without question, sliding a small pouch of coins back in its place. He didn't even look at me, addressing Risa instead. Tell the crows it's all there. We know. She chuckled, making the pouch disappear with one swift movement of her hand and leading me back out. Don't worry. She patted my shoulders in the end. At least you didn't buckle on the first hurdle or try to run. Just be mindful of the city's layout when trying to get away with it. Yeah. I nodded, repeating the same word and movement, thinking I indeed should pay more attention to my surroundings. That way I could have avoided them in the first place. My second job was less straightforward. Kravik brought me along to chat with a merchant who owed the gang money. We're not here to hurt anyone, he explained as we approached the man's stall in the bustling marketplace. I hoped so, as it was filled with witnesses. But Garo needs to remember his priorities. Watch and learn, fledgling. The merchant was a thin man with nervous eyes and a patch of hair that was falling out on the left side of his head. Of course, he spotted us immediately. His face paled even more, not something I thought was possible. I watched, trying to look serious, while he began fiddling with the trinkets on his stall, pretending not to notice us and getting his stuff away before slinking away. Garo, my friend, Kravik called out, his voice overly cheerful. How's business? Business? Oh, fine, the man stammered, not meeting Kravik's gaze. He only looked into mine once too, probably to memorize my looks. Glad to hear it, Kravik continued, leaning casually on the stool, making the old wood creak under the weight of his whole body. But you see, I'm here about a different kind of business. You're late on your payments. Wah. Garo swallowed hard, glancing around as if searching for an escape route. I just need more time. Time? Kravik's smile didn't waver, but his tone grew icy. My pal, my friend. My dear, we lend out money, not time. And anyway, we're all out of time, Garo. You know how we operate. Pay up or things get complicated. Maybe something goes missing. Maybe it will be a trinket of yours. Maybe it will be your eyes. I stood behind Kravik, unsure of what to do, but I put up a stoic front, trying to be intimidating with my best efforts. Standing there, the tension was thick enough to cut with a blade. I thought Kravik would reach out and grab him, but that never happened, and it seemed words alone were enough. Finally, Garo reached under his stall and pulled out a small pouch of coins, his hands trembling. Here, it's all I have right now. It should be enough. See, I knew you were holding out on me, my bestest pal of pals. Kravik laughed as he took the pouch and weighed it in his hand. Not bad. You're lucky I'm feeling generous today. But don't let this happen again, Garo. He leaned in, and I saw the stall develop a nice little crack over it while he did so. Next time, I might not be so friendly. Then, with a playful slap on the man's face, Kravik straightened up, and we walked away. I couldn't help but glance back at the merchant, who looked like he might collapse from relief, or dread, or both. "See?" Kravik spoke, clapping me on the back, making me stumble. "Easy as pie. Just remember, we don't make empty threats. We make promises." "So, you took others' eyes already?" I asked, partially joking but also curious. "Once." He nodded, then sold it back to him. My third task involved slipping a bundle of contraband past the city watch. This time, Risa wasn't hiding and took the lead in the operation. She handed me a stack of actual flour sacks to carry. I don't know if this was payback for my first debacle, but the grin in her eyes told me I gave her the idea to do it this way. Anyway, hidden within one of them was a bundle wrapped in an oilcloth. This time, I knew enough not to ask questions. "Head down, act dumb, and don't say a word," she instructed as we approached a checkpoint, telling me only what I had to know. Let me do the talking. I didn't know if I liked going in blind, but oh well, I was already in. I just had to grit my teeth and get to a position where I would be able to make my own decisions. I can't be ordered around forever. I will make sure of that. Still, thinking about it wasn't going to do anything as it was further away, and my heart raced as we neared the guards. Two of them stood at the checkpoint, one leaning lazily against a wall while the other scrutinized passers-by, and I could swear they were the same guards as before. "Evening," Risa said brightly as we approached. "What's your business?" the more attentive guard asked, eyeing the sacks I carried. "Just delivering supplies to the bakery," Risa replied smoothly. "It's been a busy week and they're running low." "Hey, didn't we have this talk before?" "Maybe." The guard nodded but gestured for me to stop. "Let's have a look." "Again?" Risa stepped between us, her smile never faltering. "Oh, come on. Do you really want to sift through flour? You'll be coughing up dust for a week." ... The guard hesitated once again, then sighed, looking at us and then back at his garb. "Fine, go on." Luckily, we passed through without incident, and I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. Once we were clear, Risa turned to me with a sly grin, winking at me. "Not bad, fledgling. You might actually make it in this line of work." "What if they did look this time around?" I asked, making her laugh. "Nothing. The cloth has nothing in it. I was just messing with you." "What?" I gasped, almost dropping the heavy flour stacks that were already killing my back. "Ah ha 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 ha. You should have seen your face," she continued, laughing like a maniac, pointing at me. "Ah, this was worth all the preparations. Ah ha 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 ha. Come, come, little fledgling. Bwah ha ha ha. You will pay me a beer." ... Damn it. I couldn't think of anything else, finally dropping the sacks that, of course, burst, painting me white, raising her laughter a whole octave. Not to mention the others when we returned. By the end of the second week, I'd gathered enough coins so I could move out of the guild's tavern and into a small room above a bakery in the southern district, feeling they were still pulling my leg to get me a room there. It was nothing fancy, just a bed, a chair, and a window that overlooked a tangle of crooked rooftops. But it was mine. For the first time since arriving in this world, I felt grounded. I also enjoyed waking up early to the fresh smell of bread. That was a bonus. As I integrated myself into my new life, the gang itself was unlike anything I'd expected. They weren't simply criminals. They were indeed a family. Dinner was always shared, and nobody was allowed to skip it. There was where stories were swapped, but nothing work-related. That was against the rules. I also learned there that when one of us got into trouble, everyone rallied to help. Even the grizzled guys who held the rank of Talon, who seemed so intimidating at first, had their moments of warmth, laughing and welcoming me into this family, however crooked it was. Despite my growing comfort as the week passed and I neared my first month with them, one figure remained an enigma: the Crown. I tried not to listen to the others when they told me their spooky stories, thinking they were simply teasing me, being the new guy and all. I was a bit unsure if I should keep ignoring it or not, though. Going by their stories, the Crown was ruthless. Others felt that they were a genius strategist. The two can be true at the same time. Anyway, one thing was clear: Meeting him wasn't something up to me, but to him. When he wants to see me, I will see him. Don't worry about the crown, Risa said one evening as we sorted through stolen goods after dinner and I offered to stay late and help her out. He'll meet you when the time's right. Until then, focus on proving yourself. Don't worry, I smiled at her, I will. Chapter 8, Neighbors. The streets of Corvar were quieter than usual as I made my way back to the bakery, more precisely to my home above it. The usual hustle and chaos of the southern district faded into the stillness of the evening as I left it behind after a long day, leaving only the distant murmur of tavern chatter and the occasional bark of a stray dog. I couldn't help but yawn, looking up at the night sky, thinking it had to be past midnight already. My legs ached, and the weariness from the whole day running errands back and forth clung to me like a second skin. I only wanted my trusty sponge and to wash myself down before sleeping until morning. I was fumbling for the spare key in my pocket, walking towards the stairs leading up to the side of the building, when I noticed a faint light spilling out from the bakery's front windows. There it was, the familiar scent of fresh bread mixed with a faint sweetness in the air, and through the slightly ajar door I spotted Lyra sweeping the floor, humming softly to herself. What was she doing here at this late hour? Baking? No way, but the smell was indeed fresh. The family operating it was a small one, and by now I knew them by name. Lyra was their daughter, about 16 or 17. I have never really asked. Of the two, I mean, between the parents and her, she was always the chatty one. The one with the actual energy and one who could sell the goods. Her father was good at operating the tools and the oven, and her mother was good at coming up with recipes and prices. But when it came to selling them, yeah, that was Lyra's specialty. Long day, she called out before I could even step inside to ask if she needed help or something. Her voice was light, teasing as if she already knew the answer or was here, waiting for me. You could say that, I replied, stepping into the glow of the bakery. There wasn't much inside, everything was put away, and she was finishing packing up for the day. Didn't expect anyone to still be here. We had some late orders come in today. She smiled while she set the broom aside and wiped her hands on her apron. Also, I'm always the last to leave. Someone has to make sure everything's ready for tomorrow. Besides, she gestured to a tray of small pastries on the counter. I couldn't let these go to waste. Want one? Well, I hesitated. I'm not exactly rolling in coin right now. Please, she laughed, shaking her head. They're on the house, Mr. Flower. Think of it as neighborly generosity. The word flower made me twitch my lips as she picked up on the nickname the others started to call me when they were about to tease me. Oh well, I can't blame them for it. So if it was the price for a free second dinner, so be it. And I picked up one of the sweets. It was soft and filled with some kind of fruit preserve that burst with flavor as I bit into it. This is good, I mumbled, my mouth half full. Good, she scoffed, feigning offense. I'll have you know those are my forte. It isn't just good. It is excellent. It is perfect, I corrected myself, making her grin. Much better. We ended up sitting on the edge of the counter, munching on the pastries while the conversation flowed easily between us. She asked about how I was settling in upstairs and whether the room was to my liking. I kept my answers vague, steering clear of the details of my real work, and I think she knew it. She never pushed for answers and quickly switched topics when they became sensitive. You don't talk about yourself much, she noted after a while, tilting her head to study me. Not much to tell, I lied, wiping crumbs from my hands. Just a guy trying to get by. That's who I am. Mm-hmm, she replied, clearly unconvinced but not pressing the issue. Well, for what it's worth, I'm glad you moved in. This place could use someone who's not afraid of a little hard work. I wasn't sure what to say to that, so I just nodded, knowing I had just agreed to help them out when I could. For free. Tisk, I am still too easily pulled into things like this, aren't I? Damn it. I will need to ask for stuff. I can't let myself return to old habits. Thinking about it, she may have noticed the change in my expression while I was finishing the last of my pastry. You should get some rest, she said eventually, standing and picking up the tray, looking at me apologetically. You look like you're about to fall over. Yeah, maybe I am now that my stomach is full, I admitted, feeling the weight of the day catching up to me. Thanks for the sweets. Ehehehe. She smiled, a small, genuine thing that made me feel oddly at ease. Anytime. Good night, Mr. Auriel. Good night, Lyra, I said, heading out with a nod and then up the stairs to my room. Lyra watched him disappear up the stairs, her heart fluttering a little despite herself. She hurriedly shook her head, scolding herself under her breath for pushing it a bit too far at the end. Get a grip, Lyra. He doesn't even notice you. You will need more than sweets. Maybe a new pair of shoes, she whispered, looking out the window, watching him disappear. Once the door upstairs creaked shut, she locked up the bakery and stepped outside, the cool night air brushing against her fair skin, catching onto her long auburn hair. Her family's home was just next door, a modest but comfortable residence with the same smell of bread and sweets seeping through its walls, connected to the bakery. Just as usual, when she opened the door and stepped into a house that should have felt like a sanctuary, it felt like she was back in a cage. One that looked nice and inviting from the outside, but was stale and sour within. Her father was slouched in his usual chair by the hearth, his fingers fidgeting with an empty vial that once held a potion for who knows what this time around. His eyes were glassy, the telltale sign that he'd used another dose earlier. Her mother was at the dining table, sorting through an old pile of maps and gear from her adventuring days, muttering to herself about the good old times and how much her chosen husband had fallen, and how she was now stuck in doing nothing. You're late, her father suddenly recovered, hearing Lyra coming in, his voice heavy and slightly slurred. I was closing the shop, Lyra replied evenly, heading toward the kitchen to grab a drink of water. So late? Her mother looked up sharply. And spending time with that flower man, weren't you? Lyra froze, her jaw tightening. So what if I was? You. Hearing her stiff, defiant answer, her father groaned, dragging a hand over his face. Lyra, you don't understand the kind of people he's mixed up with. The last thing we need is you getting tangled up in... In what? She snapped, turning to face him. The same people you're tangled up with. The same people who make sure we don't lose the bakery because you can't stop drinking those damn potions. Don't you dare talk to me like that. Her father flinched, and her mother rose to her feet. Lyra, that's enough. No, it's not, she shot back, her voice rising. You're both such hypocrites. You take their money, or why are we in such debt they run their shady business through us? You do their bidding, but the second I talk to someone who works for them, it's suddenly a problem. That is different. Her mother's face darkened, hearing her daughter speak with so much venom in her voice. We do what we have to keep this family afloat. You don't understand the sacrifices we've made. Oh, I understand perfectly, Lyra interrupted her, disgust showing on her face. I've heard the stories, Mom. You weren't exactly a saint when you were adventuring with your teammates. And then you try to preach to me? Her mother's expression twisted with anger, but before she could reply, Lyra stormed toward the door, grabbing her cloak on the way. Where are you going? Her father called after her, but he was unable to take 2 steps before faltering, still feeling dizzy. Out, she said sharply, slamming the door behind her. The night air was cool against her flushed skin as Lyra stomped down the cobbled street, wiping away the little tears gathering at the edge of her eyes. Her heart pounded, frustration bubbling over into every step. She didn't know where she was going, just that she needed to get away, if only for a little while. Auriel's face flashed in her mind unbidden, forcing her steps to stop, making her sigh deeply. Maybe she didn't know what she was doing, but at least talking to him felt real, something her family hadn't been in a long time. Then a sudden idea struck her. Taking quick turns, she returned to the bakery, only from the other side, heading up the stairs, trying to make as little noise as possible. While doing so, she could hear her parents arguing nearby, and even saw her mother leave the house on her way to search for her. Not that she will find me, she muttered, reaching the door, and after her mother was off with a flushed face, she knocked on it. Chapter 9. Frustrated. The cool water dripped from my hair as I sat on the edge of my bed, rubbing a towel over my damp skin. There wasn't a bathroom here, really, only a simple tub that I could stand in and wash myself down with water from a bucket. Still, it was more than nothing. I watched with a tired sigh as the dim glow of the candle on my bedside table flickered, casting simple shadows against the featureless walls of my tiny room. It wasn't that different from my old apartment, really. Remembering that life, another deep sigh escaped my lips as exhaustion threatened to drag me under, my muscles aching from a long day of running errands and dealing with the syndicate's orders. The upside was that at least here, even if I now worked for the local mafia, at least I had my nights. I mean, I had time for myself. They were less forceful than my old job, not demanding overtime, and while working with them, they helped out. They treated me as part of their family more and more, and I felt it. So, it wasn't bad. I didn't feel I was being used, which didn't mean I wasn't keeping an eye out. I knew the tactics. It could be only a ruse, and if it turned out it was just a honeymoon phase, I would be ready. Thinking about it, I was about to lay down, but there was a knock on my door. It was soft at first, hesitant, making me question if I imagined it. My head jerked up, eyes narrowing toward the door, waiting to hear it again. My instincts sharpened instantly, and the sudden images of the bandit attack where my young version died flashed by me. No one should be visiting me this late. Had something happened? Had the guild caught onto something? Or worse, was this syndicate business? Was I right? Reaching for the knife I kept tucked beneath my pillow, I stood cautiously, my bare feet carrying me silently across the wooden floor as I approached the door. Then another knock, just as uncertain. Taking a deep breath, I pulled it open, the blade hidden in my palm behind my back, only to find Lyra standing there. She was flushed, whether from anger or from the cold night air, or something else I couldn't tell. Her hair was slightly tousled, her breath a bit uneven, as if she had been running. But more than that, it was the look in her eyes that caught me off guard. I knew those feelings. I saw them in the mirror many times. They were the mix of frustration, hurt, and something else I couldn't quite place. No, I could remember them. I just never acknowledged them to myself. It was hopelessness. She started, clearly realizing how bold a move she had just made by coming up to a man's home all alone in the middle of the night. I don't know how things were in this world, but… Lyra, I muttered, lowering my guard. It's past midnight. What are you doing here? I dot. She fidgeted slightly, her fingers curling into the fabric of her cloak, raising up one, twirling a strand of her hair. She hesitated again, then glanced over her shoulder as if checking to see if she was being followed. I just needed to get away for a while. Don't we all? I muttered as I exhaled through my nose, already feeling the walls around my heart trying to slam shut. I didn't want to get involved in someone else's mess. Not again. I had a lifetime's worth of regret teaching me that kindness was just another way to be taken advantage of. People only came knocking when they wanted something, and when they got it, they'd disappear like it never happened. Maybe that was unfair. Maybe she really did just need a place to breathe. But did that make it my problem? Look, Lyra, I said, my voice softer now, measured. If you're in trouble, I'm not in trouble, she interrupted, but the way she said it told me she was lying. Or maybe she was lying to herself. I clenched my jaw, hearing her tone, debating it for another beat. She was breathing a little too fast and standing a little too stiffly. Then I saw it in her eyes that my tone hurt her. Damn it. I don't know how to feel about that. She had clearly been arguing with someone, her parents most likely. I hesitated, still torn between sending her away and giving in to the part of me that still hadn't learned to shut the door on people who needed help. Then, with a quiet sigh, I stepped aside. Come in, I muttered, stepping aside, but I swore this would be the last time. If it turns out she is about to ask for stuff just because she has a cute smile, I'll throw her out. But then I realized that I was back to my old habits. Fuck. I watched as Lyra blinked her eyes in quick succession, as if surprised that I'd actually agreed. Then, with a nod, she slipped inside. The moment I shut the door behind her, she let out a long breath, visibly relaxing as she took in the small, dimly lit room. Compared to the chaos of her home, it was probably unnervingly quiet. Sorry, she said softly, still lingering near the door. I know this is… weird. I shouldn't have come. I just… had no other idea. It's fine, I said, tossing my towel onto a chair. Just… sit down, I guess. She hesitated before stepping further in, perching herself on the edge of the only chair in the room. Her hands rested in her lap, twisting her fingers together, still nervous. I couldn't blame her. For a few moments, neither of us spoke, but then she let out a sharp sigh, probably taking my silence as me, waiting for her explanation of what she was doing here. I had another fight with my parents. Mm-hmm. I nodded, and I could have guessed as much. Bad one? Yeah, ... She let out a dry chuckle. Aren't they always bad? Most of the time, yes. I sat down on the bed, leaning forward, forearms resting on my knees. What was it about this time? I know that look. This isn't the first it happened, is it? No, it isn't. She nodded and hesitated a little. You, actually. What? I raised an eyebrow in honest surprise. Me? She nodded, rubbing her arms. They don't want me getting involved with someone from your group. Too dangerous, they say. Too unpredictable. The usual. They say? I scoffed, a deep sarcasm laced into my voice. And yet they work with the Crowfoot gang. Exactly, she exclaimed, throwing her hands up, her voice surprisingly loud. It's so damn hypocritical. My father has been relying on them for years, thanks to his damn potion addiction. My mother was an adventurer, of all things, running with mercenaries who did the nobles' dirty work outside of the city walls or inside their bedrooms. But suddenly, I'm the one making bad choices. Oh? I leaned back slightly. Your mother was an adventurer. I never heard of that side of the story. I knew that her father was an addict. It was something that the gang was using as leverage, moving goods through them, washing money, the usual. She was a silver tier one. Lyra huffed, crossing her arms. Yeah, you wouldn't know it now looking at her, but she used to be part of a mercenary group. You've heard of them, right? The adventurer bands? I know of the guild. I nodded, although I no longer wore my bracelet, not since getting into the crows. Yeah, she nodded her head. Them. I'm talking about the real mercenary groups, the ones who aren't just running errands for the townsfolk, doing the missions on their boards. She was one of the ones who got hired by kings and nobles through the guild to handle real missions that were off the record. Off the record, I frowned. Like what? Usually this is stuff that could be a diplomatic nightmare if done officially. But the guild and its adventurer groups operate across all the kingdoms. They have no real affiliation, so others can't. Blame one exact kingdom and entice a war. Lyra's expression darkened slightly as she explained. Other kingdoms? Like? I asked, now really curious. The elves? Oh, I blinked. What about them? Well, she sighed, leaning forward. Look, I don't know much, only what my mother told me here and there. I also don't know about this kingdom or its history as deeply as a scholar would. But what I do know is that the elves hate us. They hate all of us, humans, dwarves, even the beast folk tribes. They think we're lesser, that we're little more than vermin scurrying around their lands, taking it from them. I stayed quiet, letting her continue. Well, what I gathered was that humans were the most numerous. So if the elves were here before us, we may have taken their land. That would not be surprising. There have been wars, she went on, but never outright crusades. Not for the past 500 years. It's all done in shadows, through adventurer groups, assassins, and deniable assets. That's what my parents, especially my mother, was part of. One of the bands hired to handle elven issues, so the king's hands could stay clean. Not bad. I whistled as it sank in, thinking I was greatly underestimating her. I would have never guessed. Lyra, you're saying the kingdoms are still fighting, just not openly, I asked, blinking my eyes. It wasn't bad to learn a bit about the politics of this world. Exactly, she nodded. It's all quiet wars now, skirmishes in the forests, ambushes in the mountains. The elves have their own warriors, spell-slinging fanatics who think they're purging the world of filth. I heard they guard their remaining territories, killing anything that isn't an elf. So the human rulers send people like my mother after them. Why? Resources, what else? She chuckled as if I asked a stupid question. Oh, yeah, sorry, I'm tired. I exhaled slowly, scratching my cheeks. Of course, what else? So to not look like an idiot, I quickly asked another question. And your father? He ... Her jaw tightened. A potions addict. He used to be a decent man. I think, when I was little, but now, he's a drunkard. He owes your gang too much, and if it weren't for the bakery and your friends, we'd have lost everything already. Silence stretched between us. Somehow, I expected her to hate me for the fact that I was working for the gang. But no, I felt her anger directed towards her father. Look, finally I said, that's a lot to unload at midnight. I know. She let out a soft, dry laugh. Yeah, sorry, I shouldn't have come here. What is done is done. I shook my head. Don't be sorry, I let you in after all. I just didn't expect to get a history lesson tonight. Ha. She gave me a small, tired smile. Well, now you know. That's the world we live in. And she sighed, running a hand through her hair. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I don't want to be trapped in their mess forever, especially because it is a mess my parents made, and now it seems like I am inheriting it. It is frustrating. She sniffled. I understood that feeling far too well. You should get some sleep, I muttered, remembering how it can feel. You can stay here if you need to. Just take the chair or the floor. Not the bed. She blinked, surprised. I didn't respond at first, but then again, I wasn't going to put myself at a disadvantage, not even if I knew how she felt. I just blew out the candle, letting the room sink into darkness. If you want, but it is my bed, I said as I laid back down, closing my eyes. Yet, as I drifted into sleep, I heard her climbing up to the bed, right next to me. Chapter 10, A Reminiscent Morning. The first thing I became aware of was the unusual warmth. Not that my room was cold or anything, but there was, how to say it, a slow, steady heat was pressing lightly against my side, a soft weight that felt unfamiliar. My eyes fluttered open as my brain caught on to the feeling, slowly adjusting to the dim morning light filtering through the wooden slats of my window. My room was quiet, save for the faint rhythm of breathing, one that wasn't mine. I stiffened slightly, my mind struggling to bridge the gap between last night and now. Was there someone here with me? An assassin? A monster? Then, as my thoughts cleared, thanks to my beating heart pumping adrenaline and blood into my brain, something clicked. Lyra. Turning around, she was curled up beside me, facing toward me, her chest rising and falling in soft, even breaths. Her hair was tousled from sleep and had dropped over part of her face, one stray strand resting lightly across her lips. I swallowed, suddenly aware of how close she was. One scream and I will end up in jail. Or, maybe this world is different, but fuck. The small bed I had here didn't leave much space between us, and despite the chill of the morning air, the warmth from her body was noticeable. And dot. There was a silent thought creeping up from the depth of my memories, something I didn't want to remember. I carefully moved my arm, only to realize just how tangled we had become in sleep. My thoughts kept creeping to the forefront thanks to it, flashing back to the last time I had woken up beside someone like this. For a moment, I wasn't in this world anymore. I was back in my old apartment, sunlight streaming in through a half-open curtain and a familiar weight at my side. I could almost smell the faint trace of lavender shampoo and hear the lazy, teasing murmur of the woman I once thought I'd spend my life with. 7 years. Is it long? I don't know. For me, it was. 7 years with someone, and in the end, it hadn't been enough for her. She had looked at me one day and realized I wasn't someone she could see a future with. Were there signs it would happen? Looking back now. Yeah, there were. But I don't know. I didn't think we wouldn't even try. Just like that, it had all ended, and I had let her go because what else could I do? I thought it was the evolution of a relationship. We had grown up. We were no longer college lovers. We were people with responsibilities and jobs. Even though our lives were no longer about partying or the myriad of opportunities, we should have faced our lives together. At least, that was what I believed. Maybe I was wrong. I thought I had buried all of this nonsense, that it didn't matter anymore. But lying here, feeling the warmth of another person again, I realized how much I had pushed it down, how much I had avoided thinking about it, and how much I missed it. I really did. And I hated being reminded of it. A part of me, one that I wasn't entirely comfortable acknowledging, didn't want to move, didn't want to break this fragile, peaceful moment. But that was dangerous. Snap out of it, Auriel. With slow, careful movements, I shifted, putting a little more space between us, ensuring there was no misinterpretation when she woke up. I wasn't about to make this more complicated than it already was. I tried thinking how it was in this world, but the younger Auriel was a virgin. To be honest, thinking about it, I don't think he ever held a girl's hand either. Poor bastard. Anyway, I wasn't going to catch a charge either. And then, as if summoned by my thoughts of trying to sneak out like some idiot after a one-night stand, Lyra stirred. The first thing she noticed was warmth. Not the cold draft coming into her room from the other side of the house, blowing through the simple cloth, separating her tiny room. It was also not the uncomfortable stiffness of her own bed. This was, even if just a bit softer. Yet something solid and steady was beside her. Her body, still wrapped in the grogginess of sleep, barely on the trip to gain consciousness, registered it as something comforting. Just at the moment before her mind fully caught up. And when it did, her eyes shot open, her face flaring up with the color of red. Auriel. Her breath quickened at once, her body freezing as her brain processed where she was, how she had gotten here, and the sheer insanity of it. She was in a man's bed. Not just any man, Auriel's. They barely knew each other. Well, he barely knew her, although she had been looking at him since he first came into her parents' bakery. She was in his room, his bed, and he hadn't thrown her out. Heat flooded her cheeks even stronger, so intensely that she thought she might catch fire. For a moment, she thought she had turned into an oven. Her fingers gripped the fabric of the blanket she had curled under, as if using it to ground herself in the reality of what had happened last night. Yeah. Did anything happen? She had come here, desperate to escape her home, to flee from her family's suffocating hypocrisy, and he had let her in. He had let her stay. And she had been the one bold enough to slip into bed next to him when it was time to go to sleep. How? The thought made her head spin. What would her parents say? No, what would the entire town say if they found out? This was scandalous. This was just as wrong as her mother's past. Did she inherit her tendencies, even though nothing had happened, even though Auriel had treated her with nothing but distant patience? The fact that she had stayed the night next to him was exhilarating. Her heart pounded so hard she worried he might hear it. Slowly, as cautiously as possible, she turned her head, peeking up at him. He was awake. His eyes, which were still heavy with sleep, met hers for the briefest of moments before he exhaled, running a hand through his hair. "Morning," he muttered, his voice still tired and a bit groggy. Good morning," Lyra stammered, immediately wanting to kick herself for how ridiculous she sounded, her voice so high-pitched it made her sound like a mouse. She watched as he sat up, stretching his shoulders slightly before looking at her again. There was no anger, no irritation, just something sad. And maybe a little bit of hesitation. His expression told of something painful. What was it? She didn't know. But now she wanted to know. Without intending it to sound so loud, she swallowed, suddenly hyper-aware of everything. The warmth of his presence was still lingering between them. She now recognized the way her hands trembled slightly against the blanket, the way her heart wouldn't stop racing. This was bad. She started, voice still embarrassingly shaky. "I should go." He didn't argue, he just gave a small nod, and somehow that was both reassuring and disappointing at the same time. Without looking at him for long, Lyra quickly swung her legs over the side of the bed, adjusting the clothes she kept on while sleeping. She pulled up her cloak from the chair, laying it around her shoulders, trying desperately to get her emotions under control and hide behind it. As she moved toward the door, she finally dared one last glance back at him. He was still watching her, his expression forlorn and distant. In her eyes, he looked like a sad, abandoned puppy. Thinking about it, her heart skipped again. And then she was gone, slipping out before she could do something incredibly stupid, like thank him again or ask if this meant anything. The cool morning air hit her like a splash of water as she stepped outside, helping her calm down. She slapped her cheeks twice, and then she pressed a hand to her chest, trying to steady her breath. But before she could take another step, a familiar voice nearly made her jump out of her skin. "Oh ho ho, what's this?" Lyra whipped around to find Kravik standing at the bottom of the stairs, arms crossed, a knowing smirk tugging at her lips. "You look a little flustered there, sweetie." Lyra's entire face turned red once again, feeling that in the cold morning air her head was steaming like a chimney. I, it's not what you think." Kravik leaned in slightly after he walked up the steps at the side of the building, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "Oh? So you just happened to spend the night in my youngest brother Auriel's own room, and now you're scurrying off all pink-cheeked and breathless. Do tell," he said, teasing, his grin like that of a ruthless jokester. Lyra opened her mouth, closed it, and opened it again, but nothing intelligent came out. Just a strangled sound of frustration, knowing there was nothing she could say to prove him otherwise. "Ah-ha-ha," Kravik chuckled, patting her shoulder. "Relax, sweetheart, I'm just teasing." But she shot a glance toward Auriel's room. "This is interesting. Just don't mix work and fun, girlie." Lyra groaned, pulling her cloak over her face. She decided there was nothing more to say, so without saying a word, she hurried away. Kravik, after watching her disappear, turned back toward the building with an amused grin. "Oh, Auriel is never hearing the end of this." I barely had time to process what had just happened, the look Lyra gave me while she left before my door creaked open again. This time, it was Kravik who strolled in, grinning ear to ear. Ah, I know that look. He saw her leave. Great. It was time for a new round of misunderstanding Monopoly. Just what I needed for a morning exercise. "So," he smiled like a lecherous bastard, leaning against the doorframe, "how was your night, oh honorable and virtuous Auriel?" "Stop sniffing the air. You are not a hound." "My nose can be just as sharp, kid." He winked, posing like a gigolo from some lousy porn movie. "And true, I can't smell anything." "What? You were too nervous?" "Don't worry, it happens. I have a private potion if you need it. It helps you go at it for hours. The wenches love it in the Red Nest. 1, I am not impotent. 2, I had never used a potion before. 3rd, I am not into prostitutes. They are a good source of income, though. Plus, they are the best information brokers." "Whatever," I sighed, pinching the ridge of my nose. "Kravik." Okay. Topic dropped, kiddo." "Thanks." "So?" He came closer, sitting down on my chair, making it creak under his bulky weight. "Did you sleep well? Rest peacefully? Have any cozy dreams?" he continued, waggling her eyebrows. "Dropped my ass." I exhaled sharply. "Do you have a point?" "Actually?" "I do." Kravik's grin faded slightly, replaced with something more serious. "You'd better wake up fully. We've got a job, and it's not the usual kind." From Righteous to Villain by Corti. Chapter 11. Searching for Clues. When Kravik's face got really serious, mine followed suit. I wanted to ask what it was, but he didn't say. Not here, at least. So getting myself together, I followed him to the gang's current headquarters, where we knew we wouldn't be eavesdropped. The air in the back room of the Crow's Nest was thick with the scent of burnt tobacco and the stale beer that was left behind by the previous group occupying it when we arrived. It was still early morning, so the usual rowdy atmosphere was still missing, leaving us with only the whisper of the few gang members who were coming in early. Finding a cleaner chair, I sat across from Kravik at one of the worn wooden tables, my fingers tracing the rim of a half-empty tankard left there, waiting for him to start. "Well," he shrugged as he leaned back, bringing out a cigarette and lighting it up. With a pause, he took a long drag from it, exhaling a slow stream of smoke from his nose. "We've got a job, and it's not the usual kind." He repeated what he told me in my room, his voice betraying some annoyance. "Something bad, I assume?" I asked while I raised a brow. "How bad?" "Medium bad," Kravik answered as he took another drag, keeping it down a little before exhaling it away from my face, knowing I was not a fan of smoking. "One of our shipments got hit on the way in. High-value potions, stuff that ain't easy to come by nor to make. We certainly can't, so it wasn't painless to procure them. The boys at the drop-off point were supposed to send word 2 hours ago. but they never did. Delays? I asked, but he shook his head. Number, we don't delay in deals like this, so we sent someone to check. He paused, his lips curling into something between a smirk and a snarl. They found corpses, Auriel. Our people were slaughtered, 5 dead, and the shipment was gone. The courier we sent didn't bother the scene. He bolted straight back to us to alert the boss. ... I didn't react immediately. Instead, I swirled the leftover liquid in the tankard before me, watching the ripples distort and clash against each other as I ran his words through my brain once again. And you want me to help track down the ones responsible? Yep. Kravik let out a low chuckle. Smart lad. That's exactly what what we want. Don't worry, you won't be sent alone. We're heading out as soon as we are ready. You, me, and a couple of the experienced boys. This isn't just about getting our stuff back, kid. We are about to send a message. This is our turf. Continue to listen. I leaned back, considering his words. I do owe the gang. They had taken me in and given me a place when I had nothing. And even though I didn't like the idea, I did sign up for this. Plus, loyalty was something I valued above all else. And more than that, I had no qualms about what needed to be done. He was right. If someone else had pushed into the Crow's territory, something had to be done. If we let others walk over us, it would mean certain death. Fine, I'll be ready, I said, not that I had any option to say no anyway. By noon, we were off, and I watched as the city gates loomed ahead of us, flanked by guards clad in leather and some plate armor over vital parts of their bodies. Officially, the guild had decreed that I was not to leave the city, but that rule was easily bent when the right pockets were lined with gold. Not even they could counter one of the greatest vices: greed. Huh. As we walked, my attention turned to the air around the city. It was surprisingly chilly, making me wonder if winter was coming. I never really asked the date, not that it mattered. When my eyes moved from the sky, locking on this mission's leader, Kravik, I watched as he walked with visible intent, his reinforced boots clicking against the cobbled street. It was as loud as if he was wearing a high heel. I may have even joked about it, but his face made me decide against the sudden impulsive idea. So I followed closely behind him, alongside 2 others. Jared, a thin man with a perpetual smirk and brown cigarette between his lips, and Dren, a brute built like an ox, with even bigger shoulders than Kravik, which was a mean feat to pull off. Let me handle it, Jared said, as he peeled off from the group, sauntering toward the guards with a pouch in hand. Evening, gentlemen, he said smoothly, tipping the brim of his hat. We're just a few honest men on their way to settle some business outside of town. There is no need to fuss about it, no? We are not bringing in anything, after all. Well, said one of the guards, an older man with a crooked nose. He eyed the pouch before plucking it from Jared's hand with surprising quickness. I watched as he weighed it carefully before he nodded, smiling. Honest men with honest gold. Be on your way, good fellows. The gates groaned open at once, and we slipped through without another word, without them ever questioning who we were and where we were going, acting as if we weren't even there. It was that easy. It seems that corruption is part of our nature as humans. Thinking about it, I suppressed the instinct to look over my shoulder. I didn't need them to recognize me if they had any dealings with the guild, but it also made me confirm that the gang I joined up with probably ran deeper than I initially thought. I began noticing it when I was let into some better-paying assignments. We weren't just street thugs. We had our fingers in almost every part of the city where money could be made. Potions, gambling, hookers, protection, smuggling, money laundering, loans and brokering information between different parties. I was slowly being allowed to see and hear more and more, although never invited into the pool too deeply. Not yet. Just enough to see we were more than a simple gang. But now, they were pulling me in, along with them, into the deep part of it. It was probably my actual initiation. I suddenly had the thought that if I fail this, I may die. No, I told myself, I won't. The journey took us westward, following a winding serpentine dirt road that cut through the thick expanse of the forested hills behind the city. It was uneven and hard to travel through. Well, it was hard for my current mindset. I was still used to smooth pavements and driving cars on highways. The Auriel in this world would find this a routine experience, and I was trying my best to do so too. Looking through the tree canopies, I saw that the midday sun bled over the treetops, painting the world in more color than I was used to in my old life, casting golden hues against the ground. It was nice, clean. I walked in silence along the rest, thinking about how different it was here, and that I never really paid attention to it, being stuck in the city. It was as if I were inside one of those stories or movies I like to read and watch. Maybe I would find a magic ring that I would need to bring to a faraway land and drop into a volcano. Probably not. Or, who knows, it could be fun, or not, as the weight of my sword against my hip suddenly reminded me of the situation and the danger we were heading to face head-on. Say, Kravik, ever the one to fill the silence, hating when there wasn't any talk being made, clicked his tongue. You have ever seen a proper bandit hit before, Auriel? Except the one I almost died in. I shook my head, quickly correcting myself. Not one that wasn't already cleaned up. Ah, yeah, I forgot. Well, that doesn't matter anymore. You were knocked out fast, right? Brace yourself, he muttered. You're about to get a real good look. Can't be much worse than what I woke up to, I answered in a low voice, recalling the scene in my mind. Luckily, back then, it was night and somewhat dark. I may have missed a lot of things. But right now, it was bright. Very bright. When we arrived at the drop-off point, the scene was worse than I expected. The clearing was littered with the bodies of our people, some slumped against broken barrels, others half buried in the dirt. No, they weren't. It was just that their bodies were torn to shreds, looking like their other half was under overturned earth. It wasn't. It was lying meters away in the tall grass. The air was thick with the stench of blood and decay, and it made my stomach scrunch and shrink to the size of a coffee bean. Damn. Dren let out a low whistle. Damn. He repeated. The attackers weren't human. Jared crouched beside one of the corpses that was disemboweled, and his throat ripped open. He was pressing 2 fingers against the wounds, tracing their shape, examining them without flinching. Claw marks. These are not from a blade. Hearing him, I narrowed my eyes, scanning the ground. Was this not even a man's doing? Maybe some beast. A monster. There were deep gashes in the earth, footprints that were too wide and misshapen to be human. This wasn't a simple ambush, Dren shrugged, also examining the surroundings and watching the same footprints. They didn't just take the cargo and run. The best way to stick us up would be to leave our guys unharmed and take the cargo. Killing them all, that is nothing but a message. They made a point to slaughter them. It tells us that they want us gone. This is a declaration of war. Kravik exhaled sharply. That's what I was afraid of. He motioned to the surrounding area. Start looking for tracks. We're not leaving until we know where these bastards had run off to. We searched in silence, our boots crunching against the disturbed dirt, broken planks, and fallen branches. My pulse quickened as I spotted a trail leading deeper into the forest, up towards the north. There were heavy imprints and clawed steps. A bunch of them. Some ran on both 2 and 4 legs by the looks of it. By now, even I was able to understand who our attackers were. Found it, I called the others, who quickly walked up to me, one of them patting my back. Good eyes, Jared whispered under his breath. No doubt about it. Beast folk, has to be. If not for the brutality left behind me, the green grass wouldn't have turned into a rusted hue from the dried-up blood splashing over it. Then I would have been excited to hear the news. Maybe even have the thought of meeting a cat girl or something. Instead, I just felt a chill creep down my spine. Beast folk. The name now sounded appropriate. To enact such carnage, they were indeed beasts. By reflex, my hand wandered down to my weapon, hanging on my side as I automatically tightened my grip on my sword's hilt. Somehow, I felt afraid. Well, I wasn't surprised I did. I never was the guy for confrontations, but I had a hunch that this world's Auriel would also feel fear for some reason. I tried searching my mixed memories, but I had no knowledge or meetings with their kind. Wherever my younger version grew up, they were not present. Could be worse. Kravik clapped a hand on my shoulder, encouraging me. He probably noticed the look on my face. It could have been undead. Or elves ... What? I flinched, but he just chuckled, squeezing my shoulder. Looks like we've got our trail. You ready for a hunt? I quickly looked down at the blood-stained ground once more, then at the deep gouges in the trees ahead. This was it. Come on, Auriel. New world, new me. Yes. This is all new. But so am I. Let's find them, I said, nodding my head, my voice steady. Good. Kravik grinned. That's the spirit. Chapter 12. First kill. The trail was fresh. I kept my gaze low, following the heavy imprints in the dirt and the multitude of deep gouges left behind by the owner of these particularly massive clawed feet. Some of the tracks showed signs of movement on all fours, others were visibly upright. Their owners were clearly fast, determined by the distance between the imprints. They would surely be faster than any of us. And that realization sent an involuntary shiver up my spine, though I kept his expression neutral. Still, just as some animals would trump us humans, this had to be just as valid to these beast folk. Yet the others seemed unbothered. So I didn't ask. Keeping our pace up, the forest closed in around us more the deeper we went. The last hints of the open road fading behind us, no longer visible between the thick wall of trees. The dirt beneath my boots softened, damp with moisture, and the canopy above us thickened and blocked much of the sunlight, throwing dark shadows across our path. We were in uncharted territory. It wasn't a road anymore, not even a proper trail, just disturbed earth and snapped twigs marking the way they cut through the forest. Kravik moved ahead of me with a clear purpose. Watching him from behind, his posture looked relaxed, but his eyes were sharp, scanning every detail of their surroundings. Flanking us, Jared and Dren followed at a more cautious pace, their hands never straying far from their weapons, same as me. Without talking about tactics, it became evident that I was the one who brought up the rear, becoming the guard, watching their backs. Surprisingly, it seemed to be a familiar arrangement for my body. Without conscious effort, I knew how to get there. It wasn't my old instincts, that is for sure, as my past life would have had me stumbling through the underbrush like a lost blind idiot. But this body, this version of the younger Auriel, had spent years learning how to navigate the wild. Thanks, me. The knowledge came to me naturally after the realization. I knew how to place my steps, how to distribute my weight over uneven terrain, and how to avoid stepping on loose foliage that might make a sound. It just felt right. It was a strange sensation, as if two versions of myself were finally beginning to sync up. My rebirthed self, who had walked only on paved streets and concrete sidewalks though wished, was back in civilization though. The sheer untamed nature of the forest and the fact we were hunting bandits, beast-like ones at that, was not something that gave me much peace. Relax. You know this. Trust your instincts. At least that is what I was repeating in my head. I can't lose my nerves, not right now, or I could die. I don't think I would be lucky enough to get a third chance at life. And I wasn't about to find out. We moved forward in near silence, stopping only when Kravik raised a hand, signaling us to slow down. Whenever that happened, my breathing steadied as I adjusted to the movement of the others, keeping it fluid, controlled, and without unnecessary noise. The more I followed my instincts ingrained in this body, the more natural it became, no longer needing to even think about it. It was then I noticed it. A flicker of movement ahead. Kravik dropped low just then, motioning for the rest of us to do the same. Of course I followed suit, pressing myself against the rough bark of a nearby tree, leaning over cautiously, my eyes scanning the trees ahead of us. The tracks led further into the thicket, but now there was something new, a kind of fresh disturbance followed by a rustling sound. It was faint but unmistakable if you knew what to listen for. ... Jared tensed close by, mouthing without making a noise. Scouts. I saw them a second later. Two figures moved between the trees, crouched low, sniffing the air. Luckily, Kravik had to be paying attention to it because we were facing the direction of the wind. Our scent was being blown in the other direction, missing their noses. Their forms were inhuman, but eerily similar nonetheless. It was a mix of bestial and humanoid features. The first was wolf-like, standing on two, its fur dark and matted, only covering his clawed feet and arm. The remaining of his body was human all right. A bit taller and more muscular than normal humans, with a larger head, its animalistic ears flicking toward every small noise. The second was serpentine, its elongated body partially covered in sleek, dark scales. She had no legs to speak of, but her torso was also like a human woman's. Yet her head was not. It was that of a snake, just like her lower body. Its slit-pupil eyes scanned the area around them, making me quickly pull back to the tree before it caught me somehow. Beast folk. Now I understood the name and its indication. We can't let them report back, Kravik whispered. Quick and quiet. Quick and quiet? I wanted to ask, but there was no chance I could, so I simply swallowed once and nodded, my heart pounding in my throat. This was it, my first real fight. I could only hope to rely on my younger version's training instincts, the memories where he sparred and learned from proper instructors. Just keep an eye out for being knocked out again. The moment I thought about that, the younger Auriel's instincts surged to the surface, guiding my movements as if protesting against the blunder. The modern part of me, though, screamed at the absurdity of it all. I have never fought for my life before. How can I even think about this? But it was too late to hesitate. Kravik gave the signal while I was thinking, and I watched as they all downed a flask of red potion the size of a tiny vial. Dren moved first, stepping on a branch deliberately and snapping it with enough force to echo far and wide. Of course, the wolf folk's head jerked toward the sound in an instant, just in time for Jared to launch his dagger straight into its throat. His move was lightning fast, faster than any human should be able to move. I couldn't really follow him with my eyes. The potion. Now it made sense. The creature let out a strangled snarl but barely had time to react before Dren rushed forward, swinging his axe in a brutal arc. When his weapon's edge cut into the flesh, I expected it to bounce back or something. But no. The wolf's head barely stayed on its shoulders, blood spraying the underbrush, making the forest echo from the butchering, wet sound that accompanied it right as the body collapsed. Dead. It was dead already. The serpent folk hissed in surprise, twisting her body away from the attack, moving faster than any of us anticipated. Even with the potions reinforcing us, it was still quicker. I watched as it lunged toward Kravik, its mouth opening grotesquely, its jaw being unhinged, its poisoned teeth flashing. My body was already moving, an empty vial falling at the same spot I was behind a moment ago. I felt incredible in that moment. I was light. I was filled with vitality, with unbridled energy. I felt like I could take on the world. No wonder people get hooked on potions. My sword was drawn before I even realized my movement. I watched myself in detached awe as the potion took over, and I moved totally on instinct. My feet were then planted firmly, my balance perfect, right when I met the serpent's attack head-on. The creature struck fast, teeth slicing through the air toward Kravik's throat. But with me there, it couldn't sink them into his skin. I barely felt the hit, withstanding the inhuman force behind it as I deflected her with my blade, twisting my body just enough to avoid the follow-up swipe of its tail. The movement was flawless, like second nature. The serpent, switching her aim from Kravik to me, came again, hissing, its fangs bared at me. Yet I just stepped into the attack instead of retreating. My sword found flesh, carving through her abdomen and muscle in one smooth stroke, where there was no hardened scale covering it. The serpent's eyes widened in shock as its body faltered, probably not expecting that I would be so quick. If I could, I would have mocked it a little, because I didn't expect it either. But there was no time for that. This was a death battle, and I didn't let it recover. With a quick, clean motion, I slashed once again, this time aiming higher, severing her throat in one decisive stroke. I felt my sword reaching its target, cutting through its windpipe as blood squirted onto the dirt. The moment my blade cut into it, I felt it. Her body seizing up, the way her muscles twitched as the light drained from her eyes. It was over in seconds, but I felt every moment of it. I killed someone. It was a realization that was hard to put anywhere. So I just pushed it down. This was what it meant to fight. I can't freeze up right now. So burying the thought, I managed to step to the side at the last moment, or I would have been drenched in its blood, something I wasn't keen on doing right now. As the serpent woman crumpled, its body twitching before falling still, I just stood there, my breathing even, not even feeling tired, or feeling anything besides a sudden wave of exhilaration. The fight was over in seconds, yet even when the two were dead, I just stood there, sword still held in my grip, finally starting to recover as my breathing became hard all of a sudden. Then I started feeling it. My heart pounded so fast I was afraid I would get a heart attack. Its drumming was echoing in my ears, adrenaline flooding every vein in my body, from my toes to the tip of my hair. We had fought. We had won. Nice save. Kravik clapped me on the back, chuckling. Not bad, kid. I was wondering if you'd freeze up. Luckily for me, you did not. That was too close. I slowly exhaled, lowering the blade in my hand, realizing how sweaty I was. But now I also get why potions are so expensive. What we use now is just low-level trash. Wait until you get some long-lasting variant. Oh boy, those are the good stuff, Jared said while he nudged the wolf folk's corpse with his boot. Still, for scraps like these bastards, it is enough. They're dead, and that's what matters. But running into scouts means we're close to their main camp. Yeah, and we need to move because they will realize that these two are not reporting back. Kravik nodded, already glancing toward the trees ahead of us. So let's not waste more time. We move fast before the wind changes and carries the smell of their blood back to their pack. Seeing the logic, I nodded while I wiped the blood off my blade, sheathing it with practiced ease. The others followed suit, making sure we didn't carry their scent with us. I felt that I was still shaken, but deep down something in me felt right. This was normal. This was something that I would get used to. Well, I hope so. Because after this, I wasn't just a survivor anymore, I was a fighter. Okay, I am a fighter who used speed and strength-enhancing drugs, so I may be disqualified, but fuck it. As I see it, this is pretty normal in this world. Now I couldn't help but think about what else these potions could do. Maybe after we are back, I ought to look more into them. Maybe ask Lyra, as questioning her would be easier than getting information out of the gang. Also, less suspicious. I wonder, how hard could it be to make them? Chapter 13. Tiger. As we headed further in, the forest had gone deathly silent, as if the trees themselves were trying to stay as quiet as possible. The only sound I heard was the crackling of a fire coming from the distance, its glow visible as a faint golden light. It was just a flickering light, sometimes flashing between the dense thicket surrounding us. There we were, hidden among the knotty, thick roots and the dark underbrush, crouching low, our breaths as low and as noiseless as we could force them to be. All three of our bodies were tensed, ready for action as we were sneaking into the beast folks' campsite. They built it from crude planks and logs, the latter fencing them off from the forest, their sharpened ends jutting out from the ground like the broken teeth of a buried monster. Beyond their hastily built barricades, I could see shadows cross by the fire, shuffling around. For now, I didn't know what type they were, but it didn't matter. They were about to be killed, at least, that was the plan. Okay, Kravik exhaled slowly, his voice barely a whisper next to my ears. We do this as swiftly as we can and stay quiet. Stick to the plan. Got it? Sure, Jared smirked, his eyes glinting nefariously in the dark as he twirled a dagger between his fingers. Fast and quiet. Not my first rodeo. Understood, boss? Dren cracked his knuckles, the sound like the snapping of dry twigs, making me flinch as I nudged him. The last thing we needed was for him to give us away with such foolishness. His massive frame shifted, realizing his mistakes, smiling sheepishly. Sorry, but they ought to discover us after a few kills. Then we just hit 'em hard and be done with it. Dren. Kravik shot him a glare, his voice restrained, having a bit of edge to it. Stick to the plan. There was no time for an argument anyway, so he nodded without making any more noise. Then, with a wave of Kravik's hand, we moved, slipping between the trees like shadows within shadows. I kept my breathing even to the best of my abilities, letting the instinctive training of my younger version guide me. To my own surprise, my steps remained light and soundless, placing them at the exact spots Kravik did, following him like a cat would walk in another's trail. It was like that when we reached the wall, pressing against the rough wood, and I could already tell that this would be easier than expected. Or so I thought until I glanced inside. Jared scaled the walls first, his body pulling itself up quickly, disappearing at the other side. It only took him a heartbeat, and he was over, landing with barely any noise. Dren followed suit, his upper body strength pulling him up with ease, making the climb look effortless. Kravik went next, and he too almost hopped the 2-meter-tall log wall over without issue. Finally, it was my turn. Glancing at it, my fingers gripped the rough bark, splinters digging into my palms as I hoisted myself up. I should have worn a glove. Ignoring the feeling, my body moved as though it had done this before, because in a way, it had. Dropping down into the camp, I landed silently, crouched low between two tattered tents. Then, the smell hit me first. Ugh. It was sweat, dirt, and something rotten, like spoiled meat, left too long in the sun. Fuck, were all of the beast folk filthy creatures, or was it just these savages? That was a question for the future, because the air was also thick with the stench of unwashed fur and blood, reminding me of why we were here. Following the plan, we spread out, staying in the shadows as best as we could. Jared was already moving toward his first target. His dagger flashed, holding and aiming it in a way that the campfire's light in the middle of the encampment wouldn't reflect off of it, as he slit the throat of a wolf folk standing near a stack of crates. The half-human's eyes widened for a moment, a gurgling sound escaping its throat as Jared caught the body before it could fall, lowering it gently to the ground, already heading for his next kill. I swallowed, nodding to myself. Okay, Auriel, keep your cool. This was working. We could do this. Then it all went to shit. Nature is a hell of a jokester because a gust of wind rolled through the camp. It was a slight shift, so meaningless in any other circumstance. I would have ignored it if I had not seen Kravik flinch. Yeah, it was not unimportant. Not here. Not now. The moment that bastardly breeze passed us, a low growl rumbled through the camp. It was deep and resonant, reverberating my insides like the sound of bass coming from an industrial speaker. My entire body went still, knowing that they had smelled the blood, and that I heard that kind of low roar. In a zoo. A tiger, I knew because I watched him appear, already looking directly at Kravik and me. This one stood taller than any man I had seen in both of my lives, his frame rippling with muscle. On his arms and legs, there was a thick orange and black fur, unable to hide the tone of his muscles. His eyes, atop his mixed human-looking yet furred head, were almost glowing as he locked onto us. His nostrils flared as he inhaled deeply, growling once more, showing a savage grin, raising an arm, pointing at us. Humans, he rumbled, his voice coming between two guttural growls that sent a shiver down my spine. I smell you, and I see you. Time to die. A second later, he roared once more, but this time he gave it his all. It was a deafening, primal sound that shattered every other noise. And then all hell broke loose. Beast folk scrambled awake from their makeshift tents, their claws unsheathing or their weapons drawn, whichever they were more used to handle. We had lost the element of surprise, big time. Fuck it, Kravik snapped, pulling a small potion from his belt and popping the cork with one hand while the tiger was still roaring. He downed it in a single motion, and I saw his veins bulging the moment the liquid rolled down his throat. Jared and Dren followed suit, their bodies already glowing from the same potion's effects. Kravik didn't even turn to me, tossing a fourth in my direction. Drink, now. I didn't hesitate. How could I? The moment the liquid hit my tongue, I felt it, stronger than before. This time, the rush, this elemental surge, a fire that burned through my veins, was like nothing I had ever felt before. My pulse drummed deep within in my ears as my vision sharpened and all the colors in the night became painfully vivid, making me squint. Every sound coming towards me was crystal clear. I could hear and count all the shuffling the others were making, the sharp hiss of a panicked beast folk, the tearing of fabric as someone hurriedly clawed his way out from being entangled in his sleeping bag. Everything was going on at once, in a slow motion, and in that instant, I felt unstoppable. Dren and Jared were already moving, only a blur cutting through the camp. Dren grabbed an axe that was left next to the chopped firewood, and he cleaved through flesh and bone alike as he swung it. He was like a whirlwind, dicing up anybody who was at arm's reach. A boarfolk charged him on all fours, his tusks having nails sticking through them, but Dren simply sidestepped and brought his axe down in a vicious arc, splitting the beast's skull with a sickening crunch, spraying grey matter in every direction. At the same time, Jared slipped between his opponents, his daggers flashing once or twice before disappearing in his hand. He was like a shifty magician. Another wolf-folk lunged at him, only to have its throat opened the same way his compatriot, ending up in a spray of crimson shower, falling face first into the campfire. Then Jared spun, his movements perfectly countering as another beast-folk tried to claw at him, yet he just fell to Jared's blades. But I did not have much time to watch, as their chief was already upon us. He was fast, faster than any human, and I felt it, even as enhanced as we were at that moment. His claws came for my throat, signaling me out as the easier target, I guess. But I was expecting it, my body already moving, dodging, bringing up my sword to parry. The impact shook me down to my bones, the force behind his strike sending a jolt of pain through my arms, but I held firm. I had to. Kravik, at the same time, went low, his own sword slicing toward the tiger's ribs, but the beast twisted like a snake, catching the attack on his forearm. The blade, with the force behind Kravik's enhanced attack, bit deeply, but the tiger barely flinched. "Number," he grinned, his fangs glistening with saliva. "Good," he thundered, "you'll make this interesting." Then he attacked again. He was relentless, a machine. Every movement was raw, powerful, and terrifyingly fast. His claws slashed toward my gut next. This time I was the one who twisted, barely escaping, the tips grazing my clothes and leaving deep gouges in the leather, drawing a thin line of blood under it. Seeing my escape, he lunged for Kravik next. Unlike me, he blocked, redirecting his clawed hands, retaliating with a flurry of strikes that, for the first time, forced the beast back. But the tiger was indeed savage. He decided to literally tank Kravik's blades just so he could regain the position to dictate the battle's tempo and put him on the back foot. I couldn't dally. I joined in to keep pushing the tiger back and bring it down. Somehow, for every attack we landed, he traded with one of his own. My shoulder burned where his claws had grazed me again, the wound searing like hell as though I was dipped in fire. I saw Kravik take a solid hit to the ribs, the impact sending him stumbling, making him spit out some blood. But he kept fighting like it was nothing, his face grim, concentrating only on our fight. I was the same. I could feel the potion coursing through me, heightening everything, my reflexes, my speed, my focus, while it also made me tougher. It was intoxicating. It was terrifying. But thanks to it, I wasn't losing. Kravik and I moved together, getting into sync more and more as we pressed the tiger, forcing him to defend from both sides. He was strong, but he wasn't invincible. Finally, getting the upper hand, a mist of blood sprayed as Kravik's blade eventually ran deep into his thigh, impeding his speed. The bastard felt it because he snarled, stumbling back, his movements slowing just enough for me to catch an opening. I didn't let him recover. It was my moment and I took it. With a burst of speed, I closed the gap, my sword flashing toward his exposed throat. His eyes widened in shock, the first flicker of fear breaking through his uncaring, vicious gaze. "Die already," I yelled, putting everything behind my attack. When I got there, my sword cut deep, slicing through his orange fur and underlying flesh with a wet, ripping sound. Something I would not forget for a while. Then he staggered, choking, clutching his throat as hot, steaming blood spilled between his fingers. He tried to keep it in and push it back into his body, but it was a futile effort. Then, his body swayed, his legs buckling beneath him. With a final gurgling breath, he looked at me, holding his throat, eyes burning, memorizing the last image, my visage, before he collapsed for good. Then, silence. For a moment, the campsite stood still around me, my lungs filled with a burning sensation and the smell of death. Then, behind me, the last dying screams of the remaining beast folk echoed through the camp. And it was over. Even then, I just stood there, the blade of my sword dripping blood, my chest heaving, my heart pounding like a war drum. The effects of the potion were already fading, and I felt the world slightly tilting as reality came rushing back, robbing me of the feeling of invincibility. My hands were slick with blood, and I felt some of it flowing from the injuries on my body, making my arms tremble from the strain that I was suddenly very aware of. Heh! Kravik wiped his blade clean on the fur of a fallen tiger folk, exhaling slowly. Then he grinned, his teeth stained red, his gums still bleeding into his mouth. Not bad, kid. I swallowed, trying to steady my breath and answer him, but my entire body was now shaking, the adrenaline slowly ebbing away, making me dizzy and weak. But at least, I didn't die. Chapter 14, Aftermath. The only sound that remained around me was the crackling of the dying fires. The intense orange hue from them, illuminating the campsite, seemed washed out, and I had to blink my eyes multiple times, adjusting to the feeling to the best of my abilities. When I asked, Kravik simply patted my back, saying it was the after effect of the potion and that I would be back to normal after a good rest. Which, I really looked forward to it now that the battle was over and all of the beast folk were dead. It was still a bit discomforting, standing amidst the carnage that I took part in, my breathing feeling heavy now that the effect of the potion left my veins. But at least I knew I still felt something, and it didn't override my brain with the ecstasy it gave me. I could tell that the ground beneath my feet was slick with blood, and I could register with my eyes that the once crude camp was now nothing more than a ruin of bodies, torn tents, and scattered supplies. Ugh! I flinched, shaking my body. The stench of death was thick, clinging to everything, and I wasn't used to it. The only time I saw something like this was in a video game, not in real life. It filled my nostrils, smelling bitter and metallic, and I fought the urge to gag. I raised my arms and watched as my hands trembled. Either the adrenaline was still coursing through me, or it was something else. Get a grip, Auriel. I have to get used to it fast. So pushing my fears down, I stared at the blade I used for the killing blow. Its edge darkened with the blood of the tiger folk, and I wondered how long it would take to get somewhat desensitized of this feeling. All right, boys, Kravik yelled, drawing my attention, stretching his neck with a loud crack. Loot everything, don't just stand there. He smiled at me. We will take it all, not just our goods they stole, everything. If it looks valuable, it's ours now. Finally, Dren dropped the axe he was gripping, sinking it into one of the fallen beast folk's furred shoulders, nodding. Damn right, boss. They stole from us first. Now we take double. The usual rules. The usual. He nodded and continued after seeing my expression. You can take something for yourself, Auriel. It is how the gang pays for your services, no questions asked. Oh. I blinked my eyes in surprise. Jared was already moving, his fingers quicker than when he fought as he rifled through the bodies, stripping them of weapons, coin pouches, and anything else that looked useful, sometimes slipping something into his pockets. I watched as the others moved through the camp, gathering whatever they could carry before finally joining them. Soon the locked chests were broken open, their crates pried apart to have a look at what was in them. One had a chopped-up human body. I somehow didn't want to see that, yet it happened. Wait. I flinched before Kravik could reseal it. What? He asked. I knew the guy. I muttered, but I wasn't sure. Really? He hummed, looking at me. Maybe. I looked away in the end, trying to search my thoughts. Then it clicked. It was in my younger variant's memories that he was with the guy in the caravan who sold us out. It was his partner or something, I think. Auriel? Kravik asked, his voice concerned, squeezing my shoulder. Sorry. No need. He smiled, bringing me away from the barrel. I know this can be much. You are still a young man and green behind the ears. Or white young flower boy. Ha ha. Ha. I chuckled, genuinely appreciating the way he was trying to ease the mood. Come, let's find something good for you that you can sell to us. Wait, what? I stumbled, making him laugh. Duh, most stuff we pocket, we sell to the gang anyway. We give ourselves a good price. Well, damn. That is insider trading if I have ever seen one. Anyway, it did help divert my thoughts. Only a few minutes later, we did find the stolen shipment of potions near the largest tent, stacked haphazardly as if the beasts didn't even understand their worth. The sight of the potions made my stomach churn. I could once again feel the unnatural surge of strength they had given him during the fight. The way my body had moved faster and hit harder as if it belonged to a literal god. Someone much better, someone who didn't hesitate. Fuck. I had to keep myself in check. The last thing I wanted to get addicted to it. Here they are, Jared called out, lifting a wooden crate on the top of the stack. Looks like most of the hall is still intact. Finally, some good news, Kravik nodded. But don't stop there. Check it all. I quickly moved to help, my hands grabbing another, going through it, counting the number of flasks, noting that we had it all. Then I found myself a bag and began stuffing it with anything of value. Daggers, small trinkets, even a few old scrolls and parchment that were left scattered inside the main tent. Documents. I wasn't sure if they were important. Maybe it wasn't even the beast folks who wrote them at all. But anything written down might hold some kind of lead that I was too inexperienced to realize yet. But not the others. Maybe it's something Kravik or the unknown big boss would care about. A few minutes later, the camp was stripped bare of anything useful we could find. What we couldn't carry away was thrown into the fire and burned. The remaining tents, splintered carts, and even the wooden palisades were also set alight, turning the encampment into a funeral pyre for the fallen beast folk, and to mask our presence. I watched as the black smoke curled into the night sky, blotting out the stars above us. It was going wildly as we turned away from the destruction, heading back towards the city. Behind us, the flames roared like that tiger, its heat pressing against my back as I walked farther and farther away. I didn't look back. I couldn't. It was done. That was what mattered. No survivors, no evidence, no loose ends. The walk back to the city was long, but it felt shorter than before. Maybe it was because we had succeeded, or maybe it was the numb exhaustion settling into my bones, driving me forward on autopilot. The night air was cool, a welcomed contrast to the heat of the burning camp. It carried with it the faint scent of pine and damp earth that helped wash out the smell of blood from my nostrils. The forest around us was eerily quiet, making me think that I was still smelling of that stench. And I just got too used to it. On the other hand, animals would know and avoid us by instinct alone. No one amongst us spoke for the first stretch of the journey. There was nothing to say. The only thing I heard was coming from the loot we were all holding, stuffed into a sack over our shoulders, jingling as if we were some kind of bloody Santa Claus imitators. Well, it also gave me a new pouch, as I took one for myself. I wasn't sure of the value of the items we gathered, so I went with what I knew: money. Instead of gambling on grabbing something that was worth a lot, I collected a handful of coins that were shining in a golden color. I only caught Kravik smiling once, seemingly approving that I took that instead of something else, probably a pitfall that many fledglings fall into. It also made me think. I had actually killed, another being and then took its possessions. Maybe the worst of it was that it felt normal, and that thought unsettled me more than anything. Of course, my brain was in overdrive, telling me it was unavoidable, the right thing to do, and honestly, I believed it. I was just afraid that later on there would be a situation where it repeats itself. The only difference would be that they would be humans, simple people who stole from the wrong gang. What would I do then? Hey, Kravik broke the silence as I was lost in my thoughts. You did well today, Auriel. I didn't respond immediately. My mind was still catching up to everything, making me flinch when I heard his voice, finally making me answer out loud. Yeah, I muttered after a pause, not sure what else to say. Thanks, it was my first actual fight. If that's indeed true, my boy, you have natural talent. He smirked, sensing something. You'll get used to it. Will I? Maybe I already am. I didn't answer. I just smiled and nodded at him. After that, we were back into silent walking as we trudged on, and by the time we reached the city outskirts, dawn was beginning to creep over the horizon. The city gates were still manned, no matter the hour, but just like before, a well-placed pouch of gold ensured no questions were asked about where we were and what we were bringing in. The guards barely glanced at us as we slipped back inside the city, walking the crooked streets toward our headquarters. The city was in the middle of waking, the first rays of sunlight painting the cobblestones in hues of gold and amber, reflected in the puddles here and there. I watched as shopkeepers opened their doors, and the smell of fresh bread wafted through the air, making my stomach grumble. I just realized I was starving. Once at the crow's nest, we offloaded everything, taking inventory. First, there were the potions, then weapons, then the stolen riches, and finally the documents I had found. The boss wasn't there yet, so I didn't meet him once again. Not that I expected to. After I handed over the bag with the documents without a word, my mind was too tired to care what they might contain, already forgetting that I also saw a familiar face at the bottom of a barrel. Instead, I felt drained, like a vessel emptied of everything, leaving me with hunger and exhaustion. "Come on, guys," Jared stretched his arms. "Drinks? Wenches? We earned it." "Maybe tomorrow," Kravik yawned. "Get some rest first. You lot look like you're about to fall over." He chuckled, elbowing me. "It is the potion. It was an actual battle-grade one." "I see. I'll head home." "Sorry, Jared," I muttered, and he didn't argue, also slapping my back. My body felt heavy, my muscles aching. Honestly, I don't even know how I got back home in the end. My vision was blurry, and I saw double sometimes when I tried to focus. I thought I would stop by the bakery, asking Lyra to give me something fresh, but nah. My exhaustion won over my stomach. I wanted only one thing, my room. That's all I desired, just a bed, just to sleep. By the time I reached my door, my limbs felt like lead. It was a chore stepping up the steps, dragging my body inside. The moment I wobbled inside, shutting the door behind me, my body recognized I was in a safe place. It didn't even wait. It just pressed the off button in my head, and everything went blank. I collapsed onto my bed, face first, boots still on, sword still strapped to my waist. Sleep took me before I could even think, and I didn't even dream, which was only weird the next time I woke up because I expected some nightmares, but nothing. I slept like a baby. Although, I did wake up to someone shaking my body. That gave me a startle. Chapter 15. Relax. My mind stirred at the sensation of unknown hands shaking me, my body sluggishly dragging itself out of the depths of the exhaustion that was still plaguing me. My senses were slow to process the voice calling my name, but it sounded soft yet urgent. Hearing it was like listening to a distant echo breaking through the fog of my loosened consciousness. Every muscle in my body protested against moving again as I tried to wake up. My limbs heavy and unresponsive, my muscles aching and stiffening. It was a feeling that I wasn't in my own body, which then reminded me of many things, jolting me enough to drift back to reality. "Auriel, Auriel, wake up." The voice was closer now, more insistent, and finally I recognized it. Lyra. It was her. Funnily enough, her tone was laced with worry, a sharp contrast to the usual warmth and playfulness I had associated with her since living above her family's bakery. Finally, I forced my eyes to crack open, the faint light of a flickering candle stinging my vision as if I looked directly into the sun. It was unpleasant. Squinting, moving my neck with a groan and looking away, the room before me swam in and out of focus. My vision was blurred, shadows dancing on the walls, suddenly making me think they were beat folk lurking around me. But then I quickly told myself that couldn't be true. I would be dead if it happened. Turning to my back above me, I watched as Lyra's face came into focus, her features etched with obvious concern. Her eyes were now clouded with fear, and her brows were knit together in a way that made my chest tighten for a moment. Was I dying? I remember how that felt. I was simply tired. Too tired. "Lyra?" My voice came out hoarse, barely more than a whisper, as though it had been scraped raw by some throat goblin looking for gold down there. Sleep was still trying to hold me down like invisible chains, dragging me back into the void that I had to fend off with great effort. What time is it?" "It's late, really late," she said, her voice wavering slightly. She knelt beside my bed, her hands trembling as they hovered over my shoulders, unsure whether to touch me or pull away. "I saw you come home in the morning. You looked strange, pale, like you'd seen a ghost. I called out, but you ignored me." "You did," I muttered, not remembering it at all. I'm sorry, I probably zoned out. I'm not surprised now, and you never answered the door, so I... She hesitated, her gaze dropping to the floor for a moment before she met my eyes again. I was worried. I used the spare key. Spare key? I wanted to ask, but I dropped it. Of course, they had one, but it was good to know. I should not keep anything valuable here in the future then, not because of her, but because of her parents. Those I won't trust. Thinking back, the last thing I remembered was stumbling through the door, my body giving out as I collapsed onto the bed. The battle with the tiger folk had drained me completely, leaving me hollow and aching by the time I got back home. Oh, and I didn't eat, did I? No wonder that my stomach twisted painfully, a gnawing hunger rising from within. My body demanded to refill my energies. Finally, looking back up again, I was surprised at the expression on Lyra's face. She was terrified, but why? For me? No. There's no reason for her to be. Still, her hands were balled into fists, her knuckles white, and her lip trembled as she fought to keep her composure. No one had ever looked at me like that before. It was strange to be the recipient of such genuine concern. I had lived 2 lives now, and yet never once had someone looked at me with such honest worry. In my past life, people had used me, tolerated me, and even pretended to care. I am being dramatic. It wasn't always like that. There was one time that someone had ever honestly looked at me this way. My ex-girlfriend before she left me, of course. Before she discarded me after multiple years of empty promises that only meant something for me. Enough. The past is the past. I can't expect pity for things that don't matter anymore. The thought sobered me up instantly, leaving a bitter taste rising in my throat. I clenched my jaw, pushing the thought away, focusing on the moment. That was then. This was now. Lyra wasn't her. Lyra was probably different. But the thought of letting someone in again, of allowing myself to be vulnerable, made my chest constrict with uncertainty. Because I think I would let it happen. Tesk. I'm fine, I said finally, though the dryness in my throat made the words sound hollow, even to my own ears. It was untrue. No, Lyra answered, and didn't seem to believe me either. Her eyes swept over my body, narrowing as they caught the faint traces of blood staining my shirt, something that I wasn't aware of yet. No, you're not. Her voice was firmer now, a spark of determination cutting through her fear, replacing it. You're hurt. Huh? I frowned, my instincts kicking in, trying to check myself. I'm not... Before I could finish, her small hands were already tugging at my shirt. I barely had the strength to resist as she lifted the fabric, her breath catching in her throat when she saw the injuries. I was also stunned because I had never felt them until now. Claw marks were lining my torso where the tiger had nearly caught me in his attack, thin scratches and bruises painting my skin, showing me that the battle was indeed real. And dangerous. Watching it with surprise, I suddenly realized how close that bastard got to disemboweling me. Luckily, the potion worked, and I was faster. So the wounds were shallow, but they were there, and the sight of them made Lyra's stomach churn. Auriel, this isn't fine. Her voice cracked, and she quickly looked away as though the sight of my injuries was too much to bear. Or was she shy? I couldn't tell, but then she steeled herself, her muscles tightening as she turned back to face me. Sit up, I'm cleaning this. No need to get sick from some nastiness. She stood with sudden purpose, grabbing a basin from the small washstand nearby. And don't argue. You're letting me do this. Sure. I sighed, knowing I didn't have the energy to fight her on it, nor to really do it myself. So I just sat up slowly, wincing slightly as my sore muscles protested against the movement. The cool air of the room hit my now naked skin, raising goosebumps as Lyra dampened the cloth and began carefully wiping away the dried blood that was stuck to me. Her touch was gentle, yet firm enough to scrap it off, dabbing at the wounds with careful gestures. The water was chilly against my skin, a soothing contrast to the heat of his injuries that I began to feel now that I was conscious of them. Looking at her, she was so focused, biting her lower lip in concentration as she worked. Kind of cute. I kept watching her, feeling oddly detached from the moment. Shouldn't this be embarrassing? It should be awkward, right? But I couldn't find it in me to feel self-conscious. Not that I could, but I thought she may, considering how things are in this world. I guess at least. No matter. This was nice because there was a strange sense of comfort in her presence, a quiet reassurance. As I relaxed, letting her take care of me, I noticed that I was right in my thoughts. Lyra, by the time her worry subsided, realized that I wasn't really injured. Thanks to that, she was gradually going red in the face, her ears burning, yet she continued touching me, caring for me. The fact that I hadn't resisted was probably why she hadn't stopped or shown discomfort doing it, making her heart race, something that I could almost hear. I guess in this society, this kind of thing wasn't normal unless there was something deeper. Did I make a mistake? Well, it was too late to say no to her. What I didn't know were the thoughts swirling in her mind. He trusts me this much, she thought, swallowing hard as she tried to steady her trembling hands. The thought alone had sent a warm flutter through her chest, but it was quickly overshadowed by the worry that still gnawed at her. What had happened to him? What could have caused these injuries? She wanted to ask, but the words were caught in her throat. It had to be related to the crows. And if it was, he wouldn't answer her anyway. He couldn't. So for now she focused on tending to his wounds, her touch as gentle as she could make it. She suddenly muttered, her eyes meeting mine, drawing her hands away. When she finally finished, she sighed in relief, setting the cloth aside. There, that should help. It's already better. I nodded as I flexed my shoulders slightly, testing the soreness. Thanks, Lyra. Anytime. She smiled, but then, as if remembering something, she perked up. Oh, wait here. Before I could ask what she meant, she darted out of the room. Did her shyness finally get a hold of her? Well, I barely had time to lean back against the headboard before she returned, carrying a small cloth-wrapped bundle. I already knew what it was. My thoughts were confirmed the moment she opened it. The scent of freshly baked bread filled the room, warm and inviting. My stomach growled loudly the moment the sweet smell hit my nose, my body betraying my hunger. Hungry? She giggled, the sudden melody from her throat light and pleasant, like a balm against my tiredness. I figured you'd be hungry, so I baked extra before closing. You shouldn't have, I said as she sat beside me, my hand already reaching out. But she was faster. She tore off a piece of soft, warm bread and, without hesitation, held it up to my lips. I simply stared at her, blinking, now feeling I was the one getting flustered. Lyra, I can feed myself. Hush, she said with a little pout, her cheeks flushing slightly. You're exhausted. Just let me do it. Properly. You already let me bathe you. Bathe me? That is a bit of a stretch, but true. This was nothing then. So I gave in. She pressed the piece of bread against my mouth, and with an exasperated sigh, I finally took a bite. The taste of the warm dough and slight butter melted on my tongue, and for the first time since the battle, well, I guess since yesterday, I felt a sense of normalcy return to my life. What was happening now? It was a small thing, but it was lovely. I enjoyed it. I really appreciated it. I never knew I was so starved for the feeling we were sharing at that moment. I think it made the food taste even better. Yummy? Lyra beamed, breaking off another piece. See? Better, right? It is tasty. I chewed slowly, nodding my head. And yeah, I do feel better. She smiled even more brightly as she kept feeding me in small bites, humming happily as if playing the role of a devoted little wife. It was odd. No, it was ridiculous. But for at least that night, I didn't mind. For once, I wasn't alone. For once, someone cared enough to check on me, and hell, she didn't ask for a favor. Maybe she will in the future. We will see. But for now, I decided that I would worry about it then, not now. The now was for relaxing. Chapter 16. Crown. Lyra lingered for a bit longer, fidgeting as if unsure whether to leave for the night or not. Her fingers twisted the edge of her sleeve, betraying her thoughts at first look. But I acted as if I didn't notice it. Well, I didn't mind it either. She kept glancing at me, maybe waiting for me to ask her to stay or something. The dim light of the room softened her features, and my thoughts began traveling in a particular direction. But in the end, I shooed them away. This was neither the time nor the moment to do anything rash. I barely know her anyway. Maybe she noticed it on my face, because eventually she sighed, her shoulders slumping as if surrendering to a decision she hadn't entirely made herself. She offered me a soft smile, one that didn't quite reach her eyes. "Get some more rest, okay? I'll check on you later," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Before I could respond, she slipped out my door, back into the night, pulling it shut behind her, making me feel, I don't know what. Disappointment? In myself? Hard to say. With Lyra gone, I stretched, standing up, now taken care of, fed, and somewhat rested. I found that I had regained just enough strength to keep myself from falling back into the suffocating embrace of a tired coma, which made me think about what to do next. Yes, my body still ached, a dull, persistent throb pricking me from under, something that seemed to emanate from my spine. It made my limbs kind of heavy and my thoughts sluggish, as though my body was wading through a pool, dragging concrete behind me. Hopefully, there won't be a fight that I need to get into in the immediate future. Chuckling, I stared at the ceiling for a moment, the rough-hewn beams above me already a familiar sight, and wondered if this was how my future would be from now on. Because if it will be, I will need to start climbing the ladder. I need a better place to stay, and I need to start training, both costing money and no matter what kind of world I am in. If this is how I feel after only one fight, I will die sooner or later. I must get stronger so it doesn't exhaust me so thoroughly and allows me to survive whatever fate has for me in store. Determined to shake the feeling off, I forced myself to start walking, wincing as my muscles protested the sudden movement. I dressed back up, each motion hurting, but I just ignored it. I took it to test the limits of my body. The fabric of my clothes felt coarse against my now sensitive skin, probably because Lyra did such a good job that I was now wholly conscious that I was injured. Big deal, Auriel. I told myself, it is a cat scratch, stop being a baby. While scolding myself, I stepped outside, enjoying the cool wind and the clean air, something that was unknown in my old city. One thing this world for sure has over that is the quality of the air. No smog, no pollution. Walking down the stairs, I listened as the city was quieter at this hour than it was throughout the day, but it wasn't silent. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked, and the occasional shouts of voices drifted from a house or two that I walked past by. Not every family has a peaceful night, huh? Typical. While walking, I kept my hood up, my hands buried in my pockets, forcing my body to move swiftly through the crooked alleys that led to the crow's nest. It turns out that a bit of active moving after the initial pain began alleviating it, helping me to move more fluidly. Or it was the after effect of forcing myself to a brisk pace. No matter, it worked. By the time I arrived, the crow's nest was as lively as ever. The warmth of the place had spilled out into the street, telling me that the others were probably having some kind of party, maybe celebrating our success. I could clearly hear Kravik's loud laughter and then the clinking of metal mugs against each other. Arriving, I paused at the door, entering the door, my eyes scanning the room until they landed on Kravik. The burly man leaned against the bar, a tankard in hand, looking as though he had never been injured at all, retelling our fight with the beast folk with exaggerated movements, joking about stepping on a cat's tail or something. Seeing me approach, he just grinned, his teeth flashing in the dim light. "Finally, I was worried you died in your sleep, but look at you, still walking." He laughed, his voice booming over the noise of the others. "But you look a bit pale." "Don't worry, kiddo. The potions hit differently for everyone. You'll bounce back soon enough." "Is it that obvious?" I shrugged while the others all came up to me, patting my shoulders and congratulating me, which felt really good. After a while, with my own mug in my left hand, I rubbed my temple, the ache in my head a slight reminder of the potion's effects. "It's not that bad, though. I am used to feeling like shit," I muttered, my voice low. "Nothing that a good drink can't solve." Kravik chuckled. "You're not built for the strong stuff, yet. You ought to start working out more and build some muscle. The stronger your body, the better it'll take the strain." I thought about it, but I shot him a wary look, my lips twitching in a half-smile. "Yeah, I am not really looking to turn into a jacked bull like you." "Moo!" Kravik laughed heartily, playing into it, his sound drawing a few glances from nearby patrons, bursting into laughter. "Suit yourself," he continued, taking a swig from his tankard. "But remember, strength ain't just about lifting crates or dames with each hand. It keeps you alive, fertile. You might be quick, but one wrong hit and you're done, kid. Then I just need to be fast enough not to get hit." I exhaled, crossing my arms over my chest. The idea of becoming stronger wasn't unappealing, but the thought of bulking up like Kravik wasn't exactly my lifelong goal. I preferred speed and precision over raw power. I believed in a type of balance that I had never strived for in my old life. Now I can try to. Still, Kravik had a point. My body had struggled to handle the strain of the potion, which only became evident after the battle was over. In a later fight, that kind of weakness could mean death if it overcomes me at the wrong moment. The thought lingered for a little more, a quiet unease settling in the pit of my stomach. Anyway, before I could mull over it a bit more, Kravik's grin widened, a glint of mischief in his eyes as he bumped my chest with his fist. "It's time." "Huh." I frowned, putting down my mug, but taking a big sip from it first. "Time for what?" "You'll see." Kravik clapped a heavy hand on my shoulder, its force nearly knocking me off balance. He is so touchy now. "What the—" "From now on, you're counted as a real member of the gang. And that means it's time for you to meet the crown." My body tensed slightly, a flicker of apprehension coursing through my mind. I had been working with the gang for a while now, but I had never met the person at the top. This shadowy figure who pulled the strings and made it all happen. Huh. This was a step deeper into the world I had already started to entangle myself in. If there was a sign of no point of return, this was it. Still, I just nodded. Fuck it, this is my life now. So I followed Kravik through the city, leaving the nest and walking the streets in silence with him. The more neglected alleys around our hideout soon gave way to more roads covered in polished cobblestones and well-maintained buildings, a stark contrast to the Crowfoot gang's usual operating area. Finally, the house we had stopped at was, although unremarkable, it gave me a feeling that it was intentionally so. It was the kind of place that blended into the background. There were no guards, no signs of danger, just a simple home with a warm glow spilling from its windows. From within, the sound of laughter echoed. Listening, I was sure that it was a child, bright and carefree, the kind of giggle that only innocence can create, which then was followed by a man's soothing voice. Kravik knocked and waited politely, patiently. When the door swung open, I was met with a surprising sight, making me blink my eyes multiple times, making sure I wasn't just seeing things. It was Risa who stood there, holding a small 4-year-old girl in her arms. The child's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she peered at me, her tiny fingers clutching a sewn little doll. Because she didn't recognize me, she took a bit longer time, her gaze lingering on my features before turning to Kravik. "Eh?" She grunted, happy to see Kravik, who just beamed like an idiot. Which fitted him well, and I couldn't help but chuckle the same way. Right before my shock returned, looking at Risa, 1,000 questions emerged from within my mind. "Welcome, Auriel," Risa said warmly, her smile genuine. "Come in, have dinner. Let's talk about your future in my gang." Hiding in plain sight, huh? I shrugged, smiling, shaking my head. I wouldn't have guessed. Meanwhile, across the city, the atmosphere in the guild's main chamber was far less welcoming than what Auriel was going through. The room was dimly lit. The flickering light of a single lantern wasn't enough to light up all the faces of the men gathered around the one table they sat at. Their expressions were grim, clearly debating something they were not too happy about, something that gave them a slight headache. "He slipped out of the city against orders," one of them muttered, his voice tense, "and now he's back, like nothing happened. He defied our direct order. He is guilty. ... The guildmaster, Reagan, tapped his fingers against the table in a slow, deliberate rhythm, stopping his colleague from continuing. "The real problem is who he was with. The Crowfoot." "Yeah, ... Another man shifted uncomfortably in his seat, his gaze darting to the leader before settling back on the table. "We can't afford to act too harshly. The gang supplies us with valuable intel and goods, and our partnership is going back a decade now. If we push too hard, we risk losing their cooperation. And? A younger member of the gathering frowned, his hands clenched into fists on the table. If we do nothing, we set a precedent. Auriel isn't just some foot soldier, he is a registered member of the guild. To remind you all, the guild spans over the continent. If he starts aligning himself too closely with them, he could become a liability. He dash. Enough. Ira, the scarred woman who was there when Auriel was first brought before Reagan, shouted, silencing everyone. If you think you can lecture us about the guild, you are 20 years too late, kid. You were sucking your mama's tits when I was already killing people, so shut the fuck up. Silence settled over the room quickly, thick and suffocating, before Reagan finally spoke again. His voice was serene, but there was an edge to it, a warning that sent a chill through the air, reinforcing his right-hand woman's words. For now we wait. We watch. But make no mistake, if Auriel continues down this path, we will have to act. And when we do, it will be decisive. A gang is a gang. They won't choose a new member over the profit they gain from us. Laszlo will return soon, and he will bring back enough information to determine if the boy is innocent or not. Until then, keep your egos in check. ... Another pause followed his words before one of the men added in a questioning voice, what if the Crowfoot decides they want him fully on their side? Would he still be a guild member or not? ... Reagan's eyes darkened, his gaze sharpening like the edge of a blade that was half drawn out. That depends on where his loyalties lie, and whether or not he makes the right choice. The guild doesn't harbor criminals. Our reputation is better than that. He will then be expelled, and all of the guild's resources will be cut from him. Everywhere. Chapter 17. Artifact. The guildmaster's main office was sealed off from everybody the moment Laszlo returned, coming to report to Reagan about his findings, sending word that it was most important to do so as soon as possible. The room was silent, save for the rhythmic tapping of Reagan's fingers against the polished surface of his dark wooden table. Each tap echoed faintly as if it were a metronome, marking the passage of time along with his thought process. He had been waiting for Laszlo's return since their last meeting, knowing that the man was the best tracker he had ever known. A gold-level adventurer and someone who could find anything. When the news arrived, he quickly excused himself from a meeting between the city lord and a foreign group of merchants there to arbitrate between the two as an independent agent from the Adventurers Guild. The fact that he was able to do this without resulting in any punishment, and that the leader of a city and a wealthy organization allowed, it showed the influence the Adventure Guild had over the continent. He was just about to stand up, going to ask where he was if he was so adamant about calling him back, yet not waiting in his office when the man in question finally entered the room. Looking at him, Laszlo was a man of quiet efficiency, his presence as unassuming, easily missable if you didn't know who you were looking for. His clothes were still dusted with the filth of travel, his boots were scuffed and worn from the road, traveling through unmarked lands, always finding shortcuts, no matter where he was. A faint sheen of sweat glistened on his brow, evidence of his haste to deliver his report, making Reagan raise an eyebrow in surprise. Sorry, Guildmaster. I had a feeling as if I was monitored, so while you returned, I walked a little. This could only mean he tried to shake off whoever was tailing him. If Laszlo felt someone was following him, Reagan believed him without question. I see. Good work. Reagan nodded. So, Laszlo wasted no time in stepping forward and placing a stuffed folder on the table, pulling it out from the inner pocket of his long coat. The wax seal, stamped with the guild's insignia, was unbroken, making sure that it showed that nobody had seen it yet, marked with Laszlo's own emblem of a padlock. Still seated at his table, Reagan leaned forward slightly, his eyes flicking over Laszlo before gesturing for him to speak, deciding to look over the documents after he heard everything from him first. Reagan was a man of calculated actions, and every gesture was deliberate. In his mind, if he read the documents first, it could create a preconceived notion of what he was going to hear. It would have been best if he had let Laszlo retell his findings and then taken the documents as proof of it all. I traced everything, Guildmaster, Laszlo began, his voice calm, betraying no emotion, speaking with a measured pace. started at the caravan where Auriel was found. It was traveling through no ordinary trade route. The fact that they took multiple detours and chose the less charted routes coming here was way too obvious. They were smuggling something valuable. Reagan agreed, watching Laszlo nod. An ancient elven artifact. What? The guildmaster flinched, his voice suddenly rising. What kind of artifact are we talking about? From the description, a palm-sized disc. As for its effects, we don't know. It is made out of some kind of bone with elven inscriptions running in it in concentric circles. An elven artifact, Reagan whispered, his eyes flashing once. I didn't know it at first. You will see it in my report. He nodded at the documents. I traced them back to their origin, contacted the local guild, and made sure to use them to track down everybody or everything connected to the caravan. In my search, I finally found a proper link. After capturing the man, a quick torture was enough to make him spill everything. The way the ambush played out was that the artifact was the true target. The rest of the cargo, just a cover. What about him? Reagan asked, but Laszlo simply tapped the table once, a clear indication between them that the person in question was no longer an issue. Good. Did anyone else know about it? I made sure to leave no stone unturned. Laszlo shook his head. Only those who were in the caravan, but they are dead. Except the kid. Yes. Laszlo nodded, his expression unchanging. After piecing things together, I tracked down those who ambushed them and found the beast folk's camp, or what was left of it. He paused, knowing Reagan was about to speak. Auriel, your instincts are right. The camp was hit hard. It wasn't a raid by another faction. It bore the usual mark of the Crowfoot gang's retaliation signature. Kravik and his crew wiped them out. But I was able to reconstruct what happened. In your opinion, was the kid behind the initial ambush too? Did he orchestrate it, but then the beast folk betrayed him too? Reagan asked in the end, his voice solemn and low. Hard to tell. That possibility is not zero, though. I want your opinion, Reagan pressed on. I dot. He considered for the first time. He furrowed his brows, mulling over it. I don't think so. Mostly because of his upbringing. Oh? Because? Reagan asked in surprise. The boy himself is an orphan, but he was raised in Mithranil's school. He was taught by the old man. The guildmaster whistled, watching Laszlo nod his head, confirming it. Yeah. If it is true, and he comes from his school, he wouldn't be the one who sold them out. Which complicates things. Guildmaster? Laszlo asked, now feeling a bit confused. So, they have the artifact now. Reagan continued, ignoring his question, his voice sharp and urgent. Well? Laszlo hesitated for only a fraction of a second. That's the logical assumption. I can't prove it, though. If they hit the beast folk camp, they must have taken everything of value, including the artifact. Reagan leaned back in his chair, exhaling slowly through his nose. His fingers steepled in front of him, the tips pressing together as if in prayer, thinking, watching the still untouched documents. And yet we don't know for certain. Aye. Laszlo nodded. But given their efficiency, it's highly unlikely they left it behind. We still have an opportunity to get it for ourselves, he said at last, his voice cutting through the forming stillness. The boy? Laszlo asked. Yes, Auriel is already close to them. You want to use him? Yes, Reagan answered, his tone measured, a smile hanging on his face. Anyone coming from Mithranil's school has to live up to the old man's expectations, meaning they have to be loyal and adhere to his ideals. The boy is a bronze-ranked adventurer, which means he swore an oath to us. He found himself in the gang because we limited his freedom, but now we can reinstate him, even reward him. So his loyalty should drive him back to us. First, we appeal to his better nature. Make him believe that securing the artifact for us will reward him beyond his wildest expectations. Wealth, security, and power. Whatever he wants. Raise him to be a gold ranker. I don't care what it takes. If that doesn't work, he let the words hang in the air, the implication clear. We will switch up the tactics. That artifact must not leave the city, and it must not get into local authorities' hands. We must have it. Understood, Laszlo agreed with a knowing nod, his fingers idly traveling to the hilt of the dagger on his hip. Good, Reagan said, but that is for a last effort. For now, we plan. We wait for the right moment. I will gather the trusted ones from the guild and share your findings with the inner circle. He continued, grabbing the documents and finally opening them. Across the city, in the warmth of her simple, humble-looking home, Risa sat at her desk, poring over the documents Auriel had retrieved. Her husband and her daughter were already asleep, and Kravik and the boy had left an hour before. For now, she was alone in her private office in the basement. The room she had set up there was small but cozy, the walls lined with shelves filled with books, scrolls, and trinkets collected over the years since she turned her childhood thieving gang into an actual criminal syndicate. At that moment, a single candle burned on the desk she sat at, its flickering light casting just enough light for her to read the letters between her fingers. Her keen eyes scanned the slightly smudged parchment before her, focusing on those parts where the ink was still dark and readable. Her fingers moved slowly, tracing the lines of text, piecing together the puzzle that lay before her because it wasn't written in the human language. That alone sparked great excitement because it wasn't beastfolk scribbles nor dwarven rune writing either. It was elvish. She was a woman of sharp intellect and even sharper instincts, her mind always working, constantly analyzing. Her parents always hoped she would become a scholar, an inventor, someone important. Yet she found that her ideas were the best when they were utilized to outplay the law that protected those who were already wealthy. Maybe our young little flower-loving fledgling is the next evolutionary step for my family. I was always lucky to find new ways to move forward, she muttered, using a thick book to translate the contents of the letters. Proving that she was indeed lucky, it was simplified Elven, something the sharp-eared bastards used to communicate with the so-called lower life forms, aimed at the beat folk in this case. After finishing the translations, the documents became a treasure trove of information, with each page revealing another layer of Elven mystery. She had already learned from them that the beast folk had attacked Auriel's caravan for a reason. It wasn't random, it was deliberate. They had been after something specific, something valuable. And now, reading between the lines, Risa knew exactly what it was. An elven artifact, she murmured, her fingers tapping against the parchment. Her words were barely audible, but they carried the weight of revelation, and her body shook once or twice from excitement. The documents hinted at more than just the attack. They provided traces of correspondence and coded exchanges that suggested the beast folk had been hired to retrieve the artifact for the elves, using them just as kingdoms use the Adventurer Guild everywhere to fight a proxy war with them. The elves, she muttered, the realization settling in like a stone dropped into still water. The implications alone were staggering. If the elves were involved, it meant the artifact was more than just a trinket. It was a piece of their history, their power, something they would stop at nothing to reclaim, which also meant that this relic had great value. Power. She continued reading, her brow furrowing in concentration. The papers revealed one more piece of crucial information. Maybe the most important one. The artifact hadn't been delivered. The beast folk never handed it over. Instead, they had hidden it somewhere, securing it for themselves, wanting to haggle for more than what was promised to them. That meant it was still out there, waiting to be found. Her mind raced with possibilities. She knew the Adventurer Guild would sniff it out. And if the guild believed the Crowfoot had it, they would come for it soon. But the truth was, the artifact was elsewhere. A bit of a conundrum. Still, if she could find it first, then the gang, her gang, would hold all the power. She leaned back in her chair, exhaling slowly. This changed things. The game had just become much more interesting. We're going after it, she decided aloud, reaching for a fresh piece of parchment. Her hand moved quickly, the quill scratching against the paper as she began to outline her plan. Whatever it is, it's ours now. Chapter 18. Anger. It had been a few days since we cleared the beastfolk camp, and I had returned to my usual routine, or so I tried to convince myself. My body had healed, and my strength was restored, but there was a nagging feeling constantly bothering me, and I couldn't put it where it was coming from. It couldn't be the battle as I slept well, with no nightmares or waking up feeling drenched in sweat. It was more of a strange feeling sensation, as if something was happening, something that wasn't good for me, but I didn't know what, or when, or why. Maybe it was nothing, and I was just being paranoid. So over the days, I tried ignoring it and focusing on my life, which within the gang had resumed its normal flow, and I was back to being assigned to different tasks. My latest one was being tried out as an enforcer, just like Kravik. It didn't mean I would become a Talon for the group, but they wanted to see how I handled it, and if that was my future with them. The job was simple: collect payment from a brothel that had fallen behind on its dues to the gang. Nothing that should be difficult. The establishment was tucked in a side street, a few streets down to the north, its location marked by the flickering lanterns from a glass case that was painted red. Somehow, it seems even here, the term of a red light district was present. I would have started musing about it, but that annoying nagging feeling had returned once again. Now, with the extra caveat that I was being followed. Could it be the guild? I asked myself, but I saw nobody, no matter how many times I looked. Shaking my head, I turned back to the brothel's entrance, my attention refocused on the task at hand. The air outside was thick with the scent of rain that had only stopped an hour ago, which I was longing for only a second later. The reason was simple. It was replaced by a suffocating mix of perfume, alcohol, and other fluids the moment I entered the building. It was not pleasant. Best if I spend as little time in here because, apparently, my senses are not really the fan of smelling others' naughty odor permeating the air, masked by whatever the whores were using here instead of a simple soap. The brothel's owner was easy to identify after I walked past the reception, heading straight to the back rooms. He was a middle-aged man with greased-back black hair and a slimy smile who stood behind a cluttered desk in an office, only hiding behind a flap of sheet hanging from the ceiling. His fingers twitched as he wrung his hands, and his eyes darted around the room as if searching for an escape the moment I entered. I didn't know my face was already known. At least I didn't need to guess to see the man was already trying to worm his way out of paying before I even said anything. "You see, the business hasn't been great," the sleazy pimp, for lack of better terms, stammered, his voice cracking the moment I arrived at his desk, crossing my arms and just looking at him with one raised eyebrow. "If you could just give me a few more days, I swear I'll have the money." I didn't even say anything yet. I exhaled slowly, the sound sharp and deliberate. I was trying to imitate the voice and look I saw in old gangster movies, wondering if I was doing it well or not. Anyway, it was worth a try. "Oh, no need to," he smiled, trying to look amicable in his pompous-looking crimson-colored suit. "I perfectly know you are from the great and magnanimous—" "We aren't magnanimous," I cut in, feeling icky from his ass-kissing, and my patience is already frayed, thinned to a thread just by being in here. "And not paying your dues is unfortunate," I continued, the edge of my lousy mood showing on my face. "But you know how things work. We provide protection and a slight immunity against the city's laws, and you pay on time. Or things start getting messy. We both know your clientele are not the local nobles. This is not exactly a place they would visit, so if you don't have someone up there to protect you after we withdraw." Knowingly, I let the words linger, watching as the owner's throat bobbed with a hard swallow. The man's earlier smile faltered, and his hands trembled even more as he reached for a ledger on the desk. Oh? Something to hide? Why did this scenario feel like when I was trying my best to help out my team leader in the office, only for him to take all my work and present it as his? His body language and face reminded me of him already. No wonder my hands were faster. I snatched the book before he could do anything, flipping it open with a practiced ease that betrayed my familiarity with such records. I handled enough of the company's business, working overtime every day to know what to look for. Hey, you can't just—" the little snake protested, his voice rising in panic, but I just ignored him. My eyes were scanning the neatly written numbers, letting myself smile a little. The biggest mistake of his was the fact that he notoriously kept track of everything in this shithole. If you want to be sly and indeed slimy, keep 2 ledgers, one for the officials and one with the truth in it. Idiot. Reading, I could see everything: profits from drinks, services rendered, and bribes paid to others. He even had all the girls he had, Their cost, meaning their food, clothes and things he listed as maintenance, right up against the money they were bringing in. The bastard was lying. He had more than enough to cover what he owed. Twice over, but then something caught my eye. Flipping to the ongoing label in his ledger, there was a draft of a deal with a fresh date, written up only yesterday. It was an entry waiting only for final confirmation after finalizing the price of the newest product. Reading it through, I barely noticed that my left hand slipped to the hilt of my short sword. What I noticed was that my blood had run cold. This was not a typical sale for something. It was a deed for a girl, a young girl, a human, an individual, a virgin. The price was still being negotiated. And the seller. My hands clenched the edges of the ledger so tightly that the paper crinkled under my fingers. I knew that fucker. The name written under the seller's section made my stomach lurch. It was Lyra's father. Suddenly, the weight in my chest was unbearable, a crushing pressure that stole my breath and made my vision swim, seeing a tinge of red. Like hell, I will let this sale go through. I have no issues with girls choosing to be entertainers in their own right, but buying someone like this? Are you insane? A sharp, searing pain shot through my chest, not physical, but a visceral reaction to a fact that I totally missed until now. I never knew if this was even legal in this world. Wait, I was working for a gang. Even if it was legal or not, that could mean jack shit now. For a moment, I thought I was dying again, just like in my old life, my body seizing under the force of my sudden rage. I heard how my heart pounded in my ears, becoming a deafening drumbeat that drowned out everything else. You okay? The piece of shit's voice was distant, barely audible over the roar in my mind, but loud enough to bring me out of my stupor. With a flinch, I slowly lifted my gaze, probably looking awfully grim as the man snapped his mouth close, stiffening. I didn't say anything, I just stared, and the silence became suffocating. I wanted to speak, but I was so angry. The words were fighting against each other in my throat, unable to decide what type of curse I should put on his head. At least the bastard, despite his years of experience dealing with criminals, indeed paled, all of his supposed bravado crumbling under the weight of my boiling, visible fury. I'll pay double, he blurted out, his voice shaking, probably thinking I was angry because he had the money. He scrambled to gather it at once, shoving it into a pouch and pressing it into my hands without hesitation. Here, just take it and go. I even put in some extra for being so late with it. At first, I didn't react. I simply hung it up on my belt and then walked out, ignoring his shouts, trying to say that I should tell the others it won't happen again. By then, the rain had started to fall once again, but only as a light drizzle that still managed to soak into his clothes and cling to his skin. It felt nice. It calmed down the rage I was feeling. Still, my breath came in uneven gasps, my mind racing with a torrent of thoughts that I couldn't control. What now? I asked nobody but myself. Did the gang know this was happening? Did Risa know? If they did, would they even care? The questions burned strongly, coming up over and over in my mind, each time becoming more infuriating than the last. I had no answers, but one thing was clear. The deal didn't go through yet, so it shouldn't be in effect. I needed to get Lyra away from her father before the man went through with his vile idea. Wait, even if it is possible to hold it up in this world's laws, fuck that. Didn't I say I won't care about those anymore? My thoughts were a blur, but my body had already moved on its own, driven by a simple need to act, and act fast. So I made my way to the bakery and their home without hesitation. When I arrived, the bakery was dark, and the scent of flour and baked goods, still lingering in the air, told me that they had only recently closed. For starters, I knocked on their door only once, but it was loud, sharp, and forceful. No answer. Okay, then I knocked again, even harder this time. Yes? After a pause, the door creaked open, and Lyra stood there, blinking nervously, relief shining from her eyes when he realized it was me. Auriel, what are you— Come with me, I said, my voice lower than I intended and probably scarier than it should be if I wanted to make her trust me. No wonder that Lyra hesitated, taking a step back, clearly startled by the intensity of my expression. But then she saw something. I don't know what it was. Maybe it was anger. Fear. Maybe. I also didn't know what I was feeling. But it wasn't good. I watched as she swallowed and then nodded, stepping out of the house without another word. She trusted me, I could tell. I will explain it later, I said as we turned to leave, but a voice rang out behind us. Where do you think you're taking my daughter? Lyra's mother appeared in the doorway, her presence filling the narrow entrance, her eyes blazing with fury. Get back inside, Lyra. Now. I didn't let Lyra's hand go, but I stopped when she flinched, torn between her mother's demand and the apparent urgency in my grip. Auriel, she tried to ask, wholly confused, but then her mother lunged at me, trying to grab her back, but I moved before she could reach us. Without realizing it, my body reacted, shifting, countering, just as I did with the tiger I fought, finding her much slower. By reflex, I grabbed her wrist and twisted it, forcing her away with ease. The woman stumbled, gasping in shock at the sudden display of quickness, something that also surprised me, but I wasn't going to question it now. Lyra's breath hitched when it happened, her fingers tightening around my arm, but she didn't pull away. She still trusted me, it seemed. Without another word, I led Lyra through the streets. The rain was falling harder now, soaking us both, but I barely noticed as my mind was filled with an unfocused rage and fear. Fear from the idea that we were dealing with selling humans. With how my life was previously, I may have been paid, but it was only enough to keep living. In all but name, I was simply a slave with no outlook for any improvements. For Lyra, this would be even worse. I won't stand for that. Tonight I will get answers. I am going to speak to Risa directly and ask it all with Lyra next to me. If she can lie into our faces, well, I don't know what I will do, but I will think of something. Chapter 19. Broken. Lyra sat on the edge of her bed, her fingers digging into the old fabric of her skirt, the material rough after going through years of washing and drying, as there was not much she could spend on herself, having to do with what she had. The house was quiet, but not because it was a peaceful night. Quite the opposite. She just had an argument with her mother, thanks to her father, who has been gone for a day and a half already. As for where? Who knows? Why? That was a more straightforward question. In times like this, it was because he was under the influence of his addiction and put into a mindset that he would do anything to get his next fix. It wasn't the first time that her father had been missing for a while. It happened more and more lately, always finding him somewhere in the city after another potion-fueled relapse. The issue was that every time the potion left his body, he would be even worse than a drunk. She should have been used to it by now, but it never got easier. Each time it felt worse than before. It didn't make it easier that her mother was also on the verge of exploding. Her angry voice still echoed in her ears from their argument just minutes ago. It had started like every other fight, with a passive-aggressive remark from her mother, followed by a bitter response from Lyra. Then it escalated into accusations and sharp words neither of them meant, but couldn't take back the moment they left their mouths. But her mother's words had cut deep this time. You're just like him, you know, always running away from your problems. Lyra had wanted to scream at her, to throw something, to make her mother understand how much those words hurt. But instead, she just stood there, fists clenched, until her mother stormed out of the room, slamming the door behind her. Now, sitting alone in her room, Lyra felt like she had also reached a point where it was dangerously close to exploding, ready to snap. Her chest ached, and her throat burned with unshed tears she had been holding back over and over again. She was tired, exhausted really. Today had been an awful day, and she wanted nothing more than for it to end one way or another. She really gave up on her family. So when she heard the sharp, forceful knock at the door, she nearly jumped out of her skin. Her heart pounded in her chest as she hesitated before moving to answer it. She was afraid it was her father. When she finally opened the door, she saw Auriel standing there, soaking wet from the rain, and something inside her steadied. Him. Here. Now. Was this like in the fables? But he looked different, more intense than usual, his hair plastered to his forehead and his eyes sharp with urgency. Something happened. Something bad. When he told her to come with him, she didn't argue. It was exactly what she wanted a few minutes ago anyway. She was already too emotionally drained to fight against the idea. Instead, she just nodded and stepped outside, leaving behind the place she had called home for years without looking back, ready to go wherever he would take her. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, but I kept dragging Lyra along the street, explaining nothing. I didn't know what to say, and she didn't ask. When coming to a halt before the home she had never visited before, Risa opened the door before I even had the chance to knock, her eyes flicking between me and the girl I had brought with me. She looked angry, which I can understand, but I wasn't in the mood to consider the consequences. For a moment, she said nothing, simply watching us, her expression becoming unreadable. I don't really know what she was thinking of, but maybe it would have been best if I hadn't asked. Just looking at her eyes, it wasn't anything pleasant. Still, she stepped aside to let us in, her movements smooth and measured, acting professionally. As we entered, she closed the door behind us, and finally, my hearing, which had been muffled by the rain until now, became clear. The same was true of my mind, realizing both Lyra and I were drenched like lost puppies. Before I could speak up, Risa did so. Her voice was exceptionally firm, cutting through the silence like a blade. Auriel, I believe I told you when you were last here. Business does not come to my home unless I invite it in. Her tone was not audibly angry, just a cold reminder of the boundaries I had overstepped, so the weight of her words was unmistakable. It was my first and last mistake she would tolerate. I understood that, so I exhaled heavily, nodding once. I know, but this is something you need to hear. It can't wait. Everything can wait, she reprimanded me, looking into my eyes. But you do look like someone who has seen a ghost. Risa studied me for a moment longer, her gaze then moving away, lingering on Lyra, who stood silently behind me, her arms wrapped tightly around herself. Both of you need a warm towel. Finally, she motioned for us to follow, while leading us downstairs to the basement, where she gave us towels and even sent Lyra behind a divider where she could undress and clean herself. Take these, Risa added, throwing a few clothes over them. Yours are too soaked to put back on. And you. She glanced at me. My hubby's clothes are too big for you, so suck it up and deal with it. Sure. I nodded, and the fact I didn't react to her short jab told her I was indeed taking this way too seriously to start fooling around. I didn't count how many minutes passed silently between us, but since my reaction, Risa has also been waiting patiently, but with a stony expression. The room was well lit, and the air was warm and faintly scented with old paper and ink, providing a bit of calm on my nerves. Sit, she said in a monotone voice after I was dry enough, leaning against her desk as she crossed her arms, waiting for an explanation. And speak. I need details. She instructed me, glancing once at the divider, watching Lyra appear in her new clothes, and also curious about what was going on. Why did I abduct her so suddenly? It concerns Lyra. I wasted no time, starting directly, looking into my boss's eyes, never leaving her gaze. I found something today at the brothel I was sent to shake down. Something I couldn't ignore. Then I pulled out the letter I had taken from the brothel's ledger and held it up to Risa to see. There was a deal being made. A girl was about to be sold off. And the seller, Lyra's father. Or? Silence fell over the room like a hammer. It was as if the absence of sound was like an explosion. It was broken by Lyra, who inhaled sharply, her entire body going stiff where she stood. For a moment, she didn't move, didn't breathe, as if the words hadn't fully registered. Then, as realization crashed over her that this girl was her legs gave out, and she sank to the floor with an actual crash. By then, her breath came in short, shallow gasps as she stared ahead blankly, unseeing, no longer registering what was happening around her. No, she whispered, shaking her head. No, he wouldn't. He couldn't. Even if… What? No, no? Her voice broke, and the sound was so small, so fragile that it made my chest tighten. I was afraid she would experience the same thing that sent me into this world. Without realizing it, I clenched my fists. My anger once again resurfacing, but seeing Lyra like this, completely shattered, made me bite down on it. It won't help. Not right now. First, while Risa was reading it, I pulled Lyra up from the ground, at least to make her sit in one of the chairs, not really knowing what to say. So to do something, I turned my attention back to Risa, my voice cold as I asked, "Did you know about this? Is this something the Crowfoot allows? Is this a business we dabble in?" "We do dabble in prostitutes." Risa's expression hardened when answering, looking up above the edge of the document and finishing scanning the pages carefully. "But no," she stated with absolute confidence, "we do not deal in people, nor in drugs. Those who do not last long in this city." "Because," I asked, wanting to get the full picture from Risa, "because dealing in people is dangerous." She scoffed as if I was asking stupid questions. "It is the most used reason for wars between nations, especially between species. There are empires that are strong enough to withstand it, but Corvinate, this kingdom is not, so it is outlawed." "But," I opened my mouth, but she cut me off. "There are limits, Auriel," she said sternly. "There are many things I can smooth over, but if I start dabbling in trading people and drugs, all my connections will amount to nothing. It would be a liability that anyone can use to crush us. Number, we had nothing to do with this, and trust me, we will rectify this before it spreads. The last thing my gang needs is others smearing us with this info. To spread that, the crows deal with slaves." She grimaced, crumpling the unfinished document. While speaking, I studied her, searching for any sign of deception, but I found none. She was telling the truth. At least, as far as I could tell. "Go," she sighed, rubbing her forehead. "Take the girl with you. I'll send it for you later. For now, stay out of it." I didn't argue or ask questions. Instead, I held Lyra's hand, leading her out, but she barely reacted to anything, be it my voice or my touch. I didn't bring her back home. That would be unwise, so I aimed at one of our safe houses. By the time we reached the hideout, the rain had turned into a full-blown storm, soaking us both to the bone once again. The house was run down from the outside, but inside it was patched up nicely and used for storing some goods we were dealing in. Right now, it was empty, so nobody was there. It was the perfect place to be alone and sort our thoughts out. Locking the door behind us, I brought Lyra to one of the empty rooms in the hideout, crouching down before a small furnace, making a fire for us to warm up a little. When the orange fire lit up the small room, I looked at Lyra, who looked hollow. I quickly grabbed a towel from a nearby shelf and kneeled beside her, starting to wipe her face and hair from the rain. She was still silent and unmoving as I began to dry her off carefully and cautiously. "You need to change," I muttered, draping the towel over her shoulders in the end. "You'll get sick if you stay like this." Still, no response. "Lyra," I sighed, running a hand through her damp hair, "I know this is a lot. I know it hurts. But I need you to stay with me, Lyra. You're not alone in this. All right? Can you hear me?" ... She finally moved just a little, turning her head to look at me. Her eyes were glossy and red-rimmed, and there was barely any light in them, but she nodded faintly. Then, without a word, she leaned forward, pressing her forehead against my chest. I froze for a moment, caught off guard, but then there was nothing to do. So I exhaled, resting my hand lightly on her back. We stayed like that for a long time, the sound of the rain against the boarded window hammering like stampeding horses. At least, Lyra's heart was stronger than mine was. She will get out of this quagmire. I had to believe that because I felt sorry for her and somewhat understood how betrayal felt. Although I didn't know if even I would be able to say I experienced the kind of betrayal she did now. Chapter 20. Missing Pieces. The fire I had made crackled in the dimly lit room, casting flickering shadows against its worn wooden walls, making us feel alone in the world. It has been a day since I brought her here. I had sat down on a rickety chair across from Lyra, watching her but saying nothing, simply bringing her some fruits to eat. What could I say? I had no idea. Nothing came to mind. In turn, she hadn't spoken much since learning the devastating news either, only reaching out and silently munching on the sliced apple. Finishing the small breakfast, she just sat on the edge of her cot, knees drawn to her chest, her still damp hair sticking to her skin as she woke up from a nightmare last night, drenched in sweat. However, after I calmed her down, she had changed into a drier set of clothes after being soaked again. Watching her, she looked smaller than ever. It was as if the weight of what she'd learned had physically shrunk her down. I felt bad. I couldn't help it. Her arms wrapped tightly around herself, her fingers pressing into her arm, eyes looking dim, almost empty. What was a bit more worrying is, well, she hadn't cried. Not yet. Auriel. I turned my head toward the new voice, and to my surprise, it belonged to Kravik, who I hadn't even heard coming in. He was leaning against the doorframe, his arms crossed, shaking his head. His expression was compassionate, and his voice was low enough not to startle Lyra. "Go get some rest yourself. I'll watch her so she does nothing stupid." I hesitated a little, glancing back at Lyra, but I was indeed tired. I didn't sleep since finding that unsigned bill for sale. What worried me once more was that she hadn't moved and hadn't even acknowledged us. Finally, my fingers twitched, wanting to say something, anything. But I knew there was nothing I could do right now. She had to open up first. "Yeah," I muttered, pushing myself up. "I'll check in later." By the third dawn, the Crowfoot had already put their ears to the ground everywhere in the city. Risa wasted no time, sending out informants and contacts across the streets the moment we left her home. Lyra's father was a well-known wreck of a man. Tracking him down shouldn't have been difficult. It shouldn't have been. And yet, by the second day, they had nothing. By the third, not even a sighting of the fucker. It made me nervous and restless, so I took matters into my own hands. I didn't fully trust that the crows were telling me everything, that Risa wouldn't lie about something so serious. I was still new. I didn't have any contacts or networks, but I did make some brief connections and knew which tongue I could loosen with a few coins I had earned so far. My first success was with an old drunkard who had seen Lyra's father the night before stumbling around near the eastern markets. Not dead, not missing. He's just gone after getting a fix that sent him reeling for 10 minutes or so. It wasn't much, but it was something. So I followed the lead, heading toward the lower district's eastern bars, places where people like Lyra's dad could turn up, alive or dead. Holes that were cheap and dangerous, not only because of the people frequenting them, but because they may serve you so bad of a drink that it could kill. I didn't expect what would come next. As I rounded the corner of an alley, a familiar figure stood waiting for me right there and then, as if knowing I was coming. I had stopped immediately, my pulse quickening as someone wearing the Adventurers Guild insignia leaned against the wall, arms crossed, measuring me. I hadn't seen the man before, nor any other members, not since I walked away from the guild. Glancing at his wrist, there it was, hanging from it like a decorative chain. His bracelet, shining in gold. Damn it. I had no genuine concept of what each rank meant or what the requirements were to be promoted besides experience or fame. But I could easily see that being a bronze-ranked one and him a golden boy, I did not have much chance if I wanted to run. Reflexively, my hands curled into loose fists as I spoke up. "Didn't expect to see you," I said, keeping my tone casual, trying to be unreadable. "You lost? We never met before." "I meant you, as in the guild members." I rolled my eyes, not wanting to give him the impression I was afraid. "Laszlo," he smirked, pushing off the wall and introducing himself. "I was waiting for you." "Yeah." I tensed. "Why?" "Well," Laszlo shrugged, stepping forward at a leisurely pace, but in a way that blocked my route forward, and I had a nagging feeling backing out would simply put me in the sight of another group hiding somewhere. "I bring good news, actually. The guild has decided to clear you, Auriel. More than that, if you had any past offenses. Forgotten. All of them." I couldn't help but narrow my eyes. This was a trap. Why now? Why say it like this? Why not invite me into their headquarters? Something didn't add up. "I don't have any past offenses," I said slowly. Well, at least, if my memories as the young Auriel held up well enough. "None that we know about." Laszlo chuckled. "So, no you don't. But let's be honest, we were pissed you joined with a bandit group, especially with how sudden of a switch it was." His gaze flickered over my shoulder, making me flinch, but I did not turn around. I felt how dangerous he was. I was not going to take my eyes off his hands if I could help it. What if he stabs me? "You even disappeared for a while, then left the city. We know that, by the way. I guessed as much, I muttered while keeping my face blank, but my gut twisted. Fuck. Laszlo was telling me something without saying it outright. They had been watching, and they knew where I had been. I thought the boys paid off everyone who had to be paid off. Well, so much for secrecy, and if they knew that, what else did they know about the crows? As if reading my thoughts, Laszlo sighed, giving a mock disappointed shake of his head. Honestly, Auriel, we weren't even mad about you joining up with Risa. Gangs change hands all the time. It happens. I said nothing, waiting. But damn, this means they also know Risa is the head of the organization. I wonder if she knows they know. But we figured, Laszlo continued, his voice lowering just slightly, that after a few months in the mud, you'd come back. A prodigal son of sorts. And you know what? We're making it easy for you. You can return to us and keep yourself as a bronze-ranked adventurer. No penalties, no grudges. My jaw tightened, holding back myself from expressing anything on my face. I had expected a threat. I expected veiled warnings. This was worse. They weren't demanding anything. Were they inviting me back? Just like this. I had faced so many sweet-talking opportunities before that this one was stinking from a mile away. And not because Laszlo's hygiene was terrible. Think about it. He smiled, seeing my silence. No rush, of course. Just think about it. Maybe, I answered as I shifted my weight, crossing my arms. And if I don't? To that, Laszlo gave a slow, knowing nod. Well, nothing really. He sighed dramatically. But you know how things are, Auriel. People talk. Trust is fragile. If you're working with the crows, you should know that better than anyone. What was he speaking about? Could they? The thought alone made my fingers twitch. There's something I don't understand, Laszlo continued, observing me. You seem to trust them quite a bit. I mean, they're still criminals, aren't they? No matter how noble they act. They sweeten their deals, preying for the vulnerable. You were vulnerable, weren't you? I know it was our fault, but we had to be careful, Auriel. You can see that, no? That may be right, but I didn't get enough time to think as Laszlo wasn't done speaking. And you know, he added, stepping closer, his tone even quieter now, more intimate. If there was someone the crows didn't want you to find, they'd make sure you never did. Hearing that, my pulse suddenly pounded in my ears. Laszlo watched me for a beat longer before clapping me lightly on the shoulder, starting to head out from the alley we were standing in. Just something to think about, he said with a lazy smile. See you around. And then, just like that, he walked away, leaving behind a carefully planted seed of doubt right in my own mind. As I turned to look at his back, I stood still for a long moment, watching Laszlo disappear down the street. My heart was still hammering, but not from fear. It was more from frustration, from uncertainty. I knew what Laszlo was doing. It was a game I was a victim of in the past, a test to see if I'd break, to turn me, to make me doubt. And yet, there was also truth in what he said. Why hadn't they found Lyra's father yet? The crows should be efficient. Risa wouldn't waste time. She did not. If that bastard was still missing after 2 days, was someone keeping him hidden? Reaching that thought, I exhaled, running a hand through my hair. It was nonsense. It had to be. But as I turned back toward the shady streets I was about to visit, the unease remained, coiling around my thoughts like a viper. If we can't find him in the same circles, we operate in… Fuck. For the first time since joining the Crows, I wasn't sure who I could actually trust. In the end, I ended up wandering the streets aimlessly, my mind racing. Laszlo's words echoed in my ears every time I tried to find a reason why nobody had seen Lyra's father. If there was someone the crows didn't want you to find, they'd make sure you never did. Trying to chase it out of my mind, I shook my head, trying to dispel the thought, almost giving myself a concussion. Risa had been nothing but upfront with me since I joined. She had no reason to hide Lyra's father, unless there was something more at play. Did she lie to me about knowing about it? As I passed a group of working men unloading crates for a blacksmith, a thought surfaced in my head. What if the guild has him? But if that was the case, why wouldn't they be using him already to crack down on us? Wait, why should they crack down on us? Ugh, I was missing pieces of a puzzle, and it was driving me mad. But I knew something didn't add up. Maybe it wasn't a good idea to join a group. There are too many secrets and too many threads that could end up entangling me and causing me pain. To avoid it, maybe I should start my own business. Maybe. Maybe after everything is straightened out, I'll leave. Maybe not. One thing was sure, suddenly I felt trapped, and it wasn't a good feeling. It was starting to be the same as in my old life. Didn't I say it won't be like that again? Tisk, come on, Auriel, get a grip. Nobody but I can dictate my life. When I returned to the safe house, Lyra was still sitting on the cot, her gaze fixed on the floor. Kravik had left, leaving her alone with her thoughts, which I wasn't happy about. Didn't he say he would watch him? Damn it. Still, she was still there, and I hesitated standing in the doorway, unsure if I should disturb her. But then she spoke, her voice barely above a whisper, compelling me to come in and sit next to her. Did you find him? Well, I muttered, closing the door behind me, remaining silent until I was sitting, holding her hand. Not yet. But we're close. She didn't respond, her fingers tightening around mine. Hey. I moved closer, trying to look at her face, hiding behind her hair. Lyra, we're going to find him, I promise. I just don't know if I want you to find him. She finally looked at me, her eyes tired but with more light than before. It seems she had time to think. I don't know if I want to meet him anymore. I get that, I nodded firmly. And it's not your fault. None of this is… No, it isn't. She shook her head, tears finally spilling over. I know that, but it still hurts. I know. It hurts a lot. I reached out, hesitating for only a moment before placing a hand on her shoulder and pulling her into a hug. I know there were times when I wanted to be hugged, but there was nobody who would do so. But we stopped it before it could happen. You stopped it, she muttered, and she didn't pull away. For a moment, the weight of her grief seemed to lift just a little. As I sat beside her, my mind drifted back to Laszlo's words. If the crows had her father, he would probably already be dead and would never have turned up. If the guild had her father, they were using him as leverage to build something against the crows, against us. But for what? Ha. This is a mess. From Righteous to Villain by Corti. Chapter 21. Briefing. The hideout felt different now. It wasn't the place itself. It was the same wooden walls, the same dim candlelight flickering on their wall-mounted slots, and the same rickety chairs that creaked under my weight when I sat down on them. It was the atmosphere and my thoughts that made it feel different. And Lyra, she had changed, and I wasn't sure if it was for the better. However, I couldn't blame her for it. 5 days had passed since we learned the truth about her father and what he planned to do. Then, another 5 days since, the man had vanished into thin air, leaving behind only the stench of his act. We just couldn't find him. What was a second shock for her was the news that her mother, too, was gone. But this time, we had news and proof of her, and she didn't just disappear into thin air. Instead, she fled without a word, abandoning her daughter and the crumbling remnants of their life, emptying their home of everything. When I told Lyra the news, I had expected tears, anger, a reaction, something. But she had taken the news with a chilling calmness, her face remaining passive while listening to me. She didn't cry. She didn't scream. She just nodded once and then went back to whatever she was doing, which, more often than not, was staying close to me and watching me silently. Sometimes it was too close. She followed me everywhere now, becoming a silent shadow trailing my every move. Not even a puppy was this clingy. If I sat, she sat nearby. If I walked, she walked a step behind me. She barely spoke to anyone else, not even to Kravik or the others who tried to engage with her. Any time someone talked to her, Lyra's answers were clipped, her tone flat, her eyes constantly darting back to me as if to make sure I was still there. She only trusted me now, and I didn't know what to do or how to handle this new and weird development. It was unnatural. I knew it wasn't healthy, it wasn't normal. But how could I tell her to act differently when I barely knew what to do myself? I wasn't her father. I wasn't even her friend, not really. I was just someone who had been there when the world had crumbled around her. Ha! And now she clung to me like I was the only solid thing left in her life. Maybe I am, I thought to myself one day, watching her sleep. For now, I let her stay close. What else could I do? I did fear that if I told her to leave, she would do so, and do something stupid. So I kept myself composed as best as I could and adapted. Even though this all happened, the real problem wasn't Lyra. It was her father. 5 days, and still no sign of him. If the man had skipped town, someone should have seen him. The crows had eyes everywhere, in the taverns, the markets, the docks. Yet there was nothing. No sightings, no whispers in the underground, no trail to follow. Just the void, as if he didn't exist. And that didn't sit right with me more and more. I had seen enough of this and my previous world to know that people didn't just vanish. Not unless someone wanted them to. And if someone had gone into trouble to hide Lyra's father, it wasn't out of kindness. And I was part of the gang that had a reason to make him go away. Whenever I thought of that, my gut churned at the idea. I had to admit, I didn't trust the crows anymore. But I trusted the guild even less. If they were behind this, if they were holding Lyra's father in reserve as some kind of pawn. Then a storm was brewing around me. I shook my head, forcing the thought aside. Speculation wouldn't help me. I needed a plan to ensure I wouldn't be swept away when the storm hit. But for now, all I could do was wait. I needed more information. Risa's office was packed to the brim when I arrived. This time, even Lyra understood she couldn't come, so I managed to leave her back home, promising I was going to return soon. Ha 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 ha. Once again, I was burdened to take care of someone instead of myself. Was I cursed? For some reason, the weekly meeting had drawn a large crowd of lieutenants, enforcers, and trusted members of the Crows. More than I had ever known was part of the syndicate. I stood near the back, and I could feel the tension in some of the others' eyes. Something big was going on, that was for sure. First order of business, Risa began, clapping once, silencing the murmur amongst us all. She surveyed the gathered criminals, including me, speaking in a serious tone. The brothel situation. Of course, murmurs rippled through the room while I kept my composure, waiting for her to resume. It was handled, Risa continued, making me blink my eyes in surprise. What? Just like that? The previous owner has skipped town to a faraway land. The place is under new management, one of ours. No loose ends. Some of the others chuckled darkly, but I didn't. So, we just offed him. The crows had killed him without thinking about it, huh? Fine. I didn't give a damn about that bastard, but what she said next did set off alarm bells in my mind. As for Lyra's father, here it came. Without thinking about it, my body tensed. He probably got spooked. He ran, same as the mother. She sighed, leaning forward on her desk, fingers interlaced. Whatever, good riddance. Not our problem anymore. It's not our problem anymore. The case was closed just like that. My fists curled at my sides, drawing it behind my back to hide it from view. This wasn't right. They didn't just lose people in this city. If Lyra's father was still breathing, someone had seen him. But instead, the crows had nothing. No giving up so easily without finding him had to mean we did. And Risa lied to me because we probably made sure he was gone. Otherwise, would she give up so easily? Maybe. Maybe not. My guess was on the latter. Still, I said nothing. This wasn't the time to push it right before everybody. But then again, Laszlo's words echoed in my mind all of a sudden. If there was someone the crows who didn't want you to find him, they'd make sure you never did. Had Risa made him disappear? Or was it the guild? Either way, I decided then and there that I was done being strung along. But before he could think on it further, Risa continued. And then came the real bombshell for the night. This next part is for our inner circle only. Risa's tone shifted, taking on a more serious weight when it was only a few of us in her inner room. I wasn't supposed to be here, but as the one who had made it possible, I was invited as a reward. It felt weird. What did I do? Still, seeing the seriousness of Risa's expression, all the usual chuckles died down, and the posture of everyone present subtly stiffened. It was clear we weren't talking about petty crimes anymore. This was something dangerous. "I've been going over the documents Auriel found," Risa began, pulling out a stack of papers and a folded parchment and tapping them against her desk. "And I've finally confirmed it." "Of what?" Kravik asked. "There's an elven artifact hidden in this region, and we are going to get it." For the first time in my life, I saw real shock on the faces of everyone present. Probably I was the only one who couldn't assess the seriousness of the news. An elven artifact, and so, huh. Seeing how they all got so fidgety, I almost felt as if they said there was a bomb, ready to go off at any moment, hidden in the city. What I did know was that we didn't deal with artifacts, not just because they were rare and valuable beyond reason, but because anything elven always came with a curse, either literal or political. I remember hearing Kravik say that the last known artifact falling into human hands caused a 200-year war. "God smack me," someone muttered under their breath while I heard others shift uncomfortably. I looked at Kravik, who also ran a hand over his shaved head, whistling. Then it hit me, and my blood ran cold. It was as if the pieces snapped into place so fast it nearly made me sick. The guild also knew. That was why Laszlo had approached me. That was why they'd suddenly offered me a free return with no penalties and no grudges. They were after the same thing, and they thought we had it. Or they suspected us of having it. And if I didn't join them willingly, they would use Lyra's father to frame the crows as slavers, to turn the entire city against them, ensuring the guild could wipe them out completely without anyone complaining. A perfect play. Fuck. Too perfect. An actual hostile takeover. Suddenly, I felt sick. This whole time I had thought that I still had time, that I could figure things out and navigate my way through this mess. But now, I had no time. Fucking hell, can't I catch a break? Must I always end up in an organization where things go south? Thinking about it, my instincts screamed at me louder than they ever had in either of my lives. They were repeating over and over, "You need to leave." Now, to force my face to keep my true thoughts hidden from Risa, I clenched my jaw, staring down at the candlelit table where she laid out her plans to acquire it. The others were talking over each other now, speculating and wondering what kind of artifact it was and how much it could be worth. None of them realized what I saw in Risa's eyes for a fleeting moment before our gazes met, and she managed to hide it away. She wasn't going to sell it. She wanted it. Double fuck. I had seen how these kinds of fights ended. The guild wasn't just going to let the crows have this artifact. And if it wasn't the guild, who would get it? It would be worse. Even if we do obtain it, or more precisely, if Risa gets it, she may leave no witnesses to the fact. If I stayed to see this through, I would be caught in a war. And I was the newest guy here, the least important and the most easily sacrificed pawn. I had to leave. But how? I couldn't just run now. Risa would know instantly. She might even take it as a betrayal or as a danger to her plans. She needed us to get it, but if she smelled that any of us tried to run or go for it, I would bet my life on the fact she would end us before getting to the city's gates. No, I had to do this carefully. First, I would need to gather supplies and find a route out of the city without alerting them. One that neither the guild nor the crows controlled. And yes, I should go and get Lyra prepared without tipping off anyone. I can't leave her behind. Who knows what they would do to her just out of spite? Okay. I still had days, at most, before things spiraled out of control. To collect my focus, I exhaled slowly, forcing myself to stay still. To pretend like everything was fine, and I was just nervous about the fact that an elven artifact popped up from nowhere. "Relax," Kravik grinned, patting my back. "It will be a piece of cake." "Sure," I muttered, forcing a smile. "I can already taste it." Yum. Chapter 22. Planning. Risa had gone through her plan, or at least some part of it. She never shared with us where we would go, but we knew enough. She gave us 2 days to prepare, so I had no time to waste. By the time I exited the meeting, I was already formulating a plan that would end up in me and, well, Lyra to disappear. This got way too dangerous, and even if I couldn't really comprehend what an elven artifact would do, by the simple reaction of anyone who knew about it, I understood that I wanted out. I am not going to stay here and get killed because of someone else's greed. It took me a few hours to put things together, and I knew my plan was shaky at best, but it was the best I could do in such a short time. When I explained everything to Lyra, she listened silently, saying nothing, and when I was about to begin convincing her, she simply nodded. "I'll do as you say." It was the only thing she said. It felt weird. I wasn't used to it. Usually people didn't listen to my requests or plans, or if they did, they presented them as their own. But she didn't ask questions. She simply showed that she trusted my decision and followed my instructions, which meant she left the city before even the following morning had arrived. We made sure that even if I was being tracked or watched, it would seem like it was her idea to simply go away. Slipping out of our current room in the middle of the night, if anyone would ask, I would say she merely left. With how she was in the past few days, nobody would ask questions. Maybe Kravik would feel bad, thinking we were a pair or something, but this was the best way. I couldn't leave her behind, and I didn't want to put her in danger either, and she understood that. It was she who suggested the place we should meet, showing it to me on a map that I had memorized, promising that I would be there in 3 or 4 days. At most. I hoped, because my next step was to visit the Adventurers Guild. The moment I stepped into the guild's headquarters, I already knew how this conversation would go. It wasn't because of my arrogance, or because I knew it by reading people like a mentalist. It was a certainty because they were waiting for me to do precisely this. So I had played my part well, giving them just enough reason to believe I was a young man in over his head, desperate for a way out. And if there was one thing powerful men loved, it was thinking they held all the control. I experienced that part a lot with the type of bosses I served, climbing the pointless corporate ladder. Reagan, the guildmaster, welcomed me into his office, sending everyone else out except the same man who found me a few days ago, Laszlo. Reagan himself sat in his usual spot. His fingers were interlocked as he studied me with an indifferent gaze, at first that quickly gave way to a warmer, more welcoming smile. Still, not fast enough. I knew he was simply playing his part. My eyes quickly moved from him, not wanting to make him think I was brave enough to pull a trick on him. Instead, I looked over him, watching the massive tapestry on the wall at his back, depicting the guild's founding, its threads shimmering with gold and silver. It was blocked from my view when Laszlo stood behind him, leaning against the wall, arms crossed, watching me with a slow blink. He gave me the usual smirk, as if he already knew everything that would come out of my mouth. Well, he didn't, because I was about to play them both. I stood with my hands clasped behind my back, hiding my trembling, keeping my voice steady but not enough so the cracks in my voice wouldn't be noticeable. Luckily, I didn't need to act. I was close to pissing myself for real. So it was an authentic performance. "I'm done with the crows, I want out." "I see." Reagan's brow lifted slightly, but there was no suspicion, just mild curiosity. "And why is that?" he asked with his tone even, acting as if he wasn't the one who sent Laszlo to find me. "They're getting reckless," I said, letting my honest frustration seep into my words, "and I don't want to be there when they eventually burn." "They are over their head." Laszlo let out a low chuckle, pushing off the wall and walking forward to stand beside the guildmaster. "Smart boy. But you know leaving them won't be easy. They don't take kindly to deserters." "You told me to consider it, no?" I forced a wry smile, my fingers tightening behind my back. "That's why I'm here. We all know that we know. So, do you want the artifact? I can lead you to it. But I need something in return." "True, let us be honest here." Reagan leaned forward slightly, the light catching the silver streaks in his otherwise jet-black hair. "Go on. We are listening." "My adventurer rank stays. My name remains clear, not just here but everywhere on the continent. I don't want to be blacklisted, marked, mentioned, or in any way, shape, or form considered as an unwanted element." Dot, dot, dot. There was a brief pause, and then Reagan gave a slow nod, his smile widening. "That's reasonable. But how do we know you're not leading us into a trap?" "A trap?" I snorted, and I didn't hesitate to continue. "Because I want nothing to do with the crows or any elven artifact anymore. I never wanted it in the first place. Risa's already suspicious of me. If I stay, I'm dead. I am not stupid enough to miss the fact that a gang leader will make those in the know disappear. I need an out, and you need the artifact. I'm offering you both. And, well, it wasn't a lie per se. They do say that the best lies are built upon half-truths. Reagan remained silent as he studied me for a moment longer, his eyes narrowing ever so slightly. The silence stretched on, broken only by the distant clatter of footsteps echoing through the hall, but instead of knocking, they slowly died as they walked on. Finally, he nodded. Very well. With that, he pulled out a letter, filled it out before me, stamped it with a wax seal, and gave it to me. This will prove that you are clear as a hot summer day. When and where? Tomorrow, just before dusk, a day's travel outside the city. The crows will be moving the artifact to a hiding place, and they'll have only a handful of people guarding it. All of those who know about it. Another carefully planted lie, we weren't planting it. We were going to get it. We will be there, Laszlo said, his smirk widening. He adjusted the dagger at his belt, its hilt gleaming in the light. This should be fun. I gave them both a sharp nod and turned to leave. The sound of my boots against the floor echoed in the guild, making me nervous, but nobody stopped me. Neither of them suspected anything, it seems. They saw me as a useful tool, nothing more. And that was their mistake. Step 1, complete. Step 2, Risa. I returned to the crow's hideout just before midnight. The moon was out, more prominent than anything, taking up much of the night sky. I hope it is a sign that things will go my way. I wasn't stopped at all while entering, as not many of us were there anyway. Although surprised I came back so soon when I should have been preparing, when I told them I must speak with Risa, I think they had picked up on the urgency in my voice. Risa was alone in her office, leaning over a stack of documents, her candle flickering low. She was probably looking into how to keep the artifact safe and hidden. Whatever it was, it didn't matter to me. Hearing me enter, she barely glanced up from her work, but the second she saw my face, her expression sharpened. "What is it?" she asked, her voice calm but alert, with a tinge of warning that I should choose my words carefully. "Problem," I said as I took a slow breath, ready to start tonight's second performance. I should get an award for this. Well, my escape with my life intact should be the award in itself. "The guild is coming," I stated clearly. "They're planning to ambush us when we retrieve the artifact. They think they can take it. I thought you should know." "What?" Risa's eyes narrowed, her gaze piercing through me as she assessed my expression. Then, surprisingly, she let out a low laugh. "Ha! I was wondering when those bastards would finally make their move. I was afraid they already knew because of you. So, you're telling me this because I'm not an idiot," I said bluntly, meeting her gaze without flinching. "I know if they take us by surprise, we're dead. I'd rather stay on the winning side." "Good." She leaned back in her chair, the wood creaking, its aged frame moaning loudly. Her fingers drummed lightly on the armrest, a habit she had when she was thinking, and I wasn't about to interrupt her. "I wasn't expecting you to be so honest, Auriel. If you hadn't come to me with this—" Her smile was small but dangerous. "It would have been deadly." "I guess they knew I visited the guild, huh?" "I expected as much. I wonder if they would have come for me if I hadn't come straight here but gone somewhere else." "I know." I met her gaze evenly. "That's why I came." "I like you," she said after another pause. Then, with a slow exhale, she nodded. "We'll be ready. You should be too." I gave her one last look before turning to leave. Yes. She believed me. And why wouldn't she? For now, things have been going smoothly, but I can't get complacent. The dangerous part is still waiting for me. Step 2, complete. Step 3, the escape, the part that I either screwed up and died, or pulled off and lived. Fuck. Why do I feel so excited? Is this how it feels to actually live? I never knew this feeling, but I didn't want to become an adrenaline junkie either. I walked out of the office and into the night air, inhaling deeply and calming my nerves. The cool breeze carried the faint scent of drizzle, a storm brewing on the horizon, clouds covering half of the massive moon in the sky. I had set everything in motion, and there was no stepping back from here. Only forward. The guild would come. The crows would be waiting, blood would spill, and lives would be lost. And in the chaos I would slip away. Finally, I wasn't a pawn anymore. No one will decide my fate besides me. Not the guild, not the crows. If something happens, I will be in control, and I will make the decisions from now on. After I managed to leave and head to wherever the road took me, I knew I would not join anybody. I will only trust my own decisions, which means I will have to make my own group. If I make one, maybe I will forge my own syndicate. Or my own guild. Stop it, I told myself, holding back my rampant imagination. First, I had to survive. But if I had to bend reality itself to my will to do so, then so be it. Chapter 23. Escape. Risa wasted no time after my warning. The moment I informed her about the guild's plan and who would most likely attend, the gears within the crows began turning at full speed, sweeping me up quickly. Orders were sent out, potions and weapons distributed, and I even got a complete set of new padded armor, a new sword, and a bandolier with multiple potions. Nothing was spared. And the others, especially Kravik in his half-plate armor, looked way more dangerous than we went for the beast folks' camp. After leaving while it was still dark, the air cold and humid, dark clouds rumbling, but without starting to pour water on us. Somehow, even after knowing that this was way too dangerous, I didn't feel the type of fear I was expecting. It was there, yes, but I was also excited. Equally so. It was a scary thought if I lingered on the feeling. Was I always like this in the past? Only I was unable to act on it. Who knows? Chasing the thought away, I moved among them, pretending to be just another fighter, another piece in Risa's grand game, ready for the grand finale. Even though my final preparations were different, I was hoping that there would be a perfect chance to disappear amidst the chaos, preferably in a way that would make them think I died. And for that, I was delighted the ambush would happen close to a river. It was my best chance. Relax. Kravik chuckled, probably noticing my nervousness, mistaking the reason for it. You are a lucky one, kid. I have a good feeling about you. Thanks. I smiled weakly. Take care of yourself, okay? I looked at him, watching him nod with a grin. I wasn't afraid that he would die, but I would feel bad if he died because of Risa. I just didn't trust her. Since the news of the artifact, her aura had been foul. Getting to the chosen scene, the 24 crows and I, who were selected for the ambush, took our spot, hiding after Risa made sure we had all of the required potions. Strength, speed, endurance, the 3 different ones we were supposed to drink right before engaging. I was told that each bottle on my bandolier was packing enough magical enhancement to allow me to tear a regular person apart when combining them. Holy hell, this also meant that the 2 from the guild were probably packing something similar, weren't they? I need to keep reminding myself in the future that I wasn't going up against regular people. Potions in this world are really the table-flipping solutions. Risa stood at the head of the gathered fighters, her presence hidden, crouching on a thick branch of a massive tree, hidden amongst the leaves. When she spoke, her voice was akin to a whisper next to my ears. We wait. Don't move, not until we attack. They are dangerous, so we hit them hard. No hesitation, no holding back. They die, or we do. A low, guttural chorus of agreement rippled through the air like a beast's growl. I nodded along, keeping my breathing steady, my face slightly pale and my hand trembling. Inside, though, my mind suddenly flashed back to something that didn't belong to me. Calm down, Auriel. Overexcited adventurers get to die first. An old voice told me from nowhere, pushing me into a trance-like state. You have the talent, but if you let your rampant emotions overtake you, making you hesitate or jump into action before thinking, you will die. To the most simple bandits, this land can throw at you. Never forget my words, kid. Calm, remain calm. In every situation, Reagan didn't trust many people, not if it was about an elven artifact. That's why, when it came to securing the prize of his life, he told no one. Not the other adventurers, not even his inner circle. Not the brass at other headquarters, only Laszlo. That way, they wouldn't need to share it with anyone, and the guild wouldn't get their grubby hands on it. The two of them rode out of the city under the cover of darkness, slipping out unnoticed. Their destination, the supposed location where the crows were transporting it. The moon was hidden away behind dark clouds, only the occasional lightning strike casting elongated shadows across the forested landscape. The only sounds were the rhythmic crunch of hooves against dirt and the occasional rustle of wind through the trees as they rode their horses. "I assume you're looking forward to this," Reagan murmured, as he rode beside Laszlo, his voice barely audible over the night stillness. "A bit," Laszlo smirked, his teeth glinting in a sudden flash of blue light. "A bunch of street rats, thinking they can challenge us. It'll be good exercise. It was a long time since I had a proper fight." "Same." The guildmaster chuckled, his expression unreadable beneath the brim of his hat. "Still, we should be cautious. The crows are still a well-organized gang, even if they are a gang. Risa's father was still a gold-ranked adventurer. I heard. Too bad the old man died before I would have a chance to test his skills." Laszlo flexed his fingers, the leather of his gloves creaking softly. "I know they are dangerous. That's why we kill them before they even know they're dead." Smiling, it was clear that the two men's confidence was unshaken. However, it wouldn't hold long because they had no idea what was waiting for them. I watched from my hiding spot as the two men arrived here to set an ambush for us. Reagan and Laszlo dismounted and moved through the pitch-black night, coming towards the spot that would be perfect for an ambush, not knowing we were already there. While moving through the forest, they were fast and efficient, setting themselves up in prime ambush positions that would hide them well, almost making me smile because they were painfully visible from where we stood. My smile disappeared when Reagan's eyes scanned the shadows, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, making me think he already noticed us. Or me. Luckily, his gaze didn't stop on my body, glancing at Laszlo, who also crouched low, his dagger already in hand and his body coiled like a spring. Then they heard it, the shuffle of feet in the darkness. One of us was making the first move. Reagan's eyes narrowed, his ears picking up the noise. Wait. Too late. From the shadows, the first few crows descended like specters of a midnight haunting. Their movements were unnaturally fast, their eyes glowing faintly from the potions coursing through their veins. Their blades flashed, and some crossbow bolts flew out from a different location. The first wave hit them hard, prompting me to drink my own potions. It was no time to think about keeping them for the future. I witnessed as Reagan twisted away from the first strike like he had no spine, a dagger slicing his coat instead of his throat. Laszlo was already moving, his own blade deflecting a fatal blow aimed at his ribs. The two gold-ranked adventurers moved with masterful precision, their instincts honed by years of survival, and even without potions, they managed to deflect the first wave. "Ch!" They knew, Reagan hissed, his posture shifting, his aura of calm replaced with deadly focus. "I'll kill the boy too." Laszlo snorted as the two stood in the way. They blocked attacks against their backside, proving they knew how to work together. They knew it well. Still, we had the element of surprise, but Reagan and Laszlo were gold-ranked for a reason. Their movements were lethal. The precision of every move their bodies made was unreal, and I watched as they dodged, deflected with one hand, and then drank their own potions with the other. Right after it, they counterattacked with terrifying speed, cutting through the first attackers as if they were nothing, slicing bodies apart with ease. Another crow lunged at them. Laszlo, on the other hand, simply sidestepped, severed his hamstring, and kicked him into another fight, coming straight at him from his left side. Then, another came from behind, just so that Reagan ducked low and drove a dagger into his heart before pushing the body aside like discarded meat, defending Laszlo's blind spot. The first bodies hit the ground in a span of seconds of our supposed surprise attack. But we weren't done. We knew that we outnumbered them. Once again, I saw how Reagan parried a strike, but this time, because Laszlo was dealing with two others, he was unable to be there for him. With an audible moan, Reagan took a knife across the shoulder. Just then, an arrow, coming from Risa's position, grazed Laszlo's cheek because he still managed to tilt his head at the last moment. With a roar belonging to Kravik, it was time that I also joined in the attack. And then the real massacre began. Laszlo and Reagan both downed their second potions, and suddenly the fight shifted. We were now facing two unstoppable monsters. Laszlo moved like a blur, his dagger looking like he held four at once as he tore through the nearest of his enemies, carving deep into flesh, slicing tendons and arteries with surgical precision. Somehow, he found the tiniest gaps between the joints of the armors. It was almost unfair. One of the crows screamed as his arm was severed completely. Another collapsed with a hole in his throat, blood spilling onto the dirt, making me see, hear, and smell everything in, well, high definition. Reagan wasn't any less brutal. With a powerful backswing, he crushed a skull, his movements like a bulldozer, crashing through the battlefield. A crow to my left stumbled away, his gut spilling onto the ground, and another to my right fell with his head twisted unnaturally backward before I managed to somehow dodge the guildmaster's crazed attack. The thing that saved my hide was the fact that Kravik rammed into him from the left, finally making him stumble out of his deadly rhythm. For a moment, it still seemed like Reagan and Laszlo would turn the tide entirely by themselves. But the rest of our group kept coming. Injuries began piling up, especially as Risa's arrows were precise, finally hitting them either in the arm or the leg. Even if they shrugged it off, their speed did diminish, enough for the others to start defending or dodging them. Defense became their only option. As the battle raged, I stayed close to the edge, feinting a few attacks before backing out, waiting, watching. I needed the perfect moment. Then that moment finally came, but not in the way I had expected. Realizing they were losing ground, Laszlo suddenly shifted tactics. With a flick of his wrist, he revealed a hidden repeater crossbow mounted to his forearm. His target, Risa, right on the tree, a few steps behind me. The bolt shot toward her in the blink of an eye. She dodged, but not everyone did, especially because Laszlo's weapon sent 7 bolts forth in a wide arc, predicting where Risa may choose to dodge, hoping to get her. I saw the bolts fly, heard them whoosh by, and pain exploded in my chest. It was a burning, piercing agony near my collarbone. I immediately knew I had been hit, but it was time to act. I staggered back, groaning, leaving a bloody trail. Then the world tilted as my body fell backward. Into the river. The cold swallowed me whole. But at that moment, I didn't mind. The bolt in my body was making me burn up, and it helped alleviate it. I could hear the muffled roars of battle above the surface, but not for long, as it carried me away quickly. My limbs went numb as the current dragged me away, blood leaking from my wound, mingling with the dark water. Not good. I hadn't planned for the pain. I was actually hurt. And the river was carrying me somewhere unknown. I had to remain conscious. I don't know how far I got, but using the last vestige of the potions coursing in my body, I forced myself to somehow, almost in a daze, get myself onto the shore. Just at the right time, because when I was out, their effects were gone, and I simply lay there, injured, tired, but at least living. Next time, I coughed up water, doing my best to keep myself awake. I need a better plan. No improvisation. Chapter 24. New Goals. I woke to the taste of iron in my mouth and the sluggish weight of my limbs, refusing to obey me. The world swayed, bobbing up and down, my vision flickering between the blurred trees and the dark smear of the river stretching behind my back. I didn't remember washing up on the bank at all. Maybe I was doing it out of reflex. What I could recall was the cold currents carrying me forward, throwing me around. As I began to regain more of my mind, the sound of the distant hooting of owls came to me. Hopefully, it was really the sound of an owl and not that of wolves. When I tried breathing in instead, it prompted me to cough and throw up a good amount of water before I managed to draw in some air. My fingers twitched. I wanted to fall back to sleep, but I couldn't. It would be tantamount to suicide. Then came the pain. The bolt still jutted in my body, reminding me of the close call and keeping my consciousness at bay. Well, for now. Every breath burned my lungs as if they were filled with shards of glass. This was probably bad. I wasn't even feeling cold, which further worried me because this wasn't a pleasant swim. Got to move. I grunted, groaningly compelling my mind to obey. With great effort, I forced myself up, one trembling hand gripping the damp soil beneath me, sinking into the mud. Then, ignoring the jolting pain in my torso, I kept pushing, standing up in the end. I looked around and my sword was lost in the river's depths. Damn it. It was new, I wanted to keep. Ah. It seemed like some luck was on my side because I had spotted it close to the shore. I don't know how or why, but I didn't ask. I simply grabbed it and began walking. We had our plan. With a grunt of effort, I staggered forward, each step a battle against the weakness trying to pull me down. It didn't help that the forest around me seemed to close in within the darkness, the trees towering around me like giants. South ... I muttered, pulling out one small compass the size of a pocket watch and following Lyra's directions. She did tell me that all roads were conveyed into one big one, as there was only one pass through the southern border. No matter where I was going, as long as I was going south, I would have to end up at the Sleepy Squirrel Inn. So without thinking, I just kept walking, following the compass. If he could reach the tavern, if Lyra was still waiting for me, then it would all be worth it. After what felt like a long time, I managed to stumble onto a road-like path, wide enough to be used by horse carriages. That was a good sign. Still being dark, there was nobody traveling alongside it. By now I didn't care. My body and mind were moving on autopilot, a bolt still lodged into my shoulder. Hours bled away into pain and exhaustion, but no matter how much my senses cried to rest, I did not stop. Not until I saw the slanted roof of a roadside inn in the distance. Was this it? I didn't know, but the moment my body saw it, it simply took at the ultimate goal of mine. I don't even know if I noticed its name or if there was light in its windows. By then, I didn't even care if Lyra was there. I just wanted to lay down and rest, for a long time. Lyra was nervously staying at the inn, hoping that all would go as planned. However rickety that planning was, she felt helpless because she knew it had too many points that could lead to failure. Still, she hadn't got any better idea. Maybe I should have waited closer to him. She thought Auriel might not even find his way to her. The thought made her squeezy and fidgety, which was quickly noticed by the kind old pair running the Sleepy Squirrel. Of course, they asked what the matter was, because a young maiden, arriving alone and looking so flustered, was already alarming enough. She couldn't tell them much just by virtue, so she made up half-lies. She told them that her parents abandoned them and that she was separated from her only relative, her brother. She told them that they had spoken about how, if that ever happened, they would meet here. But the door to the inn suddenly pushed open and Lyra spotted him before he could call out, her eyes widening in horror as she rushed to him. Auriel! Her hands were on him before he could protest. They were warm and shaking, trying to steady him as his knees finally buckled, collapsing onto her. The bolt, which was quickly noticeable in his shoulder, shifted and he let out a sharp, choked gasp. That is lodged in deep. The old man, twice the size of Auriel, hurried over, throwing his towel over his shoulders, which he used to wipe the mugs, and quickly took Auriel from Lyra. His touch was firm but gentle, so as not to hurt Auriel more, being careful not to worsen the unseen wounds, which were, for now, maybe unseen. Gods, Lyra cursed, her voice tight with worry, you're burning up. What the hell happened? Auriel tried to answer, but the words caught in his throat, which was too dry and cracked to answer. Being held and feeling himself safe, the world tilted violently, black creeping in at the edges of his sight, finally blacking out. Inside, another voice said, a bit more high-pitched. She was the innkeeper's wife, awoken by the noise, and noticed the scene the moment she appeared from their private adobe. Get him to one of the rooms now. The next few hours were lost in a haze for Lyra as she followed them, white as the snow from worry. She could only watch as the innkeeper's hands pulled at Auriel's armor, revealing the injury, luckily the only injury he suffered. Lyra couldn't hear what the two were talking about, her mind drawing sudden blanks, only registering their voices as muttered gibberish, spoken in urgency, which was not good. Then she watched as they broke off the bolt, and then, carefully opening the wound up, removed the arrowhead lodged into Auriel's body. He looked weak. What if she loses him? What would she do? Lyra couldn't help herself. She couldn't stop thinking about it. She was useless. Wasn't she? Watching the two hurry around him, visibly proficient in handling such injuries, she suddenly realized she had to step up, had to learn. She had to earn her place at Auriel's side, otherwise, there may be no sides to stand on, and she would be abandoned. No, she muttered to herself, she won't be discarded because she would make herself valuable and not a hindrance. First, starting from that point, she would learn how to take care of injuries and how to take care of him. When I woke up again, I was in a bed, a familiar warmth pressing against him instead of cold. No, it wasn't someone else. It was sunlight. At first, I thought I woke from a nightmare, but no. This wasn't my old apartment. This was a different type of room. Well, at least I live. It seems… Ugh. I flinched as I began moving, checking out myself. I was still injured, all right, and this kind of pain was reminding me of the fact that I wasn't dead yet. Looking down, tight and precise bandages were wrapped around my torso, and the sharp edge of the pain I felt had slowly dulled to a distant ache. Something was in those bandages that was making it bearable. I could tell because the room smelled of herbs. I don't know what kind of medicine, mixed with the faint tang of burnt firewood. Licking my lips, I realized that it and my throat were dry, my body impossibly heavy but not cold, nor burning up. Which was a good sign, a superb sign. Success, I muttered, eliciting a soft moan and muttering from my right, making me turn my head towards the sound. Lyra was sitting beside the bed, her arms crossed, dark circles beneath her closed eyes. Her hair was tied back in a loose braid, a few strands escaping to frame her face. She stirred as I made more noises, and then her eyes slowly opened, and she looked as though she hadn't slept in days. You're an idiot. A reckless idiot. No arguments there. I let out a weak, breathy chuckle. You sound relieved, though. I am, but I'm also furious, but not with you. Then, I asked, surprised, but she ignored my question. What matters is that you are safe. She leaned forward, her voice dropping to a whisper. She climbed onto my bed, checked my temperature, and gently stroked my head. It felt nice. Really nice. For a moment I closed my eyes, enjoying the feeling before opening them again and hearing her question. What happened in the end? Chaos, I murmured, my voice barely above a rasp. The plan worked. Kinda. They never saw it coming. I mean, both sides. When the moment came, I slipped away in the fighting. I swallowed, my throat as dry as sandpaper. Before I could say more, she helped me sit up and gently held up a bottle, assisting me all the way to take a few sips. I don't know who made it out in the and I don't care. I continued, with how they got me, they will think I'm dead. We are free to leave. Hopefully. She studied me for a long moment, her gaze still worried, searching my face for reassurance that I was indeed feeling fine. You will need rest. From all the money you gave me, I barely spent any. Oh yeah. Money. It wasn't much anyway, but I did take a risk, sending her out with everything I had gathered in the few months since coming here. It seems my gamble paid out. She didn't run away and kept waiting for me, keeping my stuff safe. By now I was sure. She I can trust. We will now, I muttered, flinching. I don't remember much, but we will need to pay for the two who helped us, for fixing me up. We do. She smiled and continued stroking my head. Then a comfortable silence stretched between us. Then suddenly, Lyra sighed, her shoulders slumping as if the weight of the world had settled on them from nowhere. So, what now? I had no answer just yet. Instead, I stared at the ceiling. I had no actual plans yet. I barely knew the world at all, but that didn't mean I couldn't have any. First, recovery, I said half-jokingly, then travel, preferably to a different country. That may not be easy, she muttered, but then again, we will get there when we get there. No use in worrying ahead of time. If we want to survive, I said slowly, each word chosen before I spoke them, we can't keep running. No, we can't, Lyra agreed as she raised an eyebrow, her lips quirking in a faint, curious smile. What are you suggesting? We start our group? Huh? She blinked her eyes, then laughed, shaking her head. The sound was soft, almost disbelieving. We? And from what? We are poor and I have no skills, Auriel. Nobody would take you seriously with me around. I'm just a baker. So what? I fidgeted, pushing myself to sit straight while I also managed a smirk despite the pain. It's better than being someone else's pawn. What do you say? You and me, starting our fresh? Sounds fun. I wasn't lying to her. It did sound fun, and for some reason, I was feeling myself more and more motivated. Yeah, that will do nicely. My own little enterprise with my rules. Chapter 25, Heading South. Even after being cared for the next few days, I drifted in and out of consciousness, my body refusing to obey me at first, making me stuck in bed, slowly recovering. Maybe because it felt as if the world around me was warm and safe, unreasonably so, and I couldn't really tell why. It just did, and it made me start thinking about whether it was the effect of something. An artifact? A spell? Although I didn't see any sign of mages existing yet, I couldn't throw the idea away. Something was different here. Yet, as much as my instincts told me to stay alert, my body demanded to drop it and enjoy its rest. When I finally managed to pry my eyes open one morning, I found myself eerily refreshed. I mean, all the pain was gone, and I felt like I was back to normal. Even when I moved, my bones didn't hurt, my muscles reacted as they should, and my mind was out of its groggy state. All in all, I knew I was healed, and just like that, the feeling of wanting to rest was gone too, my body prompting me to get back up and start walking. "You're awake then," came a gruff but amused voice from the doorway, making me flinch for a moment. After I turned my head, I watched as an old man leaned against the doorframe, a small smile visible behind his short, silvery beard. He was broad-shouldered and tall, but more than that, he had a presence that was commanding. Even despite his weathered age, I somehow felt as if he could mop the floor with me if he wanted. Weird, but I trusted my instincts. His white beard and hair were well kept, contrasted by the deep lines on his face, telling a different story than what should fit an innkeeper. There was a deep scar cut across his left cheek, and somehow I didn't think it was from a bar fight or a misjudged swing of a bread knife. No need. Before I could finish, the old man cut me off as he stepped inside, carrying a wooden tray with a steaming bowl of stew and a cup of what smelled like spiced tea. "Reckon you should eat before you start asking questions." "Thanks," I muttered, finishing my original sentence and sitting up. The moment he put the tray in my lap, I realized how hungry I was, beginning to wolf the whole meal down without holding anything back. The old man clicked his tongue, watching me eat without reservation. "Easy there, lad. Nobody will take it away." He laughed before his eyes moved to the scar I will now have, reminding me of the close call I just had. That bolt was buried deep, would have lost that arm if you'd wandered the forest much longer. You were lucky. I am lucky. I exhaled, knowing the man was right and that it was my second go at life. I was indeed one lucky bastard, weren't I? "Lyra." "She is helping my wife with the sleepy squirrel," the old man replied, sitting down on a chair next to my bed, pulling out a pipe from his vest's inner pocket and lighting it up. "Name's Garen, by the way. My wife Mira is the one who patched you up. Mostly, so next time, thank her." Just as if summoned, the old woman entered the room carrying fresh linens in her hand. Her presence was much softer than Garen's, but there was something in her gaze I couldn't really read. It was a type of quiet strength, a hidden sharpness that could only originate from experience. As for what kind of experience, probably a killer one. Her similarly grey hair was streaked with some black, holding on to her lost youth, pulled back into a practical braid. Moving my eyes, though her hands looked delicate, I could tell they had the type of calluses that showed she wasn't used to delicate work. That is for sure. "You were half dead when you stumbled in," Mira said without allowing me to speak up, setting the linens down. "Poor little Lyra nearly had a heart attack." "Thank you." I let out a breathless chuckle, shaking my head. "She worries too much." "She worries exactly the right amount," she corrected me with a snap, giving me a pointed look. "I take it this isn't the first time you've come close to dying." I hesitated, choosing to be honest. I had the feeling they would know if I tried to lie. Not exactly. "Kids." Garen chuckled, handing me the tea, seeing that I was finished with my meal. Then you're either very unlucky or very stubborn. Bit of both, I admitted, taking a careful sip, feeling how hot the cup was. The warmth spread through my body instantly, easing the remaining tightness in my muscles. Damn, this was more than good. This was superb. I wondered, how much will this cost me? Over the next few days, I found myself recovering faster than I expected. I mean, my body was fine already, but I found some issues with my thoughts and my mind. I felt a bit harder to keep up with my recovered fitness, knocking things over and dropping utensils without wanting to. Garen said I simply needed some time to adjust and regain my reflexes, telling me that my mind still thought I should be injured, yet my body was healed, causing a mismatch between my perception and reality. This indeed seemed to be the case as I began improving as the days went by. It also made me think, that was thanks to our caretakers. I mean, there was something more than just patching me up. Mira's cooking was more than just food. Honestly, it felt infused with something more, something that helped my mind recover just as fast as my body did. I wasn't foolish enough to think it was pure magic, but there was an unmistakable quality to the way she and Garen prepared our meals. Could this be related to potions? A type of alchemy? I was getting sure of it, but I wouldn't be rude enough to ask it. But I was crude enough to suggest to Lyra to keep an eye out and try to see if there is more to it. Maybe she can pick something up while shadowing Mira in the kitchen. Doing the same thing, I started spending my time downstairs in the common area, watching as Garen served drinks and swapped stories with travelers, while Mira prepared meals with practiced efficiency. Of course, I wasn't just sitting around, I was helping out with everything. From cutting firewood, exercising my muscles, feeling no pain at all, or just cleaning up the inn before night. Every time we returned to our rooms, Lyra always stayed close, constantly watching me with a mixture of relief and exasperation, even if I told her that I was fine. Then, one evening, I couldn't hold the question down. "Excuse my bluntness." I spoke up as I nursed a drink by the fire, there being only the four of us there. Maybe it was the slightly alcoholic drink that loosened my tongue. "You two aren't just innkeepers, are you?" Garen raised an eyebrow while Mira merely smiled knowingly. "What makes you say that, kid?" "Well," I gestured at them vaguely. "The way you move. The way you talk. The way Mira treats wounds like she's done it 100 times before. And the way you both handle knives in the kitchen. Or the quality of the food you make. Or the drinks. Or both of your auras. Everything. Took you longer than I expected. I mean, asking the question, that is." Garen let out a hearty laugh, flipping a gold coin over to his wife, making me twitch an eye. "Did they bet on me?" "Seems like it." "Sharp eyes, lad." "I told you a good drink would prompt it out of him," Mira smirked, setting down a plate of roasted meat and bread in front of her husband. "We've been around, yeah, but that's all you need to know." "I see." I didn't press. If they wanted to keep their past a mystery, I wouldn't push them. I am curious but not stupid. So instead I shifted the conversation to something else, wanting to use their experience to our advantage. "We'll be heading south soon. What should we expect?" "Heading out?" True, you are more than good to back into the fray that adventuring is. The south, huh?" At that, Garen's expression grew more serious. "South of here, you're heading into the Federation of Free Cities." "Federation?" I frowned, glancing at Lyra, but she just shook her head. I already knew that she wasn't sure of the overall politics of the land, only living within the one city she had ever known. And some of its surroundings. But that was all. "I've heard the name before, but not much beyond that," I muttered, hoping that my white lie wouldn't be taken as an offense. "It is different." Mira sat down across from us, looking at me. "The Federation isn't like the kingdoms around us. It's made up of 7 city-states, each one ruling itself, though they have a loose alliance when it benefits them, usually against external dangers. Their laws change from city to city, and the only real rule that applies to all of them is that money and power talk." "So it's lawless?" Lyra asked from beside me, her arms crossed, tapping nervously with her fingers. "Not lawless," Garen corrected, swallowing a big bite. "Just selective. If you've got coin or influence, you'll find protection. If you don't, justice can be hard to come by." "Doesn't sound that much different." Only more open about it, I muttered as I absorbed the information. And the cities themselves. They have everything. Mira nodded. Also, they aren't all human-dominated like the northern kingdoms. The Federation is diverse. Humans, dwarves, beastfolk, and even some rebellious orcs and goblins have their own places among them. Some cities are known for their mercantile wealth, others for their mercenary guilds. But make no mistake, while there's opportunity, there's also danger. You'll want to keep your wits about you. Everything can be legal there, with the proper backing. I see, I muttered as I leaned back in my chair, considering their words. Sounds like our kind of place. Maybe. Mira sighed. That's what I'm afraid of. Kids like you can be reckless. Kid. As Lyra and I prepared to leave, Garen handed me a small, intricately carved wooden token. If you find yourself in Silverhaven, look for a man named Kyle. He's an old friend. Show him this and he'll help you. Silverhaven? I asked as I turned the token over in my hands, noting the symbol of a coiled serpent etched into the wood. What's this for? You'll see. Garen chuckled. You may not need it, but it is better to have it than not when it is needed. Thank you. But why? I asked, thinking about it for a while. Why are they helping us? I even asked what the price was for all they did for us, but they said there was none. Just. Mirren smiled at both of us. We are old. It is all that is left for us to do for the new generation. That's all. Stay safe, kids, okay? If you want to pay back anything, don't waste the life we saved. That is all. Really. After that, there was nothing much to say. I thanked them once again before heading out. As we trotted towards the south, Lyra broke the silence first. What are we really looking for after we cross the border, Auriel? I don't know yet, I answered honestly. We will find a place and then go from there, see what opportunities we can grab and, well, start building a new life. A new life does sound good. She smiled and nervously reached out, holding my hand. Chapter 26. The Federation of Free Cities. The road southward stretched longer than I expected, taking us more than a week's worth of travel as Lyra and I made our way toward the border. Leaving the mostly forested areas behind us, the landscape had gradually shifted, the dense foliage and trees giving way to more grassy, rolling hills and sparse groves of cypress trees. The scent of the world had also changed, something that I noticed with how clear the air was here. The earthy smell that was previously tinged with pine and fresh grass was gradually replaced by a different one. It had the faint aroma of something more warmer. It is hard to put it into words, but it was different. The air simply felt warmer and drier, giving me less of the sense that winter would be upon us at any time. Arriving at our first goal, the Federation of Free Cities border station stood at the crest of a shallow hill in the form of a sturdy checkpoint of stone and wood. I noticed multiple crossing points, all of them reinforced with iron gates and guards standing at attention. Scanning the fields, soldiers patrolled the area, clad in a mix of steel and leather armor, bearing the crest of the Federation, deciding on who they were letting into their country. I noticed a banner above the crossing point with a 7-pointed star, each tip probably representing one of the city-states within this loose alliance. Traders, travelers, and adventurers alike lined up in multiple queues, each awaiting their turn to be inspected so as not to stick out from the crowd. We did so too, waiting patiently. Standing there, I was listening to the others, noticing that the language was still the same, not even accented, relieving me a little. I was afraid that different countries would speak different languages, but so far that hasn't seemed to be the case. Auriel. Lyra tensed beside me, her hands curling into the folds of her cloak, leaning close to whisper. Are you sure this will work? She murmured, eyes scanning the guards not that far from us. Her eyes moved around warily, noticing that soon it would be our turn. You know how border officials are. No? I heard my parents talk about it. She grimaced, bringing them up, feeling weird to call them that. But she quickly pushed the thoughts away, continuing, they're as likely to turn us away as let us through or simply take everything we have. Or worse. It'll be fine, I assured her, though I couldn't completely ignore the small flicker of doubt gnawing at me too. Corruption is everywhere. especially where there is no quick or instant retaliation. Who would be able to prove anything here in a world where there are no cameras or fingerprints? Anyway, I had to remain calm, so I answered with a smile. Adventurers have free passage between nations. The bracelet and the letter from Reagan should be enough. Saying it, I also adjusted the strap of my pack, getting ready to pull out the payment I asked for in advance. This was also the point where I would test if my plan worked. Let's hope it did. And I wasn't backlisted. To ease her nervousness, she got closer, holding onto my hand, turning her head back and forth, watching us take another step forward. We stood in the lane that only had individuals, without carts or big packs, which was why ours moved slightly faster than the merchant ones, sometimes needing to look over 2 or 3 carriages at once. Leaning to the side to take a better look, the guards here looked accustomed to dealing with armed travelers, probably mercenaries or other adventurers. Looking at their gazes, they were sharp but less suspicious if they saw weapons hanging from people's waists. One of them, a woman with a thick braid of auburn hair and a chainmail vest, suddenly gestured me forward. It seems it was time. While walking up, I looked at her eyes, which were a piercing green, and noticed that a scar ran from her temple to her jawline, marking her as someone who wasn't afraid to look death in the eye. "Name and rank?" she asked, her tone bored but polite enough not to be offensive. "Auriel, bronze rank adventurer." I raised my wrist, showing the simple yet unmistakable adventurer's bracelet I put on before coming here. The sigil of the Adventurers Guild was etched into the metal along with my details, marking me as an official member. I just hoped if they checked it, I would still show up as an official member. "I see." The guard took my wrist, inspecting it for signs of presumably tampering or something, then gave a nod at me, letting my hand go. "Any papers of identity?" "Papers," I muttered, trying to remember, but the original Auriel had nothing like that, I think. So instead of that, I pulled out the parchment bearing the seal and the insignia of Reagan, the probably already dead guildmaster. Although I can't be sure he went down. Whatever. If I get through, that should be it. Keeping my nerves under control, I watched as the woman scanned the document quickly, her eyes flicking over the details of my papers. Her expression remained neutral, but I noticed the slight tightening of her lips when she reached the bottom of the page. "Well?" I asked, but she just looked at me once before folding it up and handing it back to me. "Everything checks out. And her?" The guard nodded toward Lyra. "She's with me," I replied simply, holding her hand. "The guild knows she's my companion." "Sure." The guard studied Lyra briefly, her gaze lingering on her face, studying her features and her hand, before smirking a little, probably thinking something improper. I think Lyra also felt the same way as she blushed, trying to look away. But then the guard's voice prevented it from happening. "Not an adventurer yourself, huh?" No, I am just a baker. Or was." Lyra shook her head, but didn't offer more explanation. I listened as the guard exhaled through her nose, then shrugged, probably deeming us as runaway lovebirds. Or as stupid teens. Works for me if that's the case. "Fine. Just know that the Federation isn't like the northern holds that you are used to. The law is looser here. Adventurers are somewhat in their own group, but don't cause trouble, or not even the guild can protect your asses. The city-states have their own rules, and the guild's influence only goes so far as their willingness to reach into their pockets for their members. It is too easy to lose your freedom in a card game, or your wife to a gang you crossed." Lyra flinched, but I just shrugged as if knowing what she meant. But in reality, I was taken aback. Fucking hell, this is wild. Still, after getting the green light, I dipped my head in thanks as she waved us through. As we stepped past the iron gates, a subtle shift filled the air. It was probably just my imagination, something that my mind concocted, because we really left everything behind, entering a new world. Kinda. Ahead of us, as far as we knew, there lay one of the 7 cities, Velgrada. It was our current target, hopefully, a place where we could find our footing and start building. As for what? I think a personal organization sounds nice. Something that can bring in money and allow me to kick back later on and just enjoy a new life. It took us 2 days to get to the city. As we descended from the hills, Velgrada came into view, painting a beautiful picture, something out of a movie. Unlike the rigid, more grey-coloured stone cities of what I had seen so far, this one was a vibrant sprawl of warm, ochre-coloured buildings with red-tiled roofs and tall arched windows. The only similarity was the twisting alleyways paved with cobblestones. But not everywhere. I noticed as grand plazas opened at intersections where fountains sculpted in marble spewed crystal-clear water into wide basins. From our vantage point, we saw how the local markets bustled with life, their stalls, their canopies bright with dyed cloth. After entering the city, I could see that they were offering goods ranging from silks to spices, next to exotic fruits and intricate-looking clockwork devices. The city seemed to be filled with a specific energy, being much more alive than, well, anything I saw so far in both of my lives. The first impression was great, really. And I think Lyra was relieved too, because she was like a child, amazed by the colors and smell, walking with me, exploring the city. In our first hour, we walked over a bridge built across a river that cut through the heart of the city. It was crossed by elegantly arched bridges at multiple intervals, adorned with statues of heroic-looking figures. It made me think of Mediterranean cities after seeing the gondola-like boats floating along its surface, ferrying people from one district to another. The air was thick with the scent of fresh bread, roasting meat, and the unmistakable sweetness of sugared almonds sold by street vendors. Were we warned for no reason? This city didn't seem that dangerous. It was hard to imagine it when minstrels played soft melodies on the street corners, their music mixing with the din of bartering voices and trotting hooves when horsed people, probably local nobles, passed by us. Of course, the warning was not to scare us. It was a warning. I knew that colorful animals usually meant they were venomous. The same could apply here. The more colorful this city is, the more dangerous it could be under the surface, lulling us into a false sense of security. Whoa! Lyra turned in a slow circle, taking in the sight with wide eyes, bringing me out of my loosening thoughts. I've never seen anything like this, she admitted, her voice almost breathless. It's so alive and beautiful. Yeah, it is, I shared the sentiment, though I masked my wonder behind a more composed expression. It's different, that's for sure. But keep your wits about you. Places like this have a way of swallowing people whole, got it? Yes? She nodded, but then I smiled a little, not wanting to rob her of the happiness she felt, especially after all that had happened. As we made our way deeper into the city, we found ourselves within one of its grand squares. A towering clock tower stood at its center, gilded with golden filigree and inscribed with the same type of numerals I would see in my own world. Are we back to Roman times or something? Chasing the thoughts away, I kept inspecting our surroundings, which were more buildings adorned with frescoes depicting heroes, mythical beasts, and the founding of the Federation itself, as far as I could guess. My first impression was that Velgrada felt like a city that thrived on trade and culture, rather than conquest. Its wealth was not built on killing others, but on the movement of goods, ideas, and possibly art. Yet the frescoes also warned me that there were people here who would stab you through the heart if must. Let's go, I said, pulling on Lyra. It's best if we find a place to stay for now. We passed through a narrow street lined with artisan shops as we walked, their windows displaying beautifully crafted wares of glasswork, jewelry, and fancy masks that seemed to be part of some local festival tradition. These masks were particularly striking, their expressions ranging from serene to grotesque, even vicious, their colors vivid and unsettling, making the hair stand up on my back. The sight of them for some reason, made me uneasy. The city was breathtaking, but who knows? Maybe the nobles here were the type of decadence that I heard in horror stories. Sure enough, as we walked, a well-dressed man in a velvet tunic strolled past us, twirling a cane, his boots polished to perfection. I could tell from one glance that he strutted along the street as if he owned it. Maybe he did. Just to our left, from a side street, someone was coming out without looking, colliding with the man. What followed the simple incident was that the man began beating the other with his cane without anyone batting an eye, steering clear from the scene. It's not our place, I murmured, pulling Lyra along. I interfered with something like this once, ending up with the crows. This time, I simply won't. She exhaled sharply, but said nothing, though her fingers twitched as if itching to reach out, trying to stop the beating. No, that could lead us to die in a ditch. So with increased steps, I kept pulling on her and continued to walk. Eventually we reached an inn at the edge of a bit quieter and less opulent district, its wooden sign creaking as it swayed in the breeze. "The starlit roost," I muttered, reading it, watching the engraving of a perched owl beneath it. The building was smaller than the others, but still well kept, with flower boxes on its windows and a warm glow spilling out to the streets from within it. Entering, the first thing that hit me was the scent of roasted lamb and spiced cider, along with the gentle hum of chatter of the local patrons. The innkeeper was a middle-aged woman with salt and pepper-colored hair who glanced up from behind the counter, offering a nod. "2 rooms?" she asked, getting to the business side of things from the get-go. "1," I answered. "We'll take whatever is available." "Sure, 5 silver a night." She arched a brow but said nothing as she handed us a key with a knowing smile. "2nd floor, last door on the left. If you need a meal, we serve dinner until sundown. Otherwise, you will have to eat somewhere else if you run out of time." "Understood." I smiled, paying for a week in advance that she pocketed at once. She smiled even more now and gave me a signed receipt, showing us the stairway, being much more friendly all of a sudden. As I took them and led Lyra upstairs, I couldn't help but let out a slow breath. The city of Velgrada was dazzling, but something about it made me uneasy. I remembered the masks in the shop windows. I wondered how many of the people here wear them. Well, probably all of them. Chapter 27, Velgrada. The city of Velgrada reminded me of an old Mediterranean town with its terracotta rooftops, bustling marketplaces, and loosely placed spires. It was a city unlike any I had ever seen in both of my lives, and I couldn't help but pause at one of the marketplaces to take it all in. It would be even more beautiful if you ignored all the shady stuff behind the curtain. I watched as sunlight bathed the smooth stone buildings, their fronts adorned with intricate carvings of different animals and vibrant banners that fluttered in the breeze, signaling either a shop or the family owning the place. Walking forward, I continued on the tightly packed houses and narrow streets, passing by shaded alleys while making sure I wouldn't run into another local group of mafioso. Once was enough. For now, I just wanted to settle down and gather my bearings before making a move. Strolling past a bakery, the scent of fresh bread and roasting meat drifted in the air, making Lyra next to me flinch, probably reminded of the life that she now left behind. I couldn't blame her because my thoughts were also drawn back to it, being one of the first memories I made in this world. Still, this city felt much more alive than Corva ever did, something that I only realized after I had finally enough to compare with. Of course, Lyra felt the same way as she stuck close to me as we passed through the crowded streets, her wide eyes darting from merchant stalls to street performers juggling knives. She seemed more overwhelmed than me, probably because I had more experience dealing with a crowded city. My old home had millions living in it. This was nothing in comparison. "It's so big," she murmured, her voice barely audible over the din of hawkers calling out their wares and the clatter of cartwheels on cobblestones as they passed by us, forcing people like me to stand to the side while they passed by. "Yeah," I agreed, my gaze scanning the crowd for any signs of trouble, but so far it seemed nobody was even interested in our presence. Still, I just couldn't help keeping alert. Maybe I was becoming paranoid. "Let's find a place to eat first. Then, I need to visit the guild." Turns out, we overslept. It was already past early morning, so there was no chance to have breakfast at where we were staying. So it took us some time, but we managed to find an affordable-looking restaurant on the quieter side of town, a place called the Copper Hearth. The building was modest, its wooden sign creaking softly in the wind. It was Lyra who spotted it, probably because it had a warm, inviting atmosphere. Suddenly, I felt like I was on vacation, sitting on a terrace, ordering eggs on toast, coffee and some baked goods, eating them in peace. No, not just in peace, but with company. Maybe this was all I needed. I don't know, but I could get used to it. "I think I can copy this." She spoke up halfway through her portion, making me raise an eyebrow. You were a good baker after all, I muttered, sipping one of the best coffees I had ever had, and that probably showed on my face because she giggled, looking into my eyes. I am good indeed, she said proudly. Maybe one day I can have a shop again. It is not out of the question. I nodded, but she didn't harpoon on it, knowing we were far away from the chance to buy property here. True. But thinking about it, it could be a start. After finishing our late meal, enjoying the sunlight, and a second serving of coffee, it was time to head towards the Adventurers Guild, which turned out to take an hour to do so. The streets of Velgrada were a literal maze, making us wander and get lost 2 times. However, I don't think I would make the same mistake the next time, as the guild hall was impossible to miss when you knew where to look for it. It stood at the edge of one of the city's market-oriented plazas, which were a dime a dozen. It was an imposing grey stone structure with a peaked roof and a banner bearing the local guild's emblem, a crossed sword and shield, fluttering above the entrance, embroiled in actual gold, giving it a bright shine. Wide stone steps led up to a massive wooden door reinforced with iron bands. When I say massive, I mean it, as they were about 10 meters high, having smaller, actual human-sized cutouts on them, open, letting the noise within spill out to the market square. Stepping inside, the air was much more energetic than in Corvar. I could see adventurers of various ranks gathering in differently sized groups, some drinking and laughing, while others huddling over maps and mission postings or just haggling about fares with local customers wanting to hire them. The walls to the left of the entrance were lined with notice boards covered in hundreds of parchments, listing bounties, escort jobs, and monster extermination requests. At least from the few I caught a glimpse of. Turning my head forward, I saw that a large counter at the back was staffed by clerks handling paperwork and distributing assignments that the others took down from the wall on our left. If anything, this one was much more busy than the one in Corvar, and with more members. There are way many more members. Luckily, nobody really bothered to ask what we were doing here. One glance at my bronze bracelet was enough to tell them I was part of the guild and not a customer. Come, don't stray far. I nudged Lyra before I approached the desk at the far end, presenting my adventurer's bracelet and deciding to register myself with the guild. The clerk, a tired-looking man with ink-stained fingers, glanced at it before flipping through a thick ledger. Bronze rank, huh? New arrival? Just travelled in, I confirmed, keeping my tone as casual as possible. Figured I'd check in and register, and see if there's any news from Corvar. I came from that way. I know, your clothes are a dead giveaway. His fingers paused briefly over the page before he resumed writing. You both are luck to leave that shithole. Why? Lyra asked, her surprise masking her shock, while I was thinking we indeed need new clothes to blend in better. We just got the news ourselves. Yesterday, in fact, he said, voice lowering slightly, but I caught that the man was a gossip machine. Good. Free information is something I love to get. The guildmaster of the Corvar branch? A fellow named Reagan? Yeah, he was found dead. Really? Even expecting it, hearing the confirmation sent a strange feeling jolt through me. Found dead? Just like that. He nodded, chuckling, probably assassinated. No details, Lyra asked, making me nudge her with my leg a little so as not to go too far. No one's saying anything, the clerk said with a shrug. Word is, he disappeared for a while, then someone found him dead in the middle of nowhere. No witnesses, no suspects, and his bestie was also missing. That man's name I don't know, but the whole thing's a mess. Ouch, that sucks. I bet there is chaos over there, huh? I leaned on the counter, feigning nonchalance. What about the adventurers that were in Corvar around that time? Does anyone stand out? Now that you mention... The man eyed me warily, making Lyra nudge me back, and she was right. Now I was taking it too far. Why the curiosity? Because of my friends I had back home. I offered a small, practiced smile. Just wondering if they are okay. Thought about heading back eventually, but if things are unstable... Oh, you know something? He asked, suddenly his eyes lighting up. Not much. I shrugged, getting to whispering. It was time to make some connections anyway if I was going to stay here. There was a guy there named Laszlo. He was doing something shady, connected to a local underground group. He wanted to rope me in, so... We, I nodded towards Lyra with a knowing smile, bailed before that could happen, and we would be in trouble. It just felt wrong. I warned others, but you know how it is. Smart choice. He accepted my reasoning easily enough, nodding approvingly. Korvar's guild is still running, but it's going to be under new management. Can't say if things are stable, but the city hasn't burned down, so that's something. But for sure the branch over there will have a few hard years ahead of them, because the top branch will for sure send people to investigate it. I bet it has something to do with that Laszlo guy, I moaned, shaking my head. The guildmaster was also a good man, I continued, showing the letter from him that the clerk scanned quickly and handing it back. That's valuable information, kid. The clerk smiled at me. You have a good head on your shoulders. I'll take care of your local registration and papers. For both of you. Thanks. I chuckled, knowing he would relay my information to the higher-ups. If Reagan is dead, he can't talk about our private deal, and if Laszlo is missing, he is probably also dead. Risa and the others had clearly won. They wouldn't let one get away. It could have been Laszlo who won, but the Crow's complete absence from any reports told me it was Risa who came out on top. Or maybe not. Who knows? With our new stamped and completed identities here, we were now clear, even if the guards came and asked who we were. Thanks again, I forced myself to nod casually, watching as I was registered to the local guild as a new member while Lyra was appointed as my companion and underling on the papers. Seemingly, this was pretty normal. We'll be looking for work then. Sure, the clerk smiled back at us. Come to me after you find something. I'll handle the paperwork. With another nod, we left to stand before the long and crowded left wall for the next 10 to 15 minutes. After browsing the fourth notice board, I picked out a few simple tasks, mostly local work that wouldn't draw too much attention and give us enough money to get by. A few deliveries, some minor beast control in the sewers, and one job escorting a merchant through a less than reputable district. It was nothing flashy, but it was enough to get me moving through the city and maybe meeting the right people while doing so. I needed to learn the lay of the land, figure out who held power in Velgrada, and most importantly, avoid stepping on any toes. At last, for now. The last thing we needed was to draw the attention of the city's established factions right onto us. That sewer job sounds nasty. She frowned, seeing me take it down. That's not safe. No, I agreed, reading it through and confirming the details of the work. But for now, we focus on settling in. And this is one that pays pretty well. Also, by the description, others are also working on it, so I don't think this is unique. I know. Lyra let out a small sigh, her shoulders relaxing slightly. Still, you need to be careful, Auriel. I know, I said, looking out the open door at the front of the guild, gazing at the vibrant city beyond. We'll figure this place out one step at a time. I will. You will stay put. I countered her. You can help with some of the jobs, but not with all of them. But I don't think you are good at fighting, I knocked on her forehead. Neither are you someone who would need to get lost in the city that we know nothing about. Stay put, at least for now. Okay? ... She wanted to say something, but in the end she sighed, lowering her head. I just don't want to be useless. Maybe we can find you a place at one of the bakeries. I patted her head, knowing how she must be feeling. Come, let us ask our new clerk friend. Maybe he has the connections. Chapter 28, Underground. When the day arrived when I descended down to the sewers of Velgrada, I expected it to be not my favorite job. But it was worse than I expected. Yes, I knew by the way the task was worded that it was a typical job for bronze-ranked adventurers, something tedious and dirty, but necessary and easy to gain some combat experience. But the smell, that was what I wasn't prepared for. As for the rats, I mean ratkin, not that bad. These creatures weren't fully sapient, but they were more cunning than simple vermin, often forming territorial nests in the city's underground tunnels. That part I discovered from Isak, the clerk we managed to befriend a little. Thanks to him, I learned that they bred quickly, scavenged aggressively, and occasionally attacked sewer workers, or even ventured topside to snatch food or anything shiny. The city didn't take kindly to that, especially if they found their way into the local banks, so adventurers were regularly sent to the sewers to take care of their population. The entrance to the sewers, at least the one I took, was near one of the quieter canals, a rusted iron grate that groaned loudly as I pried it open, alerting anybody and anything nearby for sure. Not that I had any mind to pay attention to it, as the stench hit me immediately. Fuck, I muttered, covering my face with my scarf. Stagnant water, mold, rot, and something faintly metallic made its way up my nostrils, forcing my stomach to churn. Still, I had no other choice, so I just sighed, adjusting the scarf now wrapped around my nose and mouth before descending into the darkness. Of course, I didn't come unprepared. I had a small cranking lamp, a strange little torch that I could stick on the bandolier I was wearing, leaving my hands free. Heading in, giving it a few cranks, its dim yellow light flickered against the damp stone walls, casting shifting shadows, matching the rhythm of my walk. The deeper I got, sword in hand, the air was getting thick and humid, getting past the scarf and clinging to my skin like a second layer of grime. Geez, I will stink even the day after tomorrow. After about a minute or two of walking, I arrived at a junction, stopping and trying to listen to which direction I should head. And, of course, memorizing my way, leaving a small mark on the stone wall with the tip of my sword. In the end, I followed the path that was going toward the right, as I remembered that the left was heading under the canals. And I wasn't keen on that. While walking, I was constantly looking for signs of the rat folk's movements. Claw marks in the slime, gnawed bones discarded in corners, scattered tufts of greasy fur. Everything that Isak mentioned to keep an eye out for. However, there was something else bothering me than the threat of a rat man appearing and trying to bite my ankles. The deeper I went, the more the walls seemed to close in, the ceiling low enough that I had to stoop occasionally to avoid scraping my head. Or was I simply getting claustrophobic? I didn't know I had an issue like that. Get yourself in order, Auriel, I told myself, shaking my head, continuing my trek without running into anything so far. Which was good and bad at the same time, because without bringing back some cut of tails as proof, I wouldn't get paid. However, as I navigated deeper into the tunnels, something suddenly caught my eye, something unrelated to the job. There was a section of the sewer that should have been abandoned and shouldn't have had signs of recent activity. But it had. Shining my light on the clues, getting a bit closer, the stone floor was cleaner than the surrounding muck, as if someone had deliberately swept it. Or the thing that was coming through wiped it off. It had to be something heavy because I noticed that faint boot prints were marking the damp ground, leading toward a recessed alcove hidden behind a crumbling wall. It was as if two, 3 people. Yes, 3 people were pushing something in here. I immediately slowed my steps, keeping my heart rate steady, but my mind was already racing. If someone brought something down here, they weren't exactly law-abiding, were they? Quickly, I extinguished my torch, plunging myself into near-total darkness, and waited a little. I was trying to hear if there was anybody here, hiding after hearing I was coming. There could be. Still, the faint sound of dripping water was the only noise I could pick up on. I should be safe. After a moment of hesitation, I edged closer and peered inside the alcove, right where the clues were pointing. And, well, bingo. Crates. At least 4 of them, but more could be hiding behind the ones I could see. They were all stacked neatly, too dry and intact to have been down here long, maybe not even a day. Their surfaces bore markings, one that I couldn't recognize. But it was an insignia that was pressed into the wood, a symbol of some groups, probably. Smugglers, bandits, or something more official. I will have to check after I return to the surface, so I quickly memorized it. Looking around once more, I turned my little torch back on, checking them briefly. Apparently the crates were sealed tightly, and I was not about to try and force them open to see what was inside. That would give away too much, and I should leave. It was too dangerous to linger for this long here. I had a job to finish, after all. Dealing with the rat folk took time. Not much, but at least it was better than I expected. When I found another, more prominent junction connecting 5 different routes, I decided to set up a trap. I baited them out with chunks of salted meat, hiding in the dark and striking with precision and speed as they emerged from the shadows. They were actually more rat-like than human-like. Hairy, about the size of a well-fed hog, many times standing on their hind legs, their front pair showing the ability to grab things as they squeaked against each other. Of course, when I struck the first few, killing them swiftly, my sword entering their unprotected bodies with ease, the creatures fought back. Their beady eyes glinted in my suddenly blinding torchlight, claws slashing at nothing but the air. I should thank Isak for the tip, telling me they are not used to sudden bright lights, using it to my advantage to dispose of the group before me quickly. Information is king. Well, I stood amongst 5 dead ratkin. That's fine for today. I am not going to risk more. I exhaled, not wanting to risk it. If I get cocky, that would benefit nobody. It was time to collect some rat tails and get out of here. By the time I had reported back to the guild and collected my payment, there was only one thought that kept bothering me. Those darned crates hadn't left my mind, not for a moment. Curiosity gnawed at me since returning to the surface, so later that evening I did what any careful detective would do. I started digging for answers. My first stop was one of the merchant districts closest to the inn where we were staying. Even now, streets here were bustling as the sun dipped below the horizon. Lanterns were already lit on the top of street lamps. Locals were walking around, lighting them and, well, grimacing when they passed by me. Well, shit. I did just get out of the sewers, that's true. Ha. Anyway, ignoring the fact that I was looking not for people, but for merchants as they called out their wares, their voices blending with the clatter of carts and the hum of conversation. I wasn't interested in what they were selling. I wanted to hear their organization's names and see their logos. I wanted to know if the things I found were stolen goods or stuff from smugglers. Luckily for me, it didn't take long to find a trade office bearing the same insignia I had seen on the crates. According to the plaque next to the entrance, the building belonged to Veron and Sons Trading. I couldn't tell if they were a well-established merchant operation or not, but the fact they had a sizable place for themselves told me they had money. No wonder, because apparently, thanks to one of their merchants shouting at a nearby stall, they specialized in the best alchemical goods and rare imports. That alone set off alarm bells in my mind, because this meant potions, and potions were valuable. Now, did they lose a shipment, or was that just the type of goods that were not for sale? Interesting. Spending another hour of casual observation at a nearby tavern filled in the rest of the picture. The tavern of my choice was called the Rusty Anchor, and it was a dimly lit establishment, apparently frequented by the workers maintaining the canals in the city, stinking just the same way I did. Blending in, I sat in a corner, nursing a tankard of ale and keeping my ears open, hoping to hear some news. I also kept an eye on the trading company and tried to count how many people came and went from their building, how busy they looked. It was half an hour later that my ears caught something. A hushed conversation between 2 gondola drives confirmed what I already suspected. Veron and Sons had been robbed 2 days ago. One of their colleagues was ferrying goods when he had been hit, and a shipment of potions had vanished. There were no arrests and no leads, yet just a frustrating silence from the city guard, who likely had bigger problems to deal with than a simple robbery. Interesting. Still, it could be an inside job. I thought to myself while I leaned back in my seat, considering what to do. Those crates in the sewer weren't abandoned, that is for sure, they were stashed. If the situation was legit, the thieves hadn't moved the goods yet, likely waiting for the heat to die down before transporting them. And that, in turn, meant that Veron and Sons would be very interested in any information regarding their whereabouts if they wanted to get them back. Maybe they even had an angry buyer waiting for it. For the first time, I entertained a thought I hadn't considered before. Information was indeed valuable, possibly more valuable than labor or the potions. And it seems I have a knack for finding information, including the documents that led Risa to an elven artifact. I had a piece of knowledge that others would pay for, and if I handled it correctly, this could be the first step toward getting a good amount of money by literally doing nothing. But I couldn't just march up to Veron and Sons and sell them the location. That would be foolish and probably suicidal. I needed a cover, An approach that wouldn't make me seem like the thief or, worse, put me on the wrong side of the actual gang who stole the goods. Plus, if the bandits realized someone had uncovered their hiding spot, they'd move the stash. Then they would try to eliminate the loose end. Me. Tisk, I need to prepare and do it well. And quick. I thought as I tapped my fingers on the table, thinking through hundreds of ideas. I needed a persona and a method of feeding information to those who needed it without revealing who I was, or even offering anonymity to those who wanted to buy information. If I wanted to do this, I wouldn't be some common informant or snitch. No, I need to be untouchable, hidden, someone whose identity remained unknown, but whose information was always reliable. Suddenly, it was a thrilling, dangerous feeling, an idea, but one that had great potential. If I played my cards right, this could be the foundation of something much bigger than adventuring for coins, or shaking down brothel owners or smuggling flour. Tisk. But first I had to prepare. As for how, first I had to take a bath. Then I had to have something to eat, and a good night's sleep. With a fresh mind, the ideas will come too. Chapter 29, Shade. After visiting one of the bathhouses, it was time to return to our inn without tainting the air within with my stench. Thankfully, Lyra was ready and waited for me with a change of clothes, taking my current ones to wash them out while I went to have a bath. It was already late at night when we walked into our rented room, and I shut the door, sliding the latch into place before letting out a breath of tiredness. You should rest. She smiled at me, making me shake my head as there were some things we had to discuss. Looking at her in the dimly lit room, the flickering light of a single oil lamp casting shadows on the right side of her face, I knew I needed a second set of ears and eyes to review my plans and possibly notice points that I missed or just didn't think about. And at the moment, I only trusted her. So, with another shrug, I sat down on the edge of our bed while she did the same, watching my face and trying to read my thoughts. Judging by that look, I'm guessing it wasn't just rats down in the sewers, she asked, raising an eyebrow. Her voice was light, but her sharp eyes betrayed her curiosity, and a bit of fear, too. What happened? Is it trouble? No trouble, I think, I answered while shaking my head, running a hand through my hair, which was still damp from submerging myself in a wooden tub. No, I took care of the rat folk well enough. But I found something else. Something valuable. Really? Where is it? That alone caught Lyra's attention. She was already thinking about what I could have found down there, and I watched as ideas ran past behind her eyes, making her imagination run wild. It made me smile, hearing her enthusiastic voice. Valuable how? They are physically valuable, but I think we can do better with a different approach than hogging the stuff for ourselves. I began as I pulled a scrap of parchment from my pocket and laid it out for her on the bedside table, smoothing out the creases with my fingers. Then I grabbed a piece of charcoal from the drawer and began sketching the emblem I had seen on the crates. They were crates, at least 4 of them, maybe more, tucked away in a part of the sewers that shouldn't have had any recent traffic. Out of the way, out of sight. And they had this insignia on them. Have you seen it while walking around? I asked, not saying more so the extra information wouldn't skew her answer. I waited for her response while she studied the crude sketch, her brow furrowing as she traced the lines with her finger. Number I didn't. She shook her head in the end. I didn't go far to not get lost. Should I ask around while you are away tomorrow? No need, I continued, scratching my chin. I checked around after I got back. It belongs to Veron and Sons, a merchant operation in the city. As for how big they are, I don't know. My guess is that they can't be amongst the big ones, or they wouldn't be robbed. Robbed? She flinched. Stolen goods. Yep, from one of their transfers that got hit by thieves recently. Lost a shipment of potions. Potions? She repeated as she let out a low whistle, her lips curling into a sly smile. So you found stolen goods? Exactly. I nodded, and my voice dropped, my tone growing more serious. And that's when I realized something. We should not take it. It is hot goods and could land us in trouble. Who do we pawn it off to? We are too new in the city. What if we get locked up because we mess up? But then it came to me. Information like this. It should be worth enough money to make a profit from it, without the added risk and hassle to pawn it off to someone else and hope they don't stab us in the back. The merchants want their stolen goods back, and they'd pay to know where they are. I never would have thought about that. Lyra tilted her head, her expression shifting from amusement to contemplation. You're talking about selling the information. Sounds easier and safer. Easier? Yes. Safer? Not exactly. I nodded, my fingers drumming lightly on the bedside table. That is why we have to be smart about it. If I just walk up to them and tell them where their stolen crates are, they'll think I'm involved. Or worse, the thieves might hear about it and come looking for me. They could also force me to tell it for free, holding a sword against my throat. Ugh. Lyra grimaced, her fingers holding onto the edge of her skirt, wrinkling the fabric. They could do that, couldn't they? I bet they would. Just so they can skip out on paying. So what's your plan? Well, I took a deep breath, my mind racing as I laid out the details that I had been going over since the idea struck me. I need to be a ghost in this scenario. No face, no name, leave nothing for them to trace. I thought about leaving a message offering the information for a price. They pay first, then they get the location. That's a start, Lyra agreed, biting her lower lips. But you're missing a few things. First off, how do you get the message to them without drawing suspicion? I was thinking of using a street urchin, I explained, answering her question quickly, already prepared for it. Pay a kid to deliver the note, someone who doesn't know me, just a go-between. That way there's no direct tie back to us. I'll hire the one. She added, with a bit of touch-up, I can transform myself to look a bit different. Then, even if they are nasty enough to hurt a kid, the description of me won't give out much, and it will cover you even more. Thanks, I agreed, not refusing her help at all. No need. Lyra nodded with a blush, her fingers relaxing on the edge of her clothes. Good that I can be useful. But what about the message itself? If it's too obvious, they might ignore it and take it to the guards, or worse, think it is a trap. And then, not even entertain the idea of paying for it. I'll make it cryptic, but clear enough for them to understand, I said, thinking out loud. Then I grabbed a fresh piece of parchment and a quill, dipping it into the inkwell. Something like, "Your lost goods have been seen." I will need a code name. Yeah. The Shade can help you find them, for a price. Leave payment at the base of the eastern watchtower by dawn, inside the hollow tree. If you agree, place a red ribbon on the warehouse door before midnight. Could work, Lyra murmured, her eyes flashing in the lamplight. Shade, huh? Dramatic. It needs to sound like an alias, I said, a slightly embarrassed smile forming on my lips, something that makes them believe I've done this before. If they think I'm just some random nobody, they won't take the deal. A bit of theatrical flavor can help that. Lyra tapped her fingers against her thighs, her expression turning thoughtful. All right, say they take the bait. They put up the ribbon. How do we get the money without getting caught? We could hire another urchin. I mused as I met her gaze, knowing that part was the most risky. I have no better idea, Lyra, but if we find a kid who we can put up to it, we would have a good chance. If they don't run off with it. Lyra narrowed her eyes, her shy demeanor fading as she considered the risks. And what if it's a trap, and the kids get caught? That's one option. I shrugged. Hopefully someone like that would know the streets and escape with the goods. Escape with it. That could also happen, she warned me, and then we won't see any of the gold. I know. I nodded, hearing her fears. It is a risk, a gamble, but honestly, that is the best I can do for now. If it works, it will be the foundation on which to build upon. If the kid does it, we can reward him with the cash, spread the word, and then next time they will know what to expect. Build up a loyal little rat's nest that knows better and buys their loyalty. And do it anonymously. Of course, I repeated, crossing my arms, I am not so trusting to reveal our identity to them either. Their loyalty would be to their pockets anyway. Maybe some would become loyal to us in time, but that depends on how we do it in the future. Yes, that is true. She considered it for a moment, then nodded, her expression easing. All right, then what? Say we get the money. How do we get them the information? I'll leave a second message at a different location, I clarified, my voice hushed but honestly excited. This was exciting, and I didn't want to lie or say otherwise. I kind of enjoyed the thrill. We would place the information somewhere ahead of time, preferably right when we make the first contact. Once we have the payment, I'll place another note in the hands of a different urchin. Send the kid in with the information, thanking them for the business. Well, besides the two biggest issues, the question being whether they are willing to pay ahead of time or if the kids are escaping with the money. It does sound fine. She exhaled slowly, nodding again. You've actually thought this through. I have been doing that for the whole day, I said, my tone tinged with a mix of determination and hope it would go as imagined. If this works, it could be the start of something bigger too. This city has a ton of merchants and different groups, including thieves and nobles. I bet no matter which part of the city we look at, they all thrive on secrets. And I'm starting to think that these secrets might be the most valuable currency here. And the most dangerous, Lyra muttered, her eyes trembling for a moment, biting her lips once again. You're starting to sound like a real information broker. Oh? Those are real here, I asked, without thinking, letting it slip out. I don't know if they are here or not, Lyra mumbled, playing with her hair, but I heard it from my parents. When they were adventurers, they usually visited one and had to pay a large sum to get ahead with their missions. Not bad. Maybe I am going to be one, I welcomed the thought, a faint smile tugging at the corners of my mouth. That does sound nice. Well, if this goes well, we will need to build on it. Make more contacts and find ways to learn things before others do. But one step at a time. We should worry about that after this goes as planned. Yeah, first let's get the money. Lyra pursed her lips, knowing there were way too many ifs in my plans. Instead, she yawned while stretching her arms above her head. All right, let's set this in motion. Tomorrow. A good night's sleep does sound nice. I agreed, mimicking her yawn, reaching for a fresh piece of parchment and a quill. But I'll do the letter first while the idea is still fresh in my mind. As I carefully penned the words, keeping my script as nondescript as possible and trying to make it sound like this was a regular occurrence for me, I felt the same kind of excitement brewing in my chest that had been circling me all day. This could be a type of future where I could be in control. Chapter 30, Setting Up. Lyra and I had spent the following day scouting the location where we could initiate the deal. This meant that the first task was to choose where the exchange would take place. It had to be somewhere public enough to prevent ambushes, yet discreet enough that Varen and Sons wouldn't feel watched. The location needed to strike a delicate balance, visible enough to deter foul play, but obscure enough to avoid drawing attention from third parties, and from where we could observe and follow the one we will hire to retrieve the payment. It wasn't easy, being new to the city, but we managed to narrow down the possibilities by nighttime. In the end, we decided on a small, somewhat less popular shrine near one of the smaller market's edges in the western part of town, quite away from the inn we were staying at to make it extra safe. At first glance, the shrine seemed abandoned, with its stone steps cracked and weeds growing between them. When we passed by, a few beggars and drifters occasionally took shelter there, but no one paid much attention to them. Later on, asking around, we found out it was because that particular shrine was supposed to be the gathering ground of such people, kept around and open for those who were desperate. Honestly, it was perfect, neutral ground, inconspicuous, and easy to monitor from a distance. If we hire an urchin to be there, nobody would even bat an eye. This place has seen better days, Lyra remarked, crouching to examine the shrine's weathered stone basin when we visited, choosing a point when we saw no beggars loitering around it. The place was chipped and stained, having multiple perfectly shaped holes around to make a drop-off as if it was placed here, directly for what I needed. You think they'll actually come and do it? No idea, but I do believe that they'll come, I answered, my voice low as I scanned the surrounding area, trying not to sound too loud. Who knows if another beggar was somewhere around here, sleeping in some hidden spot we didn't know about. They're probably desperate, or at least I do hope so that they are, because desperate people take risks. Like we do, Lyra asked as she straightened, brushing dirt from her hands with a smile. No, we are being opportunistic here, I replied with a half-joke. Let's hope they're not desperate enough to do something stupid, though. Yeah, that would be nice. I nodded, looking at the old main shrine where a cracked round stone stood, carved in the shape of a fat cat. Maybe we should pray a little. For luck? Why not? She giggled, following me, although I had no idea what kind of prayer would be appropriate. But a bit of extra luck, even if it isn't real, would be helpful. I did reincarnate after all, so God could be listening in on us. Anyway, next, we needed a safe way to deliver my message. That meant it was time to hire some street urchins. It wasn't hard. There were plenty of orphans and young kids who moved unseen in Velgrada, running errands, delivering notes, and listening in on conversations to gain some money. One of them could be paid to carry the letter, unaware of its true significance, and probably do it safely, as someone has to be a total psycho to hurt a child. Still, to avoid connecting the kid back to us, Lyra would be the one handling it, while being disguised. We can risk nothing. Surprisingly, that part took longer than I expected. The sun had already dipped lower in the sky, casting elongated shadows across the city, when Lyra finally changed into an oversized hooded cloak of mine. To sell the look, I slightly dirtied her clothes to make her blend in with the poorer folk of the city. Her hair was dyed into a more sandy color, and her face hid behind painted lines that made her look even older. For a final touch, she smeared a touch of soot on her face and bound her hair tightly, making herself look less like an adventurer and more like a hard-working woman or a beggar. Seeing the finished product, I watched her with a smirk as she turned in front of me, posing and smiling. "How do I look?" she asked, her voice muffled slightly by the hood and scarf she wore now. "Like someone I wouldn't want to bump into in an alley," I replied, my tone teasing, but my eyes remained serious. "Perfect. Still, be careful. Don't use your actual voice either. Try to sound rough." I'll keep that in mind," she muttered and gave me a small smile before heading out, ensuring me with his eyes that it would go smoothly. Finding an urchin was easy. Choosing a boy who seemingly was young enough to lack the experience to swindle us, Lyra drifted near him. He was young and fast, and from what we observed, he was used to delivering messages. At the moment out of work, he was sitting on a crate at the edge of an alley and idly tossing pebbles at the street. His clothes were patched and frayed, but even from my spot, tens of meters away, I noticed that his eyes were sharp, darting around as if constantly looking for a chance to offer his services to possible clients. Maybe that is why he wasn't taken aback when Lyra approached him casually, offering a copper coin as she crouched beside him. "You deliver messages?" The boy eyed her warily, flicking his gaze to the coin and then back to her face, which was half hidden behind her hood. "It depends on where and how many letters." "It is a simple job," Lyra said, keeping her voice low. "Take this one letter to Veron and Sons trade house. Hand it to one of their men, say it's important, then leave." She had already withdrawn the copper coin, and instead she held up a silver piece between her fingers, sweetening the deal. "Do it right, and this is yours." The boy snatched the letter quickly, tucking it into his tunic as if he was offered heaven for such an easy job. "You got it," he said, then darted off, disappearing into the maze of streets with the agility of someone who had spent his entire life navigating the city's underbelly. He was indeed a good choice. Now we had to wait for the next phase. At the Veron and Sons trade house, the atmosphere had been tense since the day their supposedly safe route was hit, and they were robbed blind. They had already spent a lot of time trying to find out who did it, but they only ran into walls. The only thing they could fume about was the thought that it had to be done by one of their competitors, wanting them gone from the city. Inside their candlelit main office, 4 men sat around a heavy wooden table, the air thick with their collective frustration and with the smoke coming from their pipes and cigarettes. It was the only vice that could keep their nerves from snapping, as they couldn't afford to get drunk, not when there was still a chance to make it right. The deadline for delivery was still a week away. Marcus Veron, the head of the operation and namesake of their group, drummed his fingers against the wood, his jaw clenched so tight that his teeth croaked under the pressure. He was a broad man in his 40s, with the weathered look of a warrior merchant who had fought all his life to carve out his current place in the city's trade circles. Then there was his younger brother, Willem, his closest advisor, who was seated beside him, arms crossed tightly. Across from them sat Relen, Marcus's son who was also the foreman, and a nervous clerk named Edvin, who Willem adopted into the family. That shipment was supposed to be secured, Willem muttered, his voice tight with anger. They have already gone through this multiple times, but with no change in their situation. It always came back to it. Tell that to the bastards who took it, Relen replied, shaking his head and pinching the bridge of his nose. His hands were calloused, his face lined with the stress of managing the warehouse and trying to take everything to inventory, because if they ran out of time and their client didn't get the goods, they will need to compensate him somehow. Our guards were outnumbered. Those who did it were professionals, not street thugs. They knew exactly what to hit, when, where, and they left no witnesses. Fuck them. Marcus exhaled sharply, the grinding sound of his teeth cutting through the room like a butcher's knife. I don't care how good they were. The real problem is that Lord Denvar himself ordered those potions. Our first contact with the nobility in this shithole. If we don't recover them soon, our contract is finished. And if Denvar pulls out... He trailed off, letting the weight of his words sink in. We can forget making a business with anyone worthwhile in any of the 7 cities. They all knew what that meant. Their entire business could collapse overnight, meaning that whoever did it was probably after just that, to see them fail. Marcus was about to speak up again, but their conversation was interrupted by a sharp knock on the door. Edvin jumped slightly before getting up and opening the door, revealing a young, scrappy-looking boy. Letter for Veren and Sons, the urchin announced, waving the parchment. Real important. Sorry, boss. But he slipped through. A guard gasped, appearing behind the kid in a rush, pale from fear. But a letter, what was happening? This was weird. Realizing something wasn't adding up, Edvin took the note before the others would explode, their tempers overflowing already. The moment he did so, the kid just giggled, and then with quick feet he dodged the coming guards while sprinting away like a slippery eel. Close the door, Marcus ordered, also realizing something was about to happen. And go catch that kid. While the guards were scrambling, Edvin quickly flipped the envelope over. There was no sender's name, only a single word scrawled in rough but deliberate handwriting. Shade. What is this? Willem muttered as Edvin handed it to Marcus, who broke the seal and unfolded the paper. I don't know, but let's not dance around it. He snorted as he read it aloud, his voice steady but laced with tension on what they would hear. To the merchants of Veren and Sons, I know where your stolen goods are. For a fair price, I will tell you where to find them. If you want them back, bring 200 gold to the abandoned shrine near the Eastern Market before sundown tomorrow. Drop the payment in the stone bowl, left of the main building, under the shade of the red roof. If you comply, you'll get your second letter shortly after. If not, the thieves will move the goods, and your chance of recovering what they took will be lost. Whoever you send him alone. No guards, no tricks. If I sense a trap, the deal is off. Shade. A heavy silence fell over the room for a straight minute before finally one of them had enough of it. Is this a fucking joke? Willem scoffed, his voice rising. Some street rat trying to swindle us. Burn that shit. I bet the bastards who took it are just mocking us. If it is a prank, they chose a damn good time to do it, Relen muttered, leaning back in his chair. His tone was grim. Sounds like someone with real information. Are you sure? Willem snorted. If they indeed know where it is, they would take it for themselves. Or ask for more gold. 200? Really? That's cheap, dirt cheap, so cheap that this has to be fake. I'm not so sure, Marcus whispered as he stared at the letter, tapping his finger against the table. Shade. Never heard of them before. They could be. Edvin shifted nervously, his hands fidgeting with the edge of his sleeve. People who don't know what they have. Maybe they just witnessed it and figured out who the crates belong to. Or maybe they aren't after gold. They could have already moved the goods, and we are paying for empty boxes if we go through with this deal, Relen added, thinking about it. Or they want the gold and maybe our cooperation in the future, Edvin said again, voicing his ideas, but they all knew it was simply guesswork. 200. Still, a lot to simply throw it away. Willem bemoaned, but his voice was already telling him he would do it if they agreed to it. Not compared to what we'll lose if we don't recover that shipment, Marcus stated, his voice cutting through the room like a whip. He leaned back in his chair, his expression darkening as he weighed the risks. If they do have real information, we have no choice but to take the risk. We are running out of time. It could be the thieves themselves setting a trap, Willem said warningly, his voice tight with suspicion, luring us in. Possibly, Marcus admitted, his tone just as heavy. But they don't ask for that much gold. If they wanted to lure us into a trap to rob us a second time, they could have just added another 0 to it. Instead, they want us to drop it off and wait. So we can also put someone on the gold, trailing it, or the one who takes it away. So? Relen asked, his voice gruff. What's the plan? Well, Marcus folded the letter and stood up, his presence commanding the room, knowing it was time to act. We go along with it, for now. I'll handle the drop personally, but we'll be watching. If this shade tries anything, we'll be ready. From righteous to villain. Chapter 31. Quick Feet. Marcus Veren stared at the folded piece of letter on his desk, trying to read from it any other possible details he may have missed. Its edges were smudged from passing through his fingers, trying to dig into the mind of the one who wrote it without any success. The message was simple, too simple in fact, and he knew it. He felt the same thing as the others. But they were in a bind. The fact that this shade person was offering the return of his stolen shipment for a measly sum of gold was a risk he was going to take. The one who ordered the potions was a local noble, and it was their breakthrough deal. Even if this letter reeked of a trap, desperation had a way of overriding caution. But on the off chance, if this works out, and they do get their goods back. Shade, huh? He exhaled slowly, running a hand through his hair, which he felt was about to turn grey from all the stress he was feeling. Across from him, his younger brother Willem shifted in his seat, arms crossed tightly over his chest. His face was flushed, his jaw clenched as he bit back a torrent of curses, bringing the gold to his older brother just a few minutes ago. I still think that this is bullshit, Willem muttered at last, unable to contain himself any longer. We're just supposed to trust some faceless informant, a street kid who brought some toilet paper over. For all we know, they're the ones who stole from us in the first place. I heard you the first time too, and we have been over this. Marcus leaned back in his chair, the wood creaking under his weight. His expression was forced to remain calm, but his eyes were sharply staring at the letter, unable to let it go. And I have already told you, if they were, they would have tried to sell the information for much more, he repeated once again, while he tapped a finger against the note, the sound echoing faintly in the quiet room. Whoever this shade is, they don't want money, not potions. They want to make a name. Then use their fucking name. Willem snorted. That letter tells me they don't have the means to move stolen goods safely, which means they're the thieves, probably amateurs, and now they got cold feet. No, Relen, Marcus's son, said as he entered the room. I had time to think while setting up our people, and I think father is right. We have someone who is new to the city and probably trying to get a foothold. It is logical if you go from that point. With us, there are no risks. We are not big players, we have everything to lose, and they have nothing to risk. Humph! Willem scoffed again, grinding his teeth, his temper boiling constantly. The bastards, using us like this. It is business. Marcus leaned forward, his voice firm with a strange undertone, as if he was finding it amusing. And if they are playing us, do we have a choice? This shipment was everything for us. We put all of our savings into it too. If we don't recover it, we'll be ruined. Not just because the nobility here and in the other 6 cities will blacklist us, but because we will have no way to pay back any of our debts. The informants probably know this. Relen nodded. Edwin came to the same conclusion. That is why they are showing us that they don't need money. 200 is nothing if it saves our group. They are simply asking for money because if they didn't, we wouldn't even think about entertaining the offer. However, this shade has to be a professional. Although Willem wanted to say something, silence settled between them, heavy with the uncertainty of their future. Suppose the deal falls through. Lord Halbrecht won't be happy. He was the noble who turned to them to order the potions, which would be the make or break point of their business. Marcus was right. If they failed to deliver, the consequences would be worse than just financial loss. The Varen name would be tarnished, and their reputation shattered. I understand. Willem slumped in his chair, his frustration evident. So what? We just hand over 200 gold and hope for the best? No, Rellan said, his voice reminding him of what he had just said, knowing his uncle was too angry to pay attention to it. We follow the instructions, we make the drop. But we're not going in blind. As I said, I made sure that our people were in place and watching. We are ready, father. Ah. Willem nodded reluctantly, though his expression remained skeptical. I see. We'll track whoever picks up the gold and force them to talk. At least we will follow them and see what they do. Where they go, Marcus said, clenching his jaw, his gaze hardening. We will capture them only when we know we have the correct people. One way or another, I will have this shade questioned personally, not over letters. Nice job, kid, I said, accompanying Lyra when we met up with the same boy who had taken our first letter. Of course, my face was hidden behind a scarf and a long hood, shading my features before him. No problem, boss. He grinned, holding his payment. If you have more jobs, any of you, I'm happy to oblige. We do, in fact, Lyra said, watching his smudged face and thin, scrawny body. There would be a package that needs to be retrieved and brought to us. I assume the package should not end up in the city guard's hands, he asked, giggling, showing he knew the tropes already. Something like that, I answered him. And the package is hot. Hot? He blinked his eyes, not really understanding it. Huh, probably not something that is used here. Anyway, it means, I explained, that the package will be watched, and you will be followed after picking it up. You will need to shake off the pursuers. Oh, I see. The kid nodded, crossing his arms, thinking, furrowing his brows. Guards? Private ones, Lyra answered, making him munch on his lower lips while thinking. I know the city like no other, and I am fast. The boy finally spoke up, glancing at us thoughtfully. I can do it, but it won't be cheap, Mr. and Miss. 2 silver. Here. I flipped a whole gold coin at him, something he snatched out of the air so quickly I could barely follow with my eyes. He looked around like a scared little squirrel, hoping nobody else saw the golden glint in the air. Do it well, kid, and there will be more for you. I saw the utter amazement in his eyes, the bubbling questions that he held back, forcing them down, afraid I would take back the coin if he asked anything else. Just don't fuck it up, I commented, making him nod, his face resolute. Don't worry, mister, I won't. The night was thick with humidity, the air filled with the scent of a possible storm. Maybe nature was giving us a helping hand, clouds covering the moonlight, making the streets even darker than usual. Lyra and I were close by, having dinner in a nearby bar, sitting at a spot from which we could observe the shrine on the other side of the street. We never really mentioned anything about it out loud, as I was sure that our possible future partners would have people around here somewhere. We were just here to eat somewhere where it was cheap. Nothing more, nothing less. Still, it seems Varen and Sons are like to be precise, because they arrived right on cue. Marcus Varen himself had come, walking down the street. I recognized him solely because of our little helper's description. The boy had talent because he was not only fast, but smart too. He memorized the faces he saw inside while handing over our letter, doing all that from just a quick peek. The kid was good. If this ball gets rolling, I think I will recruit him first. Observing from our spot, I saw that the man gestured stiffly as he walked, probably giving a signal to his people waiting close by. It didn't take long before I also noticed something else, a bit of moving in the pub as a man stood up from a table, leaving. Coincidence? Maybe. But now I had a feeling that the other 2 staying behind may also be working for the Varen family. I guess we have our people. Lyra, closer to me, whispered, They're jumpy. They don't trust this. They'd be fools if they did, I murmured back, keeping my eyes on the table from where the man had just left. Let's finish dinner and start heading back, I said, as soon as our little sprinter should scoop up the goods and be on his way. While we were finishing up, Lyra stood up to go and pay, and I kept my eyes on the outside. I watched as Marcus approached the shrine's cracked offering basin, hesitating for only a moment before placing the pouch inside where we told him to, and then it vanished into the darkness within the crack. Standing there for a moment, without wasting too much time, he turned on his heel and walked away, looking determined. Because others were watching. As expected, by the time Marcus left, the other two at the table, I noticed also went and took up a position a fair distance away, pretending to engage in conversation, but facing in a way they would have a good look at where the money was. "They're going to tail whoever picks it up," Lyra muttered, her voice barely audible after returning to our table. "Not a surprise," I smiled, feeling a little as if we were gambling here, which wasn't wrong per se. "Let's go. Maybe we can help out our little friend." "How?" she asked, but I just smiled, holding her hand and making her grab my arm, causing her face to blush intensely. "Just play along." Just as we exited the pub across the street, a small figure emerged from the shadows. Our chosen little urchin moved with the confidence of someone who belonged to these streets. He didn't lie when he said he knows the city best. He was indeed a street rat, slipping through the cracks of the city with relative ease, coming from one of the dark alleys. I watched as he darted toward the shrine, making no effort to hide his approach. He scrambled onto the stone ledge, appearing before the drop spot, his fingers finding the pouch without needing to look for long. In one swift motion, he snatched it up and was off, running into the maze of streets beyond. In my old world, he would have been a superb sprinter. Of course, the henchman in waiting reacted immediately. With a sharp whistle, the men sprang into action, breaking into a pursuit. Too bad they were nowhere near as fast, not even close. One was about to head in a direction, probably wanting to cut off our kid, a route that was right next to us. I don't know if he would have succeeded or not, but I wasn't going to leave it to fate. "Watch out," I yelped, pushing Lyra behind me like a protective boyfriend, shouldering the running man straight into his chest. Of course, he didn't expect it, his eyes on our urchin, registering way too late that he was about to crash into someone. "Guards! Guards!" I kept yelling, making a fuss, even though he was angrily on the ground, knocked off balance while I remained standing. I quickly absorbed the impact with the correct stance. "No, you—" he gasped, wanting to curse out and also realizing why I may have misunderstood the situation. "Guards!" Lyra joined in the shouting, appearing utterly frightened, hiding behind my back, clinging to me, and by then someone did hear it as others from the pub also arrived, ready to serve some street justice, boldened by the few rounds of beer already down in their bellies. Of course, we slipped away in the ensuing chaos, not wanting to stay for long enough for actual guards to arrive. "What do you think?" Lyra asked her, breathing quickly from all the adrenaline she was feeling, still clinging to me as we headed towards where our little urchin should make his drop-off. "I think we are in the green," I whispered, smiling, "but we will see when we have the gold in our hands." Chapter 32. Pursue. In the middle of the darkness and fueled by adrenaline, the young urchin's fingers clenched around the pouch of gold as his bare feet slapped against the cobbled streets. The moment he lifted the package, he could tell it was heavy, full of coins. There was a thought to escape and keep it, but even while his breath was coming in quick, measured bursts, running for his life, he knew if he did so, it would be the last thing he did. He was young, but not reckless. He saw others end up dead, younger than him, just because they thought they could get away with anything he knew better. And he knew this city like the back of his hand, every narrow passage, every half-hidden alleyway, every crumbling stone that could send an unwary man tumbling to the ground. In more ways than one, many never got up from their tumble, lying in the ditch with broken necks, taking the wrong step along the way. He was not going to be one of them, so he pushed down the thoughts, beckoning him, focusing on completing his task instead. The men who were after him were fast, but they weren't fast enough. Sniffing once, he could tell that the night air was thick with the guarantee of rain coming down soon. Good. It will help him escape even more efficiently. Right as he thought that, sprinting through the winding streets of Velgrada, he felt the first cold droplets splatter against his face. Not even a moment late, is it? He smiled to himself. The rain was his ally. The city always became a different beast when it was showered from above. All the sounds were muffled, footprints disappeared, and visibility turned to nothing more than shifting shadows beneath the night's flickering lanterns around the main streets. Just like that, the cobblestones grew slick underfoot, but he was used to it. He had spent his entire life navigating these streets barefooted, and tonight, it wasn't any different. He went that way. Fuck, look out! He heard coming from somewhere nearby, making him grin, hearing the crash as some of them probably slipped and fell. Still, he also could pick out a sharp whistle behind him that told him his pursuers were trying to coordinate. They weren't dumb, he had to give them that. They had spread out, trying to cut him off, but they didn't understand how the slums worked. These upper city bastards only set foot into these parts of town when they were looking to hire troublesome guys. Without a proper guide, they were already lost. They just didn't know it. The alley he ran into bent and twisted in ways that made maps useless. You had to live here to truly understand them because the local gangs continuously barred and reopened pathways, depending on who was occupying certain streets and homes. Ducking into a side passage, he scrambled over a pile of crates, one of these blockades, and pressed himself through the gap between two leaning buildings. He was small enough to slip through, but the larger men chasing him wouldn't be able to follow. And if they began removing the boxes, the local gangs would come and cause them to be bogged down in a brawl. Just what he wanted. He already heard the curses behind him as they realized their mistake, mixed in with angry locals appearing, but he didn't stop to celebrate. He couldn't afford to. So he kept running. With the rain now falling in earnest, he took another sharp turn, sprinting through an abandoned courtyard. In the center, a broken fountain stood overgrown with moss. The sound of water dripping from the cracked stone basin mixed together with the pitter-patter of rain, creating a strange, almost musical rhythm. He darted into the shadows of a half-collapsed building, finally reaching the spot where he was told to hide the package, a loose stone, third from the corner. Quickly he knelt, pried it up, and stuffed the pouch of gold into the hollow space beneath. He pressed the stone back into place, making sure it looked undisturbed, the same as the ground around his feet, and then took a deep breath before launching himself back into the streets. This time, he was on his way to lose any possible followers and go into hiding for a few days. He just turned a corner when he heard more shouts. By listening to the muffled noise, they were getting desperate now. He needed to give them something to chase. Spotting an overturned barrel, he slammed his foot against it, sending it rolling into another alleyway before he ducked into a different side passage and climbed up a drainpipe onto the rooftops. He moved fast, leaping from one building to the next, the slick rain making every step dangerously slippery. But his feet were sure, holding on to the tiles like a monkey's paw. Below, the frustrated men hurried toward the barrel's sound, never realizing their prey was now above them. By the time they discovered they'd been fooled, the boy was long gone, and they lost the midnight play of tag. After getting free of the chaos, Lyra and I headed back towards our inn, which was only a block away from the drop-off point. Getting close to it, I broke off after a certain point. Pulling up my cloak, I hurried like a shadow through the empty streets, the rain masking any sound of my boots against the hard cobblestones. I still kept my pace steady, neither too fast nor too slow, in case someone was watching. Rushing would attract attention, and right now I was just another figure hastening his steps to escape the downpour. Arriving at the back alley, I took a moment to scan the surroundings before kneeling by the loose stone, curious if I was the first there. It didn't take long for my fingers to find the edges, and with ease I pried it up. The pouch was right where it should be. "Good boy," I whispered, feeling a faint smile tugging at the corners of my mouth. The kid had done well. Very well. I will need to recruit him as soon as possible. Tucking the pouch into my cloak, I straightened, scanning my surroundings, and walked away at the same speed, keeping to the shadows. So far, so good. I do hope that this will be a sign of what is coming for us in the future. Because if it is, I think I just found what I want to do with my new life. Morning came with a dull grey sky above the city. The streets were still wet from the night's downpour, letting rain gather in massive pools around them. In the office of Veron and Sons, the usual tension filled the air completely as Marcus Veron sat behind his desk, rubbing his temples. Willem paced furiously before their desk, his boots thudding against the wooden floor, almost as if he wanted to stomp out the night's little thief, like some kind of magic trick. his frustration manifesting in every sharp movement of his body. He was fuming, and he would blow. Any time. "It was a damn trap," he finally snapped, slamming his fist onto the desk. The sound echoed through the room, making Edvin, sitting in the corner, flinch. "That little rat slipped right through our fingers. We should have never—" "Enough!" Marcus yelled back, his voice cutting through Willem's rant like a blade. He looked exhausted, his eyes rimmed with sleeplessness and the taste of defeat. But even then, his authority within the company remained unshaken. It couldn't be shaken because then they were indeed done. Forever. "We knew there was a risk." "A risk?" Willem scoffed, throwing up his hands. His face was flushed, his voice rising once again with every word. "We threw 200 gold into the gutter, Marcus. And for what? Nothing. They probably never even had any clues and just played us. They knew we were desperate. That shipment is still gone, and now we're out even more coin." Before Marcus, Edvin, or Rellen could reply, a knock sounded at the door. All of them went silent instantly, and it was Edvin who stood up and walked to the door, happy for any kind of intrusion into this unpleasant meeting. Opening it, he saw a local courier there holding a bag of letters, rummaging through it until he found the correct one. Nodding at the man, he simply held up the sealed parchment in his hand, the paper slightly damp from the rain. "Sir, a letter for your business," he said, holding it out. "It has already been paid for." Edvin took it, noting the dark ink used to scrawl the company's name on it. Thanking the courier, the man was already off, so he hurriedly closed the door and handed it to his boss. Without saying anything, Marcus broke the seal and unfolded the paper quickly, his eyes scanning the message. As he read, his expression changed at once. What appeared in it was not anger or frustration, but something else, something thoughtful and partially relieved. Willem, still seething, demanded, but his voice a tinge more restrained this time around. "Well, what is it?" Marcus didn't answer immediately. Instead, he turned the letter around, trying to see if there was more or not, before he slid it across the desk for the others to read. What Willem caught first was the unmistakable signature at the bottom. "Shade, so it was. Not a trap?" Rellen asked while silence settled over the room once again. It took a few minutes for them to read the letter before Marcus exhaled slowly, rubbing his chin. "It does look like that we weren't played," he murmured. "Not yet, anyway." "That is yet to be seen." Willem snorted as he snatched up the letter, eyes darting across the words. His expression shifted from fury to thoughtfulness. He was trying to see through any possible traps. On the other hand, Rellen leaned back in his chair, his brow furrowing as he mulled over the words in the message. "To the merchants of Veren and Sons, your payment has been received. As promised, I will now provide the location of your stolen goods. They are hidden in the sewers beneath the Eastern Market, near the old shrine. Be warned, the thieves are still active, and they will not take kindly to interference. As for when they are trying to move the goods, that information is not included in the price I had set for you. Still, you should have enough time to gather your men and head down to retrieve it. A friendly reminder, though, proceed with caution. Shade. Gather all our available men," Marcus said, standing up from his chair, his fingers rolled into a fist in front of him. "This Shade," he whispered, his voice low, "isn't done with us yet." "Trap?" Rellen asked, making Willem look at his brother and wait for his assessment. "Could be," Marcus nodded. "But my gut tells me it isn't. Let's go. We can't dilly-dally. If this message is true, we don't have much time, Willem." "Yes," he asked, putting the letter back down. "You will go down with the others first, while Rellen and I cover possible exists." "Edvin." "I'm listening." "Go out to the city and try to find the kid who we chased through the night." "It won't be easy," Edvin muttered. "I know. Don't threaten him. Don't even be an antagonist to him if you find the kid. Reward him even." "Boss?" Edvin asked, a bit surprised, but Marcus just waved his hand so all of them remained silent and just listened to him. "Tell him we are grateful and ask the kid if he can help us meet with this Shade. If we do get our goods back, then we owe him one," Rellen said calmly, and even Willem kept his tongue in his mouth this time around. "Yes," Marcus nodded, "and I hate owing others. It is best if we pay our debts and pay them early." Chapter 33, Crimson Ledger. The orphan boy, who went by many names when it was about work but was known in the slums as Puck, had spent the last 2 days lying low, avoiding others like a vampire would avoid the sun. He was no fool. The men who had chased him through the rainy night had been determined as if their lives depended on it, and he knew better than to assume they had simply given up. People who had that much coin on the line rarely let things go easily. He could still feel the weight of the purse, and he even dreamt about holding it for himself. But at least he did get himself an actual gold coin, something that he had only seen before in others' hands, not on his own. Until now. It should be fine, he told himself, deciding it was time to go out from his hiding place and try to find something to eat at least. The streets had ears, and Puck had learned early in life that survival meant staying one step ahead of trouble. But if he had no energy, he couldn't do that. Trying to remain unseen, even if by now the heat had died down, he slipped out of the old, closed-down shop he had used as a nest for the past few years. Luckily, no one was lurking in the alleyways surrounding it, and no rough hands reached for him from the shadows the moment he walked out into one of the side streets. His stomach growled, reminding him that he had more pressing concerns. Slipping his fingers into his pocket, holding the gold coin, the first real money he had ever held, he intended to turn it into something that would last him a long time. He intended to buy more than just food, aiming for some warm clothes, maybe even a weapon. A dagger, maybe. He had plans. The streets were unforgiving, and he knew better than to waste an opportunity like this. It was as he always heard when eavesdropping on others, "Always invest in yourself," he muttered as he kept moving. The morning air around him was crisp, carrying the faint scent of baking bread and roasting meat from the stalls that lined the streets, forcing his stomach to rumble once again. He had to be careful, though. If he goes to the wrong person, they may question why a homeless vermin like him has a gold coin in his hands. He just began eyeing one of the stalls that he knew frequently done business with people from the slums. Walking towards it, when a hand clamped onto his shoulder, Puck's body immediately tensed, ready to bolt, but the hand on his shoulder squeezed him warningly, preventing him from making a scene. Turning around slowly, 2 people were there. One was clearly a bodyguard, a broad-shouldered man with a scar running from his temple to his cheek. His expression was unreadable, but his grip was firm on his thin, scrawny body. Puck wanted to curse, but he knew he was caught. He could only blame his own stomach and thoughts that he let wander instead of looking for suspicious clues. "Walk with me," the second man said, his voice surprisingly friendly and without any anger. Maybe there was still a chance to escape from this conundrum if he could play the ignorant, stupid little child. Yes, mister." Puck nodded, trying to look scared and innocent while he considered his options. Running was always possible, but he needed a better place to do so. The market was dense with others, yes, but many here would trip him just to get some reward out from his pursuers. So he had to get a bit further away, playing along and putting on his best innocent face. "Something wrong, sir?" "My name is Edwin, and I am from Veron & Sons, the same group whose package you picked up," the second man explained with a half-smile. "Cut the act, kid. We know it was you who took the gold." "Gold? Me?" Puck swallowed but forced himself to remain calm. "I don't know what you're talking about, mister." "Loyal, I can respect that." Edwin chuckled, leading him away from the crowded market and into a quieter alley. The sounds of the bustling street faded, replaced by the distant drip of water from a leaky gutter above them, while Puck's mind raced, already planning to make his move soon. "Look, we're not here to make trouble, in fact quite the opposite." "Huh?" Puck narrowed his eyes, feeling suspicious, and his body stopped for a moment. "Then why are you grabbing me?" he asked, looking at the hand still holding him. "Precaution." Edwin nodded, and the guard finally released his shoulder. "We just want to talk. Not with you, but the one who employed you. The shipment was returned, just like your shade promised. It turns out that little deal saved our entire business. Lord Halbrecht got his potions, and now we're in good standing with him. We want to return the favor." Wait. He waved his hand, feeling there was too much information being shared with him all of a sudden. "It could even be dangerous to know this much. I have no idea what you are on about." "I see." Edwin nodded, rubbing his chin. "So our shade has not yet established a proper organization. He's probably still new in the city, trying to find his footing." he muttered, making the little orphan scratch his head. Mister? Puck blinked his eyes, completely caught off guard. You mean, you're not mad? Me? Edvin shook his head. No, we aren't. Not a bit. We want to make contact with this shade. We owe him a debt. I see. Puck's mind raced. He didn't actually know who Shade was. Not really. He didn't even know who the two who hired him were, but he wasn't about to admit that he nodded slowly. I can get a message to him, maybe? It would be for the best. Edvin smiled, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. Good. Do that. Tell him Marcus Veron honors his deals, and that we would be glad to work together in the future. So sure, Puck nodded, feigning confidence. I'll see what I can do, but business is business. Edvin interrupted him, reaching into his pocket and pulling out another gold coin that he had pressed into Puck's hands, making the young boy almost drop his jaw to the cobblestone floor below his naked feet. As Edvin walked away, leaving him there with his second shiny coin, Puck let out a slow breath, his eyes suddenly alive with bright light and deep desires. He even forgot what he wanted to buy. No. Something new flared up in him. He would invest not only in himself and his own abilities, but also grab the chance before him right now. He had no idea how to get in touch with Shade. But he had a feeling that if his luck could hold out just for today, he would find him. Find him before midnight. Across the city, far away from where Puck was making his life-changing decision, in the upper district where only the wealthiest merchants held any power, another meeting was taking place. Unlike the deal taking place on the streets, between shabby houses, they were sitting in velvet-covered chairs, amongst gaudy, over-decorated walls, in a room smelling of expensive perfume and imported cigar smoke. Yet, unlike the Verons, these men and women inside were not in a celebratory mood. Not at all. The Crimson Ledger. They were one of the most prominent merchant syndicates in Velgrada and its neighboring land. They had invested heavily in all kinds of businesses, keeping their fingers on the pulse of the city and nipping any possible competitors in the bud. They thought they already ensured that Marcus Veron's shipment never arrived, and thus prevented another possible rival in the future. They had bribed bandits from the outside, unable to be tied to any of the prominent families or businesses, and secured the right passageways. The job went down flawlessly. They even killed the bandits too, disposing of their bodies. There were no witnesses, no trail leading to them. Everything was done and dusted. They just needed to wait. Yet somehow, the potions had still reached their destination. Now there was a happy noble, a new organization that was noticed by the others in the city, and now someone who may take a slice out of their profit. Maybe not now and only years later, but it would still mean that their income would lose a certain percentage. Their plan had failed, and it was unacceptable. Garrick Holvar, the head of the Crimson Ledger, was furious when he learned of the news. He sat at the head of a long mahogany table, his fingers tapping against the polished wood with such intensity it was like a war drum. Around him sat his most trusted associates, people who controlled the city's most profitable trade routes, men who ensured accidents happened to their competitors, his closest confidants. This wasn't luck, Garrick said, his voice sounding calm, but under it, everyone could sense the raging storm. Someone intervened. Could it be a survivor of the bandits we hired? It should not be. One of his men, a thin-looking fellow named Auriel, leaned forward. His fingers fidgeted with a silver coin, the nervous energy betraying his forced, collected demeanor. We did everything right, boss. The bandits had clear orders. The shipment was taken. I was there when we stashed it away and then killed those who knew where it was. There was no way for Veron to recover it. And yet he did, Garrick snapped, his voice cutting through his protests like a whip, almost making Auriel feel he was hit physically, dropping his coin. Which means two possibilities. Someone betrayed us, or someone outmaneuvered us. We need to find out which. No sane person would betray us. A woman at the table, Ivessa, one of the city's top information brokers, folded her hands. Her sharp eyes gleamed with calculation behind her glasses as she continued speaking. I would have known about it if it was so. The only thing I recovered is that someone did visit the Verons, but it was just an urchin. The most hired carrier pigeons on legs. Garrick's eyes narrowed. Find me the one who they hired. Yes. Ivessa nodded, gulping. I will send people out to reconstruct what really happened. It shouldn't take more than a few days. Be thorough. Garrick's fingers stopped tapping now that there was at least one clue before them, while he leaned back in his chair, his gaze sweeping the room. We find them, all of them who crossed us and then made an example. I want the other slum-dwelling trash to know that they don't take jobs that are not coming from us. Got it? I want the kid to be skinned and his bloody hide stapled to Veron's shop's entrance. Isn't that a bit too much, boss? Orlean gulped, his brow furrowing. We don't really have beef with them out in the open. I don't think they even know we would target them. They don't need to know it was us. I want others to simply avoid the Verons like the plague because of it. Garrick leaned forward, a slow smile spreading across his face. The sooner we stomp out any embers, the better. If we don't pay attention to ambitious people, our position will weaken, and the other families will try to kick the chair out from under us, using any newcomer to fan the flame. The status quo must be preserved. Yes, the others answered, slowly standing up, knowing that it was futile to argue against a decision that Garrick had already made. Instead, they had to work and find out what happened, and one of their plans failed, catching them off guard. Chapter 34, Puck. Puck had always prided himself on being patient. It was a trait that kept him alive in the streets of Velgrada, where impatience could get a man, or even a boy of his age, killed. Yet, right now, he was restless like never before. The encounter he had with Edvin left him with a gnawing curiosity and urgency that made it hard to think straight or remain focused. He couldn't shake the thought that this might be his chance to step out of the shadows of ruined buildings, from going hungry for multiple days, and push him into something more, into a better life. He knew he was risking a lot, but without risks, there were no rewards. The moment Edvin and his guard let him go, he knew he had a choice to make. He could, once again, disappear, pretend he had never heard of Shade again, and avoid the risk of getting tangled up in something that probably was over his head. But no, that was an option he only entertained once before throwing it out. He didn't know why, but something about how Edvin spoke, something in his voice that made Puck think this could be what he had been dreaming about for years. If that was the case, then Puck wanted in, or as many of the adults said in the dingy pubs, where he usually hung out, pickpocketing them, it was time to go all in. But finding this Shade, or rather finding a way to reach him, was not as simple as Puck had hoped. He hadn't been contacted since that exciting night, and he had no idea how to initiate contact himself either. It was a chance he was chosen. But he hoped that luck would once again shine on him. He didn't know where the man and woman, the two who had given him the job, operated from, nor did he have any idea what connections he might have had in the city. But he knew he wasn't completely helpless, especially not after remembering where he was first contacted and where the drop-off point was located, both of which were in the same part of the city. He had a point where he could start searching. He also knew that the best way to get someone's attention is to make them notice you, or make them notice you are looking for them. So for the next 2 days, Puck made himself visible in all the right places. He lingered near the drop-off point where he had hidden the pouch. Then he moved through the same streets where he had first met this Shade, hoping that someone from his organization was watching. If not for him, then for possibly others sniffing around their operations. Most of all, he made sure to be seen asking questions. Careful, subtle questions, as best as he could think about, describing a certain cloaked figure to other urchins and vagrants. Persistent little boy, isn't he? Lyra murmured, her eyes following Puck as he once again made a round past a street corner where we were staying. We were sitting on the bottom floor of our inn, having our breakfast. Her mouth slowly moving, nibbling on a piece of sweet bread. It seems he is looking for us. I gently nodded, sitting opposite her, finishing my morning coffee and small biscuit and dunking them into my black drink. Either he wants another job, or something's happened. Could be trouble, Lyra muttered, tilting her head. Her voice was light, but her tone was clearly nervous. We just got ourselves enough gold to stay in this for a few months if we were careful with how we spent it. We couldn't start flaunting it either. That would be too obvious. Or he just got greedy. She continued while the young kid's back finally disappeared in another street. Kids like him, they get a taste of gold, and suddenly they think they're kings. Maybe, I muttered, agreeing with her points. Greed is an easy sin to sink into. True. She shot me a glare, her eyes flashing back to her parents while I was thinking about the crows. I wonder if they did manage to get the artifact. And if they did, how many of them survived? What do you want to do? She asked softly, bringing me out of my contemplation. Let's find out what he wants, I said after a momentary pause. Can you go and talk to him? Same as before, keep the mystery. He may open up more easily to a girl than to me. I can try. She smiled, her eyes flashing once, clearly excited that I was trusting her with this, and I could tell she felt much, much better than before. It wasn't hard to notice that the way I was relying on her made her feel wanted and valuable. I understood the feeling, that is why I was doing it. But don't be mad if it turns out he is not looking for us, and we misunderstood him. I won't, I mused, watching her. We read him right at the first time too. I don't think we are making a mistake now either. Puck had just about given up hope when he saw her. The way she moved, stood, and sounded. He recognized it at once, even though he couldn't clearly see her face. The same hooded woman as before suddenly appeared out of nowhere, stepping in front of him from a little alleyway, one that sneaked between two elongated houses, only giving enough space for one person to pass through it at once. She was careful. He could tell that is probably why she appeared from that direction, making Puck think that she did so intentionally, because she could escape more easily if he turned out to be sent here to trap her. In reality, it was a coincidence, and Lyra didn't even plan for it. It was just easier to cut right in the way of the anxious-looking Puck. You've been looking for us, she said, her voice even, her tone giving nothing away. Not even the fact she was secretly really enjoying playing the role of a mysterious woman. Yes. Puck swallowed and nodded, his heart pounding in his chest. Yeah, got something important. Not trouble. Promise. It is just a message. From whom? She asked, her head tilting slightly as she studied him. The merchants, he said, keeping his voice low. Varen and Sons. The ones who I was running from? They... Lyra tried to ask, suddenly thinking it was a trap, but Puck quickly began waving his hands, thinking they might take it in the wrong way, and what if they kill him? He didn't think of that yet. No, not a trap. No, they didn't catch me. They asked me. They want to meet. To thank Shade. Promise, they seemed genuine, and they even paid me. Lyra didn't react immediately, simply watching him from beneath her hood. Mostly because she was also thinking and feeling her heart beating rapidly in her chest. Forcing herself to calm down, not letting it show in her voice, she gave a slight nod. I'll let him know. Puck watched as she turned and began walking away, disappearing back into the darkness just like that. Wait, please, I want to join. He rushed after her, but with how long he stood there, somewhat stunned, by the time he acted, Lyra was gone. Damn it, Puck! He cursed, balling up his fist. Damn it! But there was no time to be angry. No. There was still a chance. With that, he decided that for the next few days, until he saw them again, he would camp out at the merchant's place. Yes. If they go there, he will have another chance to ask them to join him. So? I asked when Lyra returned, her footsteps gently making the floorboard creak as she returned to our room, where I was writing a list of what to do if I wanted to establish my own little force in this city. He wasn't lying, Lyra said, pulling her hood back and walking up to me with a tired moan. At least, I don't think so. Then there was a message, I assume? Yeah, Varen and Sons want to meet you. To thank you, apparently. I wasn't expecting it. So I remained quiet for a long moment, my gaze fixed on the orange sky, thanks to the setting sun's light. Finally, after putting my thoughts in order, I nodded. I'll do it. What if it's a trap? Lyra raised an eyebrow, her arms crossing over her chest. I don't like it. It could be dangerous. What if they want their money back? It's not about that. I don't think so, I mused, my voice soft and thoughtful. It's about opportunity. I tapped on the parchment I was writing. We need to start establishing ourselves and then start growing. If we want to build something real, we need people, and more than that, contacts. They could be the first source for that. This is as good a place to start as any. I I am not good with this, but if you say so, I will believe you, Lyra said, feeling a bit shy all of a sudden. She acted as if she were my wife, ready to support me, which in turn made me blink my eyes and look away. Her gaze and the way she looked at me made me feel shy all of a sudden. I'm just worried about you. The last plan was not safe. It was a shit plan. I shrugged, grown from desperation and because there was no way to plan more or better. It had to be done fast and without proper preparations. This time around, I won't make the same mistake. We won't make the same mistake. I will help. She nodded, settling closer to me and holding my hands. How do you want to do it? Well, I smiled, a flicker of pleasure suddenly washing over me. First, we send them a letter, and I think we'll let our little street rat deliver it. Oh yes, him. I heard him say he wanted to join us. Really? Good. Hired. I laughed. I will make sure he knows it too. Puck wasn't sure what he had been expecting when he felt the hand on his shoulder again, but when he turned and saw a familiar cloaked figure standing before him, his heart leaped. He was just about to head to the Veron and Sons compound when someone, once again, got a hold of him. He also knew that he had to focus. It would also not be a good image if he could be caught so easily. Oh, he said, grinning despite himself, come with me. The figure, me of course, said, keeping my tone commanding. What's your name? Puck, mister, he said as he followed. We didn't go far before I stopped and turned to him while we stood under the shade of a tree next to a closed-down shop, my hood and scarf covering most of my face. You did well with the job, I began, my voice coming out muffled yet still firm enough. Better than expected. I have an offer for you. Yes. Puck swallowed, his throat suddenly dry. An offer? Join us. Permanently. Yes, he answered immediately, no thinking, nothing. Good. I chuckled, continuing, you know how to move. You're smart, and you know the city better than most. That's useful. I will not disappoint you, mister. What should I have to do next? He asked eagerly. Easel, I said, while I reached into my cloak and pulled out a sealed letter. Deliver this to Veron and Sons. The letter contains a date, a place, and instructions Marcus is to come alone if he wants to meet Shade. Make sure they understand that. Of course. Puck took the letter carefully, his heartbeat almost audible through his chest. And after that? Don't rush, I said with my eyes flashing. We'll see. Yes, mister. Puck nodded, asking no more questions while he looked down at the letter, carefully putting it away. Now go. I gave a single nod. Don't keep them waiting. When you finish, go to the previous drop-off point. Someone will be waiting for you there. I'm on it, he saluted. With that, he turned on his heel and vanished into the busy street, the letter clutched tightly in his hand. For now, I won't reveal to him who we are, not yet. Let's keep that hidden, just as the crows hid the fact from me who was the leader. It wasn't a bad idea, and I was going to steal some of it for myself. Chapter 35. Meeting. Puck had delivered the letter precisely as instructed. He was cautious, as always, making sure no one was following him before he slipped into the headquarters of Veron and Sons, making sure no third eye was following him or his shadow. Unlike before, this time around, he had the mind to explore his surroundings. The compound where the building was located was quite large, capable of hosting multiple caravans worth of items, including a sprawling structure of weathered stone and timber. The same building he came to deliver a letter a few days ago. But without being forced to be in a rush, he was now walking slowly, stopping when guards came to identify him. When he mentioned he had brought a letter, to his surprise, the people didn't try to take it from him or try to ascertain his words. It was as if they were expecting him and his letter, showing him in, without further questions. The delivery itself was simple afterward. He managed to get the letter directly to Marcus through one of his personal assistants, a particularly grumpy-looking woman who barely spared him a glance when the guards showed him in. Her sharp eyes and pinched mouth made it clear she had no patience for street urchins and was only entertaining him because of the order coming from Marcus Veron himself. Which was fine because Puck didn't mind it at all. He was used to being invisible. Once the letter changed hands, Puck made himself scarce, not wanting to be caught in something if the merchants had a new idea, instead melting back into the labyrinth of streets. His work was done. Now he was more interested in meeting up with Shade again to officially join his side. Marcus Veron sat in his office, waiting for the arrival of the same kid who came here first, and who, in the end, did not disappoint him in the slightest. He instructed the guards that if someone entered the premises, don't bar them. Instead, ask, and if they say they bring a letter, make sure that the message gets to him as soon as possible. Thankfully, he didn't need to wait for long, and the letter now rested on the polished surface of his desk. He had already read it 2 times, going over it slowly and meticulously, raising it against the incoming sunlight to see if there was anything unique about it. But no. It was just a simple parchment that anybody could get their hands on at any part of the city. The ink? It was also the most common variant, and the handwriting was that of a commoner. Nothing was telling him anything noteworthy, which made him smile, as he expected nothing less from someone dealing with information. Blending in perfectly with the average. Reaching for it, he once again turned the letter over in his hands, his fingers brushing against the broken wax seal. Another regular point, just a simple unmarked circle. At first, after breaking it, he unfolded the parchment and scanned the contents, maybe in a bit too much of a hurry, but if there were any clues there, he couldn't see it. His eyes moved over its contents once again, smiling, feeling young again as he read that this Shade wanted to meet. Alone, which he didn't fault him for. Thinking, he leaned back in his chair, the leather creaking softly under his weight, hearing as the door opened, his brother walking in. Looking at the letter without saying anything. With a nod from Marcus, Willem reached for it, sitting down across from him and beginning to read it. The moment he finished, he threw it back on the table, sitting with arms crossed, his expression a mixture of frustration and concern, his face nowadays perpetually set in a scowl that made him look older than he actually was. "This is a bad idea," Willem grumbled again, his voice annoyed. "We don't even know who this guy really is. We got our shipment back, sure, but that doesn't mean we owe him anything. What if this is some kind of setup? Coming to get into your good graces, then to kill you or kidnap you? I may be good at organizing the guards, Rellan may be good at gathering intel and hiring people, and Edwin may be good at numbers, but you are the linchpin of this organization, Marcus." "Thank you," Marcus chuckled, his voice being warm and confident. "But I don't think it is dangerous. If it was a setup, don't you think he'd ask for something a little riskier? The place he signaled is not somewhere you would stage anything dangerous. My instincts tell me that the place is more of a protection for him, against us, than anything. All he wants is a conversation. And besides, it's not like I'm going in unarmed. You are a mule. You know that, don't you?" Willem groaned, running a hand through his unruly hair. "That's not the point. You don't walk into meetings with unknown criminals alone." "I do if it's worth it." "Marcus!" Willem snorted while he clenched his jaw, his frustration bubbling to the surface. "And how exactly do you know it's worth it?" "By all that happened to us. We were saved, little brother." Marcus tapped the letter, his voice rising a little. "Because this Shade didn't have to return that shipment, yet he did. That tells me something about him. Yeah, I heard it. He's smart, blah, blah, blah. But more importantly," Marcus continued, ignoring Willem, "he has an agenda. That's the key point here. And if I play my cards right, his agenda might just benefit us." "You already decided." Willem shrugged while he threw his hands up in exasperation. "Fine, but at least let me have a few guys posted nearby, just in case." "No." Marcus shook his head, his expression firm. "No, the letter said alone, and I intend to keep my word. One of a prosperous merchant's main goals is to be trustworthy. Otherwise, nobody will be willing to do trade with us." "You are hopeless. You know, don't you?" Willem cursed under his breath, his voice barely audible. "Stubborn bastard." "That's why I lead this group." Marcus laughed, the sound of his voice rich and full of refreshed vigor. "You'll thank me when this pays off." The tavern that Shade designated as their meeting spot was dimly lit when he arrived, right in the middle when the day was transitioning into the night, people just about to light the lamps and candles in their windows. The air was thick with the scent of cheap ale, freshly roasted meat, and the strong scent of subpar leaves being ignited within the current guests' pipes. Marcus, of course, entered without hesitation, his eyes scanning the room. but he only saw people from the lower class of the city, patrons from a mix of street merchants, hard laborers, and the occasional shady figure nursing a drink in the corner, the type he grew up amongst before managing to break out and now even work for nobles. With one breath, he walked to the table, said in the letter, sinking down, glad that he came dressed appropriately, blending in so no one paid him much attention, which was precisely how he liked it. As required, he took his seat while he ordered a drink, a dark ale that arrived in a chipped mug, and waited. Now it was up to Shade to make his move. He didn't have to wait long. From my place in the tavern, I watched as Lyra stood up from the table we designated as Marcus's spot in our letter, signaling that she noticed him arriving from the window. Preparing, I waited until he sat down before also standing up, switching places with Lyra and sinking down at the open seat right behind Marcus, speaking in a low and measured tone. "You came." As expected, Marcus kept his composure, his lips curling slightly in amusement. "And you're punctual, I appreciate that." Speaking, I knew that he didn't turn around. The setup was clear. Masquerading as Shade, I sat at the table directly behind him, our backs almost touching. A careful arrangement was made to prevent direct eye contact, keeping the mystery intact, and he wasn't trying to break that illusion. Good. "I must admit," Marcus continued, taking a slow sip of his drink, "you've got my attention. When you returned that shipment, you saved my company from disaster." "I did?" I asked myself. But as Shade, I remained silent for a moment before speaking, keeping my voice calm and controlled. "Happy to help." "Me too." Marcus chuckled, the sound low and rich. "But I don't think you understand how important it was for us, or you would have asked for more." "Maybe," I said, now truly curious and a bit nervous if we made a mistake or not. "Maybe I wasn't after money." "True, but you see, that shipment, it was for Lord Halbrecht. If we had failed to deliver, we'd be finished. He would have pulled his contracts and spread the word that we weren't reliable. The damage to our reputation would have been irreversible. Damn. But why tell me this? Is he fishing for information? Does he want to hear my reaction? It could be. Anyway, I remained expressionless, but inwardly I was processing this new revelation as fast as I could. So I accidentally saved their entire business, asking for 200 golds to preserve the whole organization. I really undersold myself here. Anyway, Marcus continued, his tone thoughtful. "I suppose I should thank you once again, though I have to wonder, was this your plan all along?" "Yes," I answered, and it didn't miss a beat, my voice remaining nonchalant. "Naturally. While I wanted to say no, fuck, of course not." "I believe you." Marcus exhaled a quiet laugh, the sound tinged with admiration. "Figured as much. Someone like you wouldn't act without purpose." "Someone like me?" To prevent myself from blurting it out, I took a slow sip of my drink to buy myself time. "All right, just play along. Make it seem like this was all part of the grand plan." "I take it you want something from me?" Marcus pressed, his tone casual but probing. "As most people who are in my position." I nodded slightly. "I know you already had multiple guesses, and some of them are right. I am thinking about establishing myself here. For that, I need a reliable network, one that understands discretion." "You need allies," Marcus smirked, his fingers drumming lightly against the table. "Are you an information broker, then?" "You could put it that way if you want." There was a short pause. Marcus mulled it over, then leaned back in his chair, his voice thoughtful. "That could be useful. A man with the right information at the right time. That's worth more than gold." "It could be priceless." I allowed myself a slight chuckle. "Of course, it is only good if it is free of bias." "Also true." Marcus tapped his fingers against the table, the rhythm slow and deliberate, representing his thought process. "Then let me offer you something. We have a property, an old warehouse in the lower quarter. We don't use it much. If you're looking to set up something more permanent, it could serve as a decent base. Think of it as my proper payment for your help. I can transfer it over any time." Despite myself, I was caught off guard by the offer. I had anticipated a possible deal, maybe a favor in exchange for future services, but an actual base of operations. That was beyond what I had expected. I almost accepted it out of the blue, but that would be too much. I had to keep it professional, so I gulped back my excitement. Generous. I am a fair man. Marcus chuckled, and I like investing early. If you're planning to grow, having the right allies will make all the difference. Having a secure location would be a massive advantage, but accepting too soon would make me seem overeager, and I needed to maintain an air of control. Not to mention, it would also mean he would know where my base is. Of course, in the future, people will need a place where they can find us. And they don't need to know that my front-facing location is also my main base. At least it would be my main base until I can afford to get an actual hidden spot. I will get back to you with my answer, I said as I stood up. My young friend will be in touch. He is welcome anytime. Marcus grinned, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. I look forward to it. Without another word, I disappeared out into the streets, leaving Marcus alone with his drink, a satisfied smirk still on his face, not knowing that Lyra stayed behind to keep a lookout, making sure that nobody followed me. Chapter 36. Cooperation. I sat across from Lyra in the dimly lit room we had been renting since our arrival to the city. The single candle between us flickered as I kept detailing what Marcus had offered for us and what it could mean, along with all the pros and cons I could manage. Even if she was inexperienced with it, I wasn't looking for her to tell me the correct decision. I just wanted her honest thoughts. It was always good to hear others' opinions because they could point out issues or details I missed. My main concern was that if we accepted and moved into Marcus Veron's property, even if it transferred to us, they would know where to find us. We could play it in a way that makes them think we are using the place as a front and not as the main base, and that was the idea I was playing with. This is a big move, she finally said, contemplating a tempting offer. It is, and I don't see any actual issue that would prevent us from accepting. No, I don't either. She nodded while she leaned forward, resting her elbows on the table. But there are other hurdles, no? He said he would transfer the deeds over. That requires a person who can be registered as the owner. Which would simply mean he would know who Shade is, wouldn't he? If you look at it from that angle, I nodded, running a hand through my hair. But I don't think he expects it to be the case. If he believes he learned the apparent Shade persona's actual name and looks, he would be greatly disappointed. He expects a dummy to appear, and we will provide that dummy. Oh, Lyra hummed and leaned back against her chair, crossing her arms. Are you going to use the kid again? Him, I chuckled. No, that would be a bit too much. I chuckled, but my smirk softened into a thoughtful expression. I was thinking about copying the Crow's leader, and her method I will present myself as, well, Auriel in the flesh. I will go to Veron and Sons to sign the deal. Isn't that risky? She asked, gulping. Yes and no, the best would be if you came with me too. We should be able to confirm a tale that Shade helped us once, and we are part of his organization now, the front-facing part. Even if he checks out our backgrounds, it would probably fit well into the story. I see. That does sound logical, she muttered. And when we get the place, what are you planning to do with it? What do you say if we open up a little shop? Every good underground operation needs a place to launder money and gather around. Heh, she chuckled, a slight blush on her face. And what kind of shop would you want to operate? I was thinking of a bakery. You already have the experience. True, she muttered, looking down at the table, and I could sense that this was a bit conflicting for her. We can try something else too. No, it is good. I like baking. She smiled, shaking her head, pushing down her negative thoughts. Thanks. I am not really good at other things, so I can't really think of anything else that would work as a front for our future operations. It will be nice to relax and do something I feel confident in. Lyra smiled, but then she tapped a finger against the surface of the table, biting her lower lip. Auriel, do you trust Marcus? No, I answered without hesitation. I only trust you, but I also trust my assessment in that he's a businessman first and foremost. He sees the value in what we could grow into, and that means he won't act against us unless we give him reason to. He's not the type to burn a useful asset, and it shows from the fact that he is willing to risk and put money under us. In the form of a property nonetheless. Yes. I chuckled, smacking my lips. It's already decided then. She considered my words, her expression thoughtful, her face suddenly turning bright red. And what about us? How are we really going to introduce ourselves to him? How do you want? I asked as I leaned forward, my expression as earnest as it could be. I wasn't blind. I wasn't a wooden board. I already knew she had feelings for me, although I don't know if I felt the same way towards her. I didn't lie when I said I only trusted her. As to what that meant to me, I don't know. I really don't. Lyra. Yes? She flinched as her lips twitched, the faintest hint of a nervous smile breaking through her suddenly confused countenance. You should decide. You are the man. Your man? I asked because I couldn't help teasing her a little. I watched as the blush spread to her ears, making her fidget and moan while pouting, but she didn't complain. Let's keep it that way. Most look at us that way anyway, and it will be the easiest to keep up. You sometimes are a bully. Maybe, I chuckled, watching as she tried to look at me, but any time our eyes met, hers wandered to the side. So, I'll be the one running the shop. I'll be too when I can, I said, reaching out and patting her hands, and our little orphan kid. Huh? We will recruit him. Besides running errands for us when we have something, I do plan on running an actual shop too. Actual profits make it easier to launder any money we get through other methods. You already have an idea? She asked, probably reading my expression. And yes, I did. There was one thing I already observed, something that was missing from this world. Probably. We will do deliveries. Well, the kid will. Deliveries, she muttered, a sudden light bulb appearing above her head. Yeah, not everyone has the time to go to the bakery, not every morning. So what if they can order ahead of time? And then our quick-footed little kiddo can run around, delivering them right as the sun rises. That's genius, she exclaimed, making me laugh, as it wasn't a big deal, but maybe it was for this place. Huh. Thank you, I posed proudly, making her laugh. But let's go. For that to work, we need to recruit him, don't we? Our travel through the city, at least this part of it, was now much more fluid. Remembering most streets and shortcuts, arriving at the meeting point where our offer was already waiting. The young boy had found a comfortable perch atop a stack of crates, swinging his legs absently as he whistled a quiet tune, clearly in a good mood. When he spotted us approaching, he quickly hopped down and grinned, his face lighting up with excitement. So? Oh. He flinched, realizing he was seeing our faces and suddenly unsure who we were or what we wanted. Relax, we are working with Shade, I said, while I exchanged a brief glance with Lyra before stepping forward. We were told to come and gather you, which means you are part of our group now. Really? The boy's eyes lit up with happiness, his confidence returning at once. Cool, I am Puck, by the way, he said with great enthusiasm, glancing back and forth between us. I am Auriel. Her name is Lyra. He nodded his head, bobbing it up and down. For now, we are still in the middle of getting everything ready, but we will be setting up a proper base of operations, and you're going to be a part of it. But for now, you need to lay low until all is ready to go. It shouldn't take long, I added, looking into his eyes, trying to read his thoughts. For the next 3 days, keep out of sight. After that, come to the Adventurers Guild to meet me. Oh, he gasped, looking at me, finally noticing the bronze bracelet on my hand. I see. Okay. Puck's excitement was immediate and uncontained. I'll make sure nobody even sees me for 3 days. Just don't get into trouble, I chuckled. When all is done, you will have a proper job, kid. With actual pay and a place to stay. Sounds good? That sounds great, he laughed, bouncing. Don't worry, Mr. Auriel, Miss Lyra. I will do my best. Don't forget. 3 days. I patted his shoulders. Don't be late. With Puck recruited, there was really just one thing to do. Visit Veron and Sons, this time, as ourselves. We arrived at their compound's headquarters early the following day. It wasn't hard to get in, but it was enough to tell the guards we were here to see Mr. Marcus Veron about an offer he had made a day prior. Then we were ushered in a moment later. As we entered the building, no unnecessary questions were asked, and we were guided directly to Marcus's office. The atmosphere was exactly how I expected it to be, businesslike. There was not much for decorations. Everything was more utilitarian, clearly a sign that this was a workplace and not a home. When we were finally in probably the main office, Marcus was already there, waiting, hands behind his back, looking out of the window, turning to us with a broad smile. Of course, he wasn't alone. After a quick introduction, I shook hands with his brother Willem, who then sat down nearby, his sharp gaze settling on us with blatant scrutiny. Not that I minded it, keeping my demeanor neutral yet professional. This wasn't the first business meeting I was taking part of. Well, in this life, it may have been here. Welcome, Marcus repeated as we all sat down. I take it you have come to discuss my offer. Indeed, I nodded, letting out a small but confident smile. And I must say, it's quite a generous one. My employer appreciates the initiative. A good partnership is always built on trust and mutual benefit. Of course, Marcus raised an eyebrow, keeping up a smile. Your employer. You know his name. Lyra inclined her head slightly. Shade. There was a brief silence. Marcus exchanged a look with Willem, who simply huffed but said nothing. Yes, I do, Marcus said, keeping up his friendly demeanor. So you are the main representatives of Shade, I assume? That's right, Lyra answered smoothly, her hands clasped on her lap, projecting the image of calmness. But I knew she was more than nervous. Still, she was doing great, better than I had ever expected. Shade prefers to remain unseen. It's better that way, don't you think? Marcus studied her for a long moment before looking at my adventurer bracelet, thinking about something and nodding. I assume you wouldn't be here if you weren't prepared to prove that, Willem interjected suddenly, making me only glance at him for a moment. Do you want me to draw out where you found your stolen shipment in the sewers? I asked with confidence and ease. I will say this only once Shade's interest in this city is long-term. The property you've offered is a good starting point. From there, we can establish a stable foothold, one that benefits both sides, and my employer wouldn't forget that in the future. Of course. Marcus tapped a finger against his desk, some kind of signal making his brother's answer get stuck in his throat. Just, out of my personal curiosity, what exactly do you plan to do with the property? Maybe we can help you set it up. For a reasonable price. Maybe, Lyra muttered, looking at me because this was not in the plans, but things like this were normal in meetings like this. A legitimate front, I answered without hesitation. A bakery. Willem's expression barely changed, but there was the faintest twitch at the corner of his mouth, as if he wanted to scoff. Marcus, however, seemed intrigued. A bakery? Who? Yes, Lyra spoke up after clearing her throat. I have experience in the craft, and it makes for an excellent front. It provides stability, community engagement, and, most importantly, a reason for people to come and go without suspicion. That it does. Marcus leaned back in his chair. Not a bad plan. We can help you make it happen on the cheap side. As I said, we wouldn't say no to it. I smiled. I guess we can start drafting up the details now. My people already did so. Marcus nodded. The property is as good as being yours. He pulled out a document from his drawer and presented it to us. It only requires your signature. From the corner of my eyes, I watched as Lyra tensed slightly, but I merely nodded. That is great. Give me a moment to read it. I picked it up and began going over it, glad that I was doing more in my previous life than I signed up for. If there were hidden clauses in his document, I would find it. Of course, Marcus gave me a knowing look. I would expect nothing less. I didn't answer. I simply smiled, reading it from start to finish, feeling satisfied that there were no actual pitfalls planted in it. It was straightforward. Interesting. I was starting to like this man. Chapter 37, Opening Shop. Surprisingly, Marcus didn't take long to transfer ownership to me, and now I owned my own property within Velgrada. Not bad, if I say so myself, although I also realized there would be much to do before it was more than a dark, forgotten hole. The moment we stepped through the heavy doors of our new property, the scent of dust and stale air filled my nostrils, prompting me to a sequence of loud and also painful sneezes, shaking my chest like thunder. The building had been abandoned for who knew how long, and it showed. Oh, it showed. The main floor, which would soon be our bakery, was coated in a thick layer of grime, one that wouldn't come off with just one round of mopping. Besides that, the wooden counters in part of the previous shop that operated here were warped, and a few rusted carpentry tools were gathered in a pile, forgotten in a corner, remnants of whatever business had occupied this space before us inside. I couldn't even tell if it was noon or not, thanks to the barely visible light streaming through the soot-covered windows, which were blocking most of the sunlight from entering the mostly empty space. Damn! Lyra let out a slight cough as she waved a hand in front of her face, her nose wrinkling in distaste. Well, this will take some work. More than some, I muttered, stepping further in. The floor creaked under my boots, but the skeleton of this future bakery was solid. The stone walls and thick ceiling beams held firm, even after I knocked at it. There was potential here, buried beneath layers of neglect. I have seen worse in my old life. Something I had almost mumbled out as I ran a hand along the rough surface of the covered counter, feeling the grooves and cracks beneath my fingers. It's not much to look at now, but it'll get there, I said, feeling excited. This place filled me with expectations for our future. Not bad, Puck exclaimed as he walked past us, his eyes wide with the same excitement I was feeling. The scrawny boy wasn't really bothered by the dust or the dirt around us. It was as if he was utterly immune to it, and I didn't have the heart to ask what kind of places he used as shelter until now. I just watched as he traced a finger over the dust-covered countertop, leaving a clean streak in its wake. We get to live here too, right? Not just run the shop. His voice held an edge of doubt, as if he expected to wake up and find this was all a cruel joke, or if we would throw him back out of here. This place looks cool. No holes on the walls or nothing. Relax, we are not going to shove you back out to the streets. I nodded, a small smile hanging from the edge of my lips, followed by another sneeze. Damn it, my allergies are killing me. Ugh, anyway. The second floor is ours. If Marcus didn't lie, there should be 2 bedrooms, a small shared space akin to a living room. Nothing fancy, but it's a start. A whole room. Puck's grin spread so wide it looked like his face might split in two. Are you telling me I get a room? Yeah, you do. I nodded, looking around before continuing. As long as you work, putting your back into it. I will put in everything I have, which is not much. But hey, I will, he answered firmly, slapping his chest. Is there a basement? Lyra suddenly asked, noticing the trapdoor leading down, buried under the pile of tools in the corner. For now, we leave it alone, I said, unsure of what to do with it. Marcus did mention there was a basement, but he did not have the key to it. What that really meant I was unsure of, but bien, we will open it up anyway. But for now, there was no need to rush into using every part of the building immediately. The bakery had to be functional first, the rest would come later. We'll tackle that when we are finished with the ground floor. Yeah, Lyra grunted while her eyes scanned the room with a critical gaze. With another shrug, he began tying up her hair, rolling up her sleeves. It's going to take more than a few days to make this place livable. We'll need supplies, tools, and a lot of elbow grease. I can provide the elbows, though. Good thing we've got more than one pair, I replied, glancing at Puck, who was already poking around the tools with the curiosity of a child discovering a treasure chest. Let's start with opening every window we find to let in some air, I was just about to say that. Lyra nodded, seeing that I was about to sneeze again. You are just making the dust swirl in the air with every sneeze you do. Sorry, I moaned, holding back another one, tickling my nostrils. Dust and I are enemies. Our first task was making the place livable, and to our surprise, Varen and Sons actually came through without asking them for help. Marcus had clearly instructed some of his people to assist us, and despite my reservations, they didn't cut corners. Laborers arrived with actual tools and cleaning supplies, scrubbing away the years of neglect and putting everything in place that a bakery would actually need. Broken floorboards were replaced, the soot-stained walls were given a fresh coat of lime wash, and they even brought in a proper brick mason to ensure the oven Lyra would soon use was in working order and up to the city's regulations. In the end, we even opened the trapdoor, discovering an empty space with nothing but 4 bare stone walls. I did feel something was off, but I couldn't pinpoint what, and even after examining it while cleaning it out, I was still unsure. So to chase away my thoughts, I decided we would use it as storage for now. Lyra and I, of course, worked alongside Marcus's men throughout the days, though Puck was the most eager of us all. Whenever a mop was available, he scrubbed floors until his knuckles were raw and hauled sacks of flour when they arrived, down to the basement, treating the work like some grand adventure. At one point, he emerged from the upstairs rooms, his face smeared with dirt and a rusty old pot in his hands. "Look what I found. Think we can use it?" "Another souvenir." Lyra took the pot from him, turning it over in her hands. "It's seen better days, but it's salvageable. Good find, Puck." "Heh," the boy beamed, his pride evident. "I'll clean it up." "You do know that we got everything," I whispered after Puck had gone to wash it. "Yeah, but he needs some validation." She muttered back, smiling. I wasn't about to argue with her about that. She was right after all. As the days passed, the transformation of our new home was startling. The ground floor was turned into a proper bakery. It had gone from a forgotten dust cavern to a place with actual warmth from the oven and began resembling a place that had life. The scent of sawdust from where we replaced the floor and the smell of fresh lime wash still lingered in the air, but at least it did not make me sneeze all the time. As a last touch, I was finishing up the wooden shelves that now lined the walls, ready to be stocked, and the oven, now properly restored, was going through its first testing as a fire was burning inside of it. "It seems we are ready to open soon." Lyra dusted her hands off on her apron, surveying our handiwork. "It's actually starting to feel like a bakery." "It is one now," I said, placing a hand on her shoulder. "The only thing missing is the smell of something baking in your oven." I realized that it was easily misunderstood as she looked down at the work table in the center of the shop, her face bright red. Shaking her thoughts away, she reached for the small sacks of flour and sugar that Puck had brought over a few minutes ago. Well, let's bake then," she said, stuttering only for a little while. "What are we baking?" Puck appeared once again, coming down from above, wearing actual clothes he had bought with the money we had paid him for his previous job. "Honestly," I said, looking at him shrugging, "whatever Lyra says. Neither I nor you can make anything. So we follow orders, "Yes, sir." He saluted, making both of us chuckle as we put the oven through its first actual test. Our first night in our new, finished and renovated home was quiet. The second floor had been cleaned and furnished with some cheap stuff we bought from Veron and Sons. It consisted of a pair of modest beds and a simple but comfortable table. Puck had a small cot in the corner of his own room, while the common area had a patchy couch, an empty bookshelf, and a writing table. As I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling beams above, I felt my mind relax and think through everything I have experienced so far. I wondered if that elven artifact really had that kind of magical power. Because for sure it seemed like. One, it was there when I got myself somehow transported into this alternate version of myself, even if I didn't know that time we were smuggling something like that. Then it interfered with me when I thought I would be a medieval mafia member or something. If one thing I learned was that I would have nothing to do with damned elven stuff. Not again. With a soft chuckle, I turned my head to see Lyra sitting by the window, her silhouette outlined by the incoming moonlight from above. She was quiet, her expression thoughtful, probably remembering her past. She was just a young girl running her dysfunctional family's bakery. At least, that was what I read from her side profile, from what I could see from my position. "What's on your mind?" I asked. She didn't answer right away, her gaze fixed on the dark sky before taking a deep breath. "I was just remembering how life was only, a month ago," she finally said, her tone soft but somewhat sad. "A bakery, a home, a life. It's a lot to take on." "Again?" Thinking about your parents, I propped myself up on one elbow, studying her. "This will be different, and different doesn't mean bad." "If it will be different," she turned to look at me, her eyes much calmer than her voice. "It can't be that bad. I assume you wouldn't want to sell me off like my father." She shrugged, but before I could say something, she continued, "It's okay. It came out wrong, sorry. I won't bring them up again. They are dead to me. I will do my best to assist you, even if we run into danger." "We won't," I interrupted her. "We are going to be careful. We'll keep being careful. Then we can plan ahead. To prevent bad things, we need to be in the know." This means that we will start collecting knowledge. We start small, buying and selling it, then slowly growing it. The key word, slowly. I understand. She nodded her head a little. You're right, I don't want to lose what we now have. You won't, I said, my tone softening. I am not in the mood to start over. Again. Me neither. A small smile touched her lips as she sat down on the bed. Then, let's plan ahead. Mr. Shade. Chapter 38, Settling In. On an early afternoon, I was sitting at a corner table in the Adventurers Guild, sipping on a mug of watered-down ale. It wasn't something I would call tasty, but it was a good cover to hold in my hand and listen to the discussions around me. As usual, the guild hall bustled around me with the constant exchange between other adventurers, coming and going in swaths, mercenaries from the different cities coming in to turn in an escort mission, boasting about their latest exploits while they were en route. I just needed to sit tight and sharpen my hearing. With me coming here frequently for weeks now, I was no longer really even looked at or perceived, blending into the crowd perfectly. Whenever I caught something interesting, I followed the discussion, acting as if I was examining the notice board, whatever it took to hear as much as possible. Did I get anything useful out of it? Not really, but there were tidbits that I managed to turn into money later on. Nothing major, though. I wasn't as lucky as with the find in the sewers. Still, a month ago, I had been an outsider to this city, taking on commissions to kill vermin in the sewers. Now, with the bakery working out well, I didn't really have to. I knew that I would stay bronze ranked like this. But really, I didn't mind that much. I was now considered a local, and even the clerks in the guild hall were used to me. Some were also customers of mine, knowing me, Lyra, and Puck by name. It had started simply enough. Puck was delivering baked goods, a service Lyra had been skeptical about. But she quickly warmed up to my suggestion when the money started coming in. I handled the advertising part of it, borrowing methods of flyers and posters from my old life. I even visited a local printing shop and made them print out a design I created, which I then put into street urchins' hands, paying them to go around the city and slip them into people's homes, nail them to notice boards, the usual. The second method that I used was creating little business cards. Whenever someone came into the shop, I made sure we slipped one next to their orders. There was no telephone in this world, but just by looking at it, they would remember our little bakery. And it worked like a charm. The idea of pre-orders had taken root in their mind faster than I had anticipated. At first, it had been just a handful of people, guards, low-ranking adventurers, clerks, people who had to go to work at ungodly hours, the ones who appreciated not having to line up way too early or late for fresh bread and pastries. Then, as word spread, and before long, we had more orders than Lyra could handle alone. It was a good issue to have. To keep up with the demands, I had quietly recruited a few more street kids to help with deliveries. They knew the city best, and they were cheap. Lucky me, there were no laws about child labor, and I could get away with sometimes paying with food. Win-win if anyone would ask me, even if I will end up in hell later on. Still, not only did it lighten Puck's workload, but it also gave us more ears in different parts of the city. I gave them simple instructions while explaining their jobs. It mostly boiled down to just listening to every news they came across. Don't pry, don't ask questions. Just pay attention. Who was hiring? Who was complaining? What were they complaining about? New rumors. Even if they were outrageous, memorize them. Who was getting paid in coins instead of barter? Did someone fall ill? Who? New shoes. From where? It didn't matter. At the end of each day, they would report back to me, dumping all the small tidbits they had heard, and I would write them all down, no matter how nonsense they were. They didn't need to worry about that. Of course, most of it was meaningless drivel, an innkeeper grumbling about a delayed shipment. A merchant whined that he couldn't get his usual stock of imported spices because it was let out in the rain by accident, totally ruining a whole batch of it. Or news about a low-ranked noble arguing over debts in a public square. However, there were always some things that stood out, like when a few adventurers were talking about an unusually high number of requests for missing persons. A guild official had been spotted speaking to a man with ties to the city guard. Maybe there is a connection, one that I marked as a possible interest while organizing the news. Then there was a traveling alchemist who had been seen asking about private security for her wares, potions, or a scam. It could be both because, as far as I knew, traveling alchemists was not really a thing. Anyway, little snippets like these, small details, were what I was aiming for, because when I put them together, they painted a picture. That's why, at the same time, I have embedded myself deeper into the Adventurers Guild administrative side. I took small jobs inside the guild. They were boring, mundane work that kept me inside the hall rather than out in the field, sometimes even letting me behind previously closed doors and into storage spaces filled with documents. Things I could peek into and copy while I was organizing mission reports, fetching materials, and even helping some of the overworked clerks file records. They thought I was just helpful. In truth, I was siphoning them of confidential information whenever I could. Yeah, it was menial, but it paid with the best resource. Access I also got to see what types of jobs were being posted, who was issuing them, and who was taking them. I could watch over and monitor what patterns were emerging. It didn't take me long to overhear other adventurers talking about their past missions, the troubles they faced, and their complaints about missing information. It also gave me some easy missions where I used the urchins, and I began contacting them with my shade persona. I had already learned that adventurers valued three things when it came to knowledge: reliability, specificity, and discretion. Price was there somewhere, but where? For now, I offered my advice on the cheap side, something they were able to risk and buy because it wouldn't be a loss for them. Until I spread my name, I wouldn't start raising prices, especially because a rumor was worthless unless it came from someone with a track record of being right. Generic warnings, like bandits are active on this road, were ignored, so I quickly stopped dealing with the doses. Instead, I turned them into specific details by having access to guild records. Like a group of 6 bandits setting up ambushes near the fork past Redridge, that kind of news was invaluable. After gaining a little bit more experience in being able to sell what I gathered, I started testing the waters more firmly. I dropped hints at adventurers I had gotten to know in the form of letters, sending them to those who decided to risk it and buy news from me. I was simply making casual observations that seemed harmless, but turned out to be helpful. It wasn't hard as I was helping organize the tasks they had signed up for, but in their perspective, Shade was like a mind reader. There was one such case where a bronze-level swordsman had been debating whether to take an escort mission or not. He hesitated, thinking the pay was too low, which it was because the original contract had an addendum to the guild that the client was willing to go for a higher bid, but only if they found nobody for the original submission. In the end, after my tip, the swordsman took the job, haggled, and secured better pay. A week later, he approached one of my kids and thanked Shade, taking my next suggestion at face value and even tipping us generously. That was the first actual crack in the dam. More followed soon after. Someone asked if a particular merchant could be trusted as he was offered work outside of guild oversea. That was a bit trickier, but shifting through our notes, I found that Puck mentioned that the same merchant had recently lost a shipment and was struggling financially. The one who came for us for information was a rogue-type guy, probably wanting to earn more by skipping the guild's fee, but it also meant he could be swindled without me, or in this case Puck's information. He may very well have been. He probably would have even ended up dead or just worked for free. So instead, I pointed him toward a frustrated minor noble who had been overheard complaining about theft on his estate. Little things going missing, something that another thief-like guy could help find, or use to his advantage to exploit the noble's frustration. It was totally dependent on him. I didn't care. It was like this for a while, doing easy things. But each time people walked away with the impression that Shade knew things they didn't, and that he was worth listening to, that he was trustworthy. By the 3rd week, adventurers were starting to come to my agents directly. Not in an obvious way, not yet, but in small casual conversations, coming to certain boys and girls whom I began paying to be simply letter couriers, to stand around at specified places in the city, at specified times, signaling that I was open for business, delivering requests and my answers in turn. Usually they were pretty basic ones like, "Heard anything interesting lately?" Know anyone looking for extra hands? I was careful with my answers and never gave away anything freely. If someone wanted information, they had to bring something of value in return. Whether it was a different rumor, a detail about a job, or even just the promise to owe Shade a favor, I wasn't only going for coin. The returning guests, those who began trusting me more than some clerks in the guild, they started coming to the bakery. It was thriving now, but she also saw how I was spending his time, working, working, and working. I was falling into my old habits, and I knew I was. One evening, as we closed up shop, she leaned against the counter and folded her arms, gazing at me. The scent of freshly baked bread still lingered in the air, mingling with the faint aroma of flour and sugar, making me hungry. But before I could ask for something, she shot me a stern glare. "You're turning into a thrall. You need to relax sometimes. You barely sleep or eat. Stop it or you will fall ill or collapse," she said, her voice wary. "It isn't that bad," I shrugged, remembering how overtime felt back home. This felt different. It was exciting. "I know how exhaustion feels. I haven't hit it yet." "You're going to soon enough. You need rest because if not, then what? Buy potions to skip sleep? Like, ha." I sighed, putting everything down, feeling my cheeks warming up. In both of my lives, this was the first time someone said the one thing I wanted to hear, to have someone who would tell me to relax a little, to notice it. And it surprised me. It genuinely did. "You are right." I nodded, giving her a small smile. "What if I skip reading today's haul and go sleep when you do?" Lyra rolled her eyes, but she didn't argue further. Instead, she just put warm bread before me with a taste of meat paste spread over it with some eggs and onions. "It is a start," she mumbled. "I know what it can do to people. I am not going to let you repeat a mistake like that." "Yes, ma'am." I chuckled, making her blush too, and instead of work, I enjoyed a calm dinner and night with her. Chapter 39. Visit. I watched patiently as the group of street urchins gathered in the bakery's basement, their eyes flickering between curiosity and skepticism of why I summoned them all down here on this Sunday. Did they do something wrong? Did something happen? Well, no, but they didn't know that. I simply wanted to train them a little, to ease my own work when sifting through their reports. The cellar was small and dimly lit, the air filled with the scent of flour and the faint kick from yeast. The morning's baking session was already happening because the shop was never really closed, and Lyra was working as usual, and she told me to relax. Heh. Anyway, refocusing my thoughts, I looked at the single lantern hanging from the ceiling, illuminating the faces of the half-dozen kids present. It felt as if I had suddenly become some kind of teacher. Maybe I was indeed becoming on. I had taken care to select those who had quick feet and equally swift minds. Children like Puck, who had learned to survive on the streets but lacked direction. I was the one giving them that purpose now, and Puck was the perfect example they wanted to follow. Was this something that could be categorized as grooming? Probably. However, it was also the most sure method that they would use to stay loyal in the long term. "As your main job, listen." I began as I set a small pouch of coins on the table, the clink of gold drawing their attention to the same point, making their ears twitch as if they were a group of hungry cats. You all know by now how to do it, but now you need to learn how to not only pick up on it, but to begin sifting through the news before bringing it back. I no longer need useless information. It's time to decide what you pass back, because I will stop rewarding everything. You are no longer amateurs. You must listen, and now you must also start hearing. Mr. Auriel, the youngest of the group, a girl named Mira, frowned. Her dark hair was tied back in a messy braid, and her hands were clasped tightly in front of her, looking around nervously before continuing. "Isn't it the same?" "No," I answered, kneeling to her level so our eyes met. "Hearing means understanding what's important. You need to remember details. Who said what, where they were, what they were wearing. You must remember how they looked. Did they seem nervous, angry? The little things tell the biggest stories. I am no longer going to be satisfied with half rumors." "But how do we know what is important?" someone else asked, feeling nervous. "Use your brains." Puck, leaning against the wall at the entrance to the cellar with his usual smirk, chimed in. You can differentiate between hearing about someone losing something valuable and losing their favorite hat. No? There are gossips and rumors that are too mundane for us to keep track of. I chuckled, standing back up. We only need proper information. The type of details that has value. With that, I pulled out a series of small wooden tokens from my pocket, each etched with different symbols. Carefully, I spread them out on the table, signaling to them to come closer and take a look. When you hear something worth noting, you'll report it back using these. There are no big words, just symbols. It also helped that they more or less managed to learn some basic writing and reading. It was still horrible, with a ton of misspellings and whatnot, but Lyra and I were slowly teaching them whenever we had time. The bakery is safe, but outside of here, you never say any of our names, and most of all, you must never mention all of our boss's name. Shade. You will use these symbols to mark the things you hear when delivering them to us. It will rank how important you think your gathered information is. Use the white symbol if you are unsure, green if it is interesting, and yellow if it is important. Understood? A murmur of assent followed, though some of the younger ones still looked wholly uncertain, nervous, and even a bit panicked. On the other hand, Puck's grin widened, clearly eager to try it out. This is starting to sound fun. This is not a game, I chided him sternly while my expression turned serious. It's not for fun. If you're caught prying where you shouldn't, it won't end well. Overconfidence will make you sloppy, and I am not pulling any of your sorry asses out of prison, got it? If you get caught because you are swaggering around like an idiot, I will pretend I never knew you in the first place. Mistakes can be made. But when those mistakes are your own damned fault, be sure that I will let you experience its consequences in its entirety. Sissy, sorry, Puck mumbled, wiping the smirk off his face and lowering his head, trying to look invisible. Otherwise, I continued in a softer tone, looking at the others. I will try to get you out of trouble, but as I said, you need to be smart, blend in, and be invisible, and don't blabber if caught. Silence is worth just as much as gold. Only then can I help you. Yes. Mira tilted her head, her curiosity outweighing her fears. Mr. Auriel, what if we hear something really important? Like someone planning to rob a shop or something? Mark your notes with red, if it is something you feel is critical. Plus, you come straight to me, I said, my tone firm again. But don't act on it yourself. You're not enforcers, nor are you thieves. You're simply observers. You are Shade's eyes and ears out in the city. Your job is to listen, not to interfere. If you can't get back to us with the information in time, just keep watching. Note everything down. And bring that knowledge back here, I will sift through it. What if we use the wrong colors? Another young boy asked, missing some of his teeth from the front. I will judge that, and if you do, I will tell you. Don't worry, you will get used to it and understand how to categorize them. I won't be angry if you make mistakes. Not at the start, that is. I explained, glancing at each of them. Improve yourselves and prove you can be a proper part of Shade's Emporium. If you do, there will be a roof over your head, food in your bellies, and a fireplace to huddle around in the winter. If you prove yourselves, you are going to have a place in something bigger than working the streets. But Shade is not a charitable man. He wants results, and it's up to you to earn his coin and help. The room fell silent after I finished, making them nod, exchange glances, and fidget a little. Even Puck's smirk failed to return, as he was just as serious as them. Maybe he thought about the consequences if he failed, that Shade may kick him out. Well, I wouldn't. He was one of my best agents among the kids. Puck really had a good head on his shoulders, bringing back the best tidbits he could while roaming the streets. Thanks to him, I already had a basic understanding of how the local underworld was split up. I was even expecting one of those groups to soon knock on our bakery's door as we were starting to make some proper money. Something that a group like the Crows would also be interested in. As for when that happened, I was already collecting information on the gang roaming around this part of the city, the one most likely to visit us. They called themselves the Tunnel Snakes, which made me involuntarily smirk. Even if they ruled, I would have a surprise ready for them. All right, I chuckled, shaking the thoughts out of my head and clapping my hands together. Let's practice. Puck, you're up first. Tell me what you noticed on your way here today, and assign the proper color to what you have in your hands. Yes, he nodded as he straightened, his expression turning thoughtful. Uh, let's see. 2 guards were arguing near the market, something about unpaid wages. Green, I think. They could be targets of bribery, but nothing much besides that. Hmm. Then I saw a merchant unloading crates from a cart that looked like they contained spices, but he was acting shifty, like he didn't want anyone to see. I followed, and he put the crates in an unmarked building, probably smuggling something yellow. I would put this into yellow. Good. I nodded, smiling proudly. Very good. That's the kind of thing I'm talking about. Now let's see if the rest of you can do the same. Across the city, at Veron and Sons' newly refurbished storefront, Marcus Veron sat with his arms crossed, a pipe hanging loosely between his lips as his eyes kept scanning the bustling street outside. Everything was back to normal. No, everything was even better than before. He was in his new office, clean, well-organized, and filled with cabinets of new profitable orders and their documents, proof of how his group finally moved out of mediocrity and into the actual big leagues. The shelves in their shops were stocked with neatly labeled jars and vials, starting to dabble more in potions, and the polished counters gleamed under the light of the hanging lanterns, welcoming in much wealthier customers than ever before. Everything looked to be going up. His son, Relon, brought him back to reality by placing a list of recent business proposals on the table before him. His brow furrowed. "Something's not right," he muttered, his voice low. "Issue?" he asked, picking the pipe out of his mouth, furrowing his brows because he wasn't expecting Relon's words to be so serious. The noble connections we made should have opened more doors. And they did. But suddenly every supplier we negotiate with is backing out at the last moment. Someone is cutting us off. It became noticeable 2 days ago. I just wasn't sure about it. But Edwin had also run the numbers and names. It shows a pattern. Marcus drummed his fingers against the wood, his expression thoughtful, his brows furrowing. "We didn't step on anyone's toes, did we? I told everyone to be careful, and things went well. So far." Relin hesitated, running a hand through his hair. "I don't think it's about what we did. It's about what we are, Father. I was thinking about it, and we double-checked. We have done everything perfectly. I think the issue is that we've moved from being just another merchant house to an actual contender, and someone doesn't like that." "That," Marcus muttered, remembering Willem, his brother's words, who theorized that the robbery could be a rival noble family's or group's work. Yet, just as he was about to say something, their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of a well-dressed man. He was escorted in by Willem, who warned his brother with a quick look and told him the guest was not here on friendly terms. Looking at the man, his clothes were subtly marked with the insignia of the merchant syndicate, one of the main conglomerations operating within Velgrada's walls, collecting about a dozen merchant groups under one roof, the roof of the Crimson Ledger. No wonder the man's presence was commanding, his polished boots clicking against the floor as he approached the counter, smiling like a snake. Was he here to recruit them? To buy them out? That was what Marcus thought the moment he recognized who he was dealing with. "Marcus Veron," the man greeted smoothly, his voice carrying the practiced ease of someone accustomed to negotiations where the terms had already been decided. The arrogance was tangible. "I hear business is booming for you. Congratulations." "Well, thank you." Marcus met his gaze evenly, his tone friendly and his eyes smiling at him. "We've been fortunate. Luckily, hard work pays off." "Of course," the man smiled, but there was something about the expression that put everyone on edge. "Indeed. But Velgrada is a city of balance. My inexperienced friend, some rise too fast, and it disrupts the order of things. If I were you, I'd be cautious. Prosperity can invite complications. You need backers." Marcus didn't respond immediately. "We'll keep that in mind." "Yes, you do that." The man inclined his head, his smile never wavering. "Good. We wouldn't want your newfound success to be fleeting, as it would keep our city's trade flowing and healthy. Ah ha ha. I was just dropping in, wanting to see the newest addition to our ever-growing circle. I am not disturbing any further. Ciao." With that, he turned and left, the door closing behind him with a soft click as Willem pulled it close. determined to escort the strange man out until he truly left their compounds. Shit, Relen exhaled, his shoulders remaining tense. That was a threat from... That was the Crimson Ledger, Marcus nodded grimly, and we need to find out why they suddenly care about us. I think we both know why. Relen hesitated before speaking, his voice low, afraid someone was still listening. But maybe we should reach out to Shade again. Maybe he knows more. Maybe, Marcus whispered while he considered it, his fingers tapping against his table. Yeah, do it, he said finally. But discreetly. We need to know what we're up against before we make our next move. We can't have the Ledger or their syndicate as our enemy. Chapter 40, Brewing Storm. Within the most prestigious part of Velgrada, the conference chamber of the Crimson Ledger was brightly lit up, even though it was already morning. Thick red velvet curtains blocked out the morning sun, sealing the view away from the city and making it impossible to tell how much time had passed when a meeting was taking place within. It was a deliberate choice to ensure all members of the Ledger's Council would only focus on the task before them, with no outside distractions. The city was built on wealth and power, and here, in this very room, one of these wealthy and powerful were converging every month to decide on events that could influence the city's nobles and their daily life. At the head of the table, Garrick Holvar, the current head of the Ledger, sat, tapping his fingers on the table, his eyes running over the report of everything that happened in the past month. He was reviewing dozens of ledgers at once, all of them filled with figures that dictated the balance of power. One that was always made sure would put his organization in an advantageous position. His quill was scratching across the parchment as he made notes in the margins. Orders on who should disappear and who should be promoted. Which deals can be processed, and which will be sabotaged. He has been doing it for 2 decades now, making it something of a routine, causing his expression to be unreadable. Though the tight grip on his quill betrayed some of his irritation with a rare failure they suffered. The inability to stop Varen and Sons from entering the larger market was not just an inconvenience, but a proper insult to their face. One that needed correction. Someone thwarted their effort, even if it was just a routine, casual move. And it made his blood boil every time he thought about it, especially because they couldn't find the source. The local information brokers worked for them, so he was sure that they weren't the ones leaking it. Most of them didn't even know about it anyway. Coincidence? It could be, but who was so lucky? And have the brain to put it together? He sent people to look over whether there was anyone taking up an adventuring job there, but he found nothing in the Adventurers Guild's files. Still, that didn't mean anything, as it was way too easy to get in and alter them. People just needed a deep pocket and the proper clerk to bribe. It made him think that all of this was more than what it seemed. It was an attack from either one of their rivals here in the city, or maybe even from one of the other 6 cities wanting to encroach on their turf. Or, finally, the city lord was getting weary of their growing influence and power, if it was the latter. We are not ready yet, he muttered before looking up, glancing at the others around the table. Even with us failing to find the culprits and clues, it further confirms that Varen and Sons cannot be ignored. He finally spoke, his voice cutting through the conversations of his inner circle. The moment he spoke up, the room fell silent, all eyes turning to him. We missed our first opportunity to break them, thinking they were just routine nobodies. Still, there are other ways to bring them under our control. Did we make the first contact? Yes, Chairman. The gathered members nodded in unison. They were a mix of wealthy company owners, their personal informant brokers, and the Ledger's enforcers, who each played their own role in the city's grand game of commerce and control, slowly but surely working to replace the city lord's influence. It was a scheme that had been going on for 40 years, and it was started by Garrick's predecessor, his uncle. We went with the basic preliminary routine, sending in someone from the syndicate. Ivessa, their leading information broker, explained that while she adjusted the spectacles perched on the bridge of her nose, the moment she looked at Garrick, her eyes narrowed as she considered the situation, reading his emotions. They are too small to be a direct threat yet, she continued cautiously, not wanting to anger Garrick, her voice becoming measured. But I looked into them, and they are gaining traction. The nobles are pleased with their swiftness, and that alone makes them quickly noticed. Between them, I took liberties and began cashing in some of our minor favors and cancelling jobs heading their way. Still, we can't sabotage them outright. Some of those nobles are connected to the city lord. Yes, we can't keep explaining why their contracts get blocked every time. Garrick agreed, nodding his head, visibly satisfied by her report. We will go with the best method for both of us. We buy them, wrap them in our fold before they grow too ambitious, and before the city lord tries to rope them in to use them against us. Auriel, a tiny, almost dwarf-like man who had spent the last 2 days tracing every piece of information he could find about Marcus Veron, leaned forward to speak. Being Ivesa's subordinate, he waited until given permission to say his piece, his fingers fidgeting with a silver coin as he spoke. I'm afraid that won't work. I sniffed around, and this Marcus Veron won't sell. He's got something to prove, an actual chip on his shoulders, coming from nothing I know its type. He's not in this just for money. He wants to rebuild his family's name. He wants to have a legacy. Worse, he is an idealist. Idealists are that until a big enough coin purse is dropped into their laps. Garrick's lips curled into a knowing smirk. Everyone sells, given the right price or the right pressure. We will use both. Understood? Yes. The room fell silent after answering in unison, waiting for his following words. Offer him a sweet deal, Garrick continued, his voice smooth and confident. A proper partnership, if he wants to call it that. We can offer him a generous investment so he can expand, and we can give him control over distribution and resources that only our syndicate can provide. Make sure the other subsidiaries we are running in the syndicate are in on this. When he accepts, he gets the illusion of running his business, while it becomes another arm of our operations. Simple. When he is consolidated, we can buy them out or make him suffer an accident, an early death, or whatever we usually use. Then we take over and if he refuses, Ivesa asked, her fingers steepled together in thought, asking with a tiny bit of trace of fear. Then we make it impossible for him to operate outside our influence, Garrick said, his tone darkening. Even if it becomes visible, I don't care. Understand? All of our suppliers will refuse him. Customers will hesitate to associate with a merchant who suddenly finds themselves with a reputation problem. I want you to prepare possible smear campaigns as a backup. Make their caravans be investigated by the guards every time they come and go. Bury them in bureaucracy. We will let him struggle until he has no choice but to give up. He leaned back in his chair, exuding confidence. One way or another, Veron and Sons will belong to the syndicate. To us, the Crimson Ledger. A murmur of agreement swept through the room as each member began considering their roles in the chairman's new plan, hearing him mutter something they had heard many times, and they could see the finish line. They will be ours, as will the city. We are too close to let anything stop us. In the lit basement of our bakery, I was sifting through today's reports from our kids. I was leaning against the heavy wooden counter with bags of flour on it, my fingers idly tapping against the surface as I read with a half smile the last short report. Most kids learned quickly, and although they needed a few days to get used to the new marking system, after encouraging them, they began nailing the importance of their individual reports. It made it much easier to sort them, and now I just received the very first red one. Mira stood in front of me, her small frame stiff with nerves as she delivered the news, still breathing heavily, running to me at once. Marcus Veron came to me, boss. He's looking the big boss. For shade. Here. He gave this to me, she said, holding out a letter that I took from her, opening the unbroken seal, leading it through, furrowing my brows. He wants information on the group called the Crimson Ledger. I exhaled slowly, my expression thoughtful. Spending time within the Adventures Guild had its benefits. From what I gathered, the Ledger was one of the leading players in the city. If Marcus asked about them, then they would contact him, which would imply a lot of things. I have enough knowledge of how big corporations work. I oversaw multiple hostile and covert takeovers in my old life. My guess here is that it was not anything different. So my guess is that they were trying to buy the startup, one that didn't want to sell. And if I had to put money on it, I would risk that the robbery was also their job. I had expected some form of escalation in information requests, but not this quickly. Shade was not yet a name ready for dealing with organizations like the Crimson Ledger. Not even close. My network was still in its infancy, its reach extending through some of the back alleys and street-level issues, not the highway of power where giants like the Ledger decided what the laws were. "Who are they?" Puck asked, standing beside Mira. His curiosity overpowered his drive to remain silent, and he tried to see into the letter to read it. "Is this good news? Bad news? Do we even have anything on them? It is the first time I heard the name." "Let's keep it that way," I muttered, crossing my arms. "Your job is to collect information and not to worry your heads about the rest. I will compile what needs to be said and relay it to Shade. Good work, Mira." I smiled, patting her head, making her relax, knowing she did well. "What do we do next?" Mira asked hesitantly, looking up at me. "Should we start listening for more? Looking for these people?" "For now, continue as usual. If Shade has instructions, I will let you know." I hesitated, my mind already racing, as I considered how to handle the situation. I couldn't afford to attract the Crimson Ledger's attention until I had a stronger web of contacts and more reliable sources. I was simply too small. If they realized someone was prying into their business, they would cut off the problem at the root, which wouldn't be hard. But outright refusing Varen wasn't an option either. Not only would it raise suspicion, but it could also burn a potential ally down the line and spread the word that I wasn't all that I seemed to be. It would very much hurt my growing reputation and probably kill the operation too. "I assume Marcus is waiting for an answer," I finally muttered, writing up a simple letter and giving it to Puck. "Deliver this to Marcus. Let him think that we're looking into it, but don't commit to anything yet. Tell him information on the Crimson Ledger isn't easy to get." "Roger," Puck nodded, taking note of the instructions. "I can do that quickly and without anyone seeing me arriving there. I already know the best routes in and out. That's why I am asking you to deliver it." "While Shade makes his decision, I'll also start gathering what I can," I said, dismissing the kids, my thoughts turning towards the Adventurers Guild quietly. If anybody was larger than the Ledger, it was the Guild. They spanned multiple countries, and I could gather more in their archives than anywhere else. With how I butted up to the administrators and clerks inside, I have a treasure trove in there. I just need to find the correct piece of gold. Still, without knowing everything, I could tell that the Crimson Ledger had their hands in probably everything. Information on them wouldn't come easy, and even if I could get it, knowing their movements and stopping them were two very different things. For now, I needed time, a lot of it. And if I ran out of time, I still had a wooden token that I could cash in. I just wondered if Silverhaven, which was a local independent auction house, would be able to help or not. But I wasn't going to use up such a card because I ran into some difficulties. Number one, I had a feeling that favors like this were to be reserved for when all other avenues were already exhausted. From righteous to villain. Chapter 41. Joran. With the sudden development, the next thing I did, right on the following morning, was pushing open the heavy oak doors of the Adventurers Guild, entering it right at the moment the rising sun peaked above the horizon on the outside. It wasn't even ready to peek through the building's high windows, and the inside was relatively quiet, only a few groups lingering there, which would soon fade away and give way to the usual cacophony of the morning rush. While walking in, I gave a greeting nod to the clerks inside, putting up the newest bounties and missions on the massive notice board, taking down the oldest ones, or those that were either completed or revoked. Luckily, my frequent visits made it so that I could move through the hall with confidence and practice ease, without anyone really stopping me as I headed towards the receptionist's tables. My aim this time was simple and straightforward. I was here to visit the same man who first welcomed Lyra and me into Velgrada. I could tell he liked us, and because I was helping out in the background almost daily, he had already tried to rope me into the guild. I mean, I was part of it, but he was suggesting I become someone who was more than an adventurer, but be part of the administration. It was somewhat tempting, but it would tie me down more than I liked. That part wasn't good for my future plans. Plus, it suited me best if I was only part-time and could leave whenever I decided I should. As for when they would close the door before me, after realizing I wasn't about to join their number-counting team, working the endless stream of documents and bureaucracy, there was still only a guess, but I knew it would one day happen. but that is the future for me to worry about. Getting up to the counters, I noticed Joran sitting there, nursing a cup of coffee as he looked up from his ledger when I approached, his ink-stained fingers pausing mid-sentence of something he was studying. It didn't take long to learn that he was once a silver-ranked adventurer, but after an injury he had to retire, and for the past 30 years he was the senior officer in the guild, running the front office. I also knew that most adventurers didn't think much about the people who were not out there, completing quests but putting them up. A big mistake. Joran was a veteran of guild politics, and had been my actual first reliable contact in Velgrada, so I made sure that our relationship had settled into something resembling an actual friendship. "Well, if it isn't our favorite jack-of-all-trades," Joran said, wiping a smudge of ink from his cheek with the back of his hand. The quill he usually used to sign orders into effect was tucked behind his ear as he grinned at me in surprise. "You looking for work, or just here to look busy? Not that I judge either way. We do need the help, as usual." Well, I shrugged as I leaned against the polished mahogany counter, the wood feeling cool beneath my palms. To not look hurried, I made a show of considering the question before answering with a long sigh. Little of both, if I'm being honest. Running a bakery, as you know, is not easy. "Aren't you doing well?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. "The idea you implemented is actually genius. I heard others already copying it. You should have trademarked it or something." "Can I do that?" I asked, actually shocked. "Well," Joran pursed his lips, thinking a little. "No, you wouldn't have been able to, not because of the laws, but because the big players wouldn't let you. Sadly, you have no actual name for yourself yet, not in this city." "Not anywhere else either," I corrected him, making both of us chuckle. "I may do well, Joran, but I have mouths to feed now. Even if they are cheap labor, they still take up money." "True. True. So, what would it be?" he asked, slurping once on his coffee. "Anything interesting that came across your desk today?" "Boy, we are the Adventurers Guild," Joran snorted, gesturing to the towering stacks of paperwork surrounding him. "Take your pick. Sadly, most of those you wouldn't be able to take with your rank, unless you consider Lord Evermore's missing lapdog or another infestation of sewer rats. Interesting, then no. Nothing for you, Auriel." He lowered his voice conspiratorially, beckoning me to lean closer. There it was. If one thing, he loved gossiping, and I was the perfect partner who would listen without ever interrupting him. Though between you and me, that Evermore job pays suspiciously well for a missing pet. It is probably some noble's idea of a discreet assassination contract, or a planted smear campaign. Nobles, am I right? I chuckled, but my expression grew more serious as I also leaned in closer. "Actually, I was hoping you could help me with something more specialized. I need to know more about a group operating in the city, the Crimson Ledger. Do we have any documents on them?" The change in Joran's expression was immediate. The clerk's shoulders tensed, and his fingers stilled on the ledger page, which he was fingering while we talked. "Oh, that may not be good." That was my first thought as I watched the man's eyes dart to the corners of the room, checking for listening ears before responding in a voice barely above a whisper. "Hells, Auriel, you don't ask for small favors, do you?" he asked while he rubbed his temples, leaving another smudge of ink on his dry skin. "Did they approach you? Want to buy you out?" "Tisk. Bastards. Look, they're not exactly guild business, but they've got their fingers in half the pies in this city. Are you looking to get yourself killed? Just sell and move on." "Sell the thing I worked on?" I kept my tone light, but his gaze remained steady, easily playing into his guess. "First, I'm just trying to understand who's moving what in the city. Knowledge is protection, as they say." "Not in this case." Joran exhaled sharply through his nose, then motioned me to follow him to the back rooms, where he poured me my own cup of coffee. When he spoke, his words were measured and quiet, always looking at the doors, watching the knobs, wanting to know if they were getting turned and someone would enter into an earshot of what he was saying. "The Ledger operates like the bullies of this city. They have their own merchant syndicate, made up of those businesses they forced into selling. On paper, they are independent, working on their own. But everyone knows they are their shell companies. Don't let the respectable front fool you. They control supply routes from here to the southern ports, set market prices through intimidation, and make problems disappear when it suits them. His fingers tapped a nervous rhythm on the edge of her half-empty cup, while I kept calmly slurping my own drink. Officially, they're just a coalition of successful merchants. Unofficially, they're running half of the economy of this city, legal and illegal. And the city lord lets them do it. Has to, Joran said, smacking his lips. The previous lord let them grow unchecked, and by the time his successor wanted to make a move, they had grown big like a runaway infection. So, they are in a stalemate? Yes, sort of. He mused, thinking about it. Look, as the guild, we are independent. We operate outside of local politics. But yes, there is friction between the ledger and the city lord's forces. It has yet to reach a level to break into a war for the control of the city, but give it a decade, and they very well may be. I see. I muttered as I absorbed this, filing each piece of information away in my mind. You mentioned we are independent, but can that be actually done? What about their connections to the guild? Do they hire adventurers? They must have. Of course they did. I found direct and indirect clues to that, which is why the name was familiar from the start, but asking about it was the safest route. Occasionally, Joran nodded, lowering his voice further as a group of clerks passed nearby, walking past the room we were in. Mostly for outside work, stuff that isn't in the city's jurisdiction. It usually is about guarding special shipments, convincing reluctant merchants to see a reason to back off, that sort of thing. He explained, and yes, that made perfect sense. I was more interested in whether they had an influence on the leadership or not. But they don't rely on us much inside the city. They prefer their own people, the ones who owe them everything. So they are known to solicit adventurers and hire them privately. We cannot really do anything about that, except revoking the membership of those who fall way too deep into their honey trap. I see. I mumbled as my mind raced with possibilities. Anyone in the guild ever crosses them? I mean, what if some say no to them or go against them? Until you are not a gold-ranked one, I advise against that thought, kid. Joran's expression darkened at once, probably thinking about what I was going to do, a few live when they do. Sure, most either left the city or learned to keep their heads down as the ledger can't reach too far outside of Velgrada. He glanced around again before continuing. For example, so you get it. There was one silver-ranked guy, Alric, who was a decent swordsman. I liked him. He had a spine and actual morals, the sort you could rely on. He took a job protecting some spice merchant the ledger wanted gone. The next thing you know, no one would hire him, not for guild work or even private contracts, not for finding a lost shoe. Last I heard, he packed up and headed for another of the free cities. You see, they can do better than kill you. They can make you into nothing. Yeah, that sounds familiar. I nodded thoughtfully, my fingers tracing the lip of my mug, raising to my lips once again. There is strength, and there is strength, Auriel, he said, looking into my eyes. We are the Adventurers Guild. We could squash the ledger, but nobody would be able to stop us. But for that to happen, they would have to harm the guild's bottom line, which they won't. They are a local power. We are international. But nobody cares if some poor schmuck gets fucked. I chuckled, nodding at him. I understand what you mean. I am a nobody compared to someone shiny. We all are, kid. He shrugged with a lopsided smile. I appreciate the information, Joran. You've been a big help. Hey. He grabbed my wrist with surprising strength. Listen to me, boy. This isn't some back-alley rumor to chase for coin. The ledger doesn't play according to guild rules or city laws. They make examples of people who poke their noses where they don't belong. His grip tightened as he continued. You've got potential. Don't waste it on a fight you can't win. Sell, don't be stubborn. I will think about it. I smiled as I met Joran's worried gaze, and I offered a slight, confident nod. Don't worry. I hope that I am right, that I am not stupid. You aren't, he smiled. You are just young and reckless. I know how it is. In the end, I stayed behind for a few hours more, helping him organize documents and looking up all the members of the syndicate the ledger was running. It wasn't hard to find them after knowing some of their names and personnel. It wasn't surprising that they offered 4 times the number of missions that the ledger offered. Yeah, the big boy didn't hire adventurers directly. They did it through their shell companies, probably roping in potential targets to privatize, to recruit into their own private army. Maybe I need someone who is in with them. Perhaps I need someone who is with the city lord. Chapter 42. Visiting Marcus. By breakfast time, the Adventurers Guild was a completely different beast. Its wooden floors groaned under the weight of hundreds of people coming and going, reporting on, taking or finishing quests, getting their rewards, and sometimes steering clear of a noble's emissary here to deliver a new mission. The noise was like the representation of actual chaos, something that I had trouble getting used to at first, but by now I barely noticed it. Especially when I was in the back rooms like now, going over decades' worth of ledgers and receipts that the guild catalogued and kept to make sure they could prove anything, and I mean anything. I had a new understanding of how they worked, realizing that the guild in Corvar was just some hillbilly rendition. I had already found that just in here there were about 20 gold-ranked adventures present, while over there I only noticed 2. Anyway, as usual, I was looking for names. Yes, names. It wasn't hard to put them together and learn that the Crimson Ledger was a graveyard of deals, some honest, most not, filled with bounties for runaway clients. These disappearances were somehow always happening right before a new avenue was gobbled up by them. Although not definitively, not as if it could be proven in writing, the Crimson Ledger's fingerprints were everywhere. I can recognize a pattern, and I know these tricks. I worked enough in corporate filth to have an understanding of how these games were played. Although in my old world there were no more direct killings, indirectly, that was a different deal altogether. Destroying others' businesses and chasing them into suicide was only a step removed from how things played out here. I found clues pointing towards the fact that they hired through intermediaries, merchants belonging to their previously bought competitors, sprinkling in some desperate debtors into the mix. Their practices were unmistakable. I bet that some of the disguised freelance bodyguards they kept hiring, who then conveniently left the city, never to be seen again, were nothing but disposable assassins. Then there were surprisingly high lost shipments of their competitors. It was most likely simple sabotage, which then was written off as bandit raids. It's the same as how I stumbled upon Varen and Sons and their plight. Joran is right, I muttered with a slight smile. It is best to sell. These fuckers can't be brought down or resisted so simply. I think I had enough to have a footing. I will visit Marcus and see what he has to say. After a final glance at the documents, I snapped the folder shut, put it back in its place, and was on my way out of the guild's building. It wasn't hard to get into their base. After arriving and telling them who I was, the guards from the compound's gates led me straight into an office. There was nobody there yet, so I sat down in one of the chairs, resisting the urge to start sifting through the documents on the table. I didn't know if they would notice it, but I wasn't willing to risk it either. No need to burn bridges ahead of time. Taking a deep breath, Marcus Veron's office smelled of cedar with a tinge of spiciness. Looking at his desk, I noticed the maps there, showing their trade routes, sprawled across his desk, pinned beneath an ornate paperweight shaped like a coiled serpent fitting. Lucky for me, I didn't start looking around because Marcus arrived quickly and entered the room in a hurry. He was alone, and I didn't flinch when he pulled the door open, showing that I was as calm as still water. I didn't know if he was still testing me, or he was genuinely in this of a hurry. Maybe both. "Ah, mister," he started, closing the door and walking over to his desk. For a moment I had to recall if we had ever met like this, or if he was waiting for me to give him a new name. It was best if I handled it nonchalantly. "It's still just Auriel," I chuckled. "Of course." He smiled, but his smile was anything but genuine. It was so fake that I almost rolled my eyes at him. "You have news?" he asked, his voice expectant. Too much so. At first I didn't say a word, letting the silence stretch before unfolding the notes I brought with me. These were compiled by Shade. "I am here to bring you the basics, Mr. Veron." I began, giving him the parchments containing all that I connected within my morning search in the guild. Of course, almost all of them were my own conjectures, with no proof, but he didn't need to know that. They own too many things, Mr. Veron, starting with the docks. The customs officers who they are bankrolling monthly. Or, like on the third page, the guards who don't wear their colors, but they do whistle their tune, confiscating visiting rival merchants' goods to then resell them. I had a guess. Marcus exhaled through his nose. Is this a warning from your boss, Mr. Auriel? He asked, glancing at me. Yes and no. I said with a thin smile, I am not here to intimidate you, Mr. Veron. I am simply bringing my boss's honest opinion and trying to point it out to you. The ledger doesn't threaten. It defiles, it rots. First, your goods vanish. By mentioning it, he already flinched, making the connection he was already thinking about. The hole I helped him climb out of, then your creditors call in debts. I continued, ignoring his body language. Then your friends start dying in alleys. You're not just fighting crooks, Mr. Veron. It is more like that, you're fighting gravity. I had a feeling. Marcus's laugh was hollow. And here I thought bribing the right people would be enough. Not at this level. They have deeper pockets, one which you can't fight against. Bribes won't save you when the ledger owns the hands you're filling. I shrugged as I tilted my head. Money is not enough. You need leverage. Not just gold, fear. Your boss. Marcus's gaze sharpened. Shade. Can he provide that? At first I didn't answer. I didn't want to say no, but I also couldn't say yes because that would be foolish. That lie would be easily discovered, and the jig would be up. I understand that it wouldn't be cheap, Marcus continued, but I raised a hand, interrupting him. No, Mr. Veron, it wouldn't be. You must understand some things. First, the Crimson Ledger is one of the biggest players in this city. He couldn't help but grimace, knowing that I was subtly telling him that they could easily pay me or pay Shade much more just to keep silent to fuck off. Good thing I was a nobody yet, so they didn't even know I was working. Second, I continued, my employer is unwilling to meddle in the affairs of the Ledger and the City Lord. What? He stiffened, blinking his eyes, watching me, but I said no more. Mr. Veron, I began after the silence between us was getting a bit unbearable. You need to insert a coin to continue. I chuckled, holding my hand out, making a joke that he didn't understand, but comprehended enough to throw a small pouch into my palm. I didn't open it. I simply weighed it, acting as if I was indeed a professional, hanging it on my belt. Honestly, I shrugged. You are hopeless against the Ledger. If they want you, they will get you. They will buy you out or bury you, literally and figuratively. The bandits who robbed you. They were also disposed of. Half of those who are part of the local syndicate, which the Ledger is running. Those are no longer amongst the living either. Coincidence? I think not. You mentioned the City Lord, he muttered, licking his lips. I did. It is clear as day, Mr. Veron, that the Ledger is aiming to be the next Lord of Velgrada. Do you think the current authority would want to hand it all down that easily? Without a fight? Of course not. I see. Their battle is already happening, but not with swords and bows. Mostly with words, decrees, trade deals and coins. A lot of coin. If you don't sell to the Ledger, so be it. You still need a backer to make them think twice about killing you. The City Lord can still buy me out. Sure. I opened my arms, keeping my smile, but less likely. Look, Mr. Veron, there are two options. You either sell to the Ledger and bow out while you can, or you will band behind the City Lord. There is no independence, sadly, I whispered, honestly saddened by the fact, not until you are big enough. Like the Ledger. Bigger, I snorted. Look at them. They are still struggling against the biggest fish, the City Lord. True. True. He sighed, pinching the ridge of his nose. But I don't really have anything to offer to someone like them. I can't just go and ask the rulers of Velgrada to help me out. They would laugh and throw me out. You can make a trade with them. With what? Marcus snorted. The most valuable items we have are potions. Both of us know very well that potions are something they would have in abundance. Of course. But I concocted a plan while coming here. It was a long shot, but seeing how important these damned elven toys were, it was worth a shot. You could offer information, I said, intentionally making my voice sound a bit mysterious. What kind of information? He asked, narrowing his eyes, expectantly waiting for me to continue. It is hard to define its price. I bit my lips, looking around. I even stood up and checked the doors, making Marcus straighten in his chair. Watching me walk over to his side of the table, leaning against it and crossing my arms, I will tell you the premise. Then you can decide if you want to buy it from Shade. And what would be you offering for it? I'm listening. What would the City Lord think if he gets some clues about an elven artifact? The reaction was immediate. He almost fell out of his chair, squeezing so strongly he broke off its right armrest. Are you joking? He gasped and gulped, but there was no saliva in his mouth. No, I'm not. I shook my head. Shade knows of one. He can give you its description, including its shape, supposed origin and last known location, and the detail of who should have it as we speak, with a character portrait and name. I can't afford that. He gasped again, his breathing close to hyperventilating. Hells, Shade could sell it himself and make himself rich, extra rich. The Adventurer Guild would give him his own city. Shade doesn't trust officials, I answered coldly. He only trusts himself. City lords, adventurers, and any big shot are untrustworthy. Just as much honesty is in them, as much coin is on the table while negotiating. We are dealing in information, Marcus Varen. We don't need to take sides. We must not. On the other hand, you must. Anyway, I pushed myself away from the desk. Think about it. Come and buy one of our breads when you have made your decision, and please remember, we accept more than gold as payment. Chapter 43, Choice. On the same day, when Auriel left the compound of Varen and Sons, Marcus called a meeting late in the night, meeting with the others in complete secret. He didn't know if the Ledger or any of their subordinates had paid down any of their own people, but he wouldn't be surprised if it had already happened. So their meeting had to be conducted in complete secrecy. Marcus was seated at the head of the long wooden table in his office. Only a few candles were burning in the middle of it, barely lighting up the room. His fingers were steepled as he took in the expectant gazes of his family, thinking of how to present all he had heard from Auriel only hours prior. His silence, causing the tension in the air to rise, was now thick enough to carve it with a knife. But if he didn't want to talk yet, the others had just to wait. Maybe he was waiting for a signal that it was safe to speak. So his younger brother, Willem, leaned back in his chair, arms crossed over his chest, his scowl deepening the creases on his face, showcasing his impatience. Rellan, Marcus's son, sat straighter, trying to hide his nervousness, but his eyes were shooting back and forth between his father and uncle, unsure if he should speak or not, opening and closing his mouth multiple times. Lastly, Edwin, Willem's adopted son, had brought their latest findings, having it open, quill in hand, waiting to find anything Marcus may need. Anything they managed to uncover since noticing the discrepancy and failing contacts. Ha! Marcus suddenly exhaled slowly, his voice tired and low. His eyes blinked a few times, moving over the others, finally making a decision just to tell it as is. I met with our mysterious informant's main agent again, the one with the name Auriel. The boy and his wife, who are now operating that bakery. Edwin nodded, already flipping pages in his book. They are from up north, but I couldn't really find much on them. No matter where they are from, what is important is that I am now sure that he is in a high standing with this Shade. He's acting more than as a mere intermediary for him. He murmured, his gaze turning distant because he was letting someone know about an elven artifact. Shade had to trust this young man. Was it bad news? Rellan asked, gulping, causing Marcus's eyes to refocus. But he neither shook nor nodded his head. I don't know yet. I didn't make the deal, as it is simply something we can't afford. So now he wants to extort us. Willem scoffed, rolling his eyes. Oh, wonderful. Another shadowy figure with promises. Maybe we didn't even realize this was all the enemy's ploy all along. We already know what we need to do. The Crimson Ledger isn't just knocking at our door, they're kicking it in. What happened so far is us hearing them raise their legs. The next step will be their boot coming through our front door. We either sell to them now or wait until they bleed us dry piece by piece. What's this Shade supposed to offer that changes that? Selling our lives' worth of work to them? Ha! No, not exactly. Marcus didn't flinch, letting his brother vent out all of his frustrations. They offered a solution. Well, I mean, we had a good talk about it, and they presented leverage. Huh? Rellen's fingers stilled. Leverage against the Crimson Ledger? If they have something like that, that alone is suspicious, Willem added quickly. And expensive. Edwin slipped it in, waiting for Marcus to continue. Yes. Marcus agreed, but as I said, we talked. It also helped me see through the mist created by our nervousness after learning what was happening. There is one side that can help us against the Crimson Ledger, he said, his voice firm, looking at them. Against the City Lord's enemies, he added. The City Lord's people. They collectively murmured, looking at each other, unsure how that would go. Or how would they get the attention of someone who, on paper, ruled the city? I do believe in what Shade offered, Marcus continued, placing the document Auriel left behind and slipping it toward them. The ledger isn't just after trade routes and dominance in commerce. They want control, absolute authority. So, Rellen muttered, quickly catching on, the City Lord is their biggest obstacle, and if we play this right, we won't just survive. We'll rise even further. If we survive. Edwin's frown deepened as he glanced at Willem before continuing, his voice measured. You're suggesting we align ourselves with the City Lord instead? That's a different kind of difficulty altogether. The man has everything. If we offer him something and he finds it lacking, we won't just lose our business. We'll lose everything and probably get annihilated by the ledger. They will know we are resisting, and they will be afraid of what we did. So they would want us gone. For real. A risk worth taking, Marcus countered. We are a fish on the chopping block. I didn't sweat blood and tears to build us up from nothing just so some other bastard come in and take it all away. I agree, Willem chortled. Fuck them. You mentioned leverage, Rellen muttered, searching his father's eye. What do they have that would be so expensive? There is no better way to say this. Marcus sighed, closing his eyes for a moment. Shade has information on an elven artifact. What? Willem shouted, standing up, but Marcus said nothing more, forcing his brother to return to his senses and pick up his chair that was now lying on its sides. It took him great effort to sit back down. Not that he could stay seated for long, moving around like a hyperactive child. No way we can afford information on something like that, Rellen agreed, pulling on his hair. But it would exactly be the only thing that would make the City Lord even entertain our plight. Edwin murmured, biting so hard on his quill that he managed to snap it and almost swallow the part landing on his tongue. Even if they sell us the information, it doesn't guarantee anything. Willem let out a sharp laugh. Oh, of course. Some legendary trinket is going to save us, and what's stopping them from just selling that information straight to the highest bidder? Why give it to us, to use it so we can crawl to the City Lord when they could take the gold and disappear? If so, they would have sold it already. Rellen cut in, arguing against his uncle, because gold alone is not enough. Gold can buy anything in the 7 cities, Willem argued, but Marcus also stood on his son's side. Maybe, Marcus said, but I can see an angle that Shade desires to pursue here. He smiled faintly. If we go to the City Lord with something this valuable, we aren't just merchants begging for scraps. We become helpful and ally. And we would owe Shade. Through us, through our debt, he would have an indirect source inside the City Lord's circle. As we are welcomed into their fold, we would be introduced to those nobles and other venues that support Velgrada. I can see why he would want that. Sure. Willem leaned forward, his chair creaking under his weight as he pressed down on the table. And what happens when the City Lord decides we know too much? When he decides we're a liability instead of an asset? Or when he decides we told him what he wanted and he doesn't want us anymore? Oh, wait. What if he wants us to be silent? To not tell it to anyone else? Then what? We are dead. Dead, dead. It is a risk. Marcus met his brother's glare squarely, so we make sure we are not a group that is worth the headache to discard. If this is all true, Rellen mumbled, biting his lower lip, looking up from the document Auriel left behind, then the City Lord has no opportunity to discard us. He has his allies, and if he suddenly discards one, the rest will start doubting. The Ledger could use that. That's one. Edvin tapped the remains of his quill against the table's surface. What if we tell the city lord, fair and square? What? Willem asked, looking at his adopted son, waiting for him to finish his thoughts. We could, Edvin gulped. We could tell him that our information is our only guarantee, that we prepared a failsafe. What if we die or disappear? It goes public. That's fair and square. Willem chuckled while the others looked at Edvin with mouths hanging wide open. That's simple blackmail. At least it is honest about the fact that we are afraid of being backstabbed. And the city lord doesn't need to know it isn't true. Or we also could reveal that we got this information from somewhere else. We could present it in a way that tells the city lord that this information could end up in the ledger's hands if he doesn't do anything. This is a gamble. Marcus sighed again, sounding even more tired than before. I say, we gamble it with the city lord than with the ledger. And what does Shade want in return? Willem asked, no longer arguing. Auriel and Shade, didn't mention a concrete price yet, Marcus said, but they take payment in any forms possible. Gold, influence favors, shares. I get the feeling money isn't their only priority. So, Willem grunted, our only option is selling ourselves to the devil. People who trade in secrets are rarely saints, and that's what worries me. We'd be trading one noose for another. We have no choice, do we? Rellen's jaw tightened. So, what's your alternative, Uncle? Roll over and let the ledger take everything? You've also heard what they do to those who resist. They don't just ruin businesses, they ruin lives, generations of them. I know that. Willem's fist slammed onto the table again, making the candelabra rattle in the middle. I'm not saying we surrender. I'm saying we think before we leap into bed with another viper. I am like any man, enjoying the tongue of a woman, but not if it's forked. Enough, enough. Marcus held up a hand, silencing them both. We don't have the luxury of time. Sadly, the ledger is already moving against us. If we wait, we lose. This is our only play. If, Edvin exhaled slowly, assuming the artifact even exists, assuming Shade isn't playing us, assuming the city lord honors his word. That's a lot of assumptions, Marcus. And doing nothing is a death sentence, Rellen moaned the same way, holding his head. Fucking hell. Willem rubbed his face, his voice dropping to a growl. So that's it. Gamble everything on some artifact we haven't even seen. On the word of a ghost. On the promise of who knows who. On the mercy of a city's owner. Fuck. Yes, the dice are already rolling, and we must make our bet. Now. Marcus didn't blink while speaking. It's better than waiting for the ledger to cut our throats, with Shade's offer and the city lord's side. We can have a chance. Yes, we won't win a war against them, but we can make ourselves indispensable to someone of equal strength. When he finished, a heavy silence settled over the room. What could they say? It was already decided. Sure. Finally, Willem exhaled sharply, shaking his head. Fine, but if this Shade tries to play us, I'll make sure they regret it. We can't go out in a whimper. We won't. Marcus allowed himself a small, grim smile. Then we're agreed. We make the trade, we secure our future, and we ensure Veren and Sons doesn't just survive, we thrive. Chapter 44, The City Lord. Even at this early hour, the streets of Velgrada were already alive and buzzing. It was looking to be a pleasant and warm day, one that further increased the number of people bustling on the streets and the amount of filled market stalls. It was the perfect cover, too, letting Marcus blend into the flowing crowd and head toward his destination. If someone was there, watching and trailing him, they couldn't actually tell that he walked with purpose, his face masking his honest thoughts. He knew he might be trailed, and he could do nothing about it. So he has been on the prowl for an hour by now. He stopped at some of their own shops, taking inventory, examining his employees, and acting as a concerned owner with seemingly how all of the previous avenues were closing before him. But that was just the front. The decision had been made, and this was the moment to act on it. There was no turning back now, so when the usual breakfast time finally arrived, hearing the city's clock tower sound the 8 o'clock bells, he was already close to the bakery, the one he gifted to Shade. He timed it well, and it was the perfect cover for entering it while buying something to eat. Not even his possible watchers could fault the logic behind it. The bakery's front was mostly unassuming, wedged between two taller buildings, both of which were homes for predominantly working-class citizens. Its sign was gently swinging in the breeze, hearth and crust etched onto its surface. It was clearly newly painted and put up with great care. It was also then the scent of fresh bread hit him, drawing out a loud grumble from his stomach, reminding him that he was actually somewhat hungry. In the previous night's discussion, and with the stressful recognition of their plight, he had to acknowledge he skipped more meals than he was proud of. Well, he chuckled, reaching for his coin purse, going by the smell alone, this will be good. When Marcus entered the shop, I was already inside, leaning against the counter with my arms crossed. The actual morning rush was over an hour ago, and at this moment all the kids were out, doing their last round of deliveries and their usual information collection. A few loaves of bread and pastries sat beneath a cloth close by, remnants of the early morning batch, one that I was also munching on just a minute ago. The rest of the shop was empty, and Lyra was in the middle of prepping the dough for the next rush around lunchtime, only glancing at the newcomer once. "You're late," I said, offering a welcoming smile as I stood a bit straighter and unfurled my arms. "There is a lot of work to do," he answered while he shut the door behind him, the bell above it jingling softly. "And I had to be sure I wasn't too obvious if I am being followed." He shrugged off his coat, revealing the dagger at his belt, clearly expecting trouble, but by the looks of it, he never had to use it. "You know why I'm here," he whispered as he got closer to the counter. "I'll take the deal." "I see." I nodded, and my smile widened just a fraction. "Good. Let's sit down." I pointed towards one of the small tables in the corner, and when he pulled out the chair, I put a sweet strawberry jam-filled donut before him. "Then let's be clear about our arrangement." I continued sitting opposite of him, out of view, as if someone was looking in from the outside. Until they pressed their face up to the windows, they wouldn't see me from where I was sitting. Shade provides the information. You get what you need to make the City Lord listen. In return, Varen and Sons owes us. I understand. I just have one question. Marcus took a bite, visibly surprised by the taste and enjoying it, but then his expression hardened once again. How much? I tilted my head, studying him like someone who was still unsure of an answer. Truth is, I was. That depends. Payment isn't just about coins, you see. I said, deciding to keep being indirect and somewhat vague. Shade values influence, leverage, a voice in the right places. And you're about to put yourself in a very interesting position that has long-term potential. Yeah. Both of us understood it. I watched as Marcus's grip tightened on the soft dough, squirting a bit of the jam out. It was simply logical. If my information was indeed this valuable, Varen and Sons would get close to the City Lord. It was an opportunity for me to have a new and really valuable source of information. Knowledge that can be actually worthwhile and sellable for a reasonable amount or for some equally valuable items. "Damn clever way of binding me to your chariot," he muttered. "It is what it is." I smiled and didn't deny it. Clever? No. Logical? Yes. But also beneficial. For both of us. We don't deal in bad investments. Helping you helps us. Your success is our success. Isn't that why you offered Shade this place? We are simply repaying your hospitality by selling you this information on the cheap. Maybe. Marcus exhaled sharply through his nose. But I could see it in his eyes. He understood. Maybe he even realized that Shade valued connections. It wasn't a bad thought, and I would like it if that part would spread. I want my Shade persona to be looked upon as someone trustworthy and someone who values honesty and loyalty the most. If I want to be a proper information broker, I have to make my clients believe in what I'm selling and not even question my methods or their validity. There was no way out now. He finished the rest of his donut in one swallow, reaching for a second one. "Fine. Give me what you have. We will be in your debt until you say so." "Don't worry, we are not like the ledger," I chuckled as I reached into my inner pocket and slid a sealed envelope across the table. "Inside of this is everything you need, where the artifact was last seen, what its descriptions are, and who are the possible parties that know about it." I watched as he slowly fingered it, feeling the thickness of the multiple parchments folded up inside, surprised by the amount of possible information contained within. Present it well, and the city lord will listen. Present it poorly, and you'll wish the crimson ledger had gotten to you first. Don't worry, Marcus took the envelope, tucking it into his inner coat pocket, wanting to go home and read it all. I am a good merchant. Presentation is one thing I am confident in. As he stood up, dusting off his fingers and turned to leave, I spoke again, my voice low, warningly so. Be careful, Marcus. Both of us are stepping into deeper waters than we may realize. I was aware of it when I took that damned noble's request for potions, Marcus answered, and didn't look back, his back straight. I always knew how to swim, even if I was almost dragged down to the depths once. I won't just give up. 3 days. It took Marcus that much time to comb through everything in the letter, including the shocking news that implicated 2 gold-ranked adventurers, heads of a branch of the Adventurers Guild. Nonetheless, if all that he had read was indeed facts, that now bandits had it was the best possible outcome because any other lord could send in covert agents to find and get the artifact. This was more than news about an elven artifact. This was something that would spark a war between countries. The fact that Shade even included hand-drawn portraits of people who knew about the artifact and possibly even had it. He couldn't wait. He had to act. Only an hour later, Marcus stood before the iron gates of Coty Lord Edrin Valcroft's estate, the morning mist clinging to the impeccably manicured hedges and marble statues lining the path he was being led through. The air here was different, or at least he felt it like that, as if it was cleaner and colder, as if he was in a different world, sealed off from the bustling cityscape of Velgrada, or it was the sensation of the 2 men escorting him in. When he arrived and stated that he had important news for the city lord, the guards weren't buying it at first. Standing at the gate, they wore polished breastplates, their expressions unreadable beneath their helms. One stepped forward, his voice clipped, about to shoo him away, probably hearing it multiple times. But he wasn't budging. My name is Marcus Veron, he said, forcing his voice steady. I say it once again. I am requesting an audience with the city lord regarding a matter of significance. If you fail to show me in, it will be your heads that will roll on the floor. It was a bold statement, but he decided to risk it. Even they were surprised by the call-out, and he felt how the guard's eyes flicked over him, lingering on his fine, most expensive coat and well-kept clothes below it. Follow us. Do not think about deviating from our route, or we will cut you down there and then. Marcus didn't have to wait long after being escorted into the city lord's home. The corridors of the estate were a far cry from the cramped alleys of the merchant districts and the few lower-ranking nobles he butted up to until he got his breakthrough. This place was grandiose. High ceilings, tapestries depicting Velgrada's rise to power and becoming one of the 7 cities, and giant windows that let in sunlight, basking everything in a golden glow. When he was finally ushered into the main greeting chamber, Lord Valcroft, who he only saw in public speeches, sat behind a massive oak desk, his fingers steepled over a half-written letter. He didn't look up immediately, letting the silence stretch until it frayed at Marcus's nerves, standing between the 2 guards who waited just the same, unmoving. Silent. It allowed him to examine the Lord of Velgrada for the first time, actually watching and not just listening to a faraway figure. Marcus's first impression was that Edrin Valcroft was a man who commanded without speaking. His dark hair was streaked with some silver at its sides, and his face was lined with a few deeper lines as he was about to enter his 50s, as far as he knew. When his sharp blue eyes finally lifted, Marcus felt like a tiny little bunny pinned beneath a fox's paw. I did not expect visitors. He spoke calmly but without anger or surprise. When the guard said nothing, Marcus decided to risk it. Esteemed city lord, he bowed respectfully, my name is Mark Veron. Marcus Veron, Valcroft repeated, his voice smooth, and to his surprise it sounded as if he finally put a face to a name. Your name came across my desk once the last target of the Crimson Ledger, he said, making Marcus's body stiffen, but that alone does not earn an audience with me. He set his quill aside, to be let inside, to come to me to beg for my assistance. You had to claim to have something of significance. I suggest you make it actually worth my time. He waved a hand, and the guards left, leaving only the 2 of them there. Yes. Marcus resisted the urge to swallow, his teeth chattering a little. I bring information. It's a very valuable one. Information that could shift the balance of power in Velgrada or in the Seven Cities. That is indeed a bold statement. Valcroft's fingers drummed once on the desk in response. Many men have made such claims. Most were wrong. I am confident. Marcus reached into his coat and placed the sealed envelope on the desk, stamped with his group's emblem. It is an elven artifact. It's within reach. Probably. Interesting. Valcroft's expression didn't change as he opened the envelope and pulled out the papers to read. He was clearly skeptical. For the next long minutes, the only sound was the faint crackle of parchment. Then slowly, he set the papers down, his eyes finally showing actual surprise and excitement. And how did you come by this? Marcus started, licking his lips as he chose his words carefully, like a man picking through broken glass. Through trusted sources. Valcroft leaned back in his chair, examining his expression and how sweat ran down from his forehead. He was looking for clues, telling signs, and Marcus knew it. The kind that doesn't deal in charity, I assume. No, Marcus admitted, but the city lord is a man of honor, and I suspect he knows the value of a favor repaid. I like the honesty of your words. For the first time, Valcroft smiled, just a flicker, there and gone. Clever. You come here not just with knowledge, but with an understanding of how this game is played. I can see why the ledger targets you. My guess is this comes from the same man who saved you. No need to explain. He waved his following words away. I knew about the thievery. It is the usual method of the ledger. I just can't prove it. Anyway, whoever gave you this, you are lucky to be picked by them. Not that I am against it. This city's brokers were all bought and paid for by the ledger. I was in dire need of a new source. He scowled, blinking his eyes burning in hatred. That is why I am here. Marcus held his ground despite his intense glare. I come here as a man who knows that Velgrada thrives when the right people remain in power. Valcroft studied him for a long, silent moment. Then, with a gesture, he tapped at the bundle. I will have to verify this on my own. If it proves true, you will have earned my attention. And perhaps more. He stood, and Marcus felt the weight of the man's presence like a physical boulder. But understand this, Marcus Varen. When you seek an alliance with me, you do not do so lightly. My favor is not freely given, nor is it easily discarded. If you are right, you will be under my protection. Don't ever go against me. I don't hate ambitious people, but I hate traitors. I understand, City Lord. Marcus met his gaze with all of the effort he could muster. I do. Good. Valcroft nodded once. Then let us see if you are worth the favor you seek. Chapter 45, Two Rulers. The Crimson Ledger's headquarters was a sight to behold within the city. It was built amongst the sprawling complex of warehouses and docks, its true nature embracing utility and its focus on being the heart of Velgrada, at least from the outside. Inside, its opulence rivaled that of the city lord's manor, with everything covered in inexpensive wood, marble, or gold. Guards in their merchant livery patrolled the perimeter, their polearms shining, made by the best blacksmiths in the city, as they were all owned by the ledger by now. Of course, they operated them not directly, but via the merchant syndicate, keeping up the facade that they were independent. At the heart of the complex, behind a door marked Prime Conference Hall, Garrick Holvar sat at the head of a long blackwood table, his fingers drumming in a slow, purposeful rhythm. From above him, candlelight flickered across the faces of his inner circle, coming from hundreds of candles hanging from the massive chandelier. Around the table sat merchant syndicate's bosses, all of his subordinates of those companies that the ledger had swallowed up. Every man he put in their leading position, everybody who owned their allegiance and life to him. Of course, they were not only company leaders, they were also intelligence handlers, like Ivessa, and enforcers, like Auriel, who had built their miniature kingdoms on his and his ledger's back. At the moment, sitting to the left of him, Jorven Halst, owner of the majority of the city's gondola business, was speaking, and he was about to finish his report. At the same time, the room held its breath, waiting for the Crimson Ledger's leader to speak. But he let Jorvan finish and sit back down before opening his mouth. "So let me get this straight," Garrick said, his voice dangerously soft. "Marcus Veron, the man we've been strangling for months, just waltzed into the city lord's estate more. He was escorted in. Then he walked out unharmed. And now we don't know why." Jorvan nodded once. "That sums it up, sir." A muscle twitched in Garrick's jaw, a vein thrumming along his neck, bulging out. "Why was he allowed to arrive?" he asked through clenched teeth. Many of them looked at each other, not knowing how to answer that question. They couldn't just kill him on the streets. Like that. They didn't even know where he was going. "Sir," Maris Veld, her silver-streaked black hair pulled tight into a mercenary's knot, leaned forward, her gauntleted fingers curling around the edge of the table. She was leading multiple companies of the Ledger, responsible for organizing the adventurers they poached, doing their fighting in and outside of the city. Could it be a plea for protection? Veron's been bleeding slowly as we made sure their income dried up. If he threw himself at Valcroft's feet, we would know, Ivessa interrupted. Our eyes inside the estate haven't whispered a word of it. "Then what the hell was it?" snapped Rickard Voss, a barrel-chested spice merchant whose fortune was built on smuggling in actual drugs amongst his spice runs. With his brash voice, he was looking to show Garrick that he was just as incensed as he was. "We were this close to breaking Veron and Sons, and now he's got Valcroft's ear. Why are we even bribing the people inside?" Ivessa had no answers that could be backed by proof, so she just steepled her fingers, her mind racing. The Crimson Ledger had played this game perfectly, sabotaging Veron's caravans, buying off his suppliers, turning his allies into liabilities, spreading rumors, and pulling favors to exclude them from every deal. But if the city lord had taken an interest— "Whatever happened in that damned estate," Garrick said, "we need to know. If Valcroft is even considering shielding Veron, we act before it's too late, or maybe it already is." "Well," Jorvan grimaced, "our problem is time. The city lord's guards are thorough. It'll take days to pry anything loose from their contacts, and by then Veron could be untouchable," Ivessa finished as she smirked. "So we don't wait for spies. We lean on Veron until he cracks." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the room, but Garrick's gut twisted. If Veron had Valcroft's favor, brute force could backfire spectacularly. Maybe the city lord was waiting for something like this. If they do that, he could use it as something he would pin to his flag, waving it around. He would use it to move against his ledger, he knew, because it was something he would also do. "No," Garrick groaned, "don't touch them. That boat has sailed." He tapped again on the table. "Instead," he muttered, closing his eyes and recalling the reports. "Sir?" Rickard asked after a minute of silence, brave enough to interrupt Garrick's thinking. "That bakery," Garrick continued after opening his eyes. "Investigate it." It looked to be a simple bakery. Ivessa muttered, shifting through her papers. "It was sold by Veron and Son because we squeezed them dry. They began selling some of their unused properties to keep themselves afloat. The owners are clean after a preliminary check." "They are not." Garrick snorted, making Ivessa shrink back in her chair for a moment. "I told you to look for urchins. Are you all blind?" "The bakery," he snorted. "They are using them. Because they are cheap." Ivessa muttered. "Every one of us hires people like them because we don't even need to pay them if we don't want to. They are involved, maybe even the ones who foiled our initial efforts." Garrick continued, slamming a hand on the table. "Capture their couriers, kids will babble. If not, torture them. Get everything out of their worthless mouths before disposing of them in the river. Accidents happen, sometimes they fall in, and they just can't swim." "Understood," others answered, not even a hesitation in their voices. "Sir." A new voice cut through the noise, cold, precise, and utterly devoid of hesitation, still noting down the order to capture the urchins. "We should assume the worst." Hearing him speak, all eyes turned to Cedric Malvern, one of the once gold-ranked adventurers, now in service of the Ledger. He was dressed in a black robe, and he was the Ledger's senior strategist. When he was still an adventurer, he was thought to be one of the more ruthless ones, many times skirting the rules and laws of the kingdoms he visited, doing his jobs in a way that usually left bodies behind cold and unmoving ones. But Garrick hired him precisely because of that. He was efficient. He asked no questions. And where the others flaunted their wealth, Cedric wore his power in silence. He was the perfect man to use when he wanted someone gone, as he could hide in plain sight. Finally, finishing scribbling down his thoughts, Cedric's head moved upwards, his pale eyes locking onto Garrick's. "Elaborate," the Ledger's leader spoke calmly. "We were at the threshold for years now." Cedric started, and he didn't even blink his eyes while maintaining eye contact. "For those years, we've operated under the assumption that the City Lord would keep tolerating our expansion, so long as we were discreet enough. But what if Varen didn't go to him for protection? What if he offered Valcroft leverage?" The temperature in the room dropped. Leverage? Did someone make a mistake? Did something get leaked? It shouldn't be the case. Yes, it was obvious that they were slowly growing to a level where they rivaled the City Lord's power. But without proof, there was no way to make a move. Every war needed a cause, even if it was a fabricated one. Did the City Lord just get his cause to start it? "If that's true," Cedric continued, "then this is no longer a trade war. It's a coup. The exact thing we were aiming for. It came earlier than we expected." But there was a beat of silence, but then chaos erupted. "You're jumping at shadows," Ricard barked at Cedric, suddenly feeling nervous. Yes, the coup. He knew, but it always felt to be still so far away. No, it shouldn't be happening yet. The City Lord is still strong, still dangerous. Yes, they were not ready yet. "Are we?" Cedric countered. "Valcroft has never been a passive ruler, only looked like one. If Varen handed him proof of our dealings, be it smuggling, bribes, the assassinations, then we are no longer merchants, we are insurgents." "Impossible," Ivessa exclaimed. "I would know about something like that, especially if it leaked." "No. There is no way for Marcus Varen or anybody from that puny company to get a hold of anything incriminating towards us." "There are no such things as foolproof plans," Cedric explained calmly, never raising his voice or becoming emotional. "Sir," he looked at Garrick again, "even if we are still in the safe, we must act and handle it as if we aren't. Then we won't be surprised, and we won't find ourselves with our pants down." Just listening to him, Garrick's pulse pounded in his temples. Mostly because he was right, and he could see that. So, with another long pause, he raised a hand, and the room stilled once again. "We need clarity before we act," he spoke firmly. "Jorvan, double surveillance on Varen. If he sneezes so much, I want to know. Maris, prepare our forces, but hold there will be no strikes against our targets yet. We can't run into the City Lord's trap." "Understood." Maris's fingers flexed around the hilt of her dagger. "And if we confirm Valcroft's backing him?" "I will get that information from some worthless kids easily," Cedric added. "We will wait for Cedric to gather the clues." Garrick smiled, a slow, hideous grin appearing on his face. "Then, no matter what, we remind the City Lord and Velgrada itself why the Crimson Ledger is the one who should be deciding the future of this city." At the same time as the Ledger was having a meeting inside Lord Valcroft's study, the man was sitting behind his massive table, looking at the city that looked orderly, peaceful even, a lie that made him smile. Still, it was his city, and he wasn't going to give it away to anybody. Raising his hand, he sipped his tea, still hot, still bitter. It's just the way he liked it. Before him, Marcus Varen's sealed letter lay open on the desk, its wax broken. He read it twice, not because he doubted Marcus's claims, but because he found himself thinking ahead to what it would mean if they were true. An elven artifact. Not just some trinket or bauble from a half-collapsed temple, from an ancient ruin, but something older, something tied to the elves in the hands of bandits. An easy picking, so easy that it was too good to be true, but he had already heard the news that the city of Corvar to the north was in an uproar. Even the Adventurers Guild was sending in someone to control the situation as two of the local branch's leaders disappeared. It all corroborated Marcus's information. Valcroft turned his gaze back to the letters. He had already dispatched 3 men, veterans all, not adventurers, but elites of Velgrada's army. Their mission wasn't just to verify Varen's find, It was to ensure that, if needed, the artifact would not fall into anyone else's hands while chaos ruled in their northern neighbor's city. And if it turned out that all of this was real, then Velgrada would have a weapon, something that would make them the leader of the Federation. He leaned back in his chair, fingertips steepled together. "They've grown bold," he murmured, his thoughts moving towards the Crimson Ledger. Garrick Holvar and his whispering advisors. Clowns. Dangerous, yes, but nonetheless clowns. No, worse, parasites fattened on decades of complacency, convinced the city needed them, that their wealth bought immunity, that their enforcers, paid adventurers and spineless nobles alike, would keep them safe. They weren't wrong, not until now. With an elven artifact, the news was too big, too important. They had to be dealt with before anything. Verin and Sons, huh? He muttered to himself, attacked by the Ledger once already, quietly, cowardly, using their usual methods. They will move again. And he will let them try again. Let the Ledger reveal their hand in public. Then he'd have cause, proof, and then he would weed them out, all of them. A city could suffer many things, poverty, crime, even war. But it could not suffer two rulers. Chapter 46, Casualty. The rain had not stopped for days. It was late into fall, close to winter, so it wasn't a surprise. Above Velgrada, the clouds were a constant source of cold and steady rainfall, becoming a dark veil hanging over the city like a thick blanket. The streets were less cramped, and they shimmered black under the downpour, the gutters and canals swollen, significantly impacting how the city worked, causing people only to go out if they really had to. In the eastern quarter, past the smoke-belching furnaces of the nearby blacksmiths, an old tannery sat quietly, looking abandoned. Its windows were boarded, and its doors were visibly reinforced, not to keep thieves out, halting them from ransacking an unused shop. If any of them were stupid enough to try, they would live long enough to leave the inside of the shop. It wasn't there to keep others out, but to keep them in. It may have been once used for leatherwork, but its current owner, Cedric Malvern, repurposed it. For the past 3 years, it had been his own personal prison, his playground, where those who were insignificant, someone who wouldn't be looked for, was dragged away and interrogated, or where the Ledger's enemies went to be disposed of or made sure their minds were changed. For the better. Right then, he stood alone in the central room, the faint stink of old blood and chemicals coming from beneath his boots. As for how fresh it was hard to tell, but the smell was something that became permanent inside of the shop. Rain pattered on the roof, just like Cedric's restless fingers did on his table, humming along while making his preparations. A single lantern swung from a hook next to it, and its light caught the glint of the metallic tools he was washing off with pure alcohol. They were a set of instruments that he valued greatly, shown how he laid them out on a clean cloth, arranged with the care of a collector. "Everything is prepared," he chuckled happily yet grimly. "It's time to bring in the little one and start asking some important questions." Mira had been taken quietly and without witnesses earlier that day. Unbeknownst to her, Puck had been the original target, but because he had fallen sick in the rain, he was kept back home, lying in bed with a fever young, eager to prove herself, always on time, always helpful and enjoying her new life. She threw herself forward, telling Auriel he would take Puck's place and do the morning orders despite the rain. She had already finished, ready to head home when she had gone missing. By the time Auriel and Lyra realized something was off, she had vanished without a scream, without so much as a scuff mark on the wet stones, no matter how many times they retraced her steps. The city and the damned rain swept her away. Cedric did not enjoy this work. At least, that was what he always told others with a calm voice, hands dripping with blood. Yet his eyes said otherwise. Even if he touted enjoyment as a luxury, a weakness, everyone experienced enough looking at him was enough to know he was simply lying. Yes, his precision and non-existent morality mattered to the Crimson Ledger. As for what he believed or lied about, believing was of no concern. What Garrick liked about him was that he produced results. But something strange happened this time around. The girl. This Mira had been silent for hours. He expected her to break, as all kids should, just by the fact that his men grabbed her, hauling her tiny body to a cell underground, Yet nothing. Well, he had to give her some points for that, as many adults failed to keep such composure, breaking before he had a chance to play with them. So he brought her into the playing room. At first, he allowed her to discover the purpose of this place, waiting in the shadows like a monster. Then, realizing how her breathing calmed down, he decided that alone was not enough. Brave, but stupid, Cedric said as he stepped into the lantern light and looked at the girl, who was probably no more than 10. She looked like a doll left out in the rain, soaked and pale, her hands still bound neatly with the rope his men used. It was also the first time he gave her the chance to see his face, keeping it straight, his eyes cold, using it to his best abilities to scare her. Yet, just as before, she had not cried. Not once, not then, not now. She had only watched him, eyes dark and defiant, her breath already steady again, despite the tremor in her fingers. Incredible, he thought, so he crouched to meet her eyes. You understand why you're here, don't you? No answer, not even a blink. I don't want to hurt you, he lied. The words came out naturally, his voice became even a bit more friendly than before. It was essential to give the prey hope. If it is taken away from them too soon, they may break and give up before giving up the information they want. I want to know, who are you working for, really? Not the bakery, but the one for whom you collect information. He paused, watching, but the girl's face didn't even flinch. Still nothing. But that was more than nothing, a fact that the girl didn't realize. If she were scared, and if she would start to ramble, he would even begin to believe she was honest, that she was just working for a bakery. But the fact she acted like this, it was already enough evidence she was not just a little courier of bread. She was simply making it more painful for herself. You are only ruining your chances, girl, he said as he rose, brushing his coat with a sad sigh. Then, a slap. Mira's lip was split in an instant, and her eyes were swelling from where his hand landed. Yet, there was only a painful yelp, her squinting, but she remained silent after. Do you know how many people in this city speak under pressure? Cedric murmured to no one, walking towards his tools and examining them in a way that she would clearly see, almost all of them. But sometimes, he continued, his voice soft, you find one of the others. One who doesn't break. One who believes something more than they fear death. I don't like those people. They are stupid. Why not just tell it and be free? You get to walk, and others get what they must get. Easy, no? Not that they are anything more than your owners. Be honest to yourself first. He looked at Mira again. What do you believe in, girl? For a brief pause, Mira shuddered, trying to move, to wipe the blood from her lips. But she couldn't do it. Then, she looked up at him, and for the first time she spoke. Her voice was hoarse but defiant. Not in you, you sick bastard. Cedric's lips tightened. She may be a little girl, but she did survive until now on the streets of Velgrada. Well, then he had to get serious. Well, he looked at her with an actual genuine smile. Too bad. Maybe by the end, you will. No screams echoed in the room for the upcoming long hours. Mira never gave him that satisfaction, but her breathing grew ragged. Once it even stopped entirely. Cedric thought she was gone, already lost to shock. But then she gasped life back into herself, a terrible sound of defiance pulled from a body at its absolute edge. But it just made Cedric continue trying other methods. A kind voice, promises of safety, whispers of a great future. Then there were lies that she wasn't the first, and that the others had already betrayed her, that she had been forgotten and discarded. But she knew better, mostly because Auriel had taught them not just to listen and deliver, but to trust one another, to watch each other's backs, to protect names, faces, routes, and codes, because it would defend their new life. She was doing it for herself, and for the others. Living alone on the streets was not a life she wanted to go back to. And she didn't want the others to fall back down either. She wouldn't. When Cedric left the tannery, the rain eased to a drizzle, but it didn't stop. Dawn was crawling up behind the city walls, only slightly easing on the darkness, but being unable to break through the clouds. His coat dripped as he stepped into the carriage, waiting for him outside. Climbing on, the driver said nothing, and neither did he. Inside, he sat in silence for a long moment before finally removing his discolored gloves. His hands were clean as he examined it, a half-smile hanging on his face that very quickly disappeared. This one was not as enjoyable as the previous occasions. He had no answers, something that only happened once before. And that was a long time ago when he was barely starting, only being a bronze-ranked adventurer. "So?" asked a voice beside him, finally acknowledging that he wasn't sitting there alone. "She gave us nothing," Cedric said slowly, looking at Garrick, who was sitting there waiting for his full explanation. "It's worse than we thought," he exhaled. "They're disciplined, trained, and organized. It was a genius move to indoctrinate them. Kids are easily malleable, and this one was surprisingly loyal. I am amazed." "They're children," Garrick snorted. "How hard could it be to break them?" "I don't know," Cedric shrugged, "but she did give away something with her stubbornness. You were right, that bakery is just a front. The problem is that we have nothing to prove it. We can't move openly, or the city lord will strike at us if we do." "The girl," Garrick asked, "will there be consequences?" "Not really," Cedric replied. "She was a nobody. Not even the city lord will move a finger because of an urchin, a life that was already abandoned early. Did you dispose of her body? I don't need traces back to us." At first, Cedric didn't answer. He just looked out the rain-glossed window of the carriage. Mira's silence still echoed louder in his ears now than any confession he had ever heard. "She was brave," he said finally. "Too brave." It wasn't an answer, but Garrick didn't push it. He knew Cedric, and he had never failed him since poaching him from the Adventurers Guild. Back in the bakery, the atmosphere was grim. It had already been long enough to warrant a search for her. It was Lyra who noticed first. Without hesitation, she informed Auriel, who then called a head count and stopped the others from going on new runs, even if it impacted the bakery's reputation or income. Hearing Mira was gone, the rest were eager to go back out and start looking for her. Even Puck came down, and despite his barely subsiding fever, nobody could stop him from going back out and starting to search. It was he who found her. For some reason, he had a feeling of heading to the part of the city where the now swelling canals would dip a little and head out of the city, carrying anything thrown into them down and away. His hunch paid off as he noticed her body bobbing up and down, heading straight to the dip, to be swept down into a vortex and funneled to the outside. There was no hesitation in Puck's movements. He tied a rope around himself, jumped in before the water would pick up speed, and hauled her unconscious body out. He thought she was dead, but no. Despite how broken her face was, she was still breathing. Faintly. But she was. She still fought, and he wouldn't let her die just like that, hurrying with her in his arms directly back towards the bakery. Chapter 47, Silverhaven. The bakery door slammed open so suddenly and hurriedly that it was lucky that only Lyra and I were inside. It could have made any future customers feel unsafe coming to us, mainly because of the sight of greeting us both. I only got back 10 minutes earlier too, finishing my initial search to find clues about Mira. And when I looked up from the counter, I felt my fingers snapping the pencil I was using to circle spots we had already looked at. Lyra was almost frozen in place, watching the same scene I was. Puck standing in the doorway, panting, soaked from the rain. Then he took a step, or rather stumbled, while he held Mira's body in his arms, exhausted. Blood stained the garbs around Mira's broken-looking body, and the fact that it was visible despite the monsoon-like downpour outside was telling enough. Just from where I stood, I could see that one of her eyes was swollen beyond reason, her lips split and her limbs twisting in a way that was too unnatural. One of her arms hung down from Puck's hold, her fingers curled outward like a broken bird's claw. Her legs weren't in a better shape either, facing in the opposite direction than they should. The only good thing was that she was not conscious to feel it all. Maybe she wasn't even alive. I couldn't really see how she would be in that condition. Then, Puck almost collapsed, finally rousing both Lyra and me out of our shock. I was the first to move, vaulting over the counter, the impact of my knees hitting the floor as I managed to misstep. But I was already up and taking Mira's broken body from him before Puck would finally collapse himself. He dropped beside me, gasping for air, his arms weak from bringing her back to us as fast as he could. No, It was more than just that. He was just as drenched, making me realize he literally fished Mira out of the river most likely. Damn it. Just a moment later, Lyra was also there, her arms hovering over Puck's body, not sure where to touch, afraid that he was also hurt or not. Get Puck dry up before he gets sick, I said, my voice cracking. Hey, look at me. Stay with me. I'm fine. Puck coughed a wet, awful sound. I made sure nobody was following or saw me coming back home, but Mira needs help. Yes, she does, I said grimly, looking at her. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth and nose, threading a crimson line down her chin, which was not a good sign. I wasn't a doctor, but I would say she was beyond saving. Come. Lyra pressed a hand under Puck's arms, lifting him from the floor. She needs help, but so do you. Leave her to Auriel, she said, trying to sound sure and comforting, but the way she looked at me told me that she was deeply disturbed and afraid. No wonder, she could also see the shape that Mira was in. Go, I will take care of this. I was already nodding, having an exact idea. But Puck wanted to say something, but I was not interested in wasting more time. She'll die if we debate it. Shade will know what to do. I smiled at the boy, trying to look confident, while I stood up with the girl in my arms, her broken body lighter than it should have been. First, I will visit Marcus. He may have a potion or a doctor at hand, but if not, I still have a token I could use. I just need to find out where Silverhaven is. To my luck, the bad weather didn't relent at all, quite the opposite. It even picked up in strength, now producing wild winds howling through the storm, making my journey to their headquarters relatively isolated. When I entered, kicking the door in with my foot as I kept holding Mira's body under my hood, the noise startled Marcus, making him flinch. Maybe he thought it was the Crimson Ledger coming for them, making him stand stunned at the counter, mid-discussion with a courier of his. But then he noticed the guards behind me who let me in after recognizing me from my previous visits. Yet, just when he was about to calm down, his eyes widened again at the sight of me cradling an injured girl. I need something to stop the bleeding, I said, without explaining much, only searching his gaze to see what his actual reactions are. Probably she has internal bleeding too. I need to stabilize her. Now. To my surprise, Marcus moved fast, barking orders to his people to find the apothecary they had. But that was not like having a doctor. Oh well, it is better than nothing, and every bit of help counts. I watched, as the courier vanished through another door without a word, while I put Mira's body up on the counter. I think I have a weak potion that can keep her from slipping under, Marcus said, pulling a small vial from beneath the counter. The liquid inside was pale green, faintly luminescent, and I didn't stop him from force-feeding it to Mira. But it's not a cure. I understand, just give her a chance. I nodded, moving over just as the apothecary, a gaunt-looking old man with ink-stained fingers, arrived. He took one look at Mira and exhaled sharply, his slit-like eyes opening enough to tell me he had already written her off. This is bad. Her lungs, pulse, all are weak, he muttered, taking a quick hold of her broken wrist. She won't last the hour without intervention, even if I manage to extend her above that. She will still die. Her body is broken beyond reason. Then, for the first time, after the potion was down her throat, she coughed. The first sound I heard from her since Puck brought her back. Then she began to tremble. At least, some kind of struggle was reignited in her. She wanted to live. She will die, the apothecary said softly. Our best option is to end her suffering now. No, I answered him as I stared down at her. Her small face was bruised and still. The freckles across her crooked, broken nose stood out while her busted lips quivered. How much for a full healing potion? I asked, my voice cold. One that could heal it all. I don't think a potion like that is even present in this city. Marcus glanced toward the old man and then back at me while sighing. Those kinds of brews aren't meant for street kids either way, nor is it for simple nobles, Auriel. It is for people who are legendary. So there is a potion like that, I said with a smile, making Marcus blink his eyes in surprise. Good, Shade can get it. I doubt it, he declared, but then added quickly, suddenly becoming unsure, Look, I don't think even your boss could get it. But then he fell silent, remembering he had just gotten himself a deal because of the information about where to find an elven artifact. Maybe, maybe Shade could, but then the question was, would he? It was just a girl, an orphan. Who cared about those? In this city, nobody. Keep her alive until I'm back, I said, as my fists clenched, my knuckles standing out white beneath the skin. But, Marcus added, Auriel? However, I was already out of the room, leaving Mira in their care. My legs moved quickly through the rain as I headed toward the Adventurers Guild, Silverhaven. If I wanted to find where it was and find it fast, it was the place to go to look for answers. I crossed the threshold of the Adventurers Guild without bothering to shake off the water, heading towards the counters. The place was quieter than usual, only the more desperate ones lingering about, while the rest were probably taking a day off in one of the local taverns. No one looked twice at me, well, not until I headed straight to the counter at the far end. Joran, I said. Huh? He looked up from a stack of parchment, his usual easy grin surfacing when he saw me. Auriel, thought you were staying home in this weeping weather. What, the wife kicked you out or something? He joked, but seeing my face, he quickly dropped it. Need to ask something. I leaned in, dripping across the wood and some of the documents he was handling, not that I cared. Silverhaven. If not for my expression, then that word alone wiped the smile right off his face. He went still, like I'd just spat out a forbidden curse or something. Where did you hear that name? He asked, voice low, all trace of humor gone. Why are you asking? Don't mind that, I answered, reaching into my coat and pulling out the wooden token Garen had given me. I placed it on the counter for him to see. By his reaction, he knew more than I initially expected. Sure enough, Joran stared at it like it was a ghost. You are connected, aren't you? He asked, his voice just above a whisper. Don't tell me. The less I know, the better. Were you given this? You didn't steal it, did you? This was a gift I received before coming here, I nodded. A man named Garen gave it to me after pulling my ass back from the dead. Told me to use it if I ever needed a helping hand. That's something. Joran whistled a little and looked around, checking to make sure no one was too close to listen in on us. Then he leaned over the counter. Let's go into the back. He led me on, and when we were alone, he shrugged again, giving the token back to me. Silverhaven isn't a place you just go to. What is it then? I asked. It's an auction house, he said, but not like the ones you know. The city lord does not run it, nor do the nobles. Not even the ledger has authority over it. Really? I asked, surprised. Then who? Some would tell you the Adventurers Guild runs it, maintained for adventurers of a special kind. But, he hesitated, it's run by people stronger than regular folk. They are people the city lord can't touch, and I am serious about it. So, I felt my brow furrow. Are these the guys you told me about? The ones for whom the guild would indeed go to war for? Yeah, he nodded his head slowly. These are retired adventurers. Huh? That caught me off guard. That's it? Retired adventurers? That's it. Joran chuckled dryly, but there was no humor in it. Yeah, but not the kind who quit because of a broken leg or a bad contract. These are people who walked away from adventuring because it stopped being challenging or fun. Many of these types of people once ran the whole guild, Auriel. They got tired of that. His gaze sharpened. You understand what I'm saying? I think I do. I nodded, remembering an old adage. That is to fear those who get old in a profession where many die young. They don't care about kingdoms, don't care about power struggles. Some of them are proper legends to this day. They've seen the worst the world has to offer. And when it couldn't offer them more, they made something of their own. And when did that become boring? They went on their way to find new entertainment. I know that many opened shops. Some opened an auction house, a pretty exclusive one. Silverhaven, I murmured. Exactly. You don't get in, unless invited. You need to be referred to them. He continued, pointing at my hand while I stared at the token. Do you know where I can find them? I do. He sighed again. I once had the luck to deal with a contract of theirs. I was an independent appraiser, about 20 years ago, anyway. I know the place. He paused, then added, but Auriel, when you go there, be sure. They don't tolerate liars or beggars. You go in there, You'd better walk in like someone who deserves to be there, or you'll walk out with less than you came with. If your token is not genuine or you stole it, you won't come out at all. Thanks, I patted his shoulder, smiling. Don't worry, it is genuine. See you soon, and I will have an exciting tale to share with you. Sure, kid, I will hold you to that. He smiled back at me, but I could see he was nervous, which felt nice. It really did. Chapter 48, Celine. Even when I exited the Adventurers Guild, the rain hadn't let up. It kept coming down in heavy sheets that blurred the road, and most importantly, me as I moved towards my new goal. The only thing I was a bit annoyed by was that my cloak was soaked through, clinging to my shoulders like a second skin, and every step towards Silverhaven was like walking on ice, with how slippery the cobbled stone could become. Reaching the place, it was just a building at the corner of the northern part of town. Honestly speaking, I wouldn't have even batted an eye as it was part of a block of houses coming from two streets. As I said, it was on the corner, so its entrance faced two streets at once. But from its appearance, the painted stone, the 3 stories, the simple windows, it was just part of the residential buildings. Or, at least it looked like. There were no signs nor advertisements. No some kind of magical sigil that would be pulsing under the rain, glowing just beneath the surface of the stone. It was just a house. Here goes nothing, I muttered as I entered through the unlocked front door. I was never really religious, nor did I really care about this world's powers, either. But I felt something. I can't put it into words, but the moment I was out of the rain and the door closed behind me, I felt how prey would feel in the forest in the dead of night. It was like I was being watched. Damn it all, I didn't want to be here. That was my honest thought. But Mira was dying. And I have a score to settle because of it. I gripped the token Garen had given me, doing it subconsciously, pulling it out, wanting to raise it high so whoever's consciousness was locked onto me could also see it and not do something hasty. By the time the guards inside the building stepped forward, I had already calmed down a lot. The feeling persisted, but now I could rationalize it that I was indeed watched by someone, causing my mind to pick up on the fact. Looking at the figures, they were tall, armored head to toe, their faces hidden behind smooth, impassive helms that only let their eyes show. Their halberds crossed in front of me without a word, blocking my entrance through the second set of doors within. I didn't complain, I simply stopped short, my heart pounding, glancing at them for a silent moment. "State your business," one of them said. His voice was like gravel, dead and flat. I swallowed hard after realizing my throat was dry when I wanted to answer. I could feel the eyes, not just theirs, the ones that were pressuring me from somewhere, from the windows above. But there were no windows there to see when I looked up. Then, from behind the stone, shaking my head, I reached forward with the token in my hand. I didn't need to say anything, while one of the guards took it without a fuss. I watched as he held it up to the light coming from above, and then pulled out a crystal from his belt. When he brushed the token against it, the thing pulsed. It had a deep echo, glowing and pulsing blue, once, then twice, once again. Like some kind of code. So, it wasn't just a wooden token then. Watching it pulsing, another moment passed. Then the tension shifted when they straightened and pulled back their halberds. "It is authentic," the guard said, but he was probably not talking to me. "Follow." Or maybe. The doors behind the two opened with a groan so deep it rattled in my ears for an extra few seconds, but I followed him without falling behind. It was then that I stepped into Silverhaven. The courtyard inside stunned me. I don't know what I expected. Cold stone, maybe, a stone building, but not this. The path we were on matched my expectations, paved in black stone laced with gold, gleaming even through the downpour, but the marble statues lining the walls, the colorful decorative sculptures and flower beds in the inner open-air courtyard were a sight to behold. While we walked towards the left side of the building, I also noticed that nobody else was present. Only more guards standing at intersections and stairways leading up to the upper floors and to different sections of this place. The rest of the guards didn't even look at me as we walked. They just stood there as if they were also part of the decoration. Eventually, my guiding warden led me down a quieter hallway and up a stone staircase, polished to a mirror sheen, until we stopped at a dark oak door on the third floor. We waited there for about a minute, and I was about to ask what was happening when I heard the lock click once. He opened it immediately without saying anything, ushering me in with a simple glance. Taking a deep breath, I stepped through, feeling the door slam shut behind me. The warmth hit me first, somewhat drying me up. It was then I realized I had probably left a long stretch of water trail behind me. Was it why I was being made to stay still outside the door a little? Maybe. Looking around, there was a fire burning low in a white stone hearth, and the air smelled of something rich and spiced. Tea, maybe, but not like anything I'd ever drunk, that is for sure. The room itself was beautiful. Ornate carpets all around, with tall windows framed by gold thread curtains. Opposite where I stood, two high-backed chairs were facing a small table. And a girl. No? A woman? I couldn't tell her age, mostly because she was not a human. She was a beast folk. Not like the ones I fought before, probably a more mixed-race one, as she had more human characteristics than animal-like. But there they were. Cat ears twitched atop her ash-blonde hair, and her green eyes sparkled with curiosity. She smiled gently, seeing me check her out, cradling a tray with a teapot and delicate little cakes. "Welcome, our honored guest," she said, bowing slightly. "Please come closer and warm yourself." I stood there like a soaked idiot for a full 3 seconds before nodding my head. To my surprise, she took my cloak with a practiced ease and set it on a drying rack by the fire. I tried to say something, but I failed. Was she someone in power? Or was she a maid sent to help me wait for the actual powerhouse of this place? Damn it! Before I could think or ask, I was already sitting. She took the lead so easily that I lost my chance to have it at all. I could only watch as she poured me tea. The cup was fine porcelain, thin as air, and the aroma made my body begin to feel warm and relaxed. Well, if it is drugged, I am already in the middle of it all, so fuck it. I sipped carefully. It burned a little, spiced, strongly. It was not alcoholic, but it was close enough. "Lady Celine will see you shortly," she said, bowing again, so she was indeed a maid. I see. Maybe it was a good thing I remained silent. Keeping it up, I nodded and just sat there, trying to steady my breathing, fingers curled around the cup, and organizing my mind about what to do when I finally had to talk. Meanwhile, I also noted that Mira's eyes wouldn't leave my head. Maybe she was reading me. In a way, no human could. Most likely. I know that dogs could hear your heartbeat, and maybe beast folks have something similar. It could easily help them determine more than a regular human could. Then she smiled. Maybe they can read more than just the speed of one's heartbeat. Then, amidst my thinking, the door opened again. This time I knew who it was before she said a word. It had to be Lady Celine. I was sure because she walked in like she owned the place. Well, she probably owned it. She had that kind of presence. At a glance, she was older than the current me, sure, around her 40s maybe, but not diminished by her age. Dark hair, silver at the temples, with eyes like sharpened amethysts. She smiled when our eyes met. It was calm, measured, and somehow it was genuine. "You must be Auriel," she said. "Yes." I stood awkwardly to bow. Sort of. Anyway, managed it. I was just surprised she knew me by name. "I know the hand that carved this," she said softly, pulling up the token that was probably passed to her by the guard. "It told me all that I need to know." She chuckled, and then she met my eyes again. The warmth in them faded just a little, just to be noticeable. Especially in her voice, she became strictly businesslike. "You have 10 minutes to convince me why Silverhaven should concern itself with your troubles." So it began. She gestured to the chair across from her, and I sat down, recalling all the negotiations I had done in my old life. "I have an employee who is dying as we speak." I didn't bother dressing it up. There was no time for speeches or poetry. I was doing something that you should never do. To tell the other party what you desperately need, because then they can use it against you. But I had a feeling she already knew, and all of this was only to see what kind of man I was. What could they even ask me, anyway? So I was rolling the dice on this. She is one of mine, a runner, just a kid, really. The Crimson Ledger caught her, and someone from them tortured her. They thought she was done for. She wasn't. And I don't want her to fail if she could survive this long. While speaking, Celine sipped her tea like I'd just described a broken fence, remaining impassive about it. And you came here because you have access, knowledge, artifacts, magic, potions. I don't know what, really, but I know you must have something that can save her. I met her eyes while saying it. I'll pay. You speak like you can afford it. She raised an eyebrow in answer. I don't know until I hear it. Any price? She smiled softly. No. She leaned back, her smile widening even further as she continued to study me. Why save her? That caught me. What? Mira. Why her? You run a network, yes? Children come and go. You're not their father. Why spend this visit on them? My jaw locked. So she knew it all, huh? I guessed so. She's 12. So are others. That's not a good enough answer. If it were any of them, I'd be here too. I am their employer. They got tortured in place of me. If they can be saved, I am responsible for it, because I put them in harm's way. No. She leaned forward, studying my eyes. The actual reason is something else. You just don't want to say it yet. There is a potion, she continued, leaning back. Rare. Hard to brew, painful to take, but it would rebuild a broken body. But you're wasting your chance on it. What? I flinched. Asking for that is a waste. She tilted her head. You've brought a token, one boon from Silverhaven, one gift. You could ask for power, wealth, revenge. And you ask, this? No, that doesn't add up. Your token is something others would kill for, because if you asked for the city, that would also not be out of the question. You are lying. It was my time to throw it back into her face, making her raise her brows, and the smile returned to her face. I know this look. I know when someone lies with honeyed words, and I am not falling for it. You wouldn't go that far, as it wouldn't bring you anything. That token is for a favor. I am not stupid. If the favor I would ask for outweighs the effort and profit you need to sacrifice for it, you would refuse. Straight up. Ha 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 ha. True, she giggled, her eyes twinkling a little, but I do think your request is a waste. Not really, I argued again. They think she is dead. She isn't. If she can be saved, she may reveal information that would come in handy in the future. Ah yes, information. True, in your chosen field, it is important, but then give me the complete recipe along with the potion. I cut in before she could finish it. Too much? I asked, and this time I smiled, seeing her reaction. You think you could learn how to brew potions? No, I shrugged, but I have someone in mind who could. I don't have much time. I urged her, remembering how Mira had looked when I left. Interesting, Lady Selene muttered, tapping on the table. What about revenge? I will take it myself, I said with confidence. The Crimson Ledger will have what is coming to them, but it will be achieved by me. I can't learn to run before I can walk. Mm-hmm. She nodded again, slowly standing up. I do accept your request, Auriel. Come. Let me lead you out and give you what you asked for. Chapter 49, Recovery. It was a potion unlike any I had seen before. It's not that I was an expert on them, but I could tell that this one was different. It wasn't a lot, just a small vial akin to the ones you usually had to break open and dump their contents in one go. It shimmered with a special molten silver glow, as if it were starlight liquefied and bottled. Beside it, a thick leather-bound book waited for me to take. Looking closer, I noticed that its title was embossed in gold and written in the local language, yet it felt a bit old. It was as if it used a dialect that was no longer in use. Celine hadn't said anything while I examined the items, and she hadn't even spoken a word when she handed them over. She only gave me a long look, equal parts warning and curiosity, making me gulp. Read it very carefully, she said finally, and don't you ever sell it or give it away. I would know, and I would take it back, along with interest. I may sell information, I countered, touching the book and looking into her eyes, but not everything is up for sale. If I don't have leverage for myself, I won't go far. Mm-hmm. She blinked her eyes slowly, leading me out of the building, visibly ending our short meeting and discourse. It seemed that during our meeting, the favor I had was used up. In the end, she opened the door, and just like that, I was dismissed. When I stepped back out into the rain, it was no longer as heavy as before. Looking up towards the grey clouds, it had softened to a mist instead, and people were also back on the streets. I could hear the reopening of doors and reappearing figures coming out of their shelters. Mira didn't have time to spare. This reminded me to start walking, hurrying back to Veron and Sons, hoping that I wasn't gone for long enough to be late. Otherwise, I would have used up a lifeline for nothing. Inside the small room where they put her, Mira lay in the middle of it all, not on a bed, but on a table. Her clothes were changed into cleaner sheets as they wiped her body off, and when I uncovered her, I had the first actual close view of how badly her body was broken. It was a miracle that she managed to stay alive until now. I watched as her chest rose in short, uneven bursts, and her right arm remained twisted at a crooked angle. But her legs were worse. Even in my old life, I think the doctors would have suggested amputating them instead of trying to save them. "So, what now?" Marcus asked when I entered, while the others only looked on. I could tell that his brother, Willem, scrutinized me suspiciously, while his son, Relen, was simply curious. But I was kind of sure that none of the three present with me believed in Mira's survival. And I could understand why. Taking a deep breath, I didn't answer him. Instead, I dropped the book onto the table beside Mira and pulled the vial from my coat. "Is that... no, is that Murian leather and text?" Willem asked, his eyes widening a little. I never heard that name, but I will have to ask it subtly and not tell them I have no idea what they are talking about. Maybe my silence was thought to be confirmation because Willem fell silent, pulling back his hand before touching the book without my permission, subconsciously reaching out for it. "What is that? Murian?" Relen asked, but Willem just waved a hand, not answering. "No. Fucking... way," Marcus gasped when I pulled the potion out of my pocket, carefully holding it between my fingers. This time around, only Marcus was shocked, while for the other two, the liquid in my hand seemed to mean nothing. Maybe Mira sensed it as she whimpered once, tossing weakly before me. Her eyes fluttered open for half a second, meeting mine. Unlike before, they were dull and glassy and never really focused. And then they rolled back. "Here goes nothing," I whispered, even though I knew she couldn't hear me. "You're not dying today, kiddo." I slid an arm under her neck to lift her just enough. Her body felt so light and broken, as if I was holding a bag filled with shattered porcelain, trying not to cause them to splinter into even more pieces. Then I broke the top end of the vial, and the room suddenly smelled of sweetness. It was like someone shoved a giant cotton candy under my nose. Without thinking why, I gently tipped it into her mouth, letting it flow onto her tongue and down her throat. She swallowed reflexively, and when it was all gone, I let her lie back, watching and waiting. "What was that smell?" Relen asked. "Did it work? Doesn't seem..." Then Mira's back arched violently, and she screamed like a banshee. The sound tore through the room like scratching against a blackboard. All four of us flinched, taking a step back in shock. Then, without thinking, I leaned over the table, trying to hold her. Mira thrashed in my arms so violently that I had to pin her down, no longer caring about her shattered bones. Her limbs, the ones that had been broken and twisted, started moving, producing loud hair-raising crunches. They were being realigned by force. Her legs straightened with a horrible crunch, the skin around them reopening and then merging back to new, gaining a pinkish color as if something beneath it was knitting her muscles and flesh together. Not something... It was the potion flowing through her body. Her fingers spasmed, and her bruised skin flushed with sudden color as blood vessels beneath the surface seemed to thrum and twist before resetting themselves. I swear I could hear her heartbeat while it was happening. It was like actual drums. Then her jaw locked and her teeth gnashed together before relaxing for another scream. It was even worse this time, raw and primal, making her voice sound like an animal and not a child. Then her ribs shifted, realigning with a sickening series of cracks, as if tiny snakes wiggled under her thin body. If not for my current state of mind, I think I may have looked sick just from watching it happen. Was this normal? I don't know, but this wasn't healing. This was rewriting the body. I was surprised at how much strength she had at that moment. I had to use both hands to keep her pushed down while sweat poured down Mira's face as her body jerked, seized, and then finally fell limp once again. Seeing her unmoving once more, I leaned closer, putting my ears against her nose and watching her chest. It was moving, and she was breathing. It wasn't haphazard or irregular anymore. It was slow but perfectly steady. Yes, she was still unconscious, but the sickly hue was gone from her skin, and instead it became pinkish. Best of all, her limbs looked whole again. To make sure, I touched her forehead, and it was warm, but no longer burning with fever. She pulled through, I exhaled, saying it more to myself than anyone else. What the fuck was that? Willem asked suddenly, gasping, coming out of his shock, unbelieving of what he had seen. I didn't answer, because I had no idea. Instead, I just pulled the blanket up over Mira's now straightened frame and sat down on one of the chairs, letting out another long breath. Glancing at Marcus, he was shocked not by what he saw, but by what he knew he saw. Now, how do I extract all the information out of him without showing the man that I was also in the dark? Lord Valcroft of Corvar was not easily disturbed, not by political maneuvering, but by the subtle minor riots that the Crimson Ledger has been paying for here and there. Not even by the steady encroachment of their businesses on his personal interests. Yes, their mercantile claws had dug deeper into his city each year, but he was confident that if they tried to overstep their boundaries, he could stop them. For now, they still had a use, but their importance was waning, and waning fast. He was aware of the risks, but he believed that he played the game well, keeping the local nobles fat, keeping the coin flowing, and keeping the streets relatively clean. But the sudden news he received when his spy master slid a slim envelope across his desk, opening and reading its contents, Valcroft's chest tightened and his back straightened. "Silverhaven?" he asked. Yes, the pale man with blue eyes inclined his head, most of his features hidden behind wet, still dripping cloaks. An individual entered and exited this morning. He was young, around his mid-20s. I looked up the registries, and from what I gathered, his name is Auriel. Never heard of him. Valcroft steepled his fingers. Auriel, not a noble, not a guild leader, not one of ours. So, who is he? Why haven't I heard his name if he has a link to that place? We don't know, my lord. It seemed that he was just a lower-level figure arriving in our city weeks ago. He did nothing major for us to take notice of. For now, he muttered, trying to find excuses. What we know is that he is associated with a bakery in the southern district, also recently seen in the company of Marcus Veron, and the bakery was previously part of the Veron's property. Now that got his attention. He sat back, eyes narrowing, already connecting it to the news of the elven artifact. Marcus Veron had been a valuable asset of late, and now someone tied to him had walked into Silverhaven. Coincidences? No, not really. Not ever. It was evident that this new figure had a hand in everything that was happening under his nose. Thinking about his next step, Valcroft tapped the envelope thoughtfully. "You're certain of everything?" "What we could gather, yes." The spy master nodded. Witnesses confirmed the guards acknowledged the boy's entrance. The man was not detained either, and after a short time he exited carrying what appeared to be a sealed item, looking like a tome. Then he made an exchange inside. Valcroft grunted, squinting, biting his lower lip. That could be good and bad, depending on whose side he is on. While speaking, the room grew colder, or maybe it only felt that way, thanks to his tone. Even as City Lord, Valcroft didn't make demands of Silverhaven. No one did. They were independent and had their own law unto themselves. You can't force them to do anything, but luckily they were sensible enough not to interfere with the city's work, since they had been established for the past few hundred years. In fact, Valcroft had also struck several advantageous agreements with them over the years. Yet his dealings were possible because he was the city lord. Still, if they'd moved in someone's favor, especially someone tied to someone so low-standing as Marcus, that was not something to ignore. Well, he could easily deduce that it wasn't Marcus who had introduced this newcomer, But the fact remained that it seemed accepting Veron and Sons into his fold was a big boon. "Double the watch on Veron and Sons," Valcroft said softly. "Keep eyes on this, Auriel. No interference, not yet, at least. If Silverhaven has made a deal, I want to know why. I want to know who has just moved into my city." "It will be done, my lord." The spymaster bowed and disappeared like a shadow, as if he had never been there in the first place. Grabbing a cigar, Valcroft rose and walked to the tall windows of his study, lighting it up. Watching while blowing smoke through his nose, his city stretched out below him, grey rooftops glistening with rain as the clouds finally parted and gave way to sunlight. Somewhere out there, a new piece had just entered the board. And maybe it was time to finish the game with the Crimson Ledger, even if it was going to be bloody. Chapter 50. Murian. Finally, Mira was breathing normally. I could even hear her do so, thanks to the silence that fell over the room after all was done. But the silence itself was a bit uncomfortable now, because no one present was looking at her anymore. Their eyes were on me, or more precisely, on the book, the empty vial, and the fact that I came back with something so valuable to be used on a simple street kid. Not even my own kid. Well, the important part was over, so I tucked the vial away, not wanting to leave behind anything from Silverhaven. Who knows if the glass turns out to be made from some ancient material or whatever. While doing so, it was Marcus who broke the silence first. "You've got some connections, I'll give you that," he muttered, still staring at the empty spot where the potion had been. That wasn't something you pick up from a street vendor. Who is your boss, really?" I didn't say anything, not that I could just say it was me and that I used a quick cheat. So, to keep the mystery up, I adjusted the book's position on the table and looked down at Mira's now healed form, with what I hoped passed for studied detachment. "You're just going to leave that there?" Willem asked, glancing from the leather tome at me with a bit more provocative tone, but I could feel he was just testing me. He wasn't going to go for it. "Unattended? Try to steal from Silverhaven." I leaned back a bit while saying this, just enough to look casual, even as I kept one boot hooked around the leg of the chair, anchoring myself in case I was reading him wrong, and he would indeed try something. "You both seem tempted," I continued slowly, letting the silence stretch just a heartbeat longer. "Didn't think you'd recognize it." "Huh." Marcus looked at me sharply and then at his brother, signaling him to be more careful with his words. Then, glancing at his son, the one who was just as lost as I, Marcus exhaled and gave a quiet laugh. "Recognize it? Auriel, that book is written in Murian. Anyone worth a damn can recognize the curved letters of that language." I raised one brow, nothing more. "So?" "Wait." Rellan suddenly blinked his eyes. "Wait, you can read Murian?" I didn't answer him, and I just let the question hang. I can't, duh. But it seemed neither could they, or at least it wasn't something common. "I am not surprised that he can—" Marcus, bless him, turned toward his son and brother instead of pressing me, shaking his head. "Murian," he continued, his tone shifting to something more, maybe reverent. Or childlike, a mix of the two, really. That language was the tongue of the very first alchemists of humanity. That was long before the kingdoms. Hell. It was before the Adventures Guild formalized anything. It was in the days when we, as humans, were still the youngest species. "I only know what every scholar repeats," Willem nodded, looking at the book. "The humans learned alchemy from the elves. Some even theorize that they made us help gather ingredients all over the continent. That's why you can find a human anywhere. We learned from watching them make potions, creating extracts, and learning the skill without them actually teaching anything. All of it. And then we freed ourselves. Later on, if it is true, it was the Murian scholars who codified it when we were no longer under their thumbs. Supposedly, they were the ones who started pushing it beyond what the elves used it for. They tried to bottle elven magic." "If that's true," Rellan muttered, "I still wonder why the elves didn't stop us from doing it." "Who said they didn't?" Willem scoffed, not missing a beat. "That's why Muria doesn't exist anymore. The whole lot, our ancestors, everybody was wiped out. Some say it wasn't the elves who did it, but they had to be afraid that their own secrets would be exposed. I heard that the elves believed that it was their own fault That they tried to make something they couldn't control hogwash, I say. Otherwise, why would we always be at odds with the pointy-eared bastards? This feud goes back a long time. Regardless, Marcus added, feeling the topic was going way off its course, although I was really enjoying it. Their language survived longer than the people. Of course, it is not a spoken tongue anymore, mind you. Nobody speaks Murian. But their script, their potion craft terminology, it's still used today, and every master alchemist learns it. They don't really have a choice, really. I gave a small nod, trying to look like I was recalling that from memory rather than learning it on the spot. So, it is like this world's Latin, eh? It makes sense. The logic is there, and I could connect the dots. Your potion, Marcus continued slowly, turning back to me, was Murian too. He said it like he was announcing a royal decree or recalling some kind of miracle. Well, kind of, because the way it corrected bones and flesh was very much miraculous. I hummed while I didn't blink. And? He stepped closer to the table, glancing once at Mira before resting both palms on the surface beside the book, gulping and probably a bit aggravated by my simple answers, as if I didn't understand the importance of what just happened. I've only heard stories, he said, from one of the old trade guilds I was working at while training in the art years back. They got access to some banned materials for a week before the local adventurers guild swooped in to take it all away. They described a Murian regenerative potion as top tier, not for sale. I can even imagine it being the same thing. Something that can only made by Silverhaven-like alchemists and only brewed in ritual quantities. That's just your guess. But I remember. They took it, and anyone wanting to speak up against it was put down then and there. Willem gave a long sigh. I can now see why. For a moment, we all remained silent, and Marcus looked at me like he was trying to solve a puzzle he'd already convinced himself he couldn't afford. He was trying to figure out how deep my, or in this case, Shade's pocket went. That potion, he gulped, probably could revive a man even after his heart stops. Heal injuries like hers, limbs, organs, bones, all in one go, and not just mend them or correct them. You saw it. It could rebuild as they were meant to be. He looked pale now, his lips drying up as he began licking them. One dose of that. It's worth more than Varen and Sons. Probably, I offered with a shrug. Good thing I didn't pay for it then. Marcus blinked, caught off guard as the other two also leaned closer, trying to figure out if I was joking or not. It was a favor, I added. They owed Shade. It was a white lie, of sorts, and there was a different silence after that. It is different if they think that Shade could make something like Silverhaven owes him, rather than having a pocket filled with gold and being able to buy anything he wants. There is a big difference in that. I watched as Marcus was revising his mental ledgers, and I could see where he was drawing the line, slowly nodding his head. And I saw that for the first time he was afraid of who was behind me. Does he often deal with them? He asked, his voice dry. Now. Slow down, Marcus. You are already starting fishing. But I needed him to talk, not question, so it was time to play the merchant's game, give and take. I can't tell. I'm not the only one he works with. I gestured to the book. Are you interested in its contents, I assume? Of course. He nodded at once. What do you think? I continued. Would Silverhaven do if you read what was not meant for you to read? How would they know? Rellin asked, only to receive a glare from Willem. Believe me, they would know. But how? We won't even know. Marcus grunted, holding his head, shrugging while shaking his head. Willem is right. People of their kind will know. But I do have a proposition, I said, using their short discourse to develop my own plans. The fact that I got myself an ancient potion book means I have the go-ahead to start making them. For that, I will need resources. Who better to get them for me than Marcus? I'm listening, he said, seeing me fall silent for a minute. For now, I can't tell you everything. But the fact that Shade requested this book, I put my hand on it, tapping its front cover, also means he has plans for it. He can make potions, Rellin suddenly cried out, and it also made the other two of them step backward for a beat. Oh, so potion makers were highly regarded, I knew that much, but... Look, I shrugged. Even I don't know, okay? But he may be or may have someone who can. Anyway, what I'm saying is, if he needs stuff for it, you may be of help getting it. I don't think we can get anything that goes into such a potion, Marcus mumbled, which of course was true. However, I wasn't going to exclude the opportunity. It was better to have one than to miss one. Who knows? Maybe he will need something else from you. Anyway, the fact that we are partners and you are our first actual help in this city makes it only logical that we reciprocate accordingly. As you can see, I pointed at Mira, Shade takes care of his people, no matter who they are. Slowly, the three exchanged glances, and I could see their heads nodding before turning back towards me. If there is a potion coming about from this, I pointed at the book, then it could be sold through you. What? What? I asked back, surprised by their yelling. I thought you would jump on the opportunity. We don't have the clientele to sell something like that, Marcus cried out, feeling his face flush. We just entered the ranks to trade with local nobles and now you are in bed with the city lord. I raised a hand, reminding him, you have the clientele, and if so, you could even strengthen your position in his court. Look, it is yours to work the details out. I am just telling you that if it comes to that, Shade will probably come to you with the opportunity. If you want to refuse, it is fine, but he likes to work with people he can trust. We are honored, but… Marcus gulped, his mind failing to think of anything proper, visibly lost in a sudden confusion. Plus, we have the same enemy, I added, standing up, picking up the book, and glancing at Mira's sleeping figure. The ledger, Willem muttered, making me nod my head. The Crimson Ledger. Just so you know, the ledger will be gone. I don't know how or when, but they will cease to exist, along with anyone they are involved with. Confident words, Willem scoffed, but I just shot him a glare that shut him up. I know how people like them work, I continued, not breaking our eye contact. I have learned that there are moments when it is unwise to try to reason or find a middle ground. Sometimes, to make sure the future will be worry-free, we raze it to the ground and salt the earth. Make sure nothing will grow, especially not a chance for revenge. Hearing Rellin gulp, I couldn't help but form a small smile, turning towards Marcus, who was opening his mouth to ask a question. Is this how Shade feels too? It is why he employs me, I answered. The Crimson Ledger will be gone, and I will make sure it happens. From righteous to villain. Chapter 51, Textbook. When I arrived back home at the bakery, the sun was beginning to set. By then, the rain had long since stopped, and the streets had returned to their usual bustle as people began emerging from their homes to do whatever they could before it was time to go to sleep. I expected more weird looks, but really not many of the people passing by me bothered to think why I was holding an unconscious child in my arms while walking. Not that I would bother with explaining, it was good enough for me that Mira was going to live. When I entered the bakery, the front was dark, and the shutters were already drawn down. However, there was warmth inside, coming from the ovens that had probably been working an hour before. The accompanying smell of fresh goods reinforced this idea as I closed the door behind me and headed upstairs, where, to my surprise, everyone else was waiting. Lyra was wiping her arms, just finishing giving the kids bread and some cheese, clearly anxious, until she realized I had returned. The others, including Puck, leaned back in their chairs, wide-eyed and silent, looking at me and then at Mira, unsure if she was dead or not. I didn't speak right away, glancing at Puck, noticing that he was already looking better, although he had a running nose, the little bastard. The thought made me smile, and as I did so, I gave a slow nod, causing their eyes to light up. It's fine, I said. Mira's going to make it. But come on, let's get her to a room and let her rest. The air changed instantly within the bakery. The tension was gone, and it could be felt. Lyra let out a breath she'd clearly been holding for far too long and wiped at her eyes quickly, pretending she wasn't. Puck, even with her sore throat, cheered, while the other just slumped to the floor with a grin like they had just survived a war. One of the other girls, Salah being her name, whispered a prayer under her breath before hugging the others. She's really okay? Lyra asked, coming up to me and finally taking Mira out of my hands. Clearly she's not dancing yet and probably won't run around after she wakes up. But yeah, I said, she'll live. I didn't explain how, at least not now. I didn't need to anyway, not before the kids. The potion, the screams, the reshaping of her bones. Yeah, that was a story I could tell some other time. Or never. Of course, I would tell Lyra, but the kids… Nah, they don't need to know. For now, all of you need to stay here, I added, my voice turning firm as I looked at Puck and the rest. No runs, no watching the market, no errands unless I say so. Got it? But… Puck began speaking, but I cut him off. We were targeted, for a brief moment. Stay on your butts. Understood? Yes. They all nodded in the end. Good. Get back to eating, you little bastards. I chuckled, glancing at them one by one, then get some sleep. When they returned to eating, I went with Lyra to put Mira to rest, and she stepped up to me after we closed the door to the small room. You're not going to rest? In a bit, I said. Let the kids finish and go to sleep, then I can relax too. But first, we need to talk. Come on, I whispered, holding her hand without thinking and pulling her into our own room. It was, just as anything in this home, cramped but warm. Homey. I was fond of cozy little rooms anyway, so it didn't really bother me at all. Even if the bed wasn't much, tucked against the far wall, opposite a narrow desk stacked with notes, our day-to-day ledgers, and the occasional sweet wrapper I kept meaning to throw out when Lyra brought me something to snack on. I put a kettle on the small burner in the corner, lit it up, and decided to make some coffee. Its scent quickly filled up the room, and I was already starting to relax my mind. I guess something did happen, Lyra said as she shut the door behind us and watched as I dropped the Murian book onto the desk with a dull thud while waiting for my brew to finish. What's this? One of the happenings, I shrugged, sitting on the edge of our bed. A book for potion making, straight from the Murians. Never heard of them, Lyra muttered, no change in her expression. Is it important? Kinda. I nodded with a smile, but I wasn't going to scare her with the book's origin. Maybe it was best if she didn't think about it too much. I know that if people realize something is hard, they can erect their own mental barriers just because of it. A fresh mind should be more useful this time around. Turns out, the token we were gifted came in super handy. This was part of that, and what saved Mira's life. Does it have spells, runes, some weird enchantments that make it scream when you open it? She kept asking, sounding amazed. She touched the cover, but was a bit apprehensive about opening it, only carefully fingering it. Good question, I smirked. Let's find out because I didn't open it yet. With that, I put my hands on hers and flipped it open before she could pull them away. Of course, there were no screams, and no blinding light erupted from it. It was a book. Just smooth, aged parchment and neat, impossibly fine handwriting that ran down the page like water over stone, making me think about how artists write just to show off their skills. But, surprisingly, underneath each set of Murian writing, there was a neat, precise translation. I blinked my eyes in disbelief, leaning closer. The left-hand column was pure Murian script for sure, written in elegant and archaic cursive letters. But the right side, Common Tongue, is one that I could read. Line for line, there were not just direct translations, but full explanations and notes, addendums, and extra paper stitched to it that could be folded out, containing an even deeper exploration. The writer, the translator, had added supplements, clarification lines, and margin comments wherever he could. Some even included diagrams showing how to shape pressure, heat, and infusion rates, with lists of alternative solutions if some ingredients weren't possible to use. I recognized the structure. No way. This is a textbook, I muttered. A what? This is not just a formula book, it's a training manual, like the kind you'd find at a university. One that was used by a very diligent student. I traced a finger along the margin, reading the words. There's a progression detailed here. And then basics, then core principles, then compound variations. Whoever owned this book either wrote this for someone who had no idea what they were doing, or this documents an alchemist's road to becoming a master. Visibly excited, Lyra leaned in beside me, brushing her hair behind one ear, sitting down and snuggling up to me. After flicking through it a little, we found that the page we were on showed the preparation of a base stabilizer and a neutral suspension medium meant to preserve infused magical properties. The explanation attached to it broke down the process into 12 exact steps. Heating cycles, stirring rates, and anchoring with supplements that stabilized volatile reagents. "This is really clear," she murmured. "What do you mean?" I asked. Because, on the other hand, I was wholly lost in the details. This was way too complex. "I mean, it reminds me of when I first tried to make my cinnamon chili twists," she said, tapping the margin notes. "These temperatures here. That's how I tested glaze crystallization with ginger syrup. And that spiral stirring technique, I've done that. Not with potions, but when balancing caramel with lemon zest." I stared at her. "What?" she asked, suddenly blushing, our faces only a few centimeters apart. "Lyra," I said slowly, "you're telling me this reads like a recipe book to you?" She blushed even harder, clearly uncertain if I was teasing her. "Kind of. Not all of it, of course. I'd need to test some of these steps a few times, for sure. But the logic? Yeah. It's how you work with unstable dough, or one that is made from subpar ingredients. Back home, I had to struggle with that a lot when we didn't have enough funds to afford quality yeast or something. When I had to deal with quick-reacting yeast, some ingredients don't blend, you see. They like unruly children, and they like to fight. You have to find the compromise." I leaned back a little, rubbing my jaw, looking back and forth between her and the book. "This is exceptionally great news. No, this is supremely great news." "You think you could actually try this?" I asked, gulping down my excitement. "If we had the ingredients?" she asked back, looking at the page again, squinting, concentrating. "Maybe." She didn't sound arrogant. She was even unsure and nervous, but she didn't say no. "Good then. There's a section missing, though," she added, flipping a few pages, interrupting me. "All these recipes reference things like red root resin or gossamer milk, or some that I can't even pronounce. But there's no explanation, Auriel. It's assuming we already have the knowledge." "Or a botanical codex." I nodded, seeing the issue here. "Yeah, I noticed that too." It made sense now. This book was meant to be part of a larger set, I guess. Maybe part of a curriculum. Whoever originally used it would have had access to not just the recipe book, but also catalogs, labs, and a mentor. This was just one book, and we had none of the others. Still, it is a start. We had this. "You know," I said, watching her eyes move over the text, "most people look at that kind of alchemy and run the other way." "Well, as far as I gathered so far." "Believe me, I would too." She snorted playfully. "But if I have something so clearly detailed, it reads much more easily that way. Also, most people haven't tried making eggless meringue with heat-sensitive spices and 3 kinds of powdered sugar." "I don't know what that means, but it sounds fair." I chuckled, happy to see that she also had a braver side to herself that was beginning to bloom. It was good to see. Beginning to think about how to get information about the ingredient part of our potion issue, I stood and paced the small room for a moment, considering my options. The book had been a gamble, not even my main goal, but that woman in Silverhaven pushed it on me. When I got it, I expected something cryptic, something that would take months to decode, if not years. So this was a pleasant surprise. Instead of gibberish, I had gotten a manual. "I don't want you risking anything yet," I said, turning back toward her, "not unless you're sure." "I'm not sure of anything," she said, closing the book gently, "but I want to try, if we can get the ingredients. This is potions, Auriel. I don't think we can do it without having the correct plants." "I am glad you are this eager." I nodded, seeing her look away for a moment. "I couldn't do anything for Mira," she continued, "but if I can learn this, if I can make potions, then next time, maybe I can." I sat beside her, nodding slowly, taking her hands and patting them. "We'll need to find out what those ingredients are. Get access to some kind of botanical registry." "I know someone at the market who sells dried herbs," she said. "She's old, half-blind, and says weird things like blessed by root water. But she knows her plants. She might be able to help." "Ha!" I laughed. "But who cares? It is worth a shot. Do it quietly, though. We must not let any hint slip that we're working with Murian knowledge." "Obviously," she said with a roll of her eyes. Seeing her do that, I laughed again. Suddenly, everything felt good, like a cork popping on a bottle sealed too long, ready to celebrate. I felt myself being fired up. Then I reached over and placed a hand on the book's cover. This thing's going to change everything. While you ask around with the half-crazy herbalist, once again, I'm about to visit the Adventurers Guild. Somehow, I am feeling lucky. Chapter 52. Brannick. It was a day later, right after Mira woke up, asking if she was in heaven or not. Of course, she was surprised she was alive, breaking into tears, having us console her all day long until she finally calmed down. As for questions, that could wait. First, let her recover mentally as best as she can, then I can ask her the question that I was thinking of. Walking down from the second floor, the bakery smelled like cinnamon, as Lyra worked the ovens and prepared for the early morning rush. She had gotten up early again, no real surprise there, and was baking something that made my stomach rumble, wanting a bite of it. Upstairs, Mira was still asleep, along with Puck, who felt responsible for finding her and did not really want to let her out of sight right now. Good, I will have to make them work in pairs whenever they return to the streets. Shaking my head, I refocused my mind as I had a goal in mind, and it wasn't sweet rolls or organizing the kids' future schedules. Hungry? Lyra asked as she pulled up a tray that already had a rolled-up chocolate-covered bun on it. Take this if you are heading out. Thanks, I smiled, picked it up and bit into it. It was still warm and perfect. It was just, if you can make potions like this in the future. You mean putting effects into bread? She asked. But I thought she was joking, but of course she wasn't, and suddenly I couldn't tell if it was possible or not. Maybe someone already thought of it, maybe not. Huh. I didn't mean that, but, I said honestly, tilting my head as I looked at her, if you think it can be done, why not? I don't know if it can be. Hey, I don't even know how to make a potion, she suddenly added, waving a finger at me. Sure, sure. Well, I'm heading out, trying to find something that will let us test the recipes inside that book. What should I tell those who come for buying the freshest ones? She asked, using our simple lingo to sell information. Tell them we will be back in business in 3 days, and tell them you have a free piece ready already. I do? What? Tell them that the Crimson Ledger has attacked someone who had visited Silverhaven. For a moment, Lyra's eyes widened, but then she began thinking, biting her lower lip. Auriel, is this a good idea? I mean, it is not a lie. It is the truth, and it is information. A pretty big one if you ask me. But nobody can fault us for it. It is just the truth. I shrugged. Even if it was a risk, I was going to pay back the ledger. And I will start doing it now. Just tell them. Let them know it's free. Then they will know it can be spread. You'll see. Ha. Okay. She sighed, shaking her head and chasing away the worry. I'll do so. I will be back soon. I nodded, smiling at her, and then exited the bakery, heading to my target before the sun even rose above the horizon. The Adventurers Guild, compared to last time when it was raining, was already full of people handing the door to each other as they moved in and out. Entering the hall, it was filled with the mix of rough laughter, and somewhere in the back, someone had already started arguing over a botched contract with one of the tellers. I could pick it out. The pay was too low or something. With a shrug and a half-smile, I weaved through the noise and the smelly people. Most of them barely glanced my way anymore, as I was a familiar face here, seen often helping the others out. Someone even stopped me, asking some questions, and to my own surprise, I could point them in the right direction, to the right contract on the wall. Damn. Am I actually working here now, or what? Back again? One of the receptionists asked with a raised brow as I reached the far end of the guild. Couldn't resist your charming faces, I shot back, examining his face, nodding toward Joran's empty station. Is he not in? He is. The receptionist pointed to the left, and as I leaned over the counter, I saw him in the back room. Of course, it was still early in the morning. With a hop, I vaulted over the counter, and nobody tried to stop me, and of course, he was already waving me over, a sandwich in one hand and a mug in the other. Don't tell me you're here for work again, he grunted after I walked in. You know we have an opening for desk duty. No, I did not know. I wasn't asking. I was offering. He chuckled, slurping on his coffee. I'd rather gargle acid, I replied, rolling my eyes and pinching the ridge of my nose. I like helping once in a while, but doing it as a job? I'm not insane enough. Come on, boy, it is not that bad, he muttered. So, how was it? He asked, keeping his voice low, closing the door so we could talk in private. It went fine. Just fine? He asked, trying not to push it too much, knowing that it may be something I can't talk about. But he did know where I went and that I was back. For now, let's just say I am here because I got in. Look, I need to talk ingredients, I said, and that made him blink. Ingredients? Joran leaned back slightly. You're serious? He asked, his voice rising a little as he scanned me up and down. I am. I need knowledge about the specific ingredients for potions, not potion recipes, but ingredients, descriptions, with pictures if possible. Damn. He made a face before biting on his sandwich. Right. So what's the angle? You switching careers to potion making now? No, probably not. But let's say I've got a drawing. I know the route, I know where the X is, but I'm missing the details of the map. It is still blank. Oh, I got it. Here, I pulled out a short note with some of the samples I had written down. I got a lot of old names for herbs, very much archaic stuff. I was hoping you'd point me towards someone or something who deals in herbal remedies. This is not a simple list, kid. Joran narrowed his eyes at the note, setting his mug down. I can't tell you if I know anything about these. Damn, I never heard anything like it. What are you trying to brew? Something that turns you into a god? Only if they come with a refund clause, I said dryly. No, this is serious. Can you help me? Maybe, he muttered. But Auriel, I need more. I may be able to help you, but I know the level we are talking about. I can send you to a place, but if what they sell is only good for giving back the morning stiffness to a cripple. Geez, Joran, do you think I would try to make Viagra with herb names like those? What's a Viagra? He asked, his first time hearing it. Never mind. Look, I need to figure out the rest. Some of the ingredients don't even match anything in current registries. So it is an ancient one, eh? Joran scratched at his chin, his eyes flashing. Sounds Murian. I didn't react, of course, but the second flicker in his eyes told me he caught the truth anyway. Look, we don't keep a catalogue of extinct or high-level ingredients, Auriel, but there's a guy, old crazy coot named Brannick. Lives near the East Wall Market, as far as I recall. He used to be a botanist before he spent too much time chewing firecaps and began talking to his plants. The last I heard, he swears half the herbs today are lies cooked up by bureaucrats. That the quality had fallen so far as to sell us cheap counterfeits, and that we should rebel against the system. He has gone totally cuckoo. Sounds nice. I grunted, making him chuckle. But he's got records. Old ones, kid. Not just that, he has maps, codices, and stuff even the guild doesn't have copies of. Is he trustworthy? I asked, already interested. No, but he's honest about being nuts, which is more than I can say for most vendors. Anyway, he may be genuine or a total hack. The thing is, I have nothing else. We can look for something, but… Noted, I said, shrugging. Thanks. Thank me after you get what you need. Will do. By the way, is there anyone in this city you don't know? Only the kind of people I don't want to do anything with. He answered with a chuckle, watching me leave. The East Wall Market was still in the middle of waking up when I arrived. The stalls and their tents were only half raised, and a pair of fruit sellers were arguing over stall space, being too close. Competition. Why not just sell different fruits? Anyway, ignoring the noise and the scent of strong spice and dried meat wafting through the wind, I followed Joran's directions until I found what could only be Brannick's place. Joran, you have got to be kidding me. I cursed under my breath. It was a crooked wooden shack squatting between a dye shop and a cart repair stall, its door hanging open like a broken jaw with a knocked-out front row of teeth. There was a tangle of vines hanging from the roof like a beard and a bundle of crazy-looking wind chimes made from old spoons. Brannick, I called out before entering, and it was a good thing I did. A pile of rags on a stool right next to the door shifted, and a man emerged from the rags, or what was left of one. He could easily play it off as a zombie. His beard looked older than the city, and his robes were stained with dirt, oil, wine, piss, and shit. Maybe, going by the smell, and his eyes, Ugh, they were the unsettling color of rotting flesh. I told you this place is mine. Wait, no. Customer? In here? Really? He asked, one eye squinting suspiciously. I'm just here with some questions. Then you are trouble, he cackled, standing with a wobble. Well, whatever. Come, come. Step around the lavender, please. It's grumpy before noon. I don't know what that meant, but I stepped carefully, brushing past drying herbs and a table covered in books, jars and scribbled notes written on what might have been old bread wrappers. To my surprise, it wasn't that stinky in here. It was mossy, earthy, but kinda relaxing. I'm looking for identifications, I said, focusing my thoughts. Old names for reagents. I've got a list. I pulled out the scribbled terms from the book, and Brannick snatched the note with a claw-like hand before I could react and scanned the paper, mumbling, red root. Not root at all. It's a mushroom. Bleeds red when split from the stern. Found near sulfur beds. Rare. Dangerous. No, no, no. You don't want it. Likes cursed soil. Gossamer milk. Spider secretions, but only from a breed long gone from the surface. It might still exist underground. Not here. Far away. Where? I asked, suddenly shocked he knew what they meant. Joran, are you really just a clerk? Underground, Brannick repeated as if I were the fool, looking at me scoldingly. You want exacts? Bring me a live one. No, I don't want extracts. I need the plants. Whatever. Look, anything still available in the city? Brannick picked through a crate, tossing things aside while mumbling, sometimes reading the short note I handed him. Finally, he produced a battered notebook, its cover stained with dozens of marks, but its spine looked intact. This is what you want. Old names, yes, yes. Cross-referenced with my own usage, church records, and even apothecary slang. My master's mania. I hated it. Celibate? Not for me. No, no, no. I like women. Just women don't like me. Anyway, it's not complete, but if you're serious, it'll help. What's the price? Brannick squinted. You got bread? Plenty. I answered, but I wasn't sure if he was asking about bread or money. And cinnamon? Yeah? Then bring me 6 twists and a promise not to mention my name to anyone from the guild. Hate them regulatory snobbish bastards. I blinked my eyes, thinking this was simply too easy. Consider it done. Good, good, he hummed, pocketing the notebook and tapping his ragged robe. Go. Bring me my cinnamon buns. Make them juicy, squishy, squelchy squelch. Yum. Sure, I grimaced, listening to him smack his lips, and suddenly, I wasn't so sure anymore. Chapter 53, Boiling Rage. The main conference hall of the Crimson Ledger was unusually silent. There was no satisfied laughter of absorbing another smaller business or idle murmurs about the previous month's record-breaking profits. Instead, there was only the continuous, rhythmic and loud clanking of Garrick Holvar's ring against the blackwood table as he kept his index finger tapping against it. It was akin to a ticking time bomb, a countdown before everyone else present gets incinerated by his boiling rage. Around him, the inner circle of the ledger sat with apparent tension in their posture, each of them too well aware of the issue that had just arisen a few days ago, one that none of them could have foreseen. When the clicking of Garrick's finger stopped, every eye moved onto his hand, watching as he reached out for a box of cigars, picked one out, bit off its end, and lit it up while spitting the rest out. Taking it as a sign, Ivessa adjusted her spectacles, knowing that when the first puff leaves his mouth, hell will be let loose. Opposite her, Maris leaned back in her chair, arms folded, her gauntlets creaking, expecting the worst, while Orlin didn't even fidget with his silver coin this time around. The reason was simple. A courier delivered a sealed report yesterday. It did not even originate from one of their hidden agents, but from one of the simple paid watchers on the streets, the kind of people they used for the most basic rumor mills, and if they heard it from there first, it meant the problem had flown past all their professional spies and bribed officials. Which should not have happened. Ever. Puffing out a big cloud of cigar smoke, Garrick opened the folded paper lying before him and read its contents out loudly so everyone present could understand the issue and hear it clearly. After this, there was no chance to deny that they didn't know about it. When he finished, the paper was crumpled in his fist, and his rage was simmering through his voice, forcing him to take a gulp and start over when he opened his mouth. No. Ugh. No one. No one was supposed to enter Silverhaven. How did this happen? Ivessa paled. The watchers we placed there missed it, Garrick growled, his eyes almost killing her with one glance. Why are we paying them? Pull those who were on duty to the main square and pluck their eyes out. At that moment, they all knew it. It wasn't a hyperbole. He ordered it to happen. Why is it that I got to learn about this from drunkards and street rats? The bribes didn't matter. Why are we paying the people around Silverhaven then? Someone entered that place, and we don't know who it was. We only know someone went in and out. Really? Fucking really? I don't care if it was raining. I am paying you motherfuckers to stand there in a blizzard and watch Silverhaven. The last sentences were shouted like a roaring dragon, echoing inside the room for a good few seconds more, almost cracking the windows behind the thick curtains. Well? Orlin swallowed, trying to find his words. We can't tell if the one entered. Got into the real Silverhaven, no? They do have a shop. No? He asked, looking around for confirmation. Are you stupid for a reason, or are you just born that way? Garrick snarled at him. I read you the report. Do I need to stab a new hole in your ear so you can hear it more clearly? Even Cedric, who was usually unreadable, shifted where he stood behind the circle of leaders, remaining silent until now. There was one thing in that letter that people began talking about a few days before, about how the ledger poked Silverhaven, which they thought to be a baseless rumor, probably started by someone hating them, or by the city lord, which seemed more and more valid by the day as the rumor kept spreading amongst every circle of life. Do we know what was taken out? Ivessa asked, not expecting anything, and she wasn't disappointed, unfortunately. We don't even know who went in, Garrick yelled at her, suddenly standing up and slamming the blackwood table with both hands, crushing his cigar into mush. Even the chandelier above them all trembled and began swaying back and forth. That's the problem, you stupid motherfuckers. Nobody was seen entering or exiting. No alarms went off at our end, which I ordered you all to make sure is there. I told you to monitor Silverhaven day and night. Yet that bastard Silverhaven's door was opened for someone to waltz in and come back out, and we didn't see it happen. By then, his face was redder than a bloody moon, actual smoke coming out from his nostrils, his chest heaving like an exhausted beast. He looked horrifying. Ivessa's hands trembled as she flicked through her notes, desperate for overlooked reports or some ignored patterns, anything to show. This can't be a coincidence, she murmured. The city lord, he must be the one behind it. He has to be. Or someone he sent, Mary's muttered, trying to latch onto the idea. Or, Cedric said evenly, but behind his tone he sounded a bit shaken. Someone else entirely. Someone who doesn't want either side to know they were there. No, that is the least possible option. Garrick's voice dropped low, becoming icy cold. If someone like that came to the city, I would know about it. I agree that it has to be someone tied to the city lord. And if the bastard is moving pieces this quietly, then it's worse than I predicted. We will have to react carefully and in a way that won't actually anger Silverhaven. The city lord is also playing a dangerous game spreading this rumor, Rickard added, wiping sweat from his thick neck. Using their name could also anger them, and if it is a baseless rumor, because we for sure did not do anything against Silverhaven, they may act, punishing the city lord. That would be the best outcome for us, Garrick's gaze cut across them. Still, we should double every spy we have near Valcroft. Anything going in and out of his mansion, I want to hear it before his own damn advisors do. We will do our best, Ivessa hesitated, but if this is the city lord, shouldn't we begin diverting blame? Put pressure elsewhere. He may have made the first move, but we can counterattack. Not yet. First, we confirm how this happened. Then we move. Cedric advised. A rumor like this very well may be his design to urge us into a hasty action. It very well may be just the bait before the actual trap. The table collectively exhaled, feeling a raging headache rising from their spine. But it is just a rumor. A market whisper, nothing more. Rickard muttered, that. Someone attacked by the Crimson Ledger had ties to Silverhaven. Who would take that seriously? If that happened, wouldn't we already be dealt with? Ridiculous, yes. Ivessa agreed. On paper, no one would believe. On paper. Cedric's voice sliced through her sentence, silencing the woman. But someone starting the belief is all that the city lord needs. It will find its place, and it will grow. We have plenty of enemies who would propagate the rumor just to get back at us. The issue is not the local guilds and merchants. We control most of them anyway. We will find ourselves in a tight spot outside of the city when the rumors spread there, and our foreign partners begin dropping deals with us just to be cautious. Wait, Orlin exclaimed suddenly. Could this be about that girl? The one you tortured? He asked. The urchin. It's about her, isn't it? You are stupid. Garrick stared at nothing for a moment before looking at him. No, it's not. Who the fuck would care about a worthless trash? A street cockroach. Do you know how many little bastards are being pushed out of whore wombs in this city? And then thrown to the streets? Please, nobody cares about them, especially not Silverhaven. But, Orlin insisted, she is the closest to fit these obscene rumors. That's our only connection to anything attack-related. And the timing fits. Yes, but she's nobody, Ivessa argued, agreeing with Garrick. An urchin. A disposable tool for both us, the city lord, and Silverhaven. She has no money, no power, no bloodline, no worth. Silverhaven doesn't waste time on gutter trash. Unless, Cedric said quietly. The tables turned to him, including Garrick, waiting for his gaze to focus again. No, I just can't see a connection. But I will look into it. After all, I was the one who killed her. A long, terrible silence followed, until Garrick spoke again. Was she dead? Cedric, was she dead when you dumped her body? He asked again, and the ex-adventurer looked at him straight in the eye. I didn't check, but even if she wasn't, the water would have done it. I broke her. Nothing could have revived that doll, not even Silverhaven. Are we sure? Mary's asked, her voice very low and deathly grim. If Silverhaven is involved, if we touched one of their runners, then we've misread the board entirely. No, Garrick snapped. This isn't them. The girl wasn't theirs either. No way. If this rumor started, it came from inside the fucking city lord's palace. Listening, everyone was unsure, and they could feel that Garrick's own words were uncertain about it. But he had to believe in that, instead of entertaining the idea that they indeed poked Silverhaven. Someone, he continued, his voice rising again, either in our ranks, brushing too close to the city lord, wanting to switch sides, or one of the remnants of our old enemies, had to make this. My bet is on the damned Verin brothers that they got a match lit under our damn house. He turned toward the wall, slamming his fist into a locked cabinet, breaking off its door and tearing it out along with its hinges. Inside were rows of documents, profiles, their associated agents, couriers, bought merchants from and outside the city, and lastly, all their informants. Start digging. He threw everything on the table, scattering it around the air and the ground. All of you, I want to know who spoke to whom in the last 3 months, and about what. Even if their talking points were about how their dicks burn, sticking it to a cheap whore. I want to know who interacted with Silverhaven when the last open auction was held. Who got paid from an untraceable source for anything that was sold. I want names and connections. I want every whisper turned into reports, checked, double-checked, and then compiled for me by yesterday. Got it. And if it wasn't one of us? Cedric asked. Then it will prove that it was him, Garrick growled. Valcroft, but first we must clean house. I think it has to be him and not us. He had let the rumor spread, Ivessa said, nodding grimly, to see how we'd react. For now, we react with silence, Garrick ordered. We do not react by attacking. We seal every mouth that talks about it amongst our ranks first, and we deny it all second. We then start our own rumors that it's just an overt attack on us, and we scrub the riverbanks. Make sure we find the remains of that girl. I want to see her corpse, and no more bodies until we find her. He warned them, especially Cedric, looking at him. Find the leak. Find the source of this fucking rumor. Cedric nodded and nodded only once, his eyes cold. Yes, I will. Chapter 54, Disappeared. Cedric Malvern. He couldn't help but curse under his breath as he wandered for hours, getting way far outside the city. For more than 30 years, he had tracked bleeding prey across kingdoms, through the land of beastfolk, and even treaded the forests under the elven rule. He had retrieved the heads of targets for kings and erased whole noble lineages in silence to complete a contract. Something that was why he had to leave the Adventurers Guild when they got too close, sniffing after the bloody trail he had left behind. Yet today, he couldn't find one measly corpse. Usually, not even the rivers could hide anything from him. They can wash away the filth and blood, but bodies floated and bones got snagged. But today, the river refused to yield any success, and Cedric was slowly being forced to realize there was nothing to find. At the moment, he was crouching beside the bank, down south to the city, his boots sinking into the mud. A retinue of silent men, part of the Ledger's enforcers, waited behind him with shovels and spades, instructed to dig until the shoreline was flayed bare. They were already hitting solid rock. But nothing. Well, almost nothing. He found bodies, yes, 2 bloated smugglers still wearing their tattered clothes, and one of them having solid gold teeth. Then there was a runner from a local gang that he faintly recalled as they used them to do some dirty work outside of the city. This one's throat was cut, wrists broken, signs of intense interrogation before death. There was even a child's hand stuck into his rags, half eaten by fish. But no, it was not hers. He would have remembered the girl he broke, and this one was not his handiwork. None of the finds were ones that he had dumped into the water like a sack of kitchen waste. And he was running out of possibilities. Could it be? Cedric's eyes narrowed at the thought as he watched the river as if it had personally insulted him. No, that was a bad joke. Period. We expand the search south, follow the current, go into any village you come across, any inlet. If she washed ashore, someone might have found her and given her a burial. And if they buried her? The man asked. Why do you even ask? Cedric turned, murder in his eyes, making the man step hurriedly. Then dig her up. Understood? Yes, the others yelled, dispersing, leaving behind an upturned riverbank, leaving Cedric behind. Something was wrong with him. A feeling was swirling in his mind, one that he had not felt for more than 50 years. It was not fear, but a sense of imbalance. That was what he told himself. That it was coming from the possibility that she lived a blemish on his profession and on his record. A little slut like her surviving. Impossible. He shook his head, suppressing his thoughts. That is simply impossible. On the same day, far away from the running river, within the halls of Silverhaven, Celine sipped tea that tasted faintly of peaches, humming to herself, her eyes closed, and enjoying the aroma of her favorite drink. At the same time, her servants moved silently around her, adjusting curtains and cataloguing big stacks of folders in her office. Of course, none of them dared speak unless spoken to, doing their jobs in complete silence. All except for the old man in the corner, with legs that ended in sharp talons instead of feet, rhythmically knocking on the stone floor like a cuckoo clock. He was a half-blind and half-blooded librarian named Velin, who usually stayed within the halls, organizing the auctions whenever Silverhaven announced one. Are you listening to me, or am I talking to the walls again? Velin adjusted his monocle, the knocking of his talons stopping. I heard you, Celine chuckled, opening one of her eyes just barely and looking at him. I just dislike your sour face, old man. Rumors suggest the Crimson Ledger may have attacked someone with ties to Silverhaven, he repeated, ignoring her remark. We can't let such rumors spread. Celine raised an eyebrow, pausing mid-sip. Why not? They are panicking, Velin replied, a bit stumped at her question. Isn't that obvious? It is, Celine chuckled, sitting up a bit straighter but still holding her cup, sipping on it. But they are panicking over a ghost rumor, no? How flattering. They fear it might be true. Of course they do, she said, reaching for her teapot, refilling her empty cup, and taking a deep breath of the rising steam. When you don't understand power, you attribute it to shadows. How quaint. How stupid. We can't let it play out. It would affect our image. No, it won't. Celine waved a hand, signaling that the topic was now considered dismissed. And it is partially true. The boy had a token when the incident happened. Want it or not, it makes the rumor into somewhat true. She smiled, making Velin shiver, as when she did it like this, he couldn't help but see Celine as a fox and not as a human. I like the boy. Good thinking on his part. And it doesn't push too far to get annoying. I see. Velin turned a page, remaining calm. Well, Garrick Holvar has tripled his surveillance near Lord Valcroft's estate, probably related to the first issue. He thinks Valcroft sent someone. She laughed. Poor Garrick. For someone who fancies himself a kingmaker, he dances marvelously when poked with a stick. What do you think? If I stepped behind him, knocking on his left shoulder, would he see me as I dodged to the right, or remain just as blind as now? I don't know, Velin answered, not wanting to follow her thoughts, but this is why. Please consider. Shall I issue a correction? Clarify that we were not involved. I told you to drop it, Celine repeated, raising her voice a little but then calming down quickly. Absolutely not. She grinned, her eyes glittering. Let them tremble. Let them suspect everyone. We will not interfere. It is a good little run-up for our next auction. About that? We might have an issue, Velin muttered, gulping. What issue? Selena asked, genuinely sounding surprised by the news. The one who contacted us, the one who told us about the stolen elven artifact. He is dead. We were too late on the scene. The caravan was ambushed by then, and the artifact was stolen. And? Selena asked, her tone tinged with annoyance. Are you telling me we can't find it? Really? We found it, but once again, we were a step behind. Who has it? By now, Selena was sitting straight, looking straight at Velin. No more playfulness in her eyes, just cold, straight business. It was found by the guild in Corvar. Well, a bandit gang found it and fought with the local guild leaders over it. For now, I don't think the guild is aware that this is why they lost their top operatives in that region. Make it so they don't find out. I don't want the old diaper-wearing idiots to get it before us. We already smoothed over the possible clues, so they should not discover the truth. Then what is the issue? Celine asked, his brows furrowed, showing deep lines on her forehead. The city lord. Valcroft, she asked, visibly shocked. How the hell does he come into play? Someone tipped him off. Velin shrugged, fixing his monocle. He got into Corvar ahead of us. By the time our operatives get to the scene, he has already pocketed the key. What key? The artifact is still lost to us, Velin explained quietly. But they captured the last known human who had it. A woman named Risa. At the moment, she is being brought back here. Well, this is complicated. Selena chuckled, shaking her head. Get someone into the city lord's estate. Do not interfere until the artifact shows up. I like Valcroft. Even if he ends up having it, he is more than likely to sell it to us. Ha! Damned elves. All of their stuff is cursed. And you want it? Velin shrugged, shaking his head. Why live if you refuse to have some excitement in your life? Selena asked, laughing, returning to her drink, already back in a good mood. After my first solo outing from Velgrada, I was finally back just as dusk slipped through the buildings of the city. Of course, I wasn't going far, just around the nearby forest, following that crazy bastard's instructions and the notes and images in his book. Getting some ingredient replacements. I hope he is right, and the ones I gathered could make up for those that we wouldn't be able to get our hands on anymore. Thinking about just that, I pushed open the bakery door with one hand and held the wrapped bundle in the other. I was back home, and it felt nice. The moment I was in, the scent of cinnamon and rising dough hit me in the face, making my stomach rumble. It was the noise that made Lyra look up from kneading a batch of something sticky and sweet, wiping flour from her cheek. You're late, she smiled. No wonder you are hungry. I am not going to deny that, I chuckled. But as you can see, I succeeded. Well, I brought something, I explained, tapping the package. I just hope the herbal nutter Brannick has enough sanity not to dupe us. Don't call him that, Lyra sighed. Poor man. I don't know if I would pity him, I said, putting the bag onto one of the empty tables, closing the door and locking it. I do. She pouted. Anyway, I am making some more of the things he asked for. You should bring them to him tomorrow. Yeah, sure. Where are the kids? I asked while I was carefully unwrapping the bundle. They are upstairs with Puck, playing with Mira. She has a good appetite, so she is indeed recovered. She smiled, making me smile too, but only a little, as it also means that soon I will have to start asking her some questions. So, how is it? She asked, standing beside me, looking at the hall. No idea, I answered honestly, looking at the ginseng-like vines I collected, a bundle of red flowers and a few shavings of a certain kind of tree's bark. If you had asked me without any prior knowledge, I would have said that these were nothing but something a crazy hobo would collect. Maybe even give them names and play with them like action figures, or sell them as the secret ingredient to eternal life. Hell if I know. Is it good? Lyra asked, picking up one of the flowers and examining it. As I said, I moaned, pulling out the book we traded for. I turned a page and then another, trying to find the hand-drawn images and comparing them to what I brought back. You tell me. I put it down, showing it to her. It does look the same, she muttered, holding it next to the drawing. It kinda looks like what we needed. Half of the terms matched the Murian script. Half, I reminded her, but she was much more optimistic. It will be fine. She smiled at me. I will try to prepare them as if they were in his book. In the meantime, you can take another batch of sweets to him and ask for some tips. It will be my first time making a potion. It would be nice if he had some advice for an amateur. Okay, I sighed, shaking my head. We've come this far already. We can go all in, I guess. Chapter 55, Acting. It was a difficult night. I was putting this day off as long as possible, but I couldn't wait any more. I stood at the edge of the upstairs room, one hand resting on the doorframe, watching Mira as she sat on the far side of the bed, legs tucked beneath her like a cat trying to look as small as possible, wanting to remain invisible. She was hugging a pillow to her chest, eyes unfocused and looking far away, knowing exactly what I meant when I said we would need to talk. Her face, her entire composure, changed immediately. And I wasn't blaming her for it. Of course, I had sent the others downstairs and told them gently but firmly to let us talk in peace. Lyra nodded, understanding it, taking the others down with her, though it didn't stop her from glancing back at Mira 3 times before finally disappearing down the stairs. She was worried, but bottling it all up wouldn't be good either. I know. When they were gone, I stepped in, closing the door behind me, and then crossed the room slowly, not wanting to scare her. She was indeed like a little kitten, flinching when I sat on the edge of the bed, careful not to crowd her mind or suddenly very sensitive senses. I'm sorry, Mira, I said quietly, but we must talk about it. Even if you don't want to, I have to ask you some questions. I know, Mira whispered, surprising me because her voice wasn't shaking, or she could hide it well. I know. I need to. I was just unsure when you would ask it. It was good not remembering it for a while. I understand, I nodded, reaching out and gently taking her hand, patting it. How did it happen? Can you recall? I was running the job you gave me, the one with the green-colored seal marking it as interesting information. You remember the one? I did. I have already looked up and memorized the ones we sent out when she went missing. Her run was for a mid-tier client, nothing flashy really. The buyer had paid well enough, but insisted on discretion. Looking back at the notes, he had purchased information about a warehouse transaction in the Canal District, on a bit of a smuggling operation going under the noses of 2 small-time businesses. Yeah, go on. I nodded. It was fine. Mira took a deep breath, her eyes closing, furrowing her brows, and I could feel her palms beginning to sweat. I delivered it just like you said. I arrived at the spot where I was supposed to hand over the container to the client, near the bridge where the broken lanterns were located. But, I asked, gently giving her a squeeze and nudging her to continue. There was a man there, tall, bald. He wore a black coat and had a short beard. I think, yes. He also had a scar across his nose. He said he was picking it up for his master. She recalled, telling it with a now audibly shaking voice. I didn't think much of it. It wouldn't be the first time the client sent his own people, so I took the coin and gave the message over to him. Anything else? I leaned forward slightly, my voice calm, trying to keep her calm, at least for now. Did you see which direction he came from? North, I think, she muttered, furrowing her brows even harder, from the alley that goes toward the main market square. She muttered, searching her memory. He looked at me too long, though. It felt like it, as if he were trying to remember my face, memorize it. That's when I started to feel weird. I kept my face still, but inside a sick twist formed in my stomach. That wasn't just a drop, but that was a trap set for her. For us. That man was never the real client, nor was he probably one who worked for him. He was the bait, plain and simple, or the collector, or both. And what happened after you left the drop point? I asked. I made it about 3 blocks, Mira said, her voice quieting by a large margin, becoming a whisper. I felt like I was being followed, so I tried to change course, as you taught us. She trembled, her eyes still kept closed while speaking. I used one of the back alleys near the slums. That's when someone grabbed me. They threw a bag over my head, pulling it close, so much so that it choked me out. When I regained consciousness, my hands were tied. I'm not sure if it was the same man. Sorry, she added, finally opening her eyes and looking at me. It doesn't matter. I smiled at her, looking into her eyes and stroking her small hand. Do you remember anything about where they took you? Sounds? Smells? Nothing much. She shook her head slowly. By the time I woke up, I was somewhere. It smelled like mold. Wet wood. And blood. I think it was underground. I couldn't hear the city anymore. There was just dripping water. Chains. A lot of chains. I think I was in a basement, maybe a warehouse basement. She tried, her eyes unfocused, all of those days' senses returning to her. However much she hurt, though. I didn't interrupt. I just let her keep talking. I had to. There was only one man there. He kept me tied up to a chair or something. He asked who I worked for. When I said nothing, he asked who I carried messages for. I lied. I said it was just random jobs. Street runners pick up whatever they can find. He didn't believe me. I see. I was about to ask if she could describe the man who hurt her, but she beat me to it. He was in black. She murmured, her fingers tightened around mine, painfully so. He smelled like rusty iron, like old swords that I sometimes find in the sewers. He wore thick black gloves. He didn't yell. His voice was always smooth and calm. Deep. He had short hair. No. It was tied up, I think. And it was dark, but I think he had black. Or brown. Black hair. No beard. While she continued talking, I moved closer slowly and placed a hand on her shoulders, gently pulling her into a hug. She kept speaking, returning to that moment, falling into a weird, trance-like state. He broke 2 of my fingers first, she said, her voice cracking painfully for the first time. Then he pulled a knife. He cut my leg just a little. Kept saying things like, "You're too small to matter, so talk now, and maybe you'll stay useful." But I didn't. I didn't say your name. I didn't. Shh, it's okay. I know, I said softly, reaching out to stroke her head. Then he hit me. Many times. Again. And again. I think I blacked out. But he didn't let me because he put something in me that woke me up in the dark. After that, I couldn't feel my legs. My face was... It hurt. It hurt. I thought I was going to die there. He kept asking the questions, telling me if I said it, it would be over. But I knew he was lying. He enjoyed it. I saw it. She started to cry, and I wasn't surprised. Not asking her to continue, I pulled her gently into my arms, letting her cry into my chest. I didn't say anything, as nothing would really mean anything, so I just held her, fingers brushing through her hair, letting her work through it and let it all out. It lasted for a very long time, but when the sobs finally faded, she just stayed there, resting against me. Her breathing was uneven, but the worst of the storm had passed, and her body was slowly beginning to relax. I could feel how it turned from that fear-induced stiffness back into something much more lax. "You did well," I whispered to her, "and you're safe now. You're strong, Mira, stronger than any of us. Don't worry, they won't get you here, and be sure that we will catch the guy. He will be punished severely. She didn't respond, but she nodded slowly against my chest, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. Eventually, I helped her sit back again, propping her against the pillows. She looked exhausted, yet lighter, both in her posture and in her eyes. Speaking about it, it had purged some of the poison from her chest, lessening the chance of having a heart attack. One more thing, I said gently. Can you describe that first man again, the one you handed the message to? She did, of course, and I committed it to memory. Although I won't be able to get to the one who tortured her, I can start there. I still have a client who would be a great example of what happens when someone thinks they can cross us. As for what I would do to him, I don't know yet, but I'm sure to send a proper message. One that the city won't forget for a long time. Standing up, I left her with a blanket after I tucked her in carefully. Before I opened the door, I looked back, smiling a little. She was already asleep, which seemed to be a good sign. I just hoped she wouldn't have nightmares. Well, even if she does, Puck and the others should be up here and console her if anything like that happens. She okay? Coming downstairs, Lyra looked up immediately, watching the kids rush past me while I nodded. She will be, I hummed. Then I leaned closer after we were left alone. Keep an eye on her tonight. Just in case. Of course, but… Lyra narrowed her eyes, looking at me. You're not staying? No, I have a clue to follow up on, and it is best to be quick about it. She opened her mouth, but then she closed it as she didn't ask more. I'll be fine. I chuckled before patting her head. The night air was cold, and it helped cool me down a little as I moved quickly, heading towards the compound of Veron and Sons. By now, I had literally been given a 24-hour access pass, so I didn't even need to stop at the gate. I was let in. I was also in luck because I could see some light escaping the main building, so after I knocked, it took only a little while before the latch clicked, the door creaking open to reveal Marcus wrapped in a robe. He was yawning, rubbing one eye, trying to focus. He was either about to go to sleep, or he was already asleep. My bad, then. Auriel, he muttered, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Is something wrong? I wouldn't have come if it weren't, I sighed a little, which seemed to sober him up. There is something about to happen. I came to warn you ahead of time. I lied to him, because it may affect you. What is going on? He asked, surprised. Let's get inside first, I answered quickly, not wanting to say it right away, as I was still developing the story in my mind. I can't come to them asking for information. That was my job description. I had to go the roundabout way, or they could recognize that I, or Shade, was really not as great as they thought. I should have become an actor, or so I felt at that moment. Sure, Marcus's tired expression hardened immediately, and he stepped aside to let me in. Give me a moment to wake the others. The interior where I was led this time around was more like a proper living room. It was warm and smelled faintly of old wood and candle wax from the thick candelabra, the one that held the light source I saw from the outside. I stayed near the entryway as Marcus climbed the stairs at the back and roused his brother and son. A few minutes later, the three of them were gathered in the sitting room, holding half cups of strong tea and waiting for my explanation, not exactly happy to be woken up so late into the night. Sorry, but it is just about to go down. I didn't waste time crafting the scenario. The girl you helped us save, Mira. We now know how she was taken, and it was a trap. Someone ordered information through our channels and then intercepted the courier for the exact reason of getting a lead on Shade. The ledger… Marcus set his cup down, eyes narrowing. It has to be them. Yes, I nodded, but then continued, wanting to sound like I was warning them of possible fallout that may come soon. Or an opportunity. But they worked through an intermediary. The first one is a man, an insignificant adventurer. I guessed as the description mostly fit one of those types. He was bald, with a short beard and a scar across the nose. Big build, broad-shouldered. Tsk. Vice, he always finds himself in trouble. Willem, Marcus's brother, grunted. If you are friends, best if you stay clear of him, I added, warning Willem, which made him stiffen, drawing his eyes away from mine. Good. So far so good, because I now have a name too. Nothing like that, Willem continued. He is a bottom-feeder adventurer at best. He has been around for years, amounting to nothing, only working shit jobs. As far as I know, he runs with a small crew that takes low-end escort or warehouse guard jobs. Nothing flashy. Sometimes they take postings from the smaller merchant syndicates when the guild's prices are too high. I remember him because he once got drunk and tried to stiff us on a rental. He grimaced. Still owes us 5 silver. What? He asked, gulping, seeing me still looking at him, saying nothing. I was just simply memorizing it, but… Oops. We know, I said softly, finally blinking and leaning back. Oh, sure. Sure. He blushed, realizing he was rambling because he was suddenly afraid Shade would think they worked together or were connected. Where would I find him? I asked, adding quickly, we have multiple of his hideouts, but if you can narrow it down to one… Yes. Willem nodded. Last I heard, he bunked around the east dockside near the tavern called the Broken Whistle. He and his group sometimes work out of there after he had lost his previous house while playing cards. That one. I see. Thanks. I nodded, committing it to memory, and then told them the name that requested the information from us in the first place. Stay away from Tonelvec, for now. The gondola guy, Rellan, Marcus's son, yelled out, making me look at him, and I wanted to laugh so badly. Tonelvec. Fucking idiot. Did you use your actual name? I expected it to draw no reaction from them when I mentioned it, but no, wait, it may be an alias. If it is a fat, greasy bastard who always tried to sneak in extra charges, holding a chicken wing in one hand and oiling his balding head, trying to smooth the side hair he has over the spot with the other, then yeah, it is him. I didn't know that part, but Lyra mentioned that there was a customer once who asked if our bread goes well with roasted chicken, and by her description, it was a greasy old fat fuck. I can pay him a visit and double-check it then. Just be prepared. I stood up, having what I came for. I can double-check the information within the Adventurers Guild next. We will be… They nodded, seeing that I was leaving already. Watching the light in their eyes, I knew they indeed took it as a friendly warning. And an opportunity. I could tell that Marcus already thought that maybe after the dust settled, there will be an empty spot to move into the gondola-owning business. Chapter 56. Kill. The guild was quiet at this hour when I entered through the main doors. No wonder nobody stopped me, as it was late enough for the main area to be emptied out. Along with the silence came the dim light as the fire in the central pit had burned down to a low, flickering red, barely illuminating the place. I nodded to the sleepy clerk from the night shift at the front desk and kept walking. Hey, he barely registered me with his eyes, but at least he didn't make a fuss. Fortunately, most of the workers were already accustomed to my face, and I could pop in and out at any random hour. That was the advantage of coming here whenever I needed something, and the fact that I helped out even with tasks most people wouldn't want to do, sometimes even staying late. After getting past the only hurdle that there could be, I passed through the eastern counters, swiping the keys from where they were usually left, and headed forward into the archives. The back rooms weren't truly guarded. The guild liked to pretend its records were secure, but that was only true for missions above a certain rank. The middle and low-level stuff, mostly with bronze-ranked adventurers and their documents, those were as easily accessible as nobody really cared about them. With my goal set, I flipped past the bounty ledgers, past the record of completed quests, and toward the drawer labeled as the active, unaligned, low-risk, low-pay section at the back. Precisely the kind of category someone like Garen Weiss would fall into. Pulling open the drawer, I grumbled a little as no one alphabetized properly anymore, but I found him a few folders deep nonetheless. No adventurer, even if they were unregistered, was actually unregistered. Most jobs went through the guild, and sometimes there is no other job but one through them, so there had to be some helpful information here. I don't want to jump him without knowing what to expect. Let's see. Garen Weiss, age 37, bald. There were no pictures, but at least there were further descriptions for the records. There it is, a scar on his nasal bridge, possibly burn-related. Let's see what else. Affiliation. Freelance. Possible relation. A small four-man company, locally known as the Nails. Addendum. Unregistered name. marked for extra fees if requests for registration are ever to be presented. Possible rank, bronze tier, At least I got the right guy. Is there more? Yes, there was, after flipping the pages. Known associates, Rallo Vint, Nessa Kell, and Don Bregg. Names for later if I need them, I suppose. As for the last page, mental evaluation, reliable when sober, avoid when not. He tends toward aggression when abusing his vices, pressured or left unpaid. Has had 2 official complaints filed for excessive use of force against non-targets during guild-related assignments. I was about to close the document when I noticed another sheet beneath it, stuck to it, which made me pause. Prying it off slowly so as not to tear the paper, I found an official report form. It seems that fate is on my side because it was about how a certain gondola owner who had hired Garen skimped out on the pay. It was a complaint form, submitted with awful handwriting, probably belonging to Garen himself. I tried reading the names he included, but they were smudged, and I don't think this paper was intended for documentation at all. Multiple essential parts were left blank from the outset, such as the name of the issuer, the dates it was taken, and proof of completion, among others. Only the supposed payment part was filled out, which consisted of a handful of gold coins. Sure, buddy, sure. So he takes shady work and submits forms when he gets swindled. This is a grade A idiot. Well, it wasn't anything significant, but it was enough of a connection for me to ensure I was on the right track, and there should be no real surprises. Copying the important parts, including the extra names, just in case, I slid the rest back and then relocked the cabinet. I left through the same side corridor I had entered, walking casually. Nobody stopped me, not that I expected it to happen. Outside, a kind of mist had settled low over the streets, making me smile a little as, once again, everything was coming into place for me tonight. I now have the confirmation of my first target. So, let's meet him. It is time I leave a message. The broken whistle was nothing more than a rotted 2-story husk of an old house tucked between an abandoned smokehouse and the remnants of a collapsed warehouse. I'm not sure if anyone had the right to operate a business in a place like this. Not even that. It's the kind of place where rats outnumber the customers. But there was nobody here, probably because the type of dregs who come here were working at night. Not that I was complaining. It made it easier for me to get to where I wanted to be. I found Vase's place behind a warped door at the backside of the tavern, leading to the basement, protected with a broken latch and a rusting iron handle. I checked the door first, and of course it was locked, which also meant that he wasn't home. That was fine, good even. It wasn't a lock that was anything serious. So only by fidgeting with it a few times as I managed to force it open, and then I was in. It was a pigsty at best, a rotting pigsty at worst. Rusted or rotting floorboards, I couldn't tell. Dirty clothes, dirty mattress, and a ceiling that was falling apart. I wondered how no patrons from above had fallen through into his room yet. Well, no matter. I pulled myself together, hiding behind the hanging clothes in the dark at the corner opposite the door, making sure that my hood was covering my face and my scarf hid the rest of my face. I waited. Time passed slowly, and it was hard to focus with the smell of sweat, piss, and whatever else that was inside this shithole. But probably only an hour later, voices drifted up from the street below. Someone shouting. They entered the tavern, or at least they tried. I guess it was still closed because they shouted even more, banging at the door. Then, the crash of a bottle. Someone is angry, huh? I kept listening as the footsteps, with a drunken stagger, got closer. But it was not only one set. No. There were 2 people. It didn't take long for the door to open, and the dim light coming in from the outside was enough to make me see who it was. Finally, you bastard. Garen stumbled in, clearly in a good mood, drunk as hell, laughing through his nose, his shirt half unbuttoned. The second figure was that of a woman who followed behind him, her heels clicking loudly against the warped boards on the floor. Well, girl, I hope he paid you well for this round. But judging by her torn, cheap-looking clothes, she was the type that was just as bad as Garen. I couldn't gauge her age, but she was looking rough, with hair in a mess and splotched skin, and her expression was also showing that she was clearly using something hard besides alcohol. No matter, I watched as they shut the door and made it barely 2 steps into the room before falling against the wall in a tangle of hands and teeth. I almost felt mine tingle with how loudly they bumped into each other. Brr. He groped her, already going beneath her clothes. Not that it was hard, because one flick alone exposed everything the woman had. She giggled, one of the torn sandals she was wearing falling off with a thunk. He cursed about something, trying to unbuckle his belt while she bit his neck, making him groan again. Honestly, they were pigs, all right. Sloppy and drugged out of their mind. They didn't make it to the cot, of course. They collapsed onto a pile of dirty clothes, grunting and groaning as Garen began humping her without actually even hitting the mark at first. Not that the desperate bastard cared about it, continuing, repeating that he had good money to spend now, and he would fuck her good. We'll see about that, buddy. Taking a breath, I slowly pulled out the short sword strapped to my side. A man is most vulnerable when he is reaching the top. Be happy, Garen. Be glad I let you enjoy your last time. As his breathing turned sharp and uneven the moment he stiffened, I stepped forward from the shadows. I didn't hesitate. I decided the moment I knew they betrayed us and caused Mira to get tortured, they were going to die. No mercy and no second chances. I let everyone off the hook in the past, never confronting them. Fuck that, with a capital F. My blade pressed coldly against the back of his neck just as he thrust forward and gasped, his pleasure quickly turning into horror. The girl didn't even register what was happening, totally out of her mind, moaning and asking for more. Don't move, I said, my voice masked behind my pulled-up scarf, making sure only my eyes could be seen if anything. Either of you. Or you die. The bastard froze first, which probably caused him to shrink down at a record speed. Whatever it was, finally, the woman recognized that they were not alone beneath him anymore, a small whimper escaping her throat. Her eyes widened, even though they were already wide beyond reason, staring up at me in a mix of drugged and drunken haze. I saw the moment she registered the sword, knowing if I pressed it through, it would probably end up in her chest. Sucks to be you. But at least fear is a good antidote against being stoned out of your mind. I don't have money, Garen stammered, trying to move, but the moment he did, I pressed down, letting the tip of my blade enter under his skin, drawing blood. He gave up on it very fast. If this is a rob, it's not, I interrupted him. Speak again without answering my questions. Try to move, or any other games, and you'll be dead before you blink. Silence. Except for the woman's rising, panicked breathing. Who sent you to intercept the girl? I asked, my voice coming out colder than I have ever known I could be capable of. Start talking. I know you know. Your last job, Garen. Do I need to say more, or should I press into you and make this into a threesome? Finally, he swallowed and began speaking, knowing he couldn't bullshit me. It was just a pickup, he stammered, trying to turn his head, but I pressed the blade harder again, making him moan, but not in pleasure. Somebody paid for a simple job, that is all. I was supposed to collect the parcel, that's all. I know nothing more. Don't lie to me, you marked her. He flinched again, and as I redrew my blade, just a little, he began speaking. They told me to. It was just a job. I paid with a scented coin, I think. Trackable by a dog. I didn't know who she was, I swear. I was told to use the coin and then vanish. I'm not into trafficking people, especially little girls. Yet you still did it, I snorted. Who gave the coin? I asked, wanting to ensure I was targeting the right people. It was. He winced as I moved my sword into his neck again for hesitating to give away the name. Tonelvek. He said it was for someone higher up, and that he was just the intermediary. I usually do things for him when he wants them off the record. Sometimes the fucker doesn't pay, but this time he did it in advance, so I just took the damned coin and made sure she was paid with it. He was panicking now, and he thought there was still a way out. Are you lying to me? No, it is the truth, I swear. I believe you, I whispered, and as I pulled the sword away, I saw his body relax. If you want, I can arrange a meeting with. He started to bargain, thinking there was business to make now, but not for long. I grabbed his hair, pulling his head back while I shifted the blade and drew it cleanly across his throat, slitting it wide open. The next moment, a wet gasp escaped him, gurgling and clawing at his neck in horror. The woman screamed, but not for long, as blood poured straight into her face, forcing her to close her mouth. With that, I let go of his head and watched as he twitched once or twice while he collapsed atop her, convulsing, gurgling, and then going slack. By then she shoved at him, shaking, trying to clean her face and eyes, thinking she would be next, but I didn't raise the sword again. "Easy," I told her calmly. "He's not your concern anymore." She stared at me, soaked in blood, trembling yet paralyzed with terror and shock at the same time. She watched as I carved an S into the bastard's back, big enough not to be missed. After I was done, I just opened the door, stepped out, and left. Because there was one more man I intended to visit tonight. Chapter 57. No Mercy. The city felt different at night. Most of the noise softened, the lights dimmed, and the streets turned. Unrecognizable. Or maybe it was just my perception, given what I had just done. Probably the latter. The strange thing is, I didn't feel anything guilt-related. Or just not yet. Somehow, that didn't seem right. I was fine. It wasn't my first time to take a life since I got here, but it was for sure the first time to do it in this way. But remembering what was done to one of my people, I felt vindicated. Maybe I am just trying to explain it to my conscience. So I stopped. It was done. No reason to argue with myself. Right now, I stood across the narrow street from this Tonal Vex home. It was hidden by the cover of a brickwork arch that went over a quiet alley. The place itself wasn't grand, but it was clearly above average. The man was running a gondola business after all, so he had a fine place to stay and work from. Upon closer inspection, the building was a two-story structure, with lacquered wood facing the front of the street and bright lanterns hanging outside that flickered intensely due to the oil-lit wicks inside. Coming in from the front was a no-go. Too bright and too obvious. Probably there was a guard inside too. So, examining it further, I was looking for a secondary entrance. The building was part of a larger residential row, with 4 tightly packed homes sharing an expansive courtyard in the back, which was evident after taking a few rounds around the block. But the bastards had its own gated entry and a nameplate affixed by the door. And to top it off, a man was posted at the gate leading to his backyard access. From my vantage point, he looked to be an adventurer, clearly. He wasn't standing in parade posture, as professional guards did, but he was alert. Judging from here, he had a lean build, one shoulder against the wall, the other hand resting close to the hilt of his blade. Too bad that he wasn't drunk or tired either. Ha! At least for his home, he was hiring someone competent. But it also made this more complicated for me. I could kill him and get in, but that's too risky. Too many variables. For a few long minutes, I just watched, thinking. My instincts, or the instincts of this version of me, didn't try to scream at me. My heart didn't pound either. So it was doable. I was simply working out how, and that's when it happened. Something inside me stirred as I was trying to come up with a method. It was not a memory, not an emotion per se, but a type of familiarity. My breathing slowed slightly, and the way my eyes tracked movement narrowed without me having to think about it. Then my mind recognized what I had missed so far, bringing it forward from the back of my mind and giving me an idea. Auriel, the original one, had done this before. I was sure of that. I had to scale things before. No wonder. So, the plan formed in my mind, quick and efficient. The adjacent building was lower by a single floor and had a runoff pipe that connected to a slanted overhang between them. From there, I could cross onto the tiled edge of Vec's roof. I had already noticed one of the upper windows to his place was open, ajar just enough for me to reach from there. Probably someone forgot to close it entirely, or it was hot inside and he needed some fresh air. Or perhaps they liked the breeze. Doesn't matter. Either way, I was going in from the top. I pulled back from the alley, retreating into the darkest part of the block, circling around the house until I found the right building. It was a disused bathhouse, I guess. From the boards covering its windows, it was clear that the building had been closed for a long time. with the front door chained shut, but the side wall was still accessible. Cracked stone and faded hanging struts provided a minor hold for me as I made my way to the top. There, it was the runoff pipe that mattered. If it cracks when I grab it, that would be a loud crash, landing me on the ground. So I tested it first. The old copper was corroded in places, but it was steady enough. Good thing I wasn't exactly the heavy type. Oh well, let's do this. Gripping it, I began to climb over. It wasn't smooth. It wasn't good either. Touching it felt nasty, and I had to be careful not to cut myself and get an infection or something, or just crack it and fall down. But it worked, and I caught myself enjoying the exercise, as if I was missing things like this. My body knew when to tense and when to relax, how to shift weight without overbalancing, and ensure I wasn't stressing it beyond its limits. My fingers knew how to hold onto it without slipping, despite it being wet. I was like a monkey, or Spider-Man. I almost laughed. However, once atop the overhang, I pulled myself up and crouched low and made my way across the lip toward Vec's building. I was almost there. The tile beneath me was slick from the rain we had, but I moved like a cat, careful, quiet, and managed to keep myself from falling down. I could see the adventurer below now, idly shifting his weight, rotating his neck with a faint crack. People tend not to look up. I will have to remind myself of that fault. Lucky me, he remained unaware of my presence because of it. Good. With that, I continued, and I crept to the upper window, third from the front. I'd marked it earlier in my mind, remembering it clearly, and because it was slightly open, I could slip my fingers under it and slide it further up, so I could worm myself in. It's a good thing that there was no creak when I did so. Thank God for well-oiled hinges. With that, I slid inside like water through a crack, first sticking one foot, then the other, and then I landed softly on a wooden floor. Maybe I was trained to be an assassin, I asked myself while I looked around. The room was a study. I could smell it, the ink, the smell of paper and parchment, with the faint musk of probably furniture polish. No one was inside, only a dimly lit, dying oil lamp. Taking a step, I leaned over a desk that was cluttered with correspondence letters in the middle of being written. Was he still up, and just out for a snack or to take a piss? Because if so, I had to hurry. Looking around, I saw a rack of keys and rings on the far wall. I ignored them for now, but I should swipe them after I'm done here. Then, just as I moved, I heard something, making me drop into a crouching form, trying to determine where it was coming from. The voices floated up from below as far as I could tell. They were muffled, indistinct. One of them was deeper, with a bit of a lisp, and spiced up with a nasally sounding haughtiness. By the way he spoke, it had to be tonal. As for the other, probably a servant or perhaps a woman. Didn't matter, after all. I exhaled slowly, keeping my heartbeat steady. Not wanting to make much noise, I moved across the study, slowly opening the door and slipping out into a narrow hallway beyond it. The house was well maintained, so there were no creaking boards that gave away the movement, and a surprise waiting for the owner. Just like that, I reached and descended the spiral stairs in silence. I could see into the main foyer from my vantage point. I was right, Tonal Vec was there. He was dressed in a thick silk shirt, his bald head gleaming from fresh oil or sweat, maybe both, his gut pressed against a broad belt that clearly hadn't been tightened in years. Trying to hold on to dear life, he held a goblet of wine in one hand and was gesturing to someone out of sight. Probably a maid, as the voices I was hearing now were much clearer, and his voice was making me shiver. It was, I had a boss like him before. I could tell he was smug just from his tone, how he formed the words even with his heavy lisp. I could tell he was complacent, telling his maid that the wine he had come down to get was not chilled enough, and to be happy he doesn't flog people for it. I would say enjoy that drink, but if not, that's fine too. Go to hell with a disappointed sip then. Thinking about that, I pulled back, retreating to the second floor, as it would be best to kill him here when he waddles up here. Maybe do it in the stairway. His fat body could get stuck after I am done with him, giving a natural barrier for anyone coming up from below. He. But I didn't come here to kill him just yet. I had to learn anything I could about his connections. I wanted to ensure that the Crimson Ledger receives the message, while I also know more about them when I'm done here. And, deep down, I wanted him to feel the same fear that he had caused. I waited at the top of the stairs, hidden away, out of the light of the lamps, waiting for him to wobble lazily upward from the room below. His cadence was slow, and I could hear his heavy breathing, fighting to climb the stars or fighting to get himself fit into it in the first place. Vec, grunting as he got up to the top, turned with a loud moan, wiping sweat from his floppy head. By the time he would know what happened, I was already in motion. Before he could yelp, my right hand drove the blade forward and pressed it just barely beneath his triple chin, pushing it enough to split the fat flabs open but not be deadly. Good. He got the memo as he froze instantly. I could see his body stiffen through the fat rolls under his silk shirt. Scream and you die, I said, keeping my voice as low as possible. Blink wrong and I'll bleed you like a pig you are. Understand? He nodded, grunting like a hog. His eyes were wide now, bloodshot and glistening with a sudden spike of panic. His hands were shaking, one still holding the goblet of wine, spilling it everywhere, unable to keep it straight. He sucked in air like a drowning man, eyes darting across the hall, looking for escape, but there was nowhere to go. Not that he would be able to with the speed he was capable of. You know why I'm here, I began. He opened his mouth, about to speak, but I raised one hand and curled two fingers in warning. Mind your tone. I ask a question, you answer it. Nothing else. No deflecting, no sewing a tale, no shouting. Understood? His lips closed after I finished, and he blinked his eyes, then nodded again. First, something easy. I smiled, but he couldn't see it behind my scarf. I was trying to gauge if he was about to lie to me or not, with my first question. Who ordered you? And don't play dumb. You know you took an order recently. I dash. He paused. I saw the moment he weighed his answer. He was making up a lie, but then I saw the flicker in his eyes. He was going for it. I watched as he inhaled, as if in slow motion. He was going to scream. My eyes registered all the clues, the movement of his fat body, banking on the fact that I wouldn't be fast enough or his fat would be a shield until help arrived. He was reaching for it, but I had my own reflex, and my arm moved on its own. The sword drove through not his neck, but I twisted it and sent it through the underside of his jaw in a smooth, arcing thrust, punching clean through the roof of his mouth and into his skull. I didn't want him to succeed. A wet pop echoed through the hall as bone cracked, and the blade emerged through the top of his bald scalp, with pieces of his brain stuck to it. In the end, his scream never reached the outside. I watched as he jerked once, eyes rolling back, then his legs kicked out. Then stillness. Blood pooled down over the clothes he was wearing. It soaked into his shirt, down into his cup that he then dropped. Clang. Shit. I pulled the sword out fast and stepped back, letting his body crumple to the floor on top of the cup, not letting it roll down the stairs and make more noise. I clenched my teeth and turned, stepping quickly to the study door, half expecting footsteps to pound up the stairs. Then my escape would be from the window I came in. But nobody came. Silence. No shouts, no steps. Still, I waited. 10 seconds. 20. A whole minute. Nothing. I was safe. Realizing it, I exhaled slowly, wiped the blade clean on his sleeve, then slid it back into the sheath. God damn it. I wanted answers, actual names, maybe paper trails. But the idiot made the decision for me, and my body reacted faster than my mind could stop it. Shaking my head, I stared at him, slumped over the floor for a moment. A trickle of blood was still leaking from the crown of his head, running along the curved grain of the polished wood like a red river, heading directly towards the staircase. Oh well, maybe there were still things to find. So instead of gawking at my second kill tonight, I hurried back to the study after leaving an S-shaped mark on him. I wasn't about to spend a lot of time searching, so I swiped everything that looked useful. Notes, books, keys, logbooks, anything I could carry. Then I left through the window through which I came in. It was a long night, and I think I deserve a hot bath and some relaxation. Chapter 58, Intimate. The door creaked open even though I tried to push it open softly. Doing my best to remain quiet, I slipped inside, locking it behind me without looking. As I expected, the bakery was silent. Everyone was probably asleep already, as it was the darkest hour of the night. Good. I was not in the mood to explain everything, and I was unsure if I looked, well, normal. I did kill 2 men tonight, in pretty much cold blood, so I wasn't sure what kind of expression I was having right now. Yet, as I stepped past the counter toward the stairway leading to the second floor, I saw it. There was candlelight coming down from above. It was a soft golden hue as it leaked down, and after climbing the stairs with its creaky steps, I recognized it was coming from the bathroom. I even heard water being sloshed in the wooden tub we had. Huh. So someone was up. Just as I asked myself that question, the door opened a little and Lyra came out. To my surprise, she wasn't startled, not even slightly. She just looked at me with kind eyes, her hair hanging behind her in a braid, her sleeves rolled to her elbows. Her hands were wet, and her face was calming. She looked over me once, nodding before inclining her head, signing to me to get into the bathroom. "The water's ready," she whispered softly. "I figured you'd be back around this time." I blinked, surprised. "Lyra—" She didn't let me finish, though. Instead, she stepped closer, reached up to unhook the clasp of my hood, then gently pulled the cloak off my shoulders. She moved as if she had done it multiple times already, her fingers grazing the edge of my collar as she slid it free, folding it in one fluid motion and setting it aside. Next, she took off the coat, which had become somewhat stiff from the dried moisture on the rooftops. Then she took off my belt, my gloves, my sword, and in the end, everything. And I was so taken aback that I just let her do it. She was silent, efficient, and did it without hesitation. I watched her the entire time, trying to find even the slightest tremble in her hands. But there was none. Finally, when she got to my boots, she paused, and in the soft light, I could see a smear of dark red stain on the leather. Looking up, her eyes met mine briefly, but only for confirmation that the blood was not mine. When she read it out of my eyes, there was no judgment, no flinch, just a quiet, relieved sigh as she reached for them. "You tracked a bit in," she murmured, looking behind me. And true, I did. "It's all right. I'll handle it." She unlaced them carefully, making me lift one foot at a time, then carried the boots away without another word. I stood there barefoot in the hallway, stripped down to my shirt and trousers, watching her disappear downstairs with blood-stained leather in her hands as if it were nothing more than flour on a cloth. In the end, she returned with a small towel in one hand and pointed to the tub. "Go," she said, looking at me weirdly why I didn't get into it already. "The water's hot. I heated it up for you. Don't let it get cold. Shoo, shoo." I didn't argue, but I was flabbergasted. It felt foreign, alien. It was even weirder to experience this than my rebirth. Sitting down on the rim, I unbuttoned my shirt, peeled it away, and noticed that it was sticking to me from the sweat I hadn't realized was accumulating on my skin. Throwing it down, I slid slowly into the water. Ah, it was great. The heat bit into my skin at first, feeling sharp but in a good way, making me hiss through my teeth. I leaned back against the curve of the tub and closed my eyes, thinking back, not to what I did, but to Lyra. It was the first time I had experienced caring on this level. Honestly speaking, this meant more to me than she realized. It really did. It felt more intimate than a kiss or anything more explicit. As I relaxed, thinking and enjoying the bath, I opened my eyes again, and to my shock, she was there, looking at me. I wasn't sure what to do or to hide anything or not, so I didn't really do anything. She, on the other hand, was busy, as she had brought a small plate of food, a warm roll, a bowl of thick stew, and a cup of sweetened tea. Huh. Watching her, she placed it on the nearby stool and pulled up a chair, folding her hands in her lap. "You didn't have to wait," I said quietly, trying to initiate a conversation or something. "Maybe," she shrugged, "but I wanted to." "You didn't have to do any of this." I continued, but she just picked up a spoonful and began feeding me. "I wanted to," she repeated, firmer this time. "That makes a difference." "Yeah, true." I stared at her for a moment, really looking at her while she fed me. She was younger than I, yes. Well, I don't know how old this Auriel was, but she was probably still older than her. But why would it be an issue? Was I searching subconsciously for a reason not to get into a relationship because of how they were previously? I couldn't think of any other reason. And after tonight, honestly, she wasn't clinging to some fantasy, nor did she try to get me to talk in a shrill voice, asking, what did I do? She also refused to lecture or engage in any worthless discussion about what I did. I was sure that she knew what I had done, perhaps not every detail, but she had gathered enough clues to understand. And still, here she was, hand-feeding me. I don't deserve you, I muttered, my honest thought escaping my mouth. Ha! She gave a soft snort, blushing and giggling. You don't get to decide that. Oh, I smiled. Fair, fair, I concede. I would like that if you do. We are stuck together anyway, aren't we? Seems like. I nodded and she was right. Then, after the food was gone, she stood up again, gathering my shirt and the trousers I'd stepped out of. Holding them up, she examined them, checking the cuffs and edges, and picked up a wash basin. These too, she added, I'll take care of them. I can do it. You're not moving from that tub until you are relaxed and get sparkling clean. She looked down at me, then her eyes moved and lingered a little, because I wasn't covering myself. I am not cuddling you if you smell. Then she was gone again. Roger that, I murmured, looking after her. By the time she returned, I was done scrubbing myself with the lavender-smelling soap, and she just sat there with me, sipping her own cup of tea while I soaked. The silence between us was soft and comfortable. I studied her posture, the way she leaned onto the chair's arm, her ankle crossed over her knee, like a woman entirely at ease, unlike how she was when we first met. Why? I asked quietly. Why what? She flinched, blinking her eyes, coming out of her own thoughts. I don't know. I looked down, furrowing my brows. Why did I ask that? I honestly don't. I just... What was it that I wanted to ask? I really didn't know. Maybe she knew because she took a long breath before answering. Because I chose you, Auriel. It is that easy. I don't know where I would be now if not for you. So, I will stay with you. Through all of it, no matter what. Isn't that enough? Of course. I looked away into the steam. It's just... it'll get worse. I know, she chuckled, getting out of the chair and kneeling beside the tub, turning my head back to face her. She was so close that our noses almost touched. You could be in danger. I already am, she said, matter of fact, but I'm not stupid. I've made peace with it the moment we left Corvar. Then let's seal it, I said, looking into her eyes, and then she leaned in and we kissed. It was long, soft, yet passionate. It was the best kiss of my life. When we parted, eventually, I stood from the tub and dried off, dressing in the fresh pajamas she'd brought in without my noticing. As I did so, Lyra stood up too and gently brushed a damp strand of hair away from my temple. You go and sleep now, she said gently. It is getting close to morning, so I will need to start preparing the bread and... No, I answered, grabbing hold of her hand, pulling her close to me, moving my arm around her waist. There was something about... cuddling. There was... She stuttered for the first time, going red in the face. I told you, I want to seal it with you. Or, you don't want to... I do, she answered, her voice surprisingly loud all of a sudden, making her look around, afraid she had woken up the kids. Yes. I want to... Good. I smiled, maybe a bit too widely as I snuggled her. Come. Baking can wait. Plus, we can be closed tomorrow. For now, I want to cuddle with you. Until morning. It was already bright outside by the time I began waking up. I hadn't meant to stay in bed this long, but my body, for once, didn't argue with the stillness. It felt good, so it was not an issue to stay in bed, especially because Lyra lay tucked closely against me, her head resting on my chest, her arm lazily draped across me, while I could caress her back and hair under the sheets. Looking down, I could see her bare legs sticking out at one side, while her scent drifted up to my nostrils. It was soft, faintly sweet, a really pleasant and relaxing smell. Probably noticing me moving, she shifted faintly, wincing a little, trying to open her eyes. she murmured, only half awake, pressing herself against me. Good morning, I whispered, looking down at her. Her brows furrowed for a moment, but then she relaxed again, and an honest big smile spread across her lips. She didn't say anything at first, just pressed her face against me, giggling, looking so happy that it was contagious. When she did speak, it was with a hint of self-consciousness in her laughter. I can't move my hips, she whispered. Bad boy. Yeah, sorry about that, I said, chuckling. I might have gotten carried away. But you didn't say no. I wouldn't. She pouted playfully. And you better be sorry, she mumbled into my chest. Because if I walk funny downstairs, the kids will never let me live it down, asking questions, and I don't know what to say to that. Well, true, I muttered while I glanced past her and noticed the faint streak of blood on the lower part of the bedsheet, already dried. Instead of saying anything more, I just wrapped my arm around her more and let her rest her head fully against me. At once, she melted into me, and instead of feeling shy, she was visibly proud. You're shining, I murmured, letting strands of her hair run through my fingers. Of course I am, she nodded without shame. I got what I wanted. Ha, am I a prize? Why am I? She bit my shoulder lightly and playfully. Let me enjoy this. I can't sit down for a week. Okay, no need to dramatize it, I began, but we didn't get far into more teasing as we both froze. Footsteps, and not just one pair. Are you awake? When the door opened, it was Puck who stuck his head in, probably hearing us talking. At first glance, he was clearly worried, probably wondering why we hadn't left the room yet. Why aren't you guys up yet? You're never up this late. Damn, I just thought of him saying that. Are you okay? From my position, I had just enough line of sight to see the door crack open further, and sure enough, Mira's face poked through just behind him, followed by multiple other voices asking what's going on. Her brows lifted immediately when she saw us. Her eyes flicked across the scene, with us in the center, the tousled sheets, the bare shoulders and legs, the faint bloodied mark. Her mouth twitched at once in understanding. It was just then that Puck took another step forward, tugging at the doorframe. I think there's blood, he whispered. Did something happen to... Before he could finish, Mira's hand closed around the back of his collar and yanked him gently but firmly, pulling him away. Nope, she said, voice perfectly even. Absolutely nothing's wrong. But, Puck, listen to me, it's fine. He paused, and then his eyes widened as Mira leaned in and whispered something into his ear. I couldn't hear it, but whatever she said made his face go red and his mouth form a small O. Damn it, we are busted. Well, I almost laughed out loud seeing it play out. Mira turned her head back to us, her expression amused, as she looked at Lyra first, who only buried her face again into my neck, groaning softly, not wanting to show herself for the end of time after today. And then she met my eyes. I'll keep the others occupied, she said simply. You two just rest. And then, with the ease of someone being in complete control, she spun on her heel and began shepherding Puck, and what sounded like two other curious heads away from the door, muttering something about grown-ups needing privacy and everyone better shut up unless they wanted to mop the entire bakery floor. She knows, Lyra whispered into my collarbone when they were gone. Oh, she definitely knows, I said, rubbing her back. She's going to tease me for years. That's your burden now, I smirked. No, it's our... Don't slink away from responsibility. Okay, I smiled, holding her chin up to kiss her. Better? A bit. But I may need more. Greedy, I whispered, but I wasn't refusing her request, and leaned forward. It was one of the best mornings I have ever experienced. And I mean it. Chapter 59, Misunderstanding. Murder and death were not new things inside Velgrada. If someone had paid just the smallest of attention, it was pretty much a daily occurrence, especially among the city's lowlifes. Robberies, whether successful or not, may stem from rivalry or just a stupid accident. It happened more often than one might think. But the bodies that were found, there was something more going on. Although nobody could directly tell what, the clues were pretty apparent. By the time the second body turned up with the carved S in his flesh of the fat gondola merchant, the Crimson Ledger's mood had shifted from fury to dread. By then, the rumors had become more than just street gossip. They were directly implicating them. The first corpse belonged to Garen Weiss, and although he was a low-tier nobody with many problems, it could have been discarded as nothing. His death wouldn't even make the news as people like him disappear all the time. Unfortunately for the ledger, another body was discovered with the same letter carved into the body, and this one had a cleaner name. Tonal Vec. Yes, he wasn't a big name, just a simple gondola operator, or in his case, the owner of multiple gondolas, running them and renting them out. But he had influence around his own little circle. It was well known that he had taken many jobs from the ledger, even boasting about their relationship and bullying other gondola owners to sell or become his employees. Still, even if that was the case alone, this wouldn't have been a big story. The issue was, there was a previous one spreading just before the apparent murders, which transformed them into messages. The rumors had already painted the prelude, suggesting that the ledger had stepped on the toes of Silverhaven. An S, left on two bodies, one who was close to the Crimson Ledger. Sometimes people didn't really need any proof to start spinning their own tales, and by the afternoon, it was talked about everywhere. After all, everyone had an opinion about Silverhaven, even if they had never even walked into their building. That just simply further fueled their wild imagination, giving an even bigger punch to the tales people began adding to the mysterious killings. And the mistake was easy to make, especially because Silverhaven never issued any declarations either. Just like always, just like any time anything happened in the city, they remained silent, above the issues of the regular people. Except for the two letters on the two corpses, and even if in reality they represented Auriel's alias as Shade, the city didn't know that name that well yet. It wasn't on the Crimson Ledger's level either, and they wouldn't even think about it when receiving the news. All they saw was the letter, and all they heard were the stories being told at every corner shop. As a result, it wasn't a surprise that in the primary conference room of the Crimson Ledger's headquarters, behind the double-locked doors, panic had finally begun to appear amongst the board members. Their current, hastily called meeting was unlike any they had before, as actual fear was evident in some of their eyes. At the head of the table sat Garrick, as usual trying his best not to yell when he had to speak. It made his breathing slow, coming through flaring nostrils, looking like a boiling bull. One finger resting on the rim of a half-drunk glass of hard liquor, doing his best not to crack it. It seems that we're being hunted, Maris said first, breaking the silence, knowing that if nobody spoke, Garrick would blow his top sooner or later. I personally went out and visited the sites. That part of the rumor is true. 2 men, she continued, looking at the others. One of them being affiliated with us. The other, which is most likely connected indirectly, is not the type we employ because it is too risky to deal with addicts like him. So my conjecture is that he was probably employed by the one named Tunnel. Also, both died in their own homes and got an S carved into their bodies. Who was dealing with Tunnel? Garrick asked, prompting Maris to quickly sift through the papers. One of our subsidiaries. They are responsible for organizing our usual potion smuggling runs, and Tunnel was a reliable and relatively cheap option, giving us a bigger profit margin. Especially after he extended his reach, it was a win-win relationship until now. He knew his place, Cedric muttered. He was a bastard, but he feared us. It always made him predictable and usable. Garrick didn't say anything, simply raising his glass, taking a sip, letting the ice in it knock together, waiting for the others to continue. And both markings, Ivessa added quietly, adjusting her glasses. I examined them on the corpses. It is the same handwriting with the same precision. It was done by the same killer with the same weapon. Then say it, Garrick rasped, the glass under his finger suddenly cracking but not shattering yet. Out loud. Ivessa hesitated at first, looking at the others, but then she obeyed, not wanting to make him wait more than necessary. Someone is pretending to be Silverhaven. Or worse, someone from Silverhaven is actually sending a message. The former would be the preferable outcome, and they were hoping it was the case. But if it is the latter, that could be catastrophic, but even then, there may still be time to do something against it. To amend things. It was probably why even Garrick didn't explode, managing to sit on his temper for now. He just stared at the tabletop, his gaze fixed and distant, thinking about how to go and approach Silverhaven. He can't just go and ask, because if it is them, they would take it as an insult. Shouldn't it be clear? Who else would dare use the same moniker? But if it isn't them, then what? Is he accusing them? No, asking them directly was out of the question. This is madness, Rickard muttered, wiping his sweat-beaded forehead, jolting Garrick out of his thoughts. We didn't touch Silverhaven. We've never dealt with them directly anyway. They only deal with people at their auctions. I don't even know if they have agents in the city. Do they? Would they be worthless nobodies? Really? It shouldn't be them, Cedric said evenly, his face looking as if it had grown older by a decade, and his eyes were baggy, red, with thick black bags under them, like someone on their way to death. And there's no fire on our doorstep. If it were Silverhaven, we would be dead already. It could still be a warning, Garrick muttered, finally raising his cracked glass, emptying it. We have to take this as if we hurt someone we shouldn't have. It can't be the girl, Orlin said, barely above a whisper, looking at Cedric first. She was nothing, no name, no papers, just an orphan street rat. Was she? If you want to accuse me of something, do it, Cedric snorted, making Orlin smile a little. Of course not. I just want to be sure. She wasn't theirs. Wasn't with Silverhaven. They don't care about dregs. Cedric leaned forward now, hands resting on the table. So stop it, Orlin, or I will gut you like a pig. You don't understand how Silverhaven works, you failed sadist. Rickard grunted, eyeing Cedric with malice. It's not about bloodlines, and for Silverhaven it's not about money. It's about favors, debts, and honoring promises. What do you want to get to? Cedric looked at him, his eyes twitching, his lips quavering from anger. Speak cleanly. You think someone called one in? I think someone with a connection used them, yes. Rickard didn't blink when answering, his gaze turning towards Garrick. We are too focused on the rumors, and we are missing details, and a lot of those. What if the city lord called in a favor? He is a crafty one, and may just use it as an opportunity. He could have one, no? Maybe he is trying to use their name to make us back off until he builds up more strength. That? Ivessa stiffened. It could be. A favor, Cedric barked, for a fucking urchin? Would he risk something so valuable for something banal like this? Well, Garrick squeezed the glass, shattering it, and with the sharp sound he interrupted them. Let's forget about the kid. I doubt this is about that nobody anyway. That's the issue, isn't it? Ivessa sighed, pinching her nose, squeezing her eyes shut. There is no body. There isn't, Cedric acknowledged, making people start to whisper, arriving back at where they were an hour before. Was it really about an urchin? Was it Silverhaven? They were back to square one. The body could have been carried away by the river, Maris tried. There was a strong storm that day. Or an animal could have eaten it, Ivessa added. Everyone listen, Garrick said, sitting up now, his voice becoming much firmer. We don't speak of Silverhaven from now on. Understood? We don't say a word. Anyone caught even whispering the letter S is out. I don't care if it's your cousin or your whore. If they so much as joke about this mark, we gut them and hang their body in the square. If it is a warning, we got it, and we will not touch it. And the girl? Ivessa asked carefully. If she is alive. She's gone, Garrick interrupted, not wanting to go in circles one more time. I said, drop the topic. We couldn't find her body, and if she was alive and involved, Silverhaven wouldn't have done anything. Of course, everyone knew that that was a stretch at best. Garrick simply had no solution to the problem and was doing the best next thing, ignoring it until it goes away. Because if it is Silverhaven, they can do nothing. If it isn't, it will come up again later. Still, he also knew this was a bad solution, but there was nothing else he could do. Standing up and turning his back to the table, staring out the narrow window behind his chair, he continued, Taking over a city is never easy. He muttered after a minute of silence and turned slowly, his eyes sharper than at the start of the meeting. This is about the control of the city. We can't falter, but we need to be more careful. We will handle this as if it were done by the city lord. What should we do? Maris asked. We will slow down a little. We need to reassess what we know of the resources Valcroft has at hand. If he has more connections he can use, even ones that link him to Silverhaven. We will first need to counter those. He went after our minions. We can do the same in turn. We will make a list of people he has and eliminate them, one by one. There is a chance, Rickard spoke suddenly, looking at the middle of the table as if he was not even here, but out somewhere, traveling the land, that this is a clear message. Of what? Garrick asked. That Silverhaven doesn't want the city to destabilize. If anyone knows we are aiming to take over, it's them. He explained, still unblinking, still watching the middle of the desk. It could be that they are saying that we should not disturb the status quo. That's why we go after Valcroft's little minions. Garrick smiled a little. We will use our own little goons to do the dirty work. If we lose them, it is not a big deal. Because if it is Silverhaven warning us, they will retaliate against them, not against us. They respect the rules of the big game of power. Then we will know for sure and stop before it escalates. Of course, there was no guarantee, and Garrick knew that. But they were already rolling down the hill, and there was nothing that could stop their carriage anymore. Chapter 60. Crazy Tips. The third-floor chamber of Silverhaven was quiet and serene, ignoring the outside world and its chaos. The only sound that broke that serenity was the faint ticking of a clock hidden somewhere behind the curtains, pulled away, windows opened to let in the fresh air. The owner of Silverhaven, Celine, stood beside a long oak table that was covered in an array of objects awaiting her judgment, from which the cheapest one had a worth more than Veron and Sons, put together and going back 3 generations. Yet, for the uninitiated eyes, they were just trinkets. A lacquered box inlaid with mother-of-pearl, or a narrow rapier with an iridescent guard, and a collection of gemstones set into a velvet-lined case. Beautiful, yes, but worth that much? Yes. Those who knew what they were, certainly they did. Her fingers, which were now gloved in pristine white silk, carefully traced the fine engraving along the rapier's hilt before shifting the balance in her hand. Holding it like an expert, she noticed that it was too light to be an accurate dueling weapon, more like an ornamental, perhaps ceremonial piece. It was non-magical, but still elven-crafted, which made it a desirable object, but not something she had any more interest in after realizing it was worthless in actual battle. So, with a soft sigh, she set it aside without a word, moving next to the gemstones. A single glance told her half the stones were genuine, the rest were clever fakes, most likely dwarven-made, as no human hands could mimic them so well. Chuckling to herself, she picked out a flawed sapphire, held it to the light, and pressed down with his fingers, filling the room with a cracking sound. Such a weak fake. Clever, but not clever enough. She just put the cracked crystal down when the door behind her opened, barely making any noise as a pair of feet hurried in. Selene didn't look up, not until the familiar scent of spiced tea drifted toward her, already identifying the girl the moment the doorknob had been turned. "You are late," she murmured, examining the genuine ruby with a flame-like pattern inside of it. The maid-looking girl, the same ash-blonde, green-eyed beast folk who had greeted Auriel days earlier, bowed as she crossed the room, looking ashamed of herself. Arriving next to her, she bowed 3 more times, her tray being balanced effortlessly in her hands. Finishing by bending her head in shame, she set the tray upon the corner of the table, offering a cup to her mistress. "My apologies, Lady Selene," she said softly. "There was news." "I'm not angry." Selene finally glanced her way, touching her fingers as she took the cup and gently blew on it before taking a sip. "Go on." The maid hesitated, just long enough for Selene to get interested. As usually, she wouldn't flinch, not even if someone threw a corpse onto their doorstep. So, the news had to implicate Silverhaven in some way. How interesting. 2 killings had happened in the city, both in the last 2 days. Men of little value to most. One had the name Tonal Vec, who had been a frequent contract holder for the Crimson Ledger. The other was Garin Vase, who is even less significant, a local thug. Both were found in their homes. "I don't care about the who's and why's, my dear." Celine's tone didn't change as she spoke, sipping on her tea. "You don't bring me market killings unless they step into our circle. Chop chop, my lovely little girl. Why are you interested in these?" The maid's cat-like ears twitched, feeling a bit nervous. They shared one detail, my lady. Both bore a carved letter S in the flesh. And Celine's hand shifted a little, caressing the edge of her cup, smiling at her maid, who felt like she was watching a fox on the hunt. And the city assumes that it is us, the maid replied quickly, knowing that her mistress had already put two and two together. The story is already everywhere. It is getting round in the taverns, traded for coin in the upper markets, and even went as far as the ledger and the city lord. The mark is being read as Silverhaven, my lady, and by extension, the killings are taken as our work. That we have sent a message to the ledger. Celine's lips curved faintly, putting down her empty cup. Of course. They would think that. The maid stepped closer, lowering her voice even further, nervous to speak, but she had to. We know who it truly is. The marks are not for Silverhaven at all. That is obvious. They are for that man's chosen name, Shade. The boy named Auriel, who visited us with the token, the one you granted the potion to save his little orphan girl. I know. I don't forget a face. Celine chuckled quietly, unbothered and surprising her maid with how nonchalant she was. Our recent guest is playing in the mud after all. Things like this are bound to happen. Ha! I miss those days. My lady, if the ledger believes we have moved against them, they may— May what? Celine interrupted, her voice turning much firmer, gazing into her maid's eyes, making her step back a little. Throw their weight at our doors. They won't, not until they want to die. Garrick Holvar values his skin more than his pride, and his pride is considerable. Even I couldn't measure it well, ha! He will stew in his paranoia and do nothing because his spine was sold to the devil in exchange for being a local little tyrant. Pathetic. The ledger will tighten its ranks, silence its gossip, and spend weeks trying to confirm what they already fear. And they will fail to do so. A bunch of lower life forms they are. Yes, my lady. The maid stuttered, feeling that the room was suddenly a few degrees colder. Still, it is our name being used. The mark could draw unwanted attention to us from others, who might think we broke the rules and interfered with local scuffles. Some will believe it is you, no matter the truth. Should we not correct the perception, or punish the man for using it? You are worrying too much, Celine laughed. A warm and musical sound rang out, plucking a string that immediately vanquished the cold the young maid was feeling. Punish him? For frightening the ledger? Can you prove his intention was to frame us? No. Then why should we punish him? For killing men too far beneath my notice to even warrant a glance from me? Because he sullied the name Silverhaven, she answered firmly. It is an affront to our reputation. My dear, no, it isn't. Celine sighed, shaking her head. Silverhaven does not involve itself in alleyway squabbles. That's our rule. The moment we start defending our name against street gossip, we diminish it and give power to the rumors. Are we actually trying to cover something? And, in the first place, who said it was us? Not we, not nobody from our ranks. They drew that conclusion. That is their problem. But correcting, children make trouble, but they are not our children. Celine waved a hand, ending the discourse, while her gloved hand swept over the table, drawing the maid's attention to the items there. This, Selina said, is where Silverhaven's time is spent, not with the dregs. We weigh the treasures they bring forth for us and not their petty grudges. We deal in artifacts, knowledge, and favors. Do you think we are similar to the Crimson Ledger, or some city lord? Their kind come and go. They are an industrious pack of jackals, I'll grant them that, but they are still jackals, snapping and yapping over scraps. They are beneath my feet, only good to lick my boots. Let them snarl at a shadow for a while, and don't you ever dare bring outside filth into my palace of serenity. Understood? She asked, and her voice was accompanied by a blast of cold air. Perfectly, my lady. The maid bowed deeply, sniffing a little, almost crying, but she couldn't help but ask softly, even if it draws danger to Auriel. What did I just say? Celine glanced out the tall window, becoming patient again, smiling. If it does, then it will temper him. Or kill him. Either outcome is his own affair, not ours. He came to me with nothing but a token and a need, and I chose to grant it. That debt I owed is paid. The rest of his story is his to write, or end, and I have nothing else to do with it. Stop paying attention to the outside world and keep focusing inwards, or you will never break through. I understand, the maid muttered, keeping her head bowed. Good. Now come. I will let you examine the rest of these gemstones. Tell me which is fake and which is real. The door still creaked like a dying goat when I opened it, and I don't know why I expected it to stop. This place was falling apart as is. I mean, the old crazy alchemist's home, where I was currently standing, trying not to pinch my nose against the smell. Brannick, I called out, poking my head into the crooked shack I'd visited a few days earlier. Honestly, looking at it, it was slanted slightly to the left now, like it had lost an argument with gravity and was about to crash at any moment. I tried looking in through the herb-covered windows, but they were fogged with condensation and something that looked suspiciously like a dried snoot, or whatever. Yuck. Back again, boy? Came a voice from under what I initially mistook for a pile of wet carpets. What? You already killed yourself trying to make deathwort tea? I hate dealing with ghosts. Making what? No, I didn't brew anything. What are you even saying? I stepped inside, ducking under a string of hanging bulbs, but I wasn't here alone this time. Lyra followed behind me, hesitating just long enough to question every decision she'd made that led to this point. I wasn't blaming her for it. This place was like a devil's trash bin. Oh, I see. So you live... Good. Brannick rose from the heap of junk he was lost in, his eyes narrowing as they fell on Lyra. You brought a woman into my sanctuary? He asked accusingly. Is there some kind of superstition against women? Come on. She's not just a woman. I warned him, my eyes narrowing. This is Lyra, I said as she gave a polite nod, clearly trying not to inhale too deeply inside the shop. The food you ate? The thing you asked for. She made it. So be respectful. Oh? Brannick scratched something beneath his robes, and I didn't want to know what. My apologies, fine lady of the baking heaven of pastries. I love tasting the pudding of budding bumming. Excuse me? Lyra raised an eyebrow. Just drop it. He is not fully there. I snorted, wanting to slap the man. That'll do too, he said, completely ignoring the tone of our discussion. I know why you brought her. Follow me. Carefully. Don't touch the basilisk fennel. It's moody during frost months. I'm pretty sure that's parsley, I muttered, walking past the plant he pointed at. But, still. I did as he asked. Parsley is what they want you to think, Brannick replied without turning. We stepped past cluttered tables and drying herbs that were strung up like festival bouquets, following the madman to a rickety side room that might once have been a pantry. The air here was thicker, warmer, and much more earthy. There was a cauldron bubbling over a stone circle, and half a dozen jars labeled things like Dragon's Whimper, Wife's Last Breath, and The Essence of Maybe. So, Brannick said, spinning around and nearly knocking over a shelf with his elbow, you want to make potions? We want to start learning, yes, I corrected. We've got a decent manual and now even the ingredients, but no experience. You want basics? Brannick's eyes lit up in a dangerous way that I would call unhinged. Beginners. Novices. Yes, yes. That means you'll want to ruin something at least 12 times before it works. Preferably something expensive. The joy of losing your savings and falling into debt, chased by loan sharks until you must fake your death and move to a different city. We were hoping to skip that step. That is why we are here. Lyra cleared her throat, looking at me helplessly. We were hoping to avoid ruining anything. Ha! Brannick slapped a scroll he took out from under his clothes. That's like hoping to learn dancing by watching chairs sitting in the rain. You must ruin something, girl. A dozen things, in fact. You must burn the sugar, scorch the milk, and turn apples to ash and carrots to foam. Then you will begin to understand. I gave her a look. Maybe this wasn't a good idea. I'm starting to agree, she murmured, her eyes scanning the room. Ignoring us, Brannick hobbled toward a small bench stacked with tools and mortar bowls. Thinking, in the end, he picked up a battered wooden spoon and held it aloft like it was sacred. You cook? He asked. Bake, Lyra said cautiously, as we had just mentioned who she was. This old man was dangerously senile. Yes, yes, but cooking and baking are like farting and pissing. No, it's not, I moaned, but Brannick still ignored me. Then you know. That cooking is a ritual. Sequence, fire, temper, timing. A dish is not a dish until it makes you salivate, yes? I mean, Lyra hesitated, then slowly nodded. Yes. Kind of. You get a feel for it. Same, he barked, actually sounding like some kind of dog. Potion making is no different. Every brew has its required heat, the order of ingredients. It is art, like pissing your name into the snow. I couldn't say anything by then. Really. So, Brannick ignored us anyway, continuing, Your first task is not to measure ingredients. That's wrong. The guild will tell you to measure. Bah, guild cooks with rulers and pisses in cups. Real potion work is smelly. Done by sound and taste, if you're brave and don't mind occasional paralysis. You must smell the difference because no ingredient is the same. If the stalk is greener only by a fragment of what your precious book says, the recipe is already different. Follow those steps and fail. No, you follow your nose, he added, blowing a fucking giant snot to the ground all of a sudden, taking a deep breath after, then you will cook up something good. See? Lyra stammered, taking a step back, wanting to hide behind me, though I could see the spark in her eyes now. Brannick's sociopathic speech probably had some nuggets of truth in it. So, how do we begin? I asked. You need a test base, Brannick declared, beginning to rummage through jars that probably hadn't been washed in decades. You don't throw fireberries into spirit milk and hope for the best. You start with something mundane. Mm-hmm. Practice, he said, shoving a cracked clay bowl into Lyra's hands. Burdock root mash. Start with that. Good for women's hands. Use it. Watch how it reacts. To what? I asked. Whatever you've got. He waved me off. Try dew spice. Put it in first. Then try boiled rat tongue. Try your own blood if you want. No thanks. I flinched. Coward, he sniffed. Interesting. Lyra gently rubbed the inside of the bowl with her fingertip, examining the filth inside. This is like starter dough. The smell almost matches too, she added, making me surprised how she was looking at the goo on her fingers. Yes, Brannick barked again, looking at her. Finally, someone speaks my language. See, boy, this is why you brought her. Isn't that what I said at the start? I muttered. I'm so lost. She's smarter than you, so it is not a surprise, he chuckled. She's softer too. Brannick leaned in, looking oddly serious, while speaking to Lyra. Do not rush potion-making, girl. Rushed potions explode. They poison. They pretend to work. Then one day you sneeze and your lungs turn to glass. Ugh, Lyra coughed, looking at me, worried. Charming. Let's see. Brannick suddenly turned back to the shelves. You'll need a stirrer. Wood, not metal. The materials you collected hate metal, and it ruins the reactivity. Always use the tools you need for your work, and no measuring spoons. Not until you understand the pinch. Pinch is sacred, girl. Pinch is memory. Measure ruins the product. You are an artist, not a factory worker. After Brannick gave her a few more instruments, with a slight lopsided grin, he continued, You'll do fine, girl. You've got good eyes. Any final advice? I asked, stepping beside her before he would think to touch her with those filthy hands. Yes, he nodded. Keep your space clean. Not pristine, but clean. Like you? I snorted, unable to hold it back. This is the cleanest shop in the whole city, he declared, looking at me like I was an idiot. Here is everything in harmony. I think I get what he means. Lyra nodded, looking at me and whispering, He means that the surfaces here are keeping the ingredients in their perfect shape, right until he uses them. I think by clean, he means something different than we think of. Please don't tell me that our bakery will turn into a pigsty. It won't, she giggled, tiptoeing and giving a peck on the side of my cheeks. Good, I muttered, but Brannick also began speaking. Now go, and bring buns next time for this lesson. No cinnamon. I'm bored with cinnamon. Surprise me, but make it sweet like a peach. Wait, you said, I started. Surprise me, he shouted, shooing us with both hands. Out, out, go, your breaths are ruining my plants. I'm so lost, I muttered, standing outside again, glancing at Lyra, holding the tools Brannick gave her. I don't know, she murmured, looking down at the dirty-looking mortar and whatnot. I think I get it. From righteous to villain. Chapter 61, Brewing. I had cleared the back kitchen table before Lyra even asked after we got back home. She didn't say anything, but throughout the whole way, I could tell she was suddenly inspired. Was it the old man? Most likely, although I couldn't really comprehend much from his insane ramblings. Can we help? A voice asked as the kids came down from upstairs. I don't think so. I chuckled, looking at them. She isn't baking today, but if you want to help. I looked at their eager faces. Well, they have been stuck in here for a time now, and with all the rumors going around, it should be fine. Listen, we are going to do something important, and it is best if nobody disturbs us. Go outside and make sure the area is secure, Yes, they all answered, including Mira, which was a pleasant surprise. So, I looked at Lyra after the kids were gone. What can I do? I don't know yet, she muttered, looking over the ingredients, furrowing her brows. She stood over the table, her sleeves rolled up, hair already tied back in a knot. I think I will go as the book described it first. You sure you want to start immediately? I asked, leaning on the nearby counter, watching her face from the side. Yes, I am. She nodded but didn't look up at me. She was eyeing the dried twigs of spice laid out beside the bowl that the old crazy gave her. Lyra's eyes were going back and forth between the ingredients, her lips moving, probably counting or playing out the steps in her mind before speaking again. If I wait, I'll keep hesitating, she shrugged, shaking her head, expelling her doubts. Better to get the first failure out of the way. Well, I smiled despite myself, that's very optimistic. Huh. She did glance at me then, offering a little grin in answer. It's how you learn, right? Burn the sugar, ruin the foam, boil the wrong root, or how he said it. Something like that, although Brannick probably burnt more than some ingredients because his mind is not all there. Hopefully by the end I won't become like him because of inhaling something nasty, she said with a small laugh. That man's brain is a swamp. I am not aiming to replicate his achievements. True, I do hope so, I chuckled. Still, as far as I can see, you understood him. She didn't answer right away, blushing. I just think I get what he was trying to say. With that, she picked up the spice and sniffed it carefully. Then, to my mild horror, she licked the edge of the stem. That necessary? I asked, as it wasn't even washed. You taste flour when you're trying to figure out if it's spoiled. Fair point. I raised a hand, giving up. I don't know how to bake or cook, so… You are the boss in the kitchen. Of course I am, she frowned, but not because of me. This batch is a bit dry, probably a day or two too old. It should have been stored with a moist cloth. She added to herself, then, flipping through the manual, she kept mumbling, Book says to use a pinch of this. But if it's dry, I should increase it. Slightly. Please don't become like that hermit, I muttered as Brannick's voice echoed in my skull. Pinch his memory. Bah. Still, Lyra didn't measure it, nor did she weigh it. She held the spice between her fingers, judging it the way she might have judged nutmeg or crushed rosemary before adding it to her latest creation. So it wasn't surprising that she dropped it into the bowl and stirred it slowly with the carved wooden spoon we'd been given. She reached for the second ingredient, a powdered root whose name I couldn't pronounce, and that looked a lot like dried ground cinnamon. I say looked, because by smell it was closer to spoiled curry. Blee. Yet here I was, watching as she sniffed it, pinched it, then hesitated. What is it? I asked, seeing her hand stop. Just… She looked at me, her eyes moving back and forth, thinking. This powder's fresh and is still warm in places. I think if I use too much, it'll overpower the spice, might not activate properly. So, less, I offered, as at least some logic I can follow, not being utterly hopeless. Pursing her lips, she nodded, adjusting the ratio on the fly. And I saw it, right there in the motion of her hands and the narrowing of her eyes after the fifth ingredient. By then, she wasn't second-guessing herself. She knew something was off and modified the sixth accordingly. True enough, she didn't need numbers or perfect measures, she just felt it, balancing the measurements according to the changes she made. It reminded me of the way she usually baked, the way she could spot a dough that was too soft before it ever rose, or the way she could tell a glaze was wrong by its sheen, not its taste. Maybe she was a natural, and this wasn't just intuition, but being a latent genius in potion making. Still, I kept my mouth shut because I didn't want to jinx it. I learned that it is better to keep things to yourself instead of blabbering and drawing in some prankster god to turn something good into something bad. Sometimes, when she asked for a utensil, a new ingredient, or just to flip the book while her hands were full, I was there, helping. She added a spoonful of thick, clear liquid from one of the vials next to her left. The moment it hit the powder mix, the substance in the nasty-looking bowl hissed and smoked like hot water spilled on an active stove. Hearing it, Lyra stirred gently, not too fast, folding the contents the way you might do with whipped cream. Watching her work, she frowned again. Too hot, I guessed. Too quick, she explained, the reaction's unstable. Should we stop? No. She shook her head. It's too late for that. Maybe I can save it. Might as well see it through. As she said it, the smell that hit my nose next was odd. Not bad, but not good either. It was a bit sharp, closer to, like wet tree bark left out in the sun too long. It had an earthy and sour aftertaste at the back of your tongue. The mixture had turned a dull purple-grey as I looked, sludgy and bubbling with small, irregular pops. Yet, continuing to work, she grabbed a clean dropper from the table and pulled a few drops of the liquid into a glass vial. The rest she stirred again, and when it stopped bubbling, she left it to settle, folding her arms and leaning against the table. Well, I asked, lost as to whether it was good or not. If the book is right, it's supposed to turn pale green with a velvet-like surface, she replied flatly. In a few minutes. I peeked into the bowl. Yours looks like spoiled jam. Exactly. She shrugged, shaking her head. As we waited, a long moment passed. Nothing. Yeah, this was not it, and she knew, so she sat down with a heavy sigh, blowing a strand of hair out of her face. I messed up the sequencing, she pouted, going over it in her mind. I should have added the water part more slowly, or mixed the dessert longer. Maybe both. Dessert? I chuckled, sitting down next to her and patting her head. You still figured out how the ingredients reacted, I said, pointing at the table. That's more than nothing, especially for being the first attempt. More than a lot of first-time brewers, I'd bet, she said, giggling, back to a good mood. I can feel what I did wrong. That's the odd part. It's like when I bake, you don't know exactly why something fails at first, but you remember the texture, the moment when you need it, the feel of the mixture on your spoon. Next time, you don't make the same mistake. Look, she leaned over at the book and nodded to herself. I didn't understand that line in the second half about trusting the memory of the hand until now. So, I tried, so Brannick was right. Maybe he is more than we guessed. I don't know that, as I never heard an alchemist going insane. Not from the money they make. She gave me a flat look. But he wasn't wrong. For a brief minute, we just both stared at the failed potion for a bit longer. What's up with the part you put away? I asked suddenly. I bottled it to know which variant is a failure. As for this, she picked up the dropper and stared at the murky liquid inside it, thoughtful. Should I throw it out? She asked, looking at me, unsure what to do. Well, I don't know. You really want to keep a sample of that? I don't know, she shrugged. It might be useful in the future. Compare it to the next batch. I'll label it as first failure. A memento. By all means, I chuckled. Maybe spoiled jam is catchier. I'll think about it, she nodded, smiling again. Good. I reached across the table and brushed a bit of powder off her cheek. You're glowing, you know. I'm sweating, she corrected, wiping her brow, making an even bigger mess of her face. That still counts. She laughed, giving a peck on my lips, and then stood up again, clearing the tools before retying her hair. I could tell that she was already thinking about her next attempt. I could tell from the way her gaze lingered on the next batch of ingredients I was preparing for her and from the faint crease forming at her brow. I think I get what Brannick meant, she said, more to herself than to me. It's not about formulas. It's about learning to see. See what? The changes that no paper formula can predict, she said, biting her lips. The difference between flour and sugar. It is not enough that they're both white powders. It is the same here. The way a potion smells 5 seconds after it's mixed. It needs a bit of memory and probably a lot of experience. I didn't say anything to that, but it made sense. When she started over, I just watched her work. There was something satisfying in watching her work like this, step by step, methodically. Even if it was a failed attempt at first and not instantly successful, I wasn't disheartened, and neither was she. Honestly speaking, I would have been more concerned if she had managed to nail it instantly. It would be weird. The sun had begun going down since her first attempt. I'd expected her to call it a day soon. Fail one more time, take the lesson as it is, and then try again tomorrow. That's what I assumed anyone would do, but Lyra wasn't just anyone, it turns out. Her sleeves were still rolled back up, even tighter this time, while her hair was in its what? 5th knot. Much messier and still damp from where she'd splashed water on her face to go at it one more time. She hadn't said a word since bottling the spoiled jam No. 4 sample, but I could read it in her body. There was a subtle stiffness in her spine, the way her eyes kept flicking to the next set of ingredients. She was at her limits. But I didn't speak. I just leaned against the counter and stayed out of her way, watching. I know how it is when someone is in the zone. Disturbing them is the most annoying thing possible. Let them work, and they will stop when they want to. This time around, she started slower than in any of her other attempts. She picked up the same dry spice and rolled it between her fingers. Instead of crushing it outright, she set it under a damp cloth for a few minutes, and then she crushed it, nodding at the much better results than from before. Moisture retention, she muttered finally, makes the aromatic oils inside of it release more slowly. Next came the root powder she screwed up in the 3rd attempt. This time she cut the amount in half and stirred it gently into a cool mixture first. If I recall right, it was something to do with stabilizing the reaction. Something worked as there was less smoke this time, with no audible bubbling and no violent reactions. Craning my neck, the bowl didn't look impressive from where I was. In fact, it was utterly boring. The thing inside of it looked pale grey, thick, but not sludgy. As it settled, the surface turned smooth and reflective for a moment, which was weird. Then, when it settled, came the distilling part, the boiling and control of the flame, which one time made the vial shatter. That was a scare, but now it went without issues. When she finished, a spoonful of liquid emerged at the end. She took the vial, careful not to shake it up, and then smelled it. "Nothing," she whispered. "Good or bad?" I asked, stepping closer. "Very good." Her lips curved into a satisfied little smile. Next, she dipped the end of a thin rod into the mixture and pulled it out. The droplet on it slid off clean, with no residue or stickiness at all. It was acting more like water now. This is what the book described. It said the final result should have no odor. Stable, even color of light gray with a smooth finish. And this has all of that? Yes. Well then, I said, straightening up, looks like spoiled jam has competition. Congratulations. Ah ha ha ha, I did it, she yelled out, almost dropping the vial. With a laugh, she corked it and put it down, jumping onto me and giving me a deep, delighted kiss, which I returned happily, holding her waist. "So, what does the first potion you made actually do?" I asked, after she finally calmed down a little. Well, she turned around, looking at it. Supposedly, it boosts potency. Of what? Suddenly, she was blushing, averting her eyes, and that was enough to make me realize. No way. You brew an aphrodisiac. I don't know. She pouted, her happiness turning into sudden shame, which was funny to see, and I couldn't help but laugh. It isn't funny. It is, I cackled, still hugging her from behind, rubbing her tummy. What a rascal. Ugh. But why isn't it pink? Or sweet-smelling? I asked, making her pout even more. Wouldn't that make it too obvious? This one is. Damn. Is it to roofie others' drinks? I gasped. Roof? What? Never mind. I mumbled, shaking my head. Let's put it away before one of the kids thinks it's a drink for them. Chapter 62. A Wild Effect. The little vial stood on the kitchen table like a treasure from some ancient ruin that 100 adventurers went to get, but only one returned with it. Then it turns out, it was already spoiled. Lyra had cleaned the bottle's edges, sealed it with wax, and even labeled it with a "do not touch poison" warning, mainly for the kids. Anyway, I didn't know what I expected the first potion she made to look like. Explosive, glowing, actually poisonous. A perfect healing potion. It was neither, and it was for sure not as colourful as the ones I saw, nor did it have any smell. This one looked like rainwater with a faint grey tint. Dirty rainwater. Utterly boring. And ridiculous. Why were we making something like this? Why was it even in the old book? Did Brannick know it from the ingredients? I had so many questions. It's still just liquid, I muttered, sitting across the table. But it's a potion, Lyra said, correcting me automatically, ecstatic about accomplishing it. But then she sighed too. Sorry. When I saw the first receipt and felt I could do it, I totally didn't read what it was for. And by then, you began buying the ingredients, and it would have been a waste to throw them out. I am not blaming you, I grinned. I am just gobsmacked, that's all. Such a potent little drink. But we don't know if it's effective, she mumbled, blushing. Well, let's find out. I stood up, reaching for the vial. Auriel. Her voice snapped like a whip at me, followed by her hand actually slapping mine away from the potion. I froze mid-reach, surprised by the strength of her voice. Yes? You are not drinking it. I wasn't going to drink it, I lied, because I was totally about to take a swing of it. Why? I just remembered how it felt drinking those potions before a fight. The feeling was addictive. Tsk, damn. I need to be careful with this shit, especially after remembering what it did with Lyra's dad. I was just going to dab it on my tongue, see if it burn, or something. You're not a lab rat, she continued, her look still strict. Could be. No. Okay. I sat back down, defeated. It's just a drop. But sure. It's a drop of something I brewed from ingredients we barely understand, using a method passed down by a book and through the instructions of a madman. True, I nodded, thinking that over, but I'm curious, and I know you are too. So am I. Yes. But unlike you, I'd prefer we don't accidentally poison the man who keeps a roof over our heads. She blushed. I am not ready to become a widow. Well, that is fair. And what is this about being a widow? Wait, does this mean… Oh, well, whoa. Not that I'm complaining, though. Let's do it the safe way, Lyra continued, missing that I was a bit lost in thought as she tapped the wax seal with her nail. We need to test it, yes, but not on ourselves. I don't have a target to bring over, I added jokingly, making her roll her eyes. I meant that we need something small and manageable. Something that can show effects without putting anyone at risk and wouldn't be a big deal if it dies. So, I exhaled slowly, considering the parameters. A rat. Yes, she snapped her fingers, suddenly enlightened. That's what alchemists usually test on, isn't it? I guess. If they have a lab and a bunch of caged rats, maybe, I muttered, thinking how it was in my previous life. We have an abundance of them anyway. Catching one shouldn't be hard. We have the kids do it, she said, standing to find them. They have been holed up for a long time. A bit of exercising sounds fun. I agree, she grinned, heading upstairs. A few minutes later, the little troop we had was lined up at the door, each wearing the same expression, ready for a mission, including Mira, who wasn't showing any hesitation to head out once again. Of course, I wasn't going to let them wander alone, so we separated them into two-man groups. Find us 2 healthy rats, I said, keeping my voice steady like I was making a routine grocery request. Living ones. Yes, Puck cheered, fists raised, saluting by slapping his chest. No problem, boss. Try not to kill them or poison them. We need healthy ones, Lyra added, raising a stern finger. And not ones with missing limbs, I added. And look out for bites. Can I catch a big one? Puck asked with bright eyes. Will the biggest one be rewarded? Sure, why not? I shrugged, and that was apparently all the motivation the kids needed, looking like hamsters on caffeine overdose. Come back fast, Lyra called after them when they were let loose in the city, and don't forget, don't get bit. The door slammed shut behind them like a gunshot. I don't think they heard her, so we both stood still for a second, unsure if what we had just set into motion was wise. This is parenting now, I said, glancing at Lyra, isn't it? Probably, she replied, also possibly a crime. I don't know what the rules are for catching rats in this city. If there are rules against catching a rat, I will eat my shoes on the main square. Turns out it wasn't against the rules and nobody cared about orphans hunting for dinner. And that there are way too many rats in the city, as they were back in under 2 hours. Mira walked in first, her face glowing with pride, holding a rat in each hand by the scruff of the neck like it was the winning prize. Puck wasn't far behind with a third, being her partner. And the one he was bringing along was the size of a small dog. What the hell do these things eat? In the end, after everyone returned, we had 8 rats, which we put into cages in the basement. They were lively, squirming, hissing little demons after not getting much food, and I had the sudden realization that I had no idea how to handle rats properly. Well, I muttered as I looked at Lyra, while the kids were just as curious as anybody could be in this situation. We'll test them in here. They're going to get potion powers? Mira asked. I hope they won't turn into super rats, or into Splinter. Who? They all asked, looking at me. Nothing. I waved a hand, and although they were still curious, Puck managed to interrupt their silence. Can we keep one? Puck asked. Call it Ratiel? Absolutely not, Lyra and I said in unison. Oh, he said, suddenly no longer that happy, making Mira rub his head. They are not pets, she whispered. They are vermin. Anyway, go, I pushed the kids out. This is dangerous, so go up, take a bath, and sleep early. But, nope, no excuses. I cut Puck's complaining short as I shooed them out. We only needed 2 for this, so 2 of the rats, codenamed Ratiel and Ratiella, were moved to a spare cage for observation. When all was set up and the cage was secured, I prepared the dropper while Lyra held the vial with utmost care, as if handling an explosive. Huh. What if it was actually like nitroglycerin? Hope not. Anyway, her hands were steady, but I could see the tension in her face and eyes. Do it gently, she whispered. You think I'm going to squirt it in their eyes? Don't tempt fate, she warned me, making me shrug. I crouched down beside the cage and used the dropper to dab a single drop onto each rat's nose. They squirmed when it hit them and licked instinctively, removing it. And then, nothing. We waited. 1 minute, 2. The rats groomed themselves, sniffed the corners of the cage, and occasionally squeaked at each other. I looked up at Lyra, seeing the same confusion. They're fine, I stated the obvious. No seizures, no spasms, nothing. I don't think that was ever the concern, she replied, arms crossed, her brows becoming more and more drawn together. Let's give it a little more time. Maybe it's just… Then it happened, the moment I began speaking. One of the rats suddenly sprang up as if jolted by lightning, followed by watching it turn into a ball as its fur puffed out, its tail stiffened like a twig. But instead of falling over, it started running in circles around the cage, surprisingly fast, really fast. Okay, that's not normal, I perked up, watching. Look at the other one, Puck shouted. What are you still doing here? I yelled at the door, seeing the eyes of the kids looking in, watching what was happening. But sure enough, the second rat was twitching, then sprinting from corner to corner like it had too much caffeine and far too much confidence in catching whatever it was chasing. Then it tried to scale the side of the cage. It even succeeded, but as it hung from the top, it fell back down, and then tried again. They're energized, Lyra said, awe in her voice. They're possessed, I muttered. By the way, I leaned over so only she could hear me. Those are both boy rats, see? Of course, she blushed, nodding her head, and answered in a way that made me almost laugh out loud. It seems a potion puts them into a drive to mate, but focuses it on the other sex. Maybe. I don't know, I answered, giggling to myself. One thing was sure, these boys weren't interested in each other, but they wanted out. Very much so. We watched for another minute as the rats continued their rampage in their desperation to hump a female rat. Then it turns out the potion simply had a plateau where it decided to take over as they finally did jump on each other. The problem was that it was violent. The dominant rat not only overpowered the other, but it also killed it. Damn, and when it was done, it just slumped in the corner like someone who'd just run 3 laps around the city walls. How long did that last? I asked. About a minute, Lyra said, checking her notes. Maybe a little more. So, it works. It works, she echoed, whispering like she didn't quite believe it. A single drop, with a delayed onset, brief effect window, but real, and dangerous. It is, I said, watching the rat lie on its side, gasping for air and still in a delirious state. And that was a rat. A human-sized dose might make someone tear off their shirt and leap over a table. It could be refined, Lyra added, brushing a loose strand of hair behind her ear, her mind racing, making her bite her lower lip. More stable duration. Maybe there's another way to avoid making it so violent. Maybe bind it to a food-based medium or powdered capsules. Whoa, wait. I blinked my eyes. Binding it? To food? You think potions could be made into food? I'm thinking of an application, she answered, looking innocent. There were some mentions of binding methods in the book. Lyra. I gave her a look. You're thinking of selling sex potions. I'm thinking of selling safe ones. Imagine the market. She pouted, blushed until her ears began steaming, but it just made me grin. You really are a businesswoman under that shy surface, eh? Your fault, she pouted, turning away. Really? I taught you to monetize libido. When? Not that long ago, she muttered while I stepped behind her, holding her close and playing with her tummy through her clothes. You know, I said thoughtfully, one thing is true. Sex sells. Anway, let's refine this thing first. Then we can consider a market to break into. As for the application of it, combining them with food, sure, why not? Maybe we can create something that will bring in money. A lot of money. Chapter 63, Danger 1. The midday heat was cooking Velgrada's streets, especially in the lower city, coating the alleys in a thick layer of stench of tar, piss, and overripe market fruits. The crowds in the lower borough moved through it without thinking about it, already used to the smell and to the buzz of flies along with the squeaking rats scurrying in and out of the sewers. Cedric walked lost in thought through it all, searching in the filth, retracing the supposed steps of his last victim. He was still searching for the girl's body, despite the impossibility of it. It was nowhere to be found on the outside, so she had no way to be still in the city. No matter what everyone was saying, rumors are rumors. Shaking his head, he refused to acknowledge that he felt tired. More tired than he had ever been. He hadn't truly slept in 3 nights, if not more. He was losing count. Not to mention, whenever he tried, he was having weird dreams, nightmares even, causing him to wake with a headache. But worse than the pain was the stillness, not the cities but his missions. There was nothing to do, and he was forbidden from doing his usual routine. There was nobody to tail, nobody to abduct or kill. His hands were itching. Curse it all, he groaned. The main reason for it was that the Crimson Ledger had retreated underground and halted all movements for now, until they had a better overview of their situation. Garrick ensured he wasn't going to back down. He would become the new city lord. They are so close to it. But he won't rush into a trap, not until they figure out who had bled the 2 bodies and carved an S into the corpses. Not until they knew if Silverhaven had genuinely warned them or if it was just a ruse. But being unable to do anything was not his way of working. He needed to feel something, to keep his senses sharp and deadly. Just from the past days of inactivity, he was already feeling them getting rusty, which further increased his mind, slowly becoming unstable and irrational. Sitting still wasn't easy for Cedric, not ever. He was a creature of action, even when he was an official adventurer. He made a name for himself, rising through the ranks, coming back from missions with a new trophy every time. Then, as his notoriety spread, he became the one to stand behind chairs during negotiations, cracking his knuckles and others' skulls until someone agreed with what he wanted. It became so bad, as some said, that he was thrown out of the guild for constantly breaking the rules and taking jobs through unofficial channels, using guild resources for his own benefit. Yet the true joy came to him after leaving the Adventurers Guild and joining the Crimson Ledger. The world opened up for him, with always something to do and someone to play with, until he broke them and moved on to a new toy. He had to return to normalcy. So almost like he was cursed, he crept through the streets without actual aim, his armor left behind, dressed as a beggar with only a dagger hidden in his cloak. The girl was an urchin, so he would sniff the rest out, and if he must, he would kill them, one by one, cleaning up the streets in the process. A win-win in his books. By this day, he had stalked his way through the East Wall Market, pretending to beg, pretending to exist while listening to other beggars, grabbing some of them, dragging them into the sewers before finishing them off. Most of them had nothing to give, so his anger only rose, not even placated when he slit their throats and cut off their heads to make sure these ones were not coming back, even if Silverhaven wanted to be the patron of the dregs of society. Yet, nothing. No matter how closely he was watching, looking for signs. Was it really Silverhaven? Because they didn't leave signs. Everyone should do it, but if they were the ones, it was making more sense, which besides angering him was finally scaring him too. That was trouble. Over here, I saw one. There was a blur of motion in the alley nearby to him and the voice of children. It immediately brought his mind to the present as he looked, seeing two children scurrying after something. A rat? He moved closer, adjusting the hood draped over his head, pretending to examine the trash between houses, looking for something to eat or just collect. But then his breath got stuck in his throat. The girl. For one horrifying, impossible moment, he couldn't move any of his muscles. He couldn't even breathe. His mouth opened, trying to help draw in air, but then closed, seeing how futile it was, while his throat worked around a soundless curse. She was supposed to be dead, not running around, healthy again. Even if she survived, she wouldn't be able to walk, ever again. He had made sure of that. Garrick told him to get answers, and he had, and then he just played around with his prize. Yes, the girl was strong and refused to break easily, but by the end she had screamed and sobbed and whimpered, until she had gone still. He remembered the moment even now, how her eyes rolled back, how her breath failed to come, and how he'd left her for the river. It wasn't just a dream, was it? She was supposed to be dead, yet there she was. Worse of all, she was laughing. How is that possible? It wasn't. Cedric felt his stomach twist, and his hands shook. He dropped the trash he'd been holding and forgot about even Silverhaven. There was nothing else in his mind. Just that kid. Her face wasn't even scarred. From where he stood, maybe there was a faint line on her jaw, perhaps. But no more than a scratch. She moved like she wasn't broken in every bone in her body. She talked like she hadn't been forcefully kept alive to provide more fun, and worse of it all, she was happy. Smiling? How? And why is she surrounded by other children? He stepped back, his body half in shadow now, his eyes burning in a maddened fire. This was impossible. Was it a trick, a double, a lure, a legendary homunculus? Or did one of the fabled elven necromancers come to town? Or worse, had someone saved her? He knew what Garrick would say if he learned the girl was alive. Not just alive, but returned and embedded with a group of street children, giggling and running around. This was an open threat. In that moment, Cedric finally knew something new. Something he only put others through. Now he knew panic. He recognized it by now. But this had to go. His jaw clenched so hard that one of his teeth actually cracked. But the pain helped him focus. Action. He needed to move and do something, so he tailed them. Slowly, carefully, noting everything and using his gold-ranked adventurer experience to its fullest. Whatever was happening, he no longer cared. The girl had to die, and every other kid too. Everyone she was meeting today. They would all die. Watching, he noted that the children moved with a clear purpose. They weren't scrounging because they were hunting. Cedric saw it clearly now. Yes, they were instructed. They worked in pairs, coordinated, like street scouts trained to trap. But what? Or who? Was it him? No. They were going after something else. When the girl caught a rat by the scruff and raised it overhead, cheering, Cedric nearly retched. Are they hunting for food? Can't be. And it couldn't be, because his mind registered a new fact. They were dressed much better than actual urchins. Those clothes on them, the clean skin. Someone was taking care of them. So he held back and didn't jump on them. Instead, he followed them from a distance, his feet moving with perfect precision, always keeping silent against the stone roads. Of course, the kids were amateurs and they didn't look back. Not once. Not even the girl. Prey. No, not even that, as most prey animals had the instinct to keep a watch. These little stains on the city did not. After tailing them, he watched as they returned to a building that looked to be a bakery. Plain door, clean windows, and a carved wooden sign, with an S-shaped baguette on it. An S. Wait, Cedric stopped at the corner and watched, his eyes unblinking. The children vanished inside. He stood there, unmoving, until his legs began to ache, finally bringing him out of his weird stupor, finding the dagger in his hand appear and grip it so hard that not even a crowbar could pry it from him. I am going to kill all of you. He cursed as he took his first step towards the building. He didn't care that it was daylight, and for sure he didn't care who was inside. Silverhaven or not, they will all die because his urge said so. In that moment, seeing Mira walking had cracked something loose in his skull, probably a jagged piece of his brain. Or whatever it was burning his clarity away, turning it into bloodlust that overrode everything else. Surprisingly, though, it also brought serenity to him. His pulse no longer pounded in his ears, and his thoughts no longer spun around in fruitless circles. Instead, everything became clear and focused, causing his movements to be smooth and deliberate, reflecting his skill set. This was what he knew best. The hunt, and then the sweet, pleasuring kill. There would be no more waiting and no more wondering, just blood flowing. He circled back behind the bakery, slipping into the alley until he spotted the old gutter pipe running up the wall beside the back windows. It was half rusted, but strong enough for him. His fingers gripped the edges of the brick as he climbed, making sure he was slow and controlled, no wasted movement and no loud noises. He didn't want to alert his prey. The second-story shutter was cracked open, a breeze pushing lace curtains aside. Always a good entry point. People didn't think twice about closing these, as they couldn't imagine others getting this high. Always, always a big mistake and a perfect opening for an assassin. Without a second thought, he slipped through and landed silently on the floorboards, crouching, eyes sweeping the room. A bedroom. It was neatly kept. There was a threadbare quilt on the bed and children's shoes by the door. So this is where the urchins were living. Weird. Who would take them in and spend money on them? No matter. Banishing his thoughts, he moved toward the door, peeking out into the narrow hallway, noticing the stairway leading downstairs. Listening, he could hear the mix of voices rising from below. There was a muffled conversation, then laughter. The girl's voice was amongst them. He could recognize it from memory, even if she wasn't screaming. Just by her voice touching his ears, Cedric's lips pulled back into something between a sneer and a snarl. He felt happy, almost even erect. They're laughing. All of them. Good. He will carve a permanent smile onto each of their faces. Step by step, he crept downward like a cat, making no noise at all. The old wood almost betrayed him twice, but his skills allowed him to shift his weight just enough, and just in time to keep silent, and to make a mental note to burn the building down too, when he is done. He will turn the bakery into an oven and eliminate all evidence. By then, the hallway came into his view as he finally saw them. Down on the first floor, a young but certainly adult woman was the first to appear from the cellar, ascending the stairs, brushing her sleeves, her head turned back toward the others, talking about something potion-related, but Cedric didn't care. People like these would think that a cough medicine is equivalent to an actual potion. Behind her came a man, somewhat tall, calm, still wet behind the ears, saying something funny that made one of the kids giggle. By then, Cedric didn't think, or more like he couldn't think. He just lunged from the shadow at the top of the stairs, his teeth clenched while sneering like a madman with his dagger raised as he went straight for the woman in front, here to stab it through her eye, incapacitate, and leave her for the crescendo of this coming massacre. Chapter 64, Danger 2. The moment my foot touched the last step, just as we were coming up from the basement, something shifted around and in me. It was my instincts taking over my body, reacting to a sense of danger ingrained into my body, probably through years of training as a child. For a moment, the ambush, where this world's Auriel perished and I came over, flashed before me, telling me I had the same feeling back then. Was I going to die again? I didn't hear anything, nor could I think of dying anymore. I was moving. There was no creak of floorboards under my foot, no yell came from me, and I didn't even inhale sharply. I was already acting as I reached out to shove Lyra away from the perceived danger, whatever it may be. That was when the body emerged from the shadows, and I finally realized what I was feeling and why everything had slowed down to a snail's crawl all of a sudden. An assassin. I didn't perceive the man visually until he was already in mid-lunge, a dagger-shaped thing stabbing out, held between gloved fingers, aimed straight at Lyra's face. It seemed so slow, including my movement, my finger holding onto her arm, pulling, not even thinking about potentially throwing her down the stairs. I was doing everything to get her out of the path of that weapon. In the meantime, I watched the crazed man. His eyes were wild, his mouth open in a sneer that was unlike anything I had seen yet. Not even the beast folk were like this. While I was still shoving Lyra away, I stepped in front of her, and with a snap, everything returned to normal speed as pain coursed through my body. The dagger he held plunged directly into the meat of my shoulder, slipping between my collarbone and chest, burning cold and hot at the same time as it got lodged in me. Grimacing, I pushed the feeling down and initiated a counterattack. The first thing that came to mind. I seized his wrist before he could yank the blade free, which may cause even more damage to me than when it entered my body. At least, that was what my brain was telling me. With that, I twisted on his wrist, or tried, using the momentum of his lunge against him, and I realized that he was strong. Far stronger than me. My knees almost buckled just from the resistance in his arm. But it worked in stopping him for a second. Just enough, probably thanks to all the adrenaline I was feeling. I could hear how Lyra and the kids screamed. Some of the children froze at the bottom of the stairs when hearing it. Just as a glimpse, I caught how Mira's eyes went wide while Puck reached for something. A pan? A ladle? There's no use. If they get involved in this fight, they'll die. If I can't stop this bastard, they also die. Then, as his hood fell back, and I watched the features of his face, a sudden realization hit me. The face was eerily what Mira had described to me. I think it clicked then that this bastard was her torturer, and he probably saw her and followed her back home. Good, because if I can kill him now, we will have one less issue to contend with. And for once again, I really wanted to kill him. Maybe he sensed my intent as he grinned at me, his lips peeling back into his teeth, becoming a snarl. He knew all right. And he also knew he was stronger than me. Nice killing intent there, kid, he hissed, contesting my waning strength that was losing its adrenaline boost. Too bad you are still in your diapers, pulling on your foreskin, wondering what it's for. Let me cut it off, along with your dick, and choke you to death with your balls. With that, he tore the dagger from my shoulder with a twist, spraying blood across the wall, and slammed his knee into my gut. The air left my lungs in a rush, and probably that was why I couldn't scream out with pain. But I wasn't going to fall down, forcing my legs to prop me up while I staggered back. Ignoring the pain, I still stood before him. He advanced by the time I planted one leg. Fuck. Too quick. He is too fast for me. He wasn't even trying to hide it. His steps were clean, out in the open but efficient. I could tell that he had done this 100 million times before, and it showed. By the time he was on me, the dagger spun once in his hand as he was reversing his grip on it. flicking the blood in the opposite direction from the blade, straight onto the walls, not letting it stain the handle and making it slippery. Then, before I could try to adapt, his stance dropped, only leaving my instincts to scream at me that this was not good. This was a killing blow. So, allowing my muscles to dictate what to do, I leaned backward like I was in a yoga instruction video, letting the strike hiss past my neck, still slicing it, but only barely, letting a thin layer of blood flow out. But I wasn't dead yet. Seeing it, with a bit of surprise, he followed up with a backhand across my jaw. My vision tilted at once, and I tasted more blood in my throat and mouth. Without looking, I lashed out with my elbow and caught his ribs somehow, but it was like hitting iron. "What an interesting little fucker," he laughed. "You're better than you look. Say, kill the girl and the kids, and I'll take you in as my apprentice." "Go to hell," I spat, finally realizing what was in my hand still, staggering, opening my tensed fingers around the vial, the aphrodisiac. Useless in combat. Or, fuck it. It is time to go all in, especially because Cedric lunged again, dagger raised at me. Just as before, he was fast and I was slower. But he was also loud, mad, and overconfident. So I had a chance. His mouth was open with bloodlust, grinning and sticking his tongue out, wanting to taste my blood, or he was just a rabid dog. Well then, take your fucking medicine. And with that thought, I threw it at him. It was a bullseye. Dead center. I should introduce darts to this world. The glass shattered in his mouth as he instinctively bit down, and he immediately gagged. Abandoning his attack, he backed off, trying to make himself vomit, thinking it was poison, realizing he was careless. "Serves you right, you motherfucker." For a split second, his body jerked in confusion, glancing at me. He spat over and over, some shards spraying out, but most of the viscous, grey-coloured liquid had already hit his tongue, his throat, and found its way into his bloodstream. He staggered at once. It seems the more we administer, the quicker the results are. I just didn't know what the effects would be on humans, especially at this dosage. "What the hell?" Cedric growled, wiping his mouth, breathing, and then something flickered in his eyes. Realization? Maybe. Horror? A bit. Rage? Absolutely. "You! What did you... Then it hit him again, and his knees buckled. His whole body trembled by then, and next his hand opened, dropping the dagger. He gasped, clutching at his chest like his skin was on fire, trying to tear off his clothes, along with his own skin beneath it. I saw how veins along his neck pulsed violently, and more were popping around his head. I even saw that some actually burst, turning his skin red as the blood was trying desperately to find a way to ooze out. In the end, it was coming out through his pores, nose, eyes, ears. I could have just waited and let it play out, but I was not trusting the potion in itself, or the man's body to succumb to it. What if he endures the initial burst? So I lunged at him, and I tackled him, slamming us both into the wall and down to the ground. I went for the dagger on the floor, but he was lucid enough and kicked it away. So then I drove my fist into his face, over and over again, even with a punctured shoulder. I couldn't even feel that injury. I was just going at him like an ape. He barely reacted, not because he was durable, but because his body was caught between spasms, his breath coming out in moans now. Involuntarily, of course, because for sure he wasn't enjoying being pummeled like this. Between twitches, he was trying to fight it, but his mind was no longer in control, and he wasn't in a sane state either from the get-go. Then, as I broke his nose, fractured his face, and I heard his jaw crack. Finally, he suddenly screamed. It wasn't a battle cry, it was something more raw, primal even, with a tinge of the loss of agency over his faculties. "Just shut the fuck up, forever," I grunted as I finally lowered my fists. Why was I going for his face? There was something better, a more open and softer target. So I began hammering his neck, breaking his windpipes, and punching his Adam's apple back into his throat. "Fuck. You. Just die." Sitting on his chest, I watched as he was now choking, trying to breathe, but he couldn't, and he realized it. Huh. There was fear in those eyes, replacing the madness, looking at me. And I never broke eye contact. I kept watching as life finally slipped from him, spasming, twitching, and then finally going still. I wasn't blinking, making sure he indeed died. Slowly, with as much fear as Mira felt when he was toying with her. Good riddance. Then finally I stood up from him, noticing that he was stiff as a mountain still, even with a gross patch on his trousers. You fucking weirdo. With a bloody spat that landed on his still open eyes, I knew he was indeed dead because there was no flinching at all. Good. Good. Turning around, I barely felt any energy in my body and noticed that the children were silent, looking. Mira stood frozen at the bottom of the stairs, hands trembling. Puck held a rolling pin like a sword, but his legs were shaking, unable to make a move, yet he still stood before the others. Is he dead? Lyra asked, coming out of her stupor. Yeah, I breathed, my vision swimming, but just in case. I wobbled, picking up the dagger and plunged it into his heart, twisting it 3 times, like uncorking a wine bottle. There. Must be dead. But maybe we should cut his head off, for good measure. What? She stared at me, gawking. Did you throw the potion at him? Yeah. I smiled, suddenly throwing up blood. He was the perfect guinea pig for human testing. Make note, don't consume it all, it's deadly. But with that, I failed to stay up anymore as everything had gone dark. Chapter 65, Dreams. I blinked myself awake, and I was, well, not in a daze, not precisely, certainly not from blood loss or panic. I was just feeling lost. It was like a moment of mental fog was lifting from my mind as I raised my head, and when my eyes opened again, everything was wrong. First, the hum of fluorescent lights buzzed softly above me, making me squint when I looked directly into its source. The movement made me realize that my elbows rested on a laminated desk cluttered with paperwork, pens, and an already cold coffee in a chipped mug at the right edge. Exactly where I managed to bang it against the coffee machine's metal edge a day ago. Rubbing my eyes, I noticed the monitor before me, flickering slightly. I could also make out the text across the top of the screen, Q4 spreadsheet revision, final V, 3.4.1 XLXX. I was in the office, my cubicle. Leaning out, looking, the carpet was still stained near the water cooler from Jenkins's celebratory champagne spill from last year, the bastard who got the promotion on the back of my report. The calendar on the wall was what caught my attention next. It was still the same one with puppies for each month. Your pawsome. Fuck you too, I thought as I stared at it, unblinking, leaning back to my chair. I knew this place, every inch of it. Every bit of it reeked of the stench I hated the most. Then, a shadow passed in front of my cubicle, stopping and coming in, uninvited. Sleeping on the job now? Osborne, my direct manager's voice. He stood at the entrance of my booth, the fluorescent light above him giving him a faint halo. Oh, fuck you and your ironic posture, considering he was the devil in every textbook as far as I cared. He wore the same too-tight button-up shirt and forced that same fake grin, looking at me, here to dump another batch of I need this for yesterday kind of work. Trying to buddy me up. Yet you are younger than me, getting the position because of daddy. Eat a bag of dicks. I started, half standing, but I didn't get far. Don't lie, he cut me off, waving a hand. You've been slacking off all week. Late on revisions, slow on data merges, and missing headers in every report. Do you think this is a daycare? You're not here to nap your life away, Auriel. I swallowed hard, holding back my thoughts. Maybe I should grab the box cutter and slice his throat open. Perhaps I should, because some part of me knew this wasn't real, that it couldn't be real. But then the feeling of shame flooded me all of a sudden. What was I thinking of? I'll fix it, I murmured. You'll damn well do more than that, he snapped at my answer. You think this company owes you anything? It owed me a lot, especially because it caused my hair to start thinning. Be grateful we keep people like you around. You're lucky I don't call HR and start the termination papers right now. Yes. I bowed my head like I always did. It was easier to submit and then to apologize. I was simply here to get through the day and avoid making waves. Otherwise, my life would be practically over. No money, no rent, no home. I watched as Osborne scoffed with a grin and walked away, while I sat there staring at the screen. The numbers blurred before my eyes and my chest tightened again, prompting me to massage it before I reached for the coffee cup. However, the black liquid tasted like ash when I took a sip. Fuck this shit. Then my phone buzzed on the desk, and a quick glance at the screen told me everything I needed to know. Becky, where the hell is the proper cream? I told you not to buy the SPF one. You never listen. Now my whole routine's ruined. I stared at the message, wanting to wake up from this nightmare. But another buzz. Becky, do you even care how this affects me? I swear, Auriel, it's like I'm dating a child. Another buzz. She wasn't stopping. Becky, ugh, you're not even going to answer now. Figures, you're so selfish. The irony nearly made me laugh. So I picked up the phone and wrote one simple message back. I don't care because nothing would help that face of yours anyway. I ignored the rest, turning the phone off. Fuck it. Fuck everything. Then, I sank deeper into my seat, the office lights growing harsher, the walls closing in, the weight of it all pressing against my lungs, making me feel like I was having another heart attack. Wait, I already had one. What was I doing here? Yes, I wasn't this Auriel anymore. I had already finished this life and started a new one. I was Auriel, but not here. The moment I embraced the idea, everything around me cracked and the lights flickered. My desk vanished and the floor tilted, throwing me off, falling into darkness. And suddenly I was outside. The air smelled of fresh hay and dirt, while I heard children's laughter echo nearby. When I looked down, I realized my legs were shorter than I remembered. My arms are thinner too. And my clothes. These were, a child's tunic, patched at the elbows. Moving my limbs, I could tell that it was a little too oversized for me. I was a kid, for sure, but this was not a childhood I recognized. I didn't need to wait long to remember that this was the other Auriel's memories. Yes, this was the orphanage where he grew up, and I currently stood in a yard that was expansive and uneven, surrounded by wooden fencing and crude rope courses, planks balanced on barrels, and nets tied between trees. Just like a boot camp. It was an obstacle course that had seen better days, but despite that, it was alive, energetic. And I was in the middle of it. Come on, Auriel, a girl shouted at me with freckles, a wild red hair on the top of her head, while her grin was missing a tooth. She scampered ahead of me, darting up a slanted wooden wall like a monkey, waiting for me to follow her. Last one to the bell scrubs dishes tonight, another voice yelled. I didn't hesitate anymore, letting my body move on its own. I ran, my bare feet pounding on dirt, before jumping straight onto the rope ladder, swaying as I climbed after her. Soon I was not only catching up, but leaving her behind as I vaulted over a log, tumbled into a roll like I'd done it 1,000 times. It just felt right. Every movement, every sharp turn, dodging a swinging rod. My body remembered it well, and my muscles knew this course so well that I could do it with my eyes closed. By the end, after I rang the bell and climbed down, my lungs ached, but in a good way. Best of it all, that dull, soul-crushing pressure I'd felt in the office was completely gone. There was nothing here but childlike joy. Unfair, 2 for 1, the same girl said, arriving at the finish line, making me smugly grin and nod, taking up her challenge. So we climbed, crawled, balanced, and leaped across the crude training course once again. At one point, I looked to the side and saw a group of adventurers sitting on benches, leaning against trees, or sharpening their weapons, watching us with amusement. Somehow I knew that they were the ones running this place, not nuns or something similar. This was an orphanage run by retired adventurers. They're getting faster, one woman said, her arms crossed, a longsword at her back. I'm not sure if I heard them or caught them reading their lips, but it felt like they were speaking while I was there. Bet Auriel beats the record again, another chuckled, nudging her shoulder. Yes, I did beat the record. I scaled the last platform and rang the rusted bell tied to a tree branch at the end, breathless but grinning from ear to ear while I looked down and saw the other kids. Best of it all, I wasn't tired. Hell, I felt invincible. I sat at the top for a moment, catching my breath, the wind ruffling my hair, going past my face. It was so freeing. I could also see the orphanage beyond the training yard. It was an old but sturdy building, with a garden in the back and patched-up walls surrounding it. Smoke rose from the chimney at the back, meaning that someone was cooking us dinner. This wasn't paradise, because I knew that it was rough. Makeshift even, crude by normal standards, but it was so good. No one was yelling about reports or creams or sudden overtime and getting home late. Then, while I was basking in the feeling, someone climbed up next to me. The same girl as before, covered in mud, panting but happy, sat down next to me. "Bet you can't do it blindfolded next time," she grinned. "Bet I can," I smirked back. We just laughed, and for that brief moment I forgot entirely who I had been. I was just Auriel. Nothing but a kid, learning to be an adventurer. Someone who could become something more when I grew up. Someone famous. But like all dreams, even the good ones fade away. As I sat there, the sunlight dimmed, and the trees twisted as darkness enveloped them. The laughter I heard just a moment ago echoed strangely now. And when I looked down, I saw the mud on the ground turning into blood. The bell I'd rung was now tarnished, dripping red instead of rust, and I was alone again. The forest was no longer the same, and I stood in the middle of a midnight ambush. The caravan was on fire, people were screaming. I died here. I recall thinking this was an incredible adventure. Finally, on my first mission to prove myself, it should have been a simple job. I was good too. I was trained by someone famous. I was recommended to the guild, and I was supposed to be a rising star. Was I too proud? Confident? Am I not someone special? No. I wasn't, even if I believed I was, because I still died here, like a nobody. Number. I did not die. I did not die from a heart attack, nor did I die from a beast folk cutting me down. And especially, I am not dying from trivial injuries caused by exhaustion and a mad assassin. I lived then, and I live now too. So stop thinking about dying, Auriel. Time to wake the fuck up. Ugh. Slowly. Slowly. That's a familiar voice. I moaned, trying to open my eyes, but a towel was pressing down on my forehead, slipping, and I had no energy to reach up to fix it. "Thank the gods," Lyra sobbed, fixing it for me before kissing my lips and hugging me. "Finally, you are back. I thought I lost you." "Not that easily," I grunted, my throat feeling like there was a ball stuck in it. "How long was I out?" "A day," she mumbled. "Damn. What about—" "We have taken care of it. The body is wrapped up closely in the basement. We cleaned the house and, well, nothing happened since—" "Call Marcus." "Auriel?" she asked, seeing that I was already trying to move, so she began helping me sit up in bed. It was night, but even the flame atop the candle on the bedside table hurt my eyes. "Just call Marcus Veron over," I moaned, forcing myself to start, well, functioning again. I was not in the mood to go to sleep. This fucker was of the Crimson Ledger, and I bet he is a high-level bastard. We need to strike before they recognize he is gone. Marcus will bring the body away and offer it to the city lord. I knew she was about to say she didn't understand, and neither did I. I just knew that this is something that needs to be used, one way or another, probably from the training in my childhood. Chapter 66, Delivery. The knock came just after the second bell of the city's clock tower, just past midnight. Hearing it, Marcus Veron jolted upright, his hand going to the short sword tucked under his pillow out of sheer instinct and of what had been happening in the past weeks. He had been asleep for barely an hour, if even that, but that short rest had been nothing but a shallow tussle. He was unable to actually fall asleep. The whole thing with the Crimson Ledger was gnawing on his mind, even if things were fine. He expected trouble to come knocking any time, and maybe that time was now, just as the bells began tolling. Another knock, 3 precise taps against his door, signaling it was one of the guards from outside. Of course it was. The realization clearing the fog from his mind also made him relax a little. An assassin wouldn't knock in the first place. Realizing that part, Marcus exhaled sharply, shaking his head before rising from his bed in the corner of the room. 10 minutes later, he was walking, dressed up, heading to the entry of their compound, where supposedly a boy was anxiously waiting for him. After the guard's description, it was someone who was forking for shade. Marcus had an idea who that boy was, and sure enough, there he was. And finally, after the introduction, he learned the boy's name. Puck. Small frame, thin limbs, a dripping nose. Yeah, this was the same kid who delivered the first letter to him, leading up to their meeting with Shade. Finally, the boy said, holding up a hand, wanting to grab him, something that the guards, earning their pay, stopped him from doing, holding on to his wrist. "Let me go," he said, wiggling his hand free. "We need you to come to us. Now, hurry." "What happened?" Marcus asked, stifling a yawn, but getting alert one more time, seeing the boy's eyes and that he wasn't joking around. "Can't say," Puck replied, looking at the guards, "but you would want to know." Marcus stared at the boy for a long beat, trying to see what this was about. "And what exactly am I supposed to do?" "Just come already," Puck moaned. "Please?" In the end, believing him, he threw on his coat and belt without a word, tucked 2 throwing knives into the lining, and attached his sword to his left before he followed Puck into the night. He couldn't tell if he would curse himself because of it or not, but there was no turning back now. Walking the streets of Velgrada at this hour, he had to realize how dark and quiet it was. While thinking about it, Marcus imagined people jumping on them from one street or the other, but that never happened, or just not yet. He couldn't tell while keeping pace with Puck as they cut through the side streets, ducking under washing lines and between narrow alley gaps. He was trying to see if they were doing this to remain unnoticed, or the boy was unafraid of thugs inhabiting these back alley roads. Or was this part of the trap? Marcus's mind worked overtime the entire way, gnawing on possibilities, chewing through worry and panic, one after another, until they were finally at the bakery. It surprised him that nothing had happened, and looking at the shop, there was no light in the windows, being just as dormant as most of the buildings they had passed by. Entering it, the smell hit him first. Even if they cleaned up, the metallic and sharp kick of blood was still in the air, causing him to grab onto the hilt of his sword. The fact that he could smell it meant that someone died in here. Looking around, the front of the bakery had been hastily cleaned, but not enough to hide the scuffed floorboards or the faint streaks visible at the back, where the stairways led either down to the basement or up to the second level. "Come," Puck whispered, and then he was gone again, going upstairs. Following, Marcus found Auriel sitting in a chair, currently shirtless and wrapped in bandages. His chest was a mess of bruises, and going by the big lump pressed against one of his shoulders, there had to be a bigger injury hiding under that bundle of gauze. He looked like shit. But his eyes were clear. Walking in, Lyra was sitting beside him, holding a damp cloth, probably finishing changing the bandages not that long ago, in the middle of checking the scar going around Auriel's throat. Something big had happened. "Does it look that bad?" I asked because I was feeling like shit. But the way Marcus looked at me confirmed that I probably also looked like a buffalo dump. Looking over me, Marcus didn't respond right away. But after confirming I was indeed alive, he just nodded. "What happened?" "An assassin. From the ledger." I groaned, standing up, allowing Vila to hold my hand. "Let's get down. I'll show you," I murmured, not wanting to stay still and succumb to my tiredness. So instead of letting myself sleep, I was leading our guest down to the basement. The body was laid down in a corner, covered up to its neck in a bundle of cloth and anything they found to tie him up. But the face was visible. He was already pale, bloodless, his mouth half open, slumped there like a sack of meat. "Haw!" Marcus inhaled sharply, seeing him and also recognizing the face. "Is that—" "Yes," I chuckled, making me cough a little. "That's him. The ledger's own little butcher. Butchered. Fitting if you ask me." When I confirmed it, he looked at me. Then at the corpse. Then back at me. Then, "You killed a gold-ranked adventurer," he whispered, and I saw his face turn a bit whiter than the corpse was. "Was he that?" I asked, tilting my head. "As far as I know, he was ousted from the guild." "You—" Marcus took a step back, running a hand through his hair. "That doesn't matter. Do you have any idea what that means? He wasn't just some thug. He was one of the Ledger's top enforcers, part of their leadership. Gods, do you know how many times people tried to get him killed? They couldn't even bribe someone to try after the first 10 failed attempts. Everyone knows in the business knows that fact. Hire the proper hitmen then. I joked, making me shrug. Look, I didn't plan for it, I muttered. But he came here and tried to kill us. That's it? Enough for me, I raised an eyebrow. I won't stop and ask questions of whys and hows, not that I could either. Or should I start negotiating? I snorted, shaking my head. Pull out a weapon on me and I will end you. Does the Ledger know? He gulped. Who knows? I shrugged again, which made me smile, seeing how frustrated he became from my apparent nonchalant approach to this. I don't think so, though. Marcus opened his mouth, and half of the first syllable came out before he gulped it back down and closed his mouth again. What do you want me to do? He asked, exasperated, pinching the ridge of his nose. Because if you think I'm hiding the body of one of the most infamous killers in the city, one that wasn't touched by the guards either. Who work for the city lord, mind you, then? Exactly my point. I looked at Marcus, making him fall silent. I don't want you to hide it, I continued slowly. I want you to deliver it. Huh? Marcus blinked his eyes in confusion. To whom? To the city lord. Who else? There was a long pause at that. And then he chuckled. But seeing that I was still looking at him, he realized I wasn't joking. You're serious. I am. And you think that's going to go well? Of course, I smiled, my eyes never leaving his face, as I had already thought this through. Was it foolproof? Of course not. But it was the best I could do at the time. If Valcroft is as smart as we both believe he is, then he'll know how to use this. The reason he probably didn't touch any of the Ledger's people was that he wasn't keen on initiating the struggle for his throne. Starting a war is never a good thing. Well, not when the other party expects it to happen. That's why surprise attacks are what most people prefer. The status quo is something easy to slip into and enjoy maintaining. However, the current situation is perfect for something like this. The Crimson Ledger still thinks Silverhaven is angry with them. Oh. The S markings, Marcus muttered, and finally things began to fall into place for him. I didn't mean for them to draw the wrong conclusions. I just wanted my name to be put out there. I just overestimated my reach. But the rumors had been what they are now. Oh well, it does work out because they think someone powerful is watching them, which we can exploit even further. They're paranoid, shaken, and we can give them a real reason to be scared. Well, the city lord can if he plays things the right way. It is in his best interest anyway. Listening to me, Marcus crossed his arms, mulling over my words. Maybe just show up, drop him off, and let the city lord know that someone has the same enemy as him. Someone who you are friendly with and can handle himself, I added. Although I did hope the city lord won't come to me to start killing any and all gold rank opponents he has, because I will refuse. I don't think I can handle a silver one either. Not without Lady Luck standing with me one more time, but they didn't need to know that part. And what if the city lord draws the wrong conclusions? Wheel. I coughed and winced, holding my side, making Lear a step closer to support my body's weight. Let's hope not. You are mad, he grunted, looking at the corpse. You want me to carry a dead man to the city lord's estate? Yeah, I do. I nodded with a half smile. That's why I told you to come right now. It would draw too much attention in the daylight. The weight in the cart was heavier than Marcus would have liked, even if it wasn't him who killed his passenger. He was still transporting the wrapped-up corpse, and it was still one of the carriages from his enterprise. He sat hunched forward, his hands gripping the reins, staring straight down, trying to ignore everything and wishing nobody would look at him in the middle of the night. Or open the windows to their homes because, well, Cedric's body had begun to stink. Marcus tried not to breathe through his nose, but every bump made the cart creak and the corpse jostle, releasing another waft of the smell of the dead, right when he took a breath. If not for the situation, he would be dancing right now, as it was one of the people in the ledger that he knew about and actually feared. And he was dead. Many of the local ghosts were probably already partying. Let's get this over with, and I will indeed dance with you all, he told himself, raising his head as the road smoothed out, notifying him that he had finally reached the city lord's residence and the road leading up to it. "Halt!" One of the guards before the gate yelled, holding a bright lantern in his hand. "State your business or turn around." "I know it's late, but—" He climbed down slowly, reached into his coat, and handed over the wax-sealed scroll he'd prepared, detailing who he was, making sure the city lord would know he was one of his subordinated. "This is something that can't wait until sunrise. You must give this to City Lord Edron Valcroft." "We will decide that," the guard snorted, yanking it out of his hand and breaking the seal, eyes flicking back and forth as he read. The moment he finished, a slow exhale followed from his lungs, his voice becoming much more sober. "That's what I think it is." "It is," Marcus muttered. "Because if it's not, then he has a twin we didn't know about." The guard didn't laugh, but gave the human-shaped cargo one more look. "Wait here." The gates opened just enough to admit him, while Marcus was made to wait. 10 minutes passed, then 20. Then, after an eternity, someone, a much more gruff-looking man, finally came out with the guard, walking up to the cart and yanking the cover free of the body. The man didn't even flinch when the dead Cedric's pale face looked up at him. Instead, he reached out, turning the head around, examining it. And, to Marcus's surprise, the new arrival began grinning. "It is him." "Motherfucker. Finally bit the dust, eh?" The newcomer began laughing, eventually looking at Marcus. "Come in. The city lord will indeed want to hear about this." They didn't take him to the front hall this time. Instead, the wagon was escorted around the back and into a side courtyard, lit by angular lanterns and guarded on all sides, even in the dead of the night. After unloading the cargo, the guards formed a square perimeter, their silence making Marcus gulp, feeling he was in trouble. "Leave the body in the center," a voice said from the entryway, and when Marcus turned, he watched as Valcroft walked out, adjusting the robe around his body, probably having been woken up from his sleep not long ago. After examining the body, walking around it, but never touching the corpse, the city lord finally looked at Marcus and smiled. "And here I thought you were bringing me false news," he muttered, making Marcus flinch. "Did I ever do that, my lord?" Marcus asked, bowing. "No." Valcroft nodded immediately. "You did not." Marcus almost felt his jaw drop. This was news, so much bigger news than the dead body in the center. This meant that Auriel's information about an elven artifact bore results. What type of results? Marcus couldn't tell, but just that one answer from Valcroft told him enough. The city lord followed the clues and found something. "You know what this means?" Valcroft asked, bringing him back to reality. "The one who killed him told me a few ideas." "Oh?" Valcroft raised an eyebrow. "Humor me." "He said it means the Ledger's paranoia could be raised to a new level." "Indeed," Valcroft's smile was approval enough for the plan. "Fear is a weapon, and I intend to use it against them." It was time they experienced what it's like to be on the other end of it. "Speaking of the source, the one who killed him, is it the same person who sent you to me with the rumors of the artifact?" "It is the same." Marcus nodded, knowing it was no time to try to lie or hide things. "Mm-hmm." Valcroft nodded, examining his face. "You made an interesting and powerful friend. Should I be concerned?" he asked, still smiling, but it didn't feel like a joke. Not for Marcus, not at that moment. "No, my lord, he—" "Relax." Valcroft raised a hand. "Someone who gives out information about something like what you brought for me, then gifts me another weapon," he muttered, looking at Cedric's body. "I have been in the business for many decades now. I can recognize an offering when I see one. It is not a bad idea to have a friend like your source. Silverhaven is a passive entity, but that also means I could not rely on them. But one who is as active as yours, I do have a good feeling about our future endeavors." Chapter 67. Pandemonium. The Crimson Ledger, in the eyes of Velgrada's people, was a monolith. In the eyes of Valcroft, it was more like a hydra. They had their hand in dozens of local businesses, owning them, buying them out, or forcing them to become part of the Ledger. They may have retained their original owners and workers, but the true management and direction came from the Ledger thereafter. But that Hydra was now looking very juicy and vulnerable. Of course, Valcroft wasn't someone who had let them grow freely, as he gathered his own allies, helping businesses remain independent and preventing the ledger from absolving everybody. But it was a battle fought with money and influence for years. On the surface, that is. Under it, there were some accidents where people fell, and caravans were raided outside the city limits, but nothing could be traced back to either the city lord or to the ledger. But one of the heads of this damned Hydra was off its neck, and it was time to grow back, so he was ready to strike again. And this raid, no matter how high Cedric sat, wouldn't be different either from their previous acts. Untraceable. As Valcroft would ensure, the message he sent would be interpreted just the right way. It began with his absence. At first, it wasn't weird that Cedric hadn't returned to the headquarters for days. It happened more than once already, but missing for a week without any notice. That was getting unusual. At first, no one questioned it. Maybe he was given a mission, many thought, one that he had gone off alone, as he often did, grim-faced and tight-lipped, doing the ledger's dirty work. That was his job, after all, to be the ledger's blunt instrument. But even then, he usually sent back reports. Yet now he didn't check in, he didn't ask permission to proceed, and he was silent. The 8 days came and went. No contacts, no sightings, and not even whispers on the street about his whereabouts. Still, the members didn't go for Garrick to ask for answers, as at first, the assumption was that he'd gone to ground. Perhaps tailing someone from the City Lord's retinue, or Silverhaven itself. But the latter felt unreasonable. Who would tail someone from there? Garrick wouldn't even let him do something stupid like that. Unless he didn't ask for permission. Was Cedric that stupid? Did he go after Silverhaven? The fear started to grow its roots even deeper now in the heads of the top branch of the ledger, and there was no stopping it now. It was amongst the growing paranoia that, at a meeting in the smoke-filled chambers of their own establishment, the Iron Veil Tavern, the main council of the ledger convened. Ivessa had called it there, wanting to meet somewhere more public, as she realized the long absence of the ledger's top brass from public view, along with the still-running whispers, was significantly hurting their reputation. There were even rumors of previously absorbed companies thinking about a chance to break free again. And without Cedric, there was nobody qualified enough to get sacked on them like a rabid dog. Nobody had his reputation after all. "I told you," Auriel hissed in panic as they began their meeting, a silver coin, the one he had earned for the first time in his life, kept as a lucky charm, flipping endlessly through his fingers. He bounced. That bastard, he left the city escaping the storm. Doesn't that mean something to any of you? "Calm down," Garrick grunted, still acting as the leader of the ledger, though his voice lacked its usual bite. The big man was seated at the head of the long table, of course, arms folded, staring down at the untouched whiskey in front of him. He's vanished like this before. Well, not like this, but it's not the first time. He will be back. I think this is different," Ivessa said quietly, pushing her glasses up the bridge of her nose while her eyes flicked between them all. "Cedric isn't answering any of his codes. I tried. I went to all of his hideouts, and they are cold. Worst of it all, I checked his belongings. Nothing is missing, and nothing suggests he went out of town. That isn't like him." "It could be nothing," Rickard offered from his corner, sweat glistening along his brow despite the chill in the room, probably because deep down he was just as nervous as Auriel. Maybe he got sick. Injured? Please. Ivessa gave him a look like he'd just suggested Cedric had gone off to join a monastery or become a saint of beggars. "He's dead," Maris exclaimed bluntly as she sat at the edge of the table, her arms crossed, her brows twitching with anger. "Or close to it. You all know it. This silence means he got captured, tortured, or killed. Maybe in this order. We must prepare for the worst." The silence that followed was thick enough to choke because everyone thought the Silverhaven thing was over. Or was it, if it wasn't, all of this because of a beggar kid? Really? How can that be? No. This had to be different. It couldn't be that. It couldn't be Silverhaven. If, Garrick finally broke the silence with a long exhale, reaching for his whiskey, if he's dead, then we have a bigger problem. Because of the Silverhaven theory, Ivessa finished for him, adding the word theory to make sure nobody gets into a fit, especially not in public. Maybe this was a bad idea to hold it here. This is it, Auriel whispered, burying his head in his palms. This is how they work. Slow, precise, deadly, a cat playing with its prey. They made him vanish. Next, it'll be us, one by one. Like, I have been going home, expecting a knife in my back at every turn in the house. Fuck. Stop yelling, you fucking coward. Mary sneered at him. Pull yourself together. But even she looked unsettled under her sneering grimace. Still, Auriel listened, and the meeting kept happening. In silence once more. At the end of the night, new orders were given, and every possible spy of the Ledger was deployed. They activated every contact they had in Velgrada, be it city guards, brothel madams, crooked merchants, or even the urchins they looked down upon, who were beginning to be paid in actual coin instead of stale bread. All were given the same instruction: find Cedric. That part was a mistake, because the moment kids got involved, it also allowed Auriel to learn about their panic. However, he did nothing, instead concentrating solely on his recovery. What he was happy about was the fact that the city lord knew how to stretch the rubber string to its snapping point, balancing it perfectly, allowing the Ledger to fester in their own fears. As for the Ledger's dismay, there was still nothing. No sightings, nobody, not even a whisper. Well, until a particular package arrived on the 10th day, straight to their headquarters. It was Ricard who was there that day, and it was he who opened it. It was late at night, and he was bleary-eyed and half-drunk, fighting his own demons as he stumbled back to the Ledger's main gate, afraid to go back home just yet. Then he noticed it. At first, he thought someone had simply dropped off a message or a packet, an offering. It wasn't rare at all. Rubbing his eyes, he watched the thick wooden box, sealed with dark wax and tied shut with a loop of braided silver cord. Ugh, fuck. Stay still, ground. What the fuck is this? He stumbled forward, belching on his way to it, and then broke the seal with a grunt, annoyed that no one had already dealt with it. The moment he opened it, he immediately sobered up as he screamed all the alcohol out of his blood. And the reason was simple. Cedric's head was inside. Its mouth was half open, the skin discolored, eyes glassy and lifeless, already flowing out of their sockets. Yet despite the state of the head, the smell, the horror, it was Cedric. The worst thing was that there was no blood in the box, but only salt, preserving the head to remain identifiable. The entire headquarters of the Ledger was locked down within minutes. Guards scoured every window and every entrance, from the roof to the basement, questioning everybody and each other, yet nobody knew who had brought the box to their doors. And that couldn't be. There were guards stationed everywhere, which meant that their own people were being compromised, fueling the panic among them. And it was just the start, because by morning more packages arrived. Ivessa herself found the next one left on the doorstep of her private loft. It was a sealed crate, smaller but heavy. Opening with trembling hands, inside was Cedric's right arm, fingers curled as if still clenching something. As for an added extra effect, wrapped around the wrist was a silver ribbon, tied neatly, as if to show that this was a present, directed at her specifically. For Maris, an identical gift was sent, consisting of the legs, folded into a long crate and arranged neatly next to each other. The third was sent to Auriel, and he received Cedric's junk and teeth. The latter was even made into a bracelet, holding the former together. As for Ricard, he got Cedric's left hand, with the middle finger raised, pointed directly at him when he opened the crate. Lastly, for Garrick, oddly enough, there was nothing. Well, what he got was that he had to deal with the immediate effect. Complete chaos. Each leader thought they were next, and now not-so-quiet whispers erupted among the lower ranks, their subordinates fanning rumors of a ghost killer or maybe killers, working for Silverhaven, ruthless assassins sent to wipe them out. Some of their members even fled the city, vanishing entirely, or they went to ground in the outlands or paid smugglers to smuggle them out of Velgrada by any means necessary, while those who couldn't have barricaded themselves in their homes. In the middle of this new pandemonium, Garrick summoned the core members again, this time behind locked doors, with a dozen guards outside the chamber and windows. Someone is trying to dismantle us, piece by piece. You think? Orlin snapped, his eyes wide with massive black bags under them, his finger twitching again and again. Fuck, fuck, fuck. How did we come to this? Didn't we have enough? Calm down, Garrick growled, but it wasn't working anymore. Calm? Mary slammed a fist on the table, failing to hold up her usual act. Things were getting to her. They know where we sleep, Garrick. They're taunting us. If this isn't Silverhaven, then someone wants us to think it is. But that's just ridiculous. That's impossible, Ivessa murmured, because it means that Silverhaven doesn't punish them, which then would also mean they are working with them, which means they are indeed behind it, in a roundabout way. We need to respond, Rickard said, his voice oddly firm for once. We need to hit back. We can't go down like this. Let's kill someone, anyone. Let the city know we're not weak. What? Orlin spat. What the fuck are you on about? Kill who? Ivessa moaned, pulling on her face with her fingers. A rash move, especially in public, is something so stupid, I want to kill you for mentioning it. Enough. Garrick stood, slamming both hands down on the table, puffing air through his nose. I will not have this spiral go any further. We built this network with blood and gold. We will not be unmade by rotting flesh and salt. His eyes swept across the room, looking at everybody. We doubled the guards, and for now we strike no new deals. We must screen ourselves. He paused, his jaw moving, chewing on the inside of his lips. We had grown too big, and we need to shave off the fat. Even if he said that, that was already happening. People were leaving, openly defying their previously ironclad hold and rules. Things were fracturing. Way too fast, but he wasn't going to give up. He may have to forge the fact that he replaces Valcroft, at least for now, but he will not let the ledger fall apart. After that, Garrick continued in a grim tone, we will still do some killing of our own. Who? Marys asked as everyone looked at him. Every small business that is working for Valcroft. Garrick added, we can't just back down without stinging him first. He muttered, and deep down he knew he was saying it for one simple animalistic reason. He wanted to feel bad about losing this time. He wanted to see Valcroft bleed a little. Chapter 68, An Injured Crow. It was a good day, a fine day. Valcroft stood alone, smiling, looking through the window glass of his private wing, a small cup of steaming black tea in his hand. The sun was about to peak above the horizon, and the barely alive candlelight danced across the fine porcelain, making him enjoy this moment even more. It was the feeling of being in control and of inevitable victory. He often came here in the early hours before dawn, especially when he knew he would enjoy the coming day. There is no way to recover from this, he muttered, taking a sip, giggling like a kid. And he was right. After breakfast, he was stealthily informed that throughout the night 2 people had arrived in secret, wishing to meet with the city lord. As for why, Valcroft didn't need to ask. It was pretty obvious. They were the first rats, leaving the sinking ship of the ledger. Would he employ them, protect them? Of course not. But he would offer a haven for now. The quicker the ledger disappears, the better. So, in line with that, he let them wait for another hour before summoning them to his office. Sandwiched between guards, 2 men entered. The first wore a trader's cloak, while the other, a thinner, older-looking man, bore the appearance of a bureaucrat who had lost weight due to stress, as evidenced by the loose skin around his neck. Interesting. It seemed that one of them was probably part of the bookkeeping for the ledger. At least that was the feeling Valcroft got from him. Seeing the scrutinizing eye of the city lord, both stopped at the threshold of his desk, and both of them bowed low, almost headbutting the top of the dark red table. I know your plight, Valcroft spoke before they could. Your names are not important yet, nor are your allegiances. He took a sip of his freshly made tea. What matters is whether you have something worth my time. Because, as far as I am concerned, you are still my enemies. The trader was the first to speak, finding his voice, stopping it from trembling. My lord, there are many of us. We were unwilling partners of the ledger, minor agents who are forced into their service by debt or pressure. I swear on my family's bloodline, we were never loyal to them. We only want to leave and... And protection, Valcroft finished for him, waving a hand. Or rather, the promise of it. No need to use flowery language. Get to the point. The older man nodded slowly, licking his lips, taking over the conversation. The Crimson Ledger is unraveling. Everyone knows it. Cedric's death was the first big block falling. And even if they want to deny it, everyone knows by now. I worked the numbers for the subordinate factions for, a long time, he continued, skipping over the number of years he worked for them, and the losses in revenue. Just because of the fear within the system is enormous. Every 3 contracts out of 5 were cancelled because nobody wants to get into bed with someone who probably angered Silverhaven. And it is getting worse. Listening to them, Valcroft's eyes thinned a little, but he made no sound. He just listened, and after they finished, he leaned back in his chair, running his finger around the edge of his cup, playing with it. "And what do you want from me?" "We just," the trader said, exchanging a glance with the old man, "an understanding. If we break away from the ledger, we would like to be protected, and we can provide the city with everything we have on them." Valcroft's fingers tapped once against the table as his eyes sharpened. "Demands? They have demands? Really?" It seems that serving under the ledger had dulled their minds. "And if I were to do this, what then do you offer me?" The men exchanged glances, not understanding what was happening. They just said it. With a bit of hesitation, the older one stepped forward. Names, schedules, hidden accounts. A full list of the properties the ledger secretly owns. Valcroft folded his hands before him, looking contemplative. "That sounds valuable." "It is." The trader also dared a step closer, not registering the slight mocking tone in his voice. "We know you have always preferred balance over chaos, my lord. You never moved against the ledger directly because a full war would shatter the city's order. But now, they are breaking from within. You only need to pick up the pieces, and we can provide those." "Pathetic." Valcroft chuckled softly. "You mistake my patience for inaction. What you are offering is not something I need," he said, waving it all away, shocking the two. "The ledger is falling apart, and it is no longer critical for me to step in. Now, if you had come to me with this earlier, when the situation was different, I would have protected you. But now? Really? Please." "But," they trembled. "I said no." He snapped at them, his expression cold. "But," then he turned amicable, letting his words fall away, and the silence dragged just long enough for deep, sinking fear to creep into their minds. "Leave the documents you've brought with you and keep sending me fresh reports. Return to your shops, your offices, and your ledgers, no pun intended, and provide me with constant updates. Bring in others too, and if I am satisfied with the efforts to atone your roles inside the ledger, I may accept your surrender at the end of it all." Guards, the two knew there was nothing they could do, so they simply bowed again. The older one looked as though he might say more, but thought better of it, gulping back his words as they were led away by the armed warriors. When they were gone, Valcroft stared into his tea, seeing himself smiling back at him. He did not need to strike, at least not yet. Cedric's death had done more than a dozen assassinations might have, and there were still more advantages that he must enjoy. This was the issue with ruling through fear, he thought. The moment the fist loosens, the moment cracks show, everything will start falling apart. He just had to wait, not indefinitely, but just enough for the ledger's assets to fall apart on their own. Until then, he would not intervene. Not publicly, at least. He would be the unmoving stone while the tide tore down the sandcastles around him, exactly how fate had wanted it. And when the waters receded, he would see which survivors came crawling out from the ruins, begging for his mercy. Then and only then would he decide who deserved it. Until that day, he had another much more important thing to focus on. Below Velgrada, beneath the estate of the city lord, Valcroft was walking through a dark stone corridor, a level deeper than where the sewers ran. His left hand held a simple oil lamp, while he kept the other behind his back, his mind already forgetting all about the Crimson Ledger as he arrived at a windowless dark cell. In there, a body of a man was hung up by his wrists, chains biting into his pale, dirty skin, holding him upright even though he had no strength for it. One of his eyes remained half-lidded even when the city lord's lamp shone light on him, while the other was utterly gone, only leaving an empty socket behind. His hair had stuck together in big clumps, wild, unkempt and greasy, and his beard had the uneven look of someone who tried to tear it out during a fit, which may have indeed happened. He looked up only when the city lord finally called his name, entering the cell. "Let's talk again. Kravik." "Water," he said, his voice barely audible, tired and damaged. "Please." Sure. Valcroft smiled, slowly walking up to him and pouring water, not into his mouth, but on his head, watching as Kravik, without a shred of dignity, tried to lick it off from his face as it trickled down to the stone floor. "Geez, you look worse every day," Valcroft said in an amused tone. "I know." Kravik laughed, or tried to, but it came out as a hacking cough, and something wet hit the stone beneath him. "I couldn't tell why, though. I just took a shower, my lord." "Still quippy, hmm?" Valcroft regarded him for a long, quiet moment. "I just can't tell if I can trust your words or not." "It is a you issue." Kravik's head tilted, gazing at him. "Either let me go, or just end it already. I have had enough." "Yes, I can see that. And believe me or not, I think you did have enough. But before the final decision, tell me again," the city lord said finally, stepping just close enough for his silhouette to loom over the chained man. "Everything about Risa and the artifact. If your tale holds up again, if there are no cracks of lies in it, I may consider your release, so to speak." "Whatever." Kravik's throat moved as he swallowed something thick. He didn't care anymore. Dying was preferable. "As I said, she was ready for everything," he whispered. "Tsick. Poor Auriel. But at least he died before being betrayed. Same as Ica, Louiet, Orsin, Makan." "I don't care about your scum friends," Valcroft interrupted him. "The details I need are about what happened to the artifact. Let me remember those I called family, you fuck." He spat again, and a shudder ran through him. The crows fell apart. "My family. Something you would not understand. After our victory, Risa took the artifact, and we scattered. She was supposed to cover our tracks, and we were about to regroup at our hideout. We were supposed to arrive one by one, making sure we are not followed." Kravik's lips trembled, speaking, "What we couldn't guess, that it was so she could kill us. One by one. The moment I entered, I took a bolt to the face. Thought I was dead. That's what saved me, because she thought so too. I knew it had gone into my eye, so I didn't move. I just lay there, letting her drag me into the pile, put away with the bodies of the others around me." He chuckled, and it was not a sane sound. "She didn't even hesitate. Not once. Gods, we were family. I thought we were a family. And she killed everyone." "You were a gang," Valcroft corrected coldly. "Scum." "Maybe. But your type is a bigger scum, you sick fuck," Kravik snapped at him, unafraid of any consequence. "We shared more than just food or bed, which you only do with the prostitutes you invite into your fucking mansion." Surprisingly, Valcroft didn't stop him, nor did he reprimand the man at all. The city lord simply studied Kravik not with pity, but with cold calculation, considering everything. His tone, the tensing muscles, the flickering light in his one eye. He read everything, and he compared it to all he knew. Everything he collected, even things Kravik had no knowledge of. "Where would she run to?" Valcroft asked. "Fuck me." Kravik shook his head slowly. "No idea, but she had places. Old drop points, maybe. Hideouts from before she met us. There was a cabin in the Briarwoods, north of the Watchtower ruins, eastward of Corvar, and the Salt Caves near the Eastern Hollow, down south. Gods, she liked high places too. Abandoned towers, crumbling forts, wherever crows perched. She always liked looking down on things. And if she hid the artifact, which place would be the most ideal for that?" Kravik looked up at him, considering his words. She'd put it somewhere nobody could steal it, and somewhere she could watch it, protect it, until the heat dies down. I'd wager it would be close to the Salt Caves. There are many good hiding spots along the dozen old and more than a dozen current mines. Valcroft already knew that part, and Kravik's guesses were now only confirmations. It confirmed the trail he was on, and from which the city lord learned that this Risa was already in Silverhaven custody. She'd be interrogated, eventually, which meant that there was still time to find the artifact before Silverhaven. He had already learned that this woman had not only eliminated her gang, but also her actual family, choosing the artifact over everything before escaping. She was ruthless, beyond imagination, which meant that maybe even Silverhaven will have a hard time cracking a madwoman like her. "You have been honest," Valcroft said, turning away, already going over in his mind which possible hideout he will visit first. "That will keep you alive." "For now?" Kravik snorted. "Just end me already." "Perhaps later." He chuckled. "I may still need you. Although, I will send someone to escort you to a room and begin taking care of you, as a reward." By then, Valcroft reached the door to the cell, and Kravik's voice stopped him at the last moment. "If you find her," he said, "don't let her talk. Don't let her lie to you. She lies with her eyes closed too. Just kill her." "I don't need her to speak," he said with a crooked smile. "Only what she took. If it eases your mind, she probably won't live for long." Chapter 69. Being Nice. The sun was already up by the time I strolled through the heavy doors of the Adventurers Guild. The air inside was just as before, and I felt like I hadn't been in here for years, even though it was only a few weeks. I was still feeling sore here and there, with bandages under my clothing, but I was more or less recovered, having rested for almost 10 days straight. Joran spotted me immediately, welcoming me as I walked up to his booth. Noticing my posture, I could tell by the way his eyes scanned me that he caught that I was injured. Badly. And that I was still recovering. "Look who's finally walking in here again after disappearing for so long," he called from behind his desk, smiling, his quill still scratching across a mission ledger. "You look like you had some rough days behind you, huh? Honeymoon or—" "Let's say honeymoon," I chuckled, sauntering over and leaning on the counter. "I'm not really here to talk about what happened, if it isn't an issue." "No argument there," he muttered, sipping from his mug, tasting the still hot tea inside. "Are you here for some work or—" "Work," I said simply, nodding my head. "Huh, that's quick. But sure." "Thanks, I need some cash because I pretty much ran out of it," I said with a half smile. "And Lyra's working, but what kind of man am I if she is the breadwinner?" "Isn't she a baker?" "Touché," I laughed, seeing that he had no idea what that word meant. "So, is there anything I can do?" He squinted at me for a second longer than usual. Joran wasn't dumb. He had been around for too long, seen too many adventurers recovering from injuries, and could tell that whatever happened was serious. But I was through it, and so he didn't press further. "Well, whatever you're confident with doing, you can start whenever you are ready. There is always chaos at the back, so any help is appreciated." "Sure thing," I chuckled, happy that I was such a regular with such a history of perfect work ethic that there were no questions about my intentions. We exchanged small talk for a few more minutes before someone else called for him. He grumbled and waved me off, and I slipped behind the side hall toward the records room. Finally, it was time for the real work I came here to do. The door creaked as I pushed it open, and just as I expected, it was still empty. Perfect. I'd been helping out here for a while when I first signed up for a part-time job. It was something nobody wanted to do, as it was tedious and the worst kind of task: copying, sorting, organizing. Amongst the clerks in the guild, at least in this city, none of them wanted to do this, except if it was a punishment or their turn to do it. Whenever one of them saw me here, they always let me work in peace, and more importantly, it gave me access to the board registry. No questions asked. On the surface, the guild ran clean and smoothly. Missions were posted by request, then ranked by the board, and subsequently reviewed by a peer of that board. Then it would go live, taken by people, completed, and a proof presented. All that jazz, and then end up being paid out based on the results. But like any bureaucracy, the real game was in the margins. Because when a mission was posted, the reward for it also had to be put up front. And I knew how to play margins. Back in my previous life, which still felt weird to say out in my mind, I was studying to be an accountant. Not that it was my dream, as I wasn't always someone who wanted to be an office worker. I wanted to do more than that, but thanks to always getting swamped with tasks, and me being spineless, I never became anything really. When I was training after school, I was never a flashy one either, nor was I the corrupt one who embezzled millions or bought yachts. Just the quiet, reliable type who kept companies from collapsing under their own weight and prevented mismanagement. When I began my career, I'd also worked for firms that skimmed off the top. I watched as they played games with logistics, shifted funds just enough to disappear things no one wanted traced. I thought that exposing them would further my career, but it had the opposite effect. I was ostracized from a multitude of places and ended up at a dead-end company, where I was assigned projects and tasks, working from numbers to project management, handling whatever came my way, regardless of the task. It was the most boring life possible, but there was a plus side to it now. I knew how to conceal expenses in plain sight, how to pass off fake contracts without triggering alarms. It was all about understanding the flow of information and how to forge documents. As for the guild, it was a paper-based system run by overworked clerks and powered by sheer habit. Easy, it meant I could run circles around it. While thinking about it, I took a seat in the corner and pulled out a small booklet from my coat. In it were my new identities that I had prepared while I was bedridden. 5 of them. So far, that is. All were plausible, none too flashy. One was a one-eyed herbalist named Torvin. Another was a grumpy retired smith who needed resources. Then there was Maril, a frazzled widow with an infestation of cave moths. So on and so on. I kept them varied, scattered around the city and inconsistent, so there should be no links between them. Each one used different paper, different ink, and different handwriting. Looking them over, I dropped them into the submissions pile at odd hours, making sure they weren't coming up after each other. Most importantly, I studied the city's rules and ensured that none of them ever asked for anything illegal. That was the trick. You stay just inside the lines. The materials I requested weren't rare either, and even if an alchemist looked into it, they would need all the postings put together to notice they were ingredients for something. Of course, they were from Lyra's book, as we scoured it for possible recipes that were plausible for her to try, and the elixirs wouldn't be Viagra-based, or too hard to make because they require ingredients that have not gone extinct. What we ended up choosing were double-checked and regionally common as far as our understanding went, but annoying to find without knowing where to look. So we were about to hire adventurers to get them for us. For free. That was the best part of it. I made the missions sound boring and beneath most of the higher-rank adventurers, which meant they landed in the laps of the bronze-rank groups or those desperate for coin. I don't need experienced eyes to start looking into them anyway. When they were out on the field, I simply waited. And sure enough, the results began to come in only a few days. The guild sorted, weighed, priced, and filed them, with the payment coming directly from the guild. Yep. Whenever the guild took missions, there was, of course, a commissioning fee. I just fudged the numbers, skimming from forfeited missions or unclaimed rewards, or I simply falsified the numbers and records. It wasn't hard to obfuscate it and ensure that everything seemed to be happening as expected. Maybe I should have been reincarnated into the ledger. Oh well, this is much more fun, especially because nobody noticed. Because why would they? The mission numbers added up, and the budgets checked out. As long as the shelves didn't look emptier than they should be, no one questioned the missing gold or some adventurers having a higher debt than they remembered having. Too bad, fellas. It was the easiest heist, if I can even call it that, in my life. Whatever Lyra needed, it was coming to me, free of charge, and I didn't even have to go out into the forests, beyond the city limits. Others did that for me. Ha! I should have done this earlier. In barely a week, we had already gathered enough ingredients for Lyra to try and brew something new. Deciding to take a break, not to push it beyond the limit and get busted, I told Joran I was taking a few days off to rest. Of course, he never argued against it, looking worried about my health, making me feel a tiny bit of guilt. So that day, what I was mostly doing before heading home was to make sure all my tracks were covered and that I left no clues behind, connecting me to these fake postings. Outside, the muffled sound of bickering reached me, something about a tab being too high and a missing reward, the usual nonsense. Or maybe my machinations. Heh. Hearing it, I let my mind drift while going through the documents. Back in my other life, I'd been good at this. Not the underhanded part, the system part, understanding flows, charts, logistics, numbers, and people. I just never knew how to handle the latter, even when I knew I was used. How could I have been so naive? My tragedy was that nobody wanted to play fair, yet I believed they did. You work your ass off for a company, do the numbers right, and some executive still stabs you in the back because you caught a line item they wanted to hide. Or your co-workers turn on you because you refused to fudge the forecast or took your presentation as their own. Now, though, I understood. If you wanted something, you take it. If the others can't hold on to it, too bad. As I was thinking, a knock interrupted my musings, and I blinked as Joran peeked in, mug in hand. You alive in here, or should I send the clerks to sweep you up? Still alive, I replied, lifting a hand, closing the book and watching as he stepped in and closed the door behind him. You said you were taking a break. Why are you still here? He asked casually. Not that I'm complaining. You work thrice as much as any of the others, but still, rest. Will do my resting, believe me. I nodded. I just finished today's part, so you can't complain I left in the middle of it. You're organizing our backlog like some kind of masochist. Nobody would blame you if you left it halfway done, kid. Nah, I shrugged. I like it. You sure you're okay? In the head? He asked, still looking at me. You had us worried for a while, disappearing like that. Sorry, I met his gaze and smiled. I'm fine now, really. In the end, he nodded, accepting it. But that's what made him dangerous in a way, because Joran didn't really pry into things, but he listened. I know that he filed many things away, something that made him more reliable than most, but it also meant I had to be careful about what I let slip. I saw him repeat words back to adventurers who tried to pull some amateur shit. He was good. He would catch any lie, so I made sure to always be honest with him, and if I had to, I would only lie by omission, not directly. That was the safest method. One day you're going to tell me what you're really up to, Auriel. One day, I echoed, nodding, keeping up my smile. When he left, I sat there in silence for a while, watching the light move across the floor. In my old life, I'd been nothing. Just a cog like Joran was in the guild. An honest cog. A hard-working one. But still, a replaceable piece of machinery. I wasn't going to be that ever again. If anything, I will own the machine and the gears inside of it. Chapter 70, Partnership. The knock came late, long after the bakery had gone quiet, and I won't lie, the noise startled me. For a moment I thought another assassin had come or something. The lamps were out, but the shutters drawn in so nobody would slip in without us hearing it first. And an assassin wouldn't knock. So I quickly calmed myself down. Moving, I noticed that Lyra was already looking down from the stairwell, making me shake my head, telling her it should be fine with a glance as I walked up to the door and opened it. Marcus. I nodded, recognizing his face, while I stepped aside as I let him in. Maybe he was just as nervous, as he kept glancing at the shadows, making sure nobody was following him before finally neutering. You'll think me mad for coming at this hour, Marcus said, his voice barely a whisper even when I closed the door, but I've been summoned. When I went to ask what the city lord wants from me. What? I asked, seeing him fall silent, watching as Lyra also walked down with a candle and brought a pair of mugs filled with hot tea before us. A favor? A nasty one? Well, a favor, yes. He wants Shade. I mean, he told me to find him and ask him to visit him. He wants to talk with him, one-on-one. Oh, well, that was unexpected, yet not. I just didn't think he would be interested in me this soon. I barely made any headway in the city's life, except killing Cedric. He told me plainly, Marcus pressed on, seeing I remained silent. If Shade wants to actually stay in his city and operate under his blessings, then Shade will have to meet with him. If not, then... He trailed off, and his shoulders sagged once again. You know how this is. I cannot refuse him, Auriel, not now. He has given me protection. He has made Varen and Sons his partners. If I tell him I can't bring shade, I will be stripped of both and probably thrown to the ledger. As for you— I know, I know. I folded my arms. So here we are, I murmured, chewing on my lip. Look. His eyes flickered, thinking I wasn't going to make this happen. Quite the opposite, I was thinking of how I should make this happen. You know Shade better than anyone. If there's a way to reach him— There is, I cut him off with a wave of my hand. But listen carefully, Marcus. Shade will never meet anyone, not even the city lord. The moment I said it, he visibly deflated. Not even I know who he is. That is not how we communicate. I continued, building a colorful background. I am just one of his subordinates. His hand he placed here, his appointed agent. That's all. So if anything I can do is to go to the city lord myself. Marcus blinked, and for a moment relief passed across his face, followed quickly by unease. Can you make decisions in his stead? Yes, I said simply. That is the only way he will speak to Valcroft, through me. I see. Marcus exhaled, closing his eyes and going over everything in his head. Then I will tell him. I do hope he understands. And if he does, God's Auriel, you have saved me again. He looked at me with a mix of respect and a slight fear somewhere behind his eyes. It was there since he realized I killed a gold-ranked adventurer. It was an interesting thing to see, and a bit amusing now, because he would never have guessed that I was the very person he was asking for. Of course, I wasn't going to meet Valcroft immediately. I told Marcus that I will make it so that I can go in 3 days. After I got my instructions from Shade, that is. If I just waltz in there, that would be a horrible idea, because they would put it together, that it was only me, or think I had no actual authority, and try to undermine everything. So I played it slow, and when I arrived it was, once again, the middle of the night. No fanfare, no great welcoming, just me walking over to the city lord's manor by myself. I wore only a plain black hood drawn low, the picture of a Sith master, not that they would get the reference. But it made me chuckle multiple times whenever I saw my reflection. The amusing thing was that the guards didn't ask questions when I told them I was sent here by Marcus Veron. They simply let me inside, guiding me to the manor. I should have waved my hand in a gesture and told them I'm here to see Jabba. I wonder if they would be flabbergasted. Whatever. Inside, the marble floors reflected the many candlelights from the chandelier above the main hall. Wherever I looked, tall windows stretched like the bars of a cage, filled with colored mosaics that depicted some heroic acts from either a tale or the city lord's past. I was unsure. Not that it mattered. As I was led forward, Valcroft awaited me in the great hall, seated at a long table, empty save for a decanter of dark wine. I don't know if it was intentional, but stepping in, I could tell that his presence filled the room more than the guards standing at the walls. He looked and felt powerful. I could tell that he was stronger than Cedric if it came to a fight. My dear guest, Auriel, is it not? Valcroft said smoothly, gesturing for me to sit, while I nodded, pulling the hood back. I knew Marcus had told him enough that I didn't need to introduce myself. Please, sit. And I do wish to say that Velgrada owes your master many thanks. It was his decision to interfere. I inclined my head and took the seat opposite. My master desires nothing but the stability of the city. Disorder is bad for business. That we agree on, Valcroft smiled thinly. Still, he has brought me both a gift and a bit of chaos. A bit, maybe, I countered, not wanting to let him probe the boundaries, and I wasn't showing any fear towards him or his words. But it is nothing but temporary. Better than a war for succession. It is a fact, he nodded. The Crimson Ledger can no longer pose any threat, and by how things are developing, they will fall apart by the end of the year. Not to mention, most of them will willingly put their fate into my hands. So once again, your master has given me much. It is customary to bring guests to the owner of the house that we are visiting, I answered with a smile, reaching out and pouring wine for myself without asking for permission. Visiting? He leaned forward slightly, eyes narrowing. I was of the belief you were here to stay. A possibility, I answered calmly, if the homeowner doesn't mind our presence. Not at all, he chuckled, raising his own glass towards me as we began drinking, as long as we are following the rules, and I believe I can trust that you will do so. I just have some questions. Please ask away. I am here to clear any and all confusion the city lord may have. I smiled back at him, tasting the wine which was rich, super rich, the best one I had ever drank. I just hoped there was no weirdness in it, truth serum or something similar. Oh well, I was gambling and it was time to go all in. Why my city? Coincidence. I answered instantly. My master had a different life that he decided was boring him. He abandoned it and found himself here, with the challenge to start over from zero, to feel alive again. I lied, partially mixing in my actual situation. Half-truths always lend things a greater sense of believability. I see, the city lord muttered, and I could read that he wasn't doubting it. Hell. I could see it in his eyes that there was a sudden understanding, and well, a misunderstanding in it. Does he think Shade is someone very powerful? Not that I am complaining. His interest is not power, I continued, that he had and has. His interest is in the challenge itself. Power, Valcroft murmured, leaning back, like the power of an elven artifact. It's just an artifact, I replied, making his eyes flash, and probably because I was ignorant of what that word really means in this world. He read it as if I were handling it as a trivial item. Phew. Thank you, Reincarnation. I just hope it is not a one-ring type artifact we are talking about. Can I ask how much he really knows about it? A test? Always a test? Sure. Let's see. He knows enough, I stated calmly. Information is not free, City Lord, I added, and before he could say anything, I began laying it out. It started away from Velgrada. There was a merchant caravan smuggling the item, one that fell to beastmen in the wilds near the city of Corvar. I can't imagine what the Corvinate kingdom would do if they knew what they missed out on. They are one of the greatest enemies of the nearby elven gatherings. Oh, really? Good to know. Of course, I made sure my face didn't change, and I just continued speaking. The elves hired the beastmen to take back what was stolen from them, I added confidently, but then they were attacked by the crows, a local gang, because they encroached on their territory of smuggling operations. So, the artifact, by pure chance, landed in their hands. Too bad the Adventurers Guild has just as good information brokers. I smiled, making Valcroft's eye twitch. You, he asked, making me shrug. Velgrada was not the first city I was trying to establish a foothold in. I shrugged, but the gold-ranked leaders in Corvar were not like your esteemed self, City Lord Valcroft. They wanted it for themselves, yes, but they honored none of the deals we made in the process. That's why we aren't in contact with the Adventurers Guilds at the moment. I heard that 2 of them went missing. You mean to say the crows killed them, albeit paying a big price for it? I corrected him, watching as he nodded his head. Yes, a big price. Valcroft's fingers tapped against his glass, the only sign that he was measuring every word of mine. And these crows. You see, now that I think about it, I heard the name Auriel. It is a common name, but it's mine. I met his gaze without flinching. I knew them. Risa, their leader. Kravik, broad as a wall, brash but a loyal man. Jeren, the knife hand of Risa. Callis, if you need another name, I can continue, I said, describing them until I saw his satisfaction grow. And my questions deepen. How did he learn of them? I could see that he was already aware of this. He had a source. Who? Did someone from the crows talk to him? I had no other possible ideas. Tisk, remain calm, Auriel. Play it coolly. But as I said, City Lord, information is expensive, even if you already know the contents of it. I finished, cutting my explanation off. For the first time, Valcroft's expression shifted, the faintest curve of honest, actual interest showing at the edge of his mouth, smiling not because it was the polite thing to do, but because he liked our conversation. Reaching out, he poured himself a second glass of wine, sipping on it. Of course, I grew up as a businessman, even if it doesn't seem that way. I am more than happy to deal with you and your master through you. Likewise, I tipped my glass towards him before also taking a sip. If there is one thing that I never really had, Valcroft began after he studied me for a long moment, it is a reliable source of information. Otherwise, I would have caught the ledger before it grew so big that I couldn't do anything about it in time. As a man, I acknowledge my shortcomings. And let's be honest, Silverhaven doesn't deal it, not even if asked with gold clinking on the table. Then he paused, but kept looking at me. Let me pay you now with something your master likes the most. Information. That one of the crows I named still lives, I asked, and I could give myself a high five. His expression of shock. Ha! Bingo! I knew it. Of course, I kept my breathing even and my body still, but inside I was trying to think who it might be. I needed to get the guy and get them out from the city lord's view. I just hoped they didn't tell much about me, or this could fall apart. Ugh. Fuck. Yes. Valcroft nodded, and I could see how surprised he was, doing his best to keep control of his emotions. Kravik, he said slowly, he survived when the rest of the gang was massacred. When I found him, he was scarred, broken, but alive, and he is mine now. Every instinct in me demanded a reaction, but I gave him none. Not a twitch, not a breath, just keep sitting, drinking wine. But I guess you also know this, Valcroft chuckled faintly, shaking his head. Shade's knowledge is vast. I just hope that in our future dealings, he will think of me fondly. We always respond in kind, I smiled, finishing my second glass. Well then, please, tell me, he leaned forward, how shall Velgrada repay Shade? I can see now that information is indeed your mastery, so I won't make a fool out of myself a second time. What does Shade want as payment? Gold? Influence? A place in my court? Ears that I allow to listen to our decision-making? Or are they already within my walls? I let a beat of silence pass, then shook my head. Shade asks for none of those. Please be assured, your people have not been infiltrated by us. The only such individual is Marcus Veron. As he was the first we chose to make contact with, we are still small. Oh? Valcroft's eyes gleamed, and I don't think he believed me, fully. Then what does he ask for? Well, I met his gaze, coming to a decision, one thing only. Kravik. The man himself. Valcroft studied me, no longer smiling. This time the silence was long. Almost 10 minutes long. Then, slowly, he inclined his head. I can see the reason. Gathering his old dogs to heal. I said nothing to that, and he would interpret the request however he wished. That was the point, after all. Very well, Valcroft sighed at last. Kravik will be delivered to you. But understand this. No one leaves Velgrada without my knowledge. He knows too much. We do too, I reminded him, making him grin a little, but in a more savage way. But I don't trust this Kravik. If Shade seeks to hide him, if Shade forgets his place, I will know. And I will act. Shade has no reason to cross you, I said, without taking offense. We have the same goals, to strengthen this city, because the better it is for you, the better it is for us. This is a symbiotic relationship, City Lord Valcroft. I liked the sound of it. He gave a single sharp nod, slowly standing up, and I knew the discussion was over. I'll make Kravik presentable, then deliver him to you, and Mr. Auriel. Yes, I asked, standing up, watching as he reached a hand out that I grabbed and shook on. I do hope that we will indeed have a long and prosperous partnership.